Introduction. Hodor, the Simpleton of Winterfell, has traversed into a new realm. As Bran's steed? Not a chance. With the prowess of a beastmaster, Hodor sweeps through the Seven Kingdoms. In the grand game of power, Hodor astounds the world. As dragons bow and deities tremble. Chapter 1. Beastmaster Hodor. Hodor, hurry and clean up the horsemanure. Hurin, the stable master of Winterfell, bellowed commands within the stables. The forces of King Robert will soon arrive at Winterfell. We must tidy up the stables. Hodor nodded. Hodor. In truth, Hodor is a transmigrant in his former life. He was an office worker who, during a gaming session, suffered an epileptic seizure and found himself in this world. He has taken on the identity of a stable hand. Hodor is a simple-minded giant with robust limbs. To put it plainly, he is a fool, only able to utter the name Hodor prior to his journey. Fortunately, Hodor possesses remarkable skills. Before his arrival in this realm, he vividly recalls playing a game of Warcraft, perhaps the reason he inherits its abilities. For instance, he can summon holy light akin to a paladin, heal wounds, and create a shield of light for defense. He can execute a deadly strike like a blade master using windwalk. He can transmute elements like an alchemist and utilize healing sprays. He can evade attacks like a demon hunter, shrouded in darkness. He can even summon an owl for reconnaissance like a priestess of the white tiger. However, all these abilities depend on Hodor's mana reserves. Mana, in this context, refers to magical energy. How does one acquire magical energy? By absorbing the negative emotions of humans and animals, such as jealousy, hatred, fear, sorrow, and anxiety. Without magic, Hodor remains an ordinary man. Each day, Hodor engages in monotonous tasks, feeding horses, cleaning manure, and occasionally assisting the blacksmith, Mycon, in transporting iron blocks. At times, he observes Robb, Theon, and Jon practicing swordplay at the training grounds. Sir Roderick, the instructor of Winterfell, trains the children there, and Hodor memorizes their sword techniques discreetly. On occasion, Hodor plays in the Godswood with Bran, Rickon, and Arya. Recently, 5 direwolves have appeared in the Godswood. Robb's Grey Wind, Sansa's Lady, and little Rickon, just 3 years old, has named the small black wolf with eyes like 2 green flames, Mopsy. Jon Snow's wolf is called Ghost, with a coat as white as fresh snow and eyes resembling garnets. Arya's wolf is named Nymeria, after the legendary Queen of Dorne, who once led her people across the seas to reach Dorne. As for Bran's little wolf, a name has yet to be decided. Hodor often feeds the pups, and the direwolves have grown quite fond of him. Moreover, Hodor tends to the old nanny, his only kin, his great-grandmother. In his spare time, Hodor frequents the library tower to read. The tower is managed by the young Maester Chael, who is astonished when Hodor first sought to read. Hodor, you cannot read. Why do you wish to peruse books? Hodor replied. Sir Chael did not inquire further, allowing Hodor to immerse himself in his reading. As a traveler from another world, Hodor was certainly literate. However, others perceived him merely as a fool, believing that his reading was akin to a blind man lighting a lamp. With an insatiable thirst for knowledge, Hodor quickly familiarized himself with the history of the Seven Kingdoms, even delving into the forbidden tomes of magic, learning about the others, the Night King, and the Red God Ruler. Hodor read with the intent of altering his fate. As a time traveler, he understood that if he idled away his time, he would inevitably become Bran's steed, carrying him until the long night descended and the others encircled them. To aid Bran's escape, Hodor braced against the door, and amidst the cries of "Hold the door," he was torn asunder by the others. The thought sent a tremor through him. No, Hodor must take control of his destiny. The arrival of the king in Winterfell presented an opportune moment. Robert's entourage reached Winterfell, where Duke Eddard and Lady Catelyn welcomed their children. Amidst the servants, Hodor glimpsed the king's guard, Ser Meryn, and the strikingly handsome man with golden locks, the Kingslayer, Jaime. Queen Cersei was breathtakingly beautiful, yet exceedingly haughty. Beside Prince Joffrey stood the scarred hound, Sandor Clegane, who was of a similar stature to Hodor. As a child, Sandor had been held in a brazier by his brother, the mountain Gregor Clegane, almost perishing in the flames. Thus, Sandor harbored a deep-seated hatred for his brother, vowing to slay him with his own hands. The imp, Tyrion, was a dwarf, the younger brother of Cersei and Jaime, yet he lacked the Lannister beauty, being quite grotesque with mismatched eyes. Eddard's brother, Benjen Stark, also appeared in the throng, reportedly seeking the king's assistance for the Night's Watch. As the grand feast commenced, a minstrel strummed his lute in the bustling hall, where throngs of people gathered. Hodor, amidst the crowd, hastily consumed a few morsels and retreated to a corner of the hall. He opened a volume titled A Dance with Dragons, lighting it with a beeswax candle as he began to read. Before long, the voice of Theon Greyjoy echoed through the hall. "My Lord Tyrion, the library is unoccupied at night. You may read in peace. Winterfell is not abundant with scholars." Theon, Eddard's foster son and heir to the Iron Islands, often bore a smile. Upon noticing Hodor, the imp's eyes widened in surprise. "No one reads, yet this giant is reading?" "Giant, what is your name?" "Hodor," he replied. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. "Theon, what does Hodor mean? Is this how the Northmen greet one another?" Theon smiled. "This is Hodor the stable boy, a simpleton. Though Hodor may be dim-witted, no one can deny that he knows his own name." Tyrion cast a glance at Hodor's book. "A fool reads? If I believe you, I would be the fool." Theon shrugged. He truly is a simpleton, destined never to be a proper stable boy. Bran and Arya approached, leading their little wolves. Bran remarked, "Although Addo is illiterate, he has recently taken to reading." Tyrion paused beside Addo. "Addo, tell me what you have read." The moment had arrived. Addo cleared his throat. "My lord, I have witnessed the corruption of humanity. Amidst the frenzied dance of blood dragons, Queen Rhaenyra and Aegon II, driven by their insatiable greed, have plunged the citizens of the Seven Kingdoms into depths of despair. They engage in the game of power, while the Seven Kingdoms lie strewn with corpses. Lord Tyrion, those surrounding the Iron Throne, are engaged in a deadly waltz." Bran and Arya widened their eyes, while Theon appeared as though he had received a blow. "It is utterly astonishing that Addo can articulate so much," he exclaimed. Bran was filled with excitement. "Addo has spoken." Arya dashed away in elation. "I must tell Jon." The direwolves began to howl, soon joined by the dogs of Winterfell, while ravens danced in the air. Chapter 2. The Shield of Saint. Addo battles the Kingsguard. As a dwarf, Tyrion had always felt a deep sympathy for fools, the disabled, and the weak. He had never encountered such an educated stable boy, and struck up a conversation with Addo. At that moment, Prince Joffrey passed by, struggling to carry Robert's war hammer in his hands. Duke Eddard had already arranged a betrothal between his daughter Sansa and Prince Joffrey, yet he held no affection for the prince. Robert shouted from behind, "Joffrey, you boast incessantly about your prowess in battle, yet you cannot even lift my warhammer. What kind of hero are you?" The warhammer was exceedingly heavy. It was the very weapon Robert had used to slay the last true dragon, Prince Rhaegar. Many strong warriors could barely lift it, let alone the still-developing Joffrey, who was struggling to hold it with both hands. With a groan, Joffrey dropped the hammer, collapsing to the ground. At this moment, the Hound, Jaime, and the Kingsguard, Ser Meryn and Ser Boros, arrived on the scene. Before the king and the Kingsguard lay an opportunity to showcase their abilities, and Addo promptly stepped forward, lifting the war hammer with ease, as if it were a mere straw, swirling it gracefully. Robert expressed his approval. "This big fellow possesses great strength." "Who are you?" "Addo." Robert frowned. "Addo? Quite an unusual name." Theon interjected, "Your Grace, he is a fool." Tyrion chuckled. "And yet, he is a fool with knowledge and insight, far superior to Prince Joffrey." Upon hearing that Addo was a fool, Joffrey's expression darkened immediately. "A fool dares to be insolent? Dog, teach him a lesson." The Hound, Sandor Clegane, shrugged. "Shall I strike a fool? You might as well kill me." Joffrey turned to Ser Meryn Trant, a sycophant of the Lannisters, devoid of any sense of shame. "Ser Meryn, discipline this Addo for me." Meryn glanced at Robert, who replied, "You may spar with Addo, but keep it light." Before long, the crowd began to swell. Adwo caught sight of Queen Cersei, Duke Eddard, Bandon, Princess Myrcella, Prince Tommen, Robb, and Jon, all arriving in a fervent rush. Adwo brandished his warhammer, causing Meryn to feel a twinge of fear. The towering figure before them wielded the hammer with ease, his strength undeniable, and he was a fool. The esteemed Kingsguard, tasked with protecting the king, consisted of only 7 members, symbolizing the 7 gods of the new faith. They were regarded as the most exceptional knights of the 7 kingdoms. Engaging in combat with a fool like Adwo would not only tarnish the honor of the Kingsguard if victorious, but defeat would also bring disgrace. With the warhammer in hand, Adwo became the center of attention. Under Robert's urging, Meryn reluctantly stepped forward. Meryn lunged with his long sword at Adwo, who parried with his warhammer. Adwo was already immensely powerful, and having often observed in secret during training, he had seen Roderick instructing Jon, Robb, and Theon practicing their swordplay in the Godswood. With the Warhammer proving to be a perfect fit, Adwo launched a fierce assault, and soon Meryn's longsword was sent flying. Jaime and Sandor exchanged doubtful glances, with Sandor remarking, "Is this truly a fool? Have we been outwitted by a simpleton?" Robert laughed heartily. "You buffoon. Boros, it's your turn." Boros, lacking Meryn's strength, was swiftly defeated, eliciting laughter from Sandor. "Kingslayer, you take your turn." Robert beckoned to Jaime. Cersei protested, "Why should my brother engage with a fool?" Robert retorted angrily, "Silence, you wretched woman. A fool who has bested 2 Kingsguard is no ordinary simpleton." Jaime, initially dismissive of fighting a fool, began to take interest as he witnessed Adwo's consecutive victories over Meryn and Boros, 2 esteemed Kingsguard. "You will come to regret this." Jaime unsheathed his longsword. Jaime was one of the most formidable warriors in the 7 Kingdoms. Unlike Meryn and Boros, who were mere novices, he was a true Kingsguard. His longsword moved like a dragon, his strikes relentless. Adwo could barely keep up, soon finding himself at a disadvantage as the sword clashed against the warhammer, sending sparks flying. Adwo rallied himself, while Robb, Bran, Rickon, Arya, and Jon Snow of House Stark cheered him on. The knights and attendants of House Lannister, including Joffrey and Tommen, rallied behind Jaime. Despite his advantage, Jaime struggled to secure victory after a prolonged battle with Adwo. Robert, who had long been at odds with Cersei, looked down on Jaime and, witnessing his inability to prevail, laughed loudly. "Kingslayer, is this all you can muster? You can't even defeat a stable boy. Perhaps you should go tend to the horses when we return to King's Landing." Ignoring Joffrey's furious glare, Sandor burst into a donkey-like laugh. Frustrated, Jaime swung wildly, finally spotting an opening in Adwo's defense and aimed a strike at his right leg. Joffrey's cruel smile emerged, while Arya, Sansa, Bran, and the others gasped in horror. Adwo absorbed the negative emotions surrounding him, the feelings coalescing within him like an invisible mist. Sanctuary Shield. This is the defensive skill of the Paladin when the sacred shield manifests. No blade or sword of the enemy can inflict harm upon him. At the very moment James's longsword was about to pierce Adair's skin, the Paladin's radiant shield appeared, intercepting James's strike. James's sword rebounded futilely. Taken aback, James, despite his extensive combat experience, was utterly bewildered by the occurrence. The Kingslayer momentarily lost focus, allowing Adair to seize the opportunity his warhammer struck James's armor, sending him crashing to the ground. As the Lannister attendants assisted the Kingslayer from the arena, Robert's laughter echoed like the arrival of a tempest. Cersei and Joffrey departed in fury, their expressions akin to that of individuals who had been grievously wounded. "Adair, Adair!" Robert bellowed, raising his fist in anger. Soon, the Hound, Tyrion, Blacksmith Mickon, Trainer Roderick, Beastmaster Frank, Chef Gage, and Captain of the Guard Jory Castle, along with Robb, Jon, and Theon, joined in the chorus. Even some Lannister servants rallied in support of Adair. The entirety of Winterfell began to chant for Adair. Robert called for Eddard. "To waste a talent like Adair as a stable boy is a grievous error. He should be one of my Kingsguard." Eddard appeared perplexed. Adair was not always like this. He was merely a simple stable boy. Tyrion remarked, "Lord Stark, Adair is a giant of the north." Sansa added, "Adair has defeated 3 Kingsguard bards will surely sing of his name." Adair beamed with a smile. At last, he had seized his opportunity.
Chapter 3. Sir Adwo, Tyrion and Adwo, seated at the desk in the library tower, immersed themselves in their shared fascination for dragons and history. Tyrion chuckled, "Adwo, you truly are a giant of the north. You bested my brother Jaime, who remains sulking in his chamber. Since his defeat at the hands of Adwo, Jaime had been in a foul mood, humiliated by a simple stable boy." Tyrion conferred upon Adwo the title of the North Giant, praising him as one born in Winterfell. As Tyrion leafed through the yellowed pages of a tome, he remarked, "Not only do you possess remarkable martial skills, but your intellect is equally impressive. Sometimes I ponder the cruelty of the gods, bestowing strength, stature, and wisdom upon you while I remain but a dwarf." Adwo smiled, responding, "My lord, you are a giant among the Lannisters." Tyrion gazed intently at Adwo. "Adwo, why not serve as my squire? You already have a squire." Adwo was familiar with Tyrion's squire, a handsome lad named Jack, who was unfortunately lacking in martial prowess. Tyrion sighed, "While Jack may tend to my needs, his combat skills leave much to be desired. I require a formidable mercenary to protect you, and you fit the bill perfectly. I can offer you a substantial sum, the Lannisters are never short of gold. And the mines abound beneath Casterly Rock. You would be my mercenary, and we could study together discussing dragons, history, art, anything at all. Tyrion had long sought a valiant warrior for protection, and Edward seemed the ideal candidate. Edward closed the book and replied, "My lord, you truly hold me in high regard. However, I am a man of Winterfell. My allegiance lies with House Stark." Tyrion pursed his lips. "After all these years as a stable boy in Winterfell, have they yet recognized your merits?" "They have now," Edward said, "and I intend to seek a position within the Winterfell Guard." Upon exiting the library tower, Edward returned to the stables, where the stablemaster Holland approached him eagerly. "Edward, you have triumphed over 3 Kingsguard. Your glory is unmatched. Hurry to Lord Eddard and request a promotion to stablemaster." Holland's son, Harwin, who currently served in the Winterfell Guard, interjected with a laugh, "Father, have you lost your mind? How could Edward possibly become a stablemaster? His combat prowess likely surpasses even that of Jory." Jory Castle was the captain of the Winterfell Guards and widely regarded as one of its strongest warriors. After Edward's victory over the Kingsguard, Jory's reputation paled in comparison. Holland glared at Harwin. "If not a stablemaster, then what? He has grown up among the stables." Harwin replied, "Of course, he should become a warrior. Lord Eddard will surely summon him to serve in the Winterfell Guard." Holland sighed deeply, lamenting the loss to Winterfell should Edward not take on the role of stablemaster. Given his extensive experience in the stables, Edward made his way to the training grounds, where the cook, Gage, immediately offered him a slice of lemon cake. The Beastmaster, Fran. Led a group of female dogs passed, with Sansa and several companions trailing behind. Sansa exclaimed, "It is Adu. Adu, you are truly Florian." Florian, a legendary knight from the ballads, was seen as a fool, much like Adu, yet he achieved greatness. Previously, Sansa would not have spared a glance at Adu, deeming him merely a filthy and odorous simpleton. However, now she regarded Adu as a knight from the tales, and alongside her companions, Jennifer and Beth Kaiser, she felt both astonished and intimidated upon encountering him. Adu arrived at the training ground where Sir Roderick was instructing Jon and Robb in swordsmanship, while Theon fiddled with a bow. "Oh dear! The giant of the north, who defeated the Kingslayer, has arrived." Jon and Robb promptly removed their helmets and gathered around Adu, with the Direwolves, Grey Wind and Summer, joining them. Robb said, "Adu, teach us how to wield a sword." Sir Roderick stroked his snowy beard, realizing that Adu might be vying for his position. After all, he had never bested a Kingsguard in his lifetime. Adu replied, "My swordsmanship pales in comparison to yours. I am merely adept at brute strength and better suited for wielding a warhammer." Jon patted Adu's shoulder, a look of admiration on his face. "Your muscles are impressive. We, Robb and I, have tried to lift Robert's warhammer, but alas, we could not." Adu chuckled, "You and Robb are still young. You will undoubtedly grow taller and stronger. You will both become excellent warriors." Arya approached, holding a small hammer, with her direwolf, Nymeria, trailing at a distance. "Adu, teach me how to use a warhammer. This is one I pilfered from Miken's forge." It was a mere hammer for driving nails, and Arya swung it playfully, tapping Adu lightly on the thigh. Adu lifted Arya and raised her above his head, eliciting delightful giggles from her. Before long, Bran and Rickon arrived, climbing onto Adu's shoulders, filling the training ground with laughter. Ser Malin, appearing like a spectre, silently approached Adu. "Foolish Adu, come with me." Ser Malin, having been thoroughly defeated by Adu in combat, still harbored resentment against him. Adu gently set down Rickon and Bran. "What is it?" Robb, brimming with youthful bravado, interjected, "Malin, if you dare to trouble Adu in Winterfell, I warn you, there will be consequences." Robb unsheathed his sword. "Young wolf, do not be so agitated," Malin replied, his expression unchanged. "The king seeks him. His Grace, Robert, has invited a fool to dine, a rare occurrence indeed." Jon, Robb, and Bran exchanged knowing smiles, with Jon saying, "Adu, hurry along. The king's invitation is a privilege." "Our good Robert lacks patience. Let us be off," Malin urged. King Robert and Lord Eddard awaited him in the small hall for the evening banquet. Lady Catelyn made special arrangements for Sister Molden to select a pristine velvet gown for Aldair. Desmond and Fat Tom prepared Aldair with a bath, as he usually bathed in the hot springs of the sacred wood forest, but this was his first experience in a proper bathroom. Upon seeing Aldair, Robert's face lit up with joy. "Ha ha! Aldair, do you know how many times I've mocked at for you? He actually placed a formidable warrior in the stables as a stable boy, truly blind to talent. You taught James a lesson. The Kingslayer has become a laughingstock after losing to a fool, and Cersei is so furious she won't even eat. Ha ha. Before long, Sir Boros presented a rosewood gift box, and within it lay a warhammer. Adair exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the King's warhammer?" Robert replied, "This is a 1-to-1 replica of my warhammer, forged by the blacksmiths of Winterfell, and it is yours. This warhammer shall be known as Robert's hammer. I want you to wield Robert's hammer and deliver a sound thrashing to the Kingslayer whenever the opportunity arises." Adair accepted the hammer, and Robert drew his sword. "I hereby officially knight you." Duke Ed interjected, "For the king to personally knight someone is an immense honor." Adair knelt on one knee, and Robert, with his long sword, struck Adair's shoulders 7 times, symbolizing the 7 gods. "You are now a knight, Sir Adair. According to tradition, I shall bestow upon you a moniker. Let it be Nightmare of the Kingslayer." Adair rose, accepting the warhammer. Robert continued, "Adair, would you be interested in joining me in King's Landing? As you can see, the Kingsguard are nothing but a bunch of inept fools. You could become one of my Kingsguard." Adair replied, "I have heard that the Kingsguard consists of only 7 members and that it is a lifelong position. New members are only inducted upon the death of an existing guard." Robert chuckled, "Look at Marlin and Boros. Those half-wits probably won't last long on the battlefield. When a vacancy arises, I shall choose you." Duke Ed immediately protested, "Robert, Adair has served Winterfell for many years. He is the only blood of the old man. The Kingsguard vows to marry not and sire no heirs. Would that not mean his family would perish?" Robert appeared somewhat disappointed. "Then let it be. Ed, you are soon to become the hand of the king. You must take Adair with you. I am eagerly anticipating Adair delivering a thrashing to the Kingslayer and those light boys then at the tournament." After Robert departed, Ed spoke, "Adair, my children all admire you. Would you be willing to serve me?" Adair nodded, "Of course." Duke Ed gazed out into the night. "Jon Arryn is dead, winter is coming. Adair, Winterfell and House Stark need your warhammer." Chapter 4. The birth in the stable. The old wet nurse sat in the yard of Winterfell, basking in the sun, holding a sewing needle as she narrated tales of the war against the White Walkers and the children of the forest to Rickon and Bran. Upon spotting Adu, Bran immediately rushed over. "Adu, is it true that King Robert has invited you to become a Kingsguard?" Adu nodded in affirmation. Bran, somewhat irked, clenched his small fist and playfully punched Adu. "Then why haven't you accepted? Being a Kingsguard is so glorious. My dream is to become a Kingsguard. If you agree, you will be renowned alongside Don's Edges or Arthur Dame, Dragon Knight Prince Aemon, and the fearless Bolon Swan." Adu chuckled softly, stroking Bran's cheek. "Have you considered this? If I become a Kingsguard, I could no longer protect you or Winterfell. The Kingsguard serves solely the royal family and protects the king." Bran had not thought of this angle. He pondered for a moment. "In that case, I would rather you never become a Kingsguard. Even if you have to serve as a stable boy for life, you are still a part of Winterfell. I do not wish for you to be a Kingsguard." Adu ruffled Bran's hair. "You are quite the clever little one." Just then, Bran's wolf approached, licking Adu's palm. The wolf possessed ash-gray fur and striking silver eyes. "Have you thought of a name for your little wolf?" Bran shook his head. "No. I think Ghost is a lovely name, but alas, Jon has already used it for his wolf. What has gotten into Jon these days? He seems perpetually angry." As Adu passed the smithy, he found Jon there, where the smith, Mikan, was handing him an assassin's blade. Jon toyed with the sword. Adu leaned closer to Jon. "Is this for your journey to the wall?" Jon lowered his voice. "This is a gift for Arya. Do not tell anyone." Adu noticed Jon's furrowed brow. "Why the long face?" Jon sighed. "Father is going to King's Landing to serve as hand. Robb will inherit Winterfell, and even you, Adu, are favored by the king. Yet, I can only serve the Night's Watch, spending my days at the wall. I do not wish to complain, but fate truly plays tricks on me. This is Winterfell, the Stark family home, and I, a Snow, must leave." Adu patted his shoulder. "In the Night's Watch, even bastards can rise to prominence. Some even become Lord Commanders." Jon raised an eyebrow. "But the Night's Watch is destined to remain celibate, never to marry or father children. It is indeed a sorrowful fate. I wish to follow father to King's Landing, to serve in his guard, but he utterly forbids it. As for Lady Catelyn, she would relish the opportunity to see me starve. I still do not understand why father will not allow me to go to King's Landing." Is it because this bastard would tarnish his honor? Adu pondered for a moment. I believe Lord Eddard must have his reasons. The emergence of a bastard in the court undeniably tarnishes the reputation of Lord Eddard. Jon remarked, I believe it must be related to my mother. To this day, I remain oblivious to her identity. Is she in King's Landing? Adu, he continued. I have heard that King's Landing is a gathering place for the nobles and merchants of the 7 kingdoms and the 9 free cities. Upon your arrival there, discreetly inquire about my mother. Adu eagerly agreed, and only then did Jon depart with satisfaction. Smith Mycon presented Adu with his shield, which bore the image of a giant wielding a warhammer, the mighty hammer of the mountain. Many knights sport personal crests. This emblem was Adu's chosen insignia. The giant represented him, while the warhammer was the gift of King Robert. Mycon snapped his fingers. Are you pleased with the shield, Sir Adu? In the past, Adu frequently assisted Mycon at the forge, and now Mycon often jested with him. Adu chuckled. Of course, I am delighted, Mycon. You are truly the embodiment of a smith. Captain Jory, accompanied by soldiers, patrolled the grounds. Following the king's arrival in Winterfell, the guards had heightened their vigilance. Adu, now a member of the guard, was held in high regard by Duke Eddard, thus exempted from duties such as standing watch or patrolling. Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, obstructed his path. The mountain has been born. Care to spar with me? The nickname the Mountain had been bestowed upon Adu by Joffrey. Ever since Adu had vanquished 3 Kingsguard, including Jaime, the Lannisters had lost face, but Tyrion generously dubbed Adu the Giant of the North. Joffrey, however, deemed the Mountain more fitting. I have heard that the Beggar King's sister Daenerys is called the Stormborn. Our Sir Adu, he is the Mountain-born. Sandor Clegane, with his coarse voice and scarred visage, always bore a menacing expression, his hound's helm instilling dread. Nevertheless, Sandor had developed a commendable rapport with Adu. Traditionally contemptuous of knights, Sandor found it amusing that this fool had defeated 3 Kingsguard. That night, aside from Robert, it was Sandor whose laughter was the loudest. Unable to find a worthy opponent to practice with, he immediately thought of Adu. In Winterfell, only that captain of the guard, what as his name? Jory? The rest are mere fools. However, you, lad, are a formidable one. Defeating Meryn and Boros is trivial, but to vanquish the Kingslayer that speaks volumes. Adu replied with a grin. Sandor, had you intervened that day, I surely would have been defeated. Sandor scoffed. Do not feign modesty. The two engaged in a practice bout, the warhammer clashing against the longsword, soon leaving both men drenched in sweat. I relish sparring with heavyweights. Do you know why? Because I aim to slay the Mountain. You may be somewhat smaller than the Mountain, but you are indeed a rarity, Adu retorted. How do I measure against the Mountain? You are still far from it. Gregor's lance is steady, precise, and merciless. However, you are starting late. Perhaps in the future, you may approach Gregor's level. Then, Sandor began to chastise Adu. You have taken up the mantle of a knight. Humph, Gregor, too, is a knight. Just observe his ghastly demeanor and the countless lives he has extinguished. I must inquire. Has Ser Gregor ever paid homage to the 7? The answer is a resounding no. He revels solely in slaughter, serving as a hound for others. And thus he is deemed a knight. Ado remarked, how could I refuse when King Robert himself has bestowed the title? I have also heard of the malevolence of the Mountain. He has taken far too many innocent children and women. Perhaps I could assist you in vanquishing him. The hound glared at him with fierce intensity. The stableborn need not concern himself with such matters. Gregor deserves death, but only I possess the means to deliver it. You would do well to refrain from meddling. Chapter 5. The unforeseen Winterfell is a place rife with negative emotions. In the depths of night, Awdair sparred tirelessly with Sandor, both drenched in perspiration. Sandor's heart was consumed with hatred. He cursed and roared as he vented his fury during their combat. The malevolent emotions manifested as ethereal, colorless rays, all absorbed by Awdair, transforming into magical energy. Upon arriving at the kennels, Awdair witnessed a fierce struggle among the dogs, battling over a mere bone. The dogs' rage intertwined with the mournful howls of the direwolves. The negative emotions of these creatures could also be transmuted into magical energy. In a short span, Awdair felt the surge of magic coursing through him, filling him to capacity. He returned to his chamber, once residing in a dilapidated room adjacent to the stables. He was now honored as a trusted guard of Duke Eddard, having been granted a clean and spacious bedroom. Lighting a beeswax candle, Awdair retrieved a collection of stones, ordinary pebbles found in the fields, now of great utility. As he grasped the stones, blue light coalesced above his head. forming a luminous matrix adorned with swirling runes. The stones flickered erratically, and upon concluding the incantation, they transformed into teleportation stones. This art of spatial transfer was a skill of the great mages among the beasts. By placing the stones at a specific location, one could teleport, even from miles away. Winterfell lies in the heart of the north, which encompasses a vast expanse, claiming half of the continent of Westeros. The regions of Dorne, the Reach, the Riverlands, the Vale, Storelands, the Crownlands, and the Iron Islands combined do not match the territory of the north. In a few days, Hodor would accompany Duke Eddard southward to King's Landing. The travel in Westeros is notoriously cumbersome. The journey from Winterfell to King's Landing typically follows the King's Road straight southward. Alternatively, one could take to the seas from White Harbor, traversing the waters to reach the capital. However, maritime travel often depends on the whims of the weather. And if storms rage against the ships, the sea route may prove slower than the King's Road. Should war arise, returning from King's Landing to Winterfell would be even more arduous. Currently, tensions between the Starks of the north and the Lannisters of the west are palpable. Across the narrow sea, the beggar king, Viserys, harbors the wrath of the sleeping dragon, having sold his sister Daenerys to Khal Drogo. Not to mention the schemers lurking in the shadows. War appears inevitable. Before departing Winterfell, Hodor resolved to leave behind a teleportation stone. This way, even if he found himself in far-off King's Landing, he would still have the opportunity to utilize spatial transfer, allowing him to return to Winterfell in a short span of time. He had previously attempted this by venturing a few miles into the woods outside Winterfell, placing the stone within the crypts of the castle, and invoking the teleportation spell to instantly return from the forest to Winterfell. However, returning directly from King's Landing to Winterfell was uncertain. After all, he had never ventured such a distance before. Nevertheless, in theory, it was feasible. Adu arrived at the underground crypt, under the watchful gaze of the sculptors of the Northern Kings, and placed a teleportation stone beneath Lioness' statue. Henceforth, this would serve as the teleportation point for Winterfell. The following day, Adu presented a bracelet to Jon. Jon gazed at the stone on the bracelet. "What is this?" Adu replied, "This is a gift from the old gods, Jon. With it, the old gods will protect you." In truth, it was also a teleportation stone. The Stark children were divided. Some would accompany Lord Eddard to King's Landing, like Sansa and Arya, while others, such as Robb and Rickon, would remain at Winterfell. Only Jon was destined for the Wall, to the Night's Watch at Castle Black, which lay precisely at the heart of the Wall. Adu was aware that the Wildling King, Mance Rayder, had already gathered his forces beyond the Wall, while the White Walkers lurked in the chilling heart of death, poised to strike. The Wall would soon become pivotal in the battle between humanity and the White Walkers. Thus Adu entrusted Jon with the teleportation stone, believing it would enable him to assist Jon more effectively. Jon accepted Adu's gift, and Adu insisted, "You must never remove that bracelet, whether at the Wall or beyond, otherwise I shall be displeased." Jon embraced Adu in gratitude. King Robert rode forth, accompanied by Lord Eddard, Maureen, and Boros, while Joffrey, Tyrion, and Robb mingled among the crowd. Though Jaime was notably absent, Robert halted before Adu, declaring, "Tomorrow we shall journey south for a hunt. Come with me." Adu immediately felt a foreboding sensation. "Your Majesty, I am unwell and fear I cannot join." Joffrey smirked with disdain. "No wonder. Hunting is a noble sport, and our Adu, being a stable boy, suddenly falls ill at the mere mention of it." Robert barked angrily, "Little Joffrey, if you continue your prattle, return to where you came from." Joffrey sulked, turning away. Robert turned to Adu. "I had hoped to challenge you in hunting wild boars. However, since you are indisposed, I shall let it be." The hunting party departed. In truth, Adu felt no ailment. His concern lay with Bran. Jaime and Cersei remained at Winterfell, while the king ventured out to hunt. How familiar this scenario felt. In the Godswood, Adu found Bran. "Bran, for heaven's sake, do not climb today. You might fall." Bran stubbornly shook his head. "Mother summoned Maester Luwin and the old nurse to frighten me, claiming I would tumble down. I am not afraid. We depart for King's Landing tomorrow, and I wish to climb one last time, to stand atop Winterfell and gaze upon the castle." Bran attempted to run, but Adu caught him firmly. "You must stay here, no matter what. Lord Eddard has commanded me to protect you, and he forbids you from climbing." Bran reluctantly nodded. "Very well. Let me go, and I shall obey. I will not run amok." Yet, as soon as Adu released his grip, Bran dashed away. "Adu, you have been deceived. Come and catch me if you can." Bran raced ahead, with Adu in hot pursuit. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the forest, causing the leaves of the divine trees to rustle and the branches to brush against each other, reminiscent of whispered conversations. Adu felt a wave of dizziness overwhelm him, and he collapsed onto the ground. Faces were carved into the heart tree. Legend spoke of it as a remnant of the forest children. These children possessed the ability to utilize the visages on the heart tree to observe the world and scout for enemies. At times, Adu couldn't help but ponder how advantageous it would be to command the vision of the heart tree. Alas, his current beast-taming skills did not encompass such a capability. Adu could only summon owls and dung beetles for reconnaissance, which seemed a fair substitute for the heart tree as prowess. To his astonishment, the faces upon the heart tree animated, their blood-red eyes fixated upon him. A crow alighted before him, cawing, "Adu! Adu!" In that moment, Bran and his little wolf had vanished without a trace. Adu noticed a third eye upon the crow's forehead, a three-eyed crow. A shiver ran down Adu's spine. The three-eyed crow was a powerful green prophet among the ancient gods, capable of effortlessly accessing the heart tree as vision. Possessing the green sight that allowed it to perceive past, future, and events across any time and space. The green prophet was also the most formidable shapeshifter, able to inhabit various creatures, including crows and humans. "Adu! Adu!" The three-eyed crow screeched with a piercing intensity, causing Adu to reel in disorientation. Time lost its meaning as he remained in that state until he finally awoke to find the three-eyed crow had long since vanished. "Where is Bran?" Adu sprang to his feet, immediately embarking on a search. In the distance, a wolf's howl echoed. It was Bran's wolf. Soon after, other ice-filled wolves joined in, and Adu recognized the voices of Bailin, Huifeng, Missy, and Momo. Under a circular tower, Adu spotted Bran, who had fallen to the ground. The chaotic sounds of the maid's screams, the hounds, and the howls of wolves melded into a cacophony. Adu felt a surge of frustration. How utterly unpredictable. "Little Bran, you wouldn't expect me to serve as your mount again, would you?" Chapter 6. The healing of Bran. Bran fell from the tower, and Adu cradled him as they returned to the chamber. Shortly thereafter, Master Luwin arrived, the sound of his chain clinking around his neck. Trained in the citadel, the masters forged such chains, excelling in medicine, history, science, and the arts, serving as advisors to noble lords in various castles. Lady Catelyn, Sister Moden, and Brother Chill arrived in succession. Sister Moden and Brother Chill began to pray. Yet, Adu's mind was preoccupied with the peculiar three-eyed raven from the weirwood forest. It was that raven which had thwarted his attempts to prevent Bran from climbing the wall. Had the old gods intervened to save Bran? The more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt. Lady Catelyn appeared utterly distraught, struggling to hold back tears, rendered helpless. "Bran climbs every day, and I have always feared that such a calamity would occur." Adu was acutely aware that Bran had been pushed from the tower by the usurper, Jaime. Regrettably, Adu had been unable to catch him in the act, nor did he possess any evidence. He felt no trepidation, for he was certain that Bran would awaken unscathed. What troubled him were the circumstances following Bran's awakening. Would he have to carry Bran like a mount? Gazing at Bran's face, he thought, "Bran, perhaps you should just let go." Master Luwin commenced his efforts to revive Bran, and Adu along with the other guards were ushered out. King Robert and Duke Eddard returned from the hunt and promptly rushed to Bran's bedside. Robb, Jon, Arya, and Sansa all crowded into the room. Adu finally re-entered as well. Duke Eddard wore a troubled expression. "Luwin, Bran." Master Luwin stroked the chain. "My lord, I must inform you that Bran has sustained severe injuries from the fall, and he may perish at any moment. I have done all that I can, now we must leave it to fate." Adu replied, "My lord Eddard, rest assured. Bran will survive." That night, Adu returned to his own chamber and swiftly fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he found himself once more in the weirwood forest. The faces on the fish-leaf tree gazed at him. Before long, the three-eyed raven appeared. "Adu, you have arrived." Adu furrowed his brow. "Why did you not allow me to save Bran?" The three-eyed raven responded, "That is Bran's destiny. Had he not fallen from the tower, he would have accompanied you to King's Landing tomorrow." Adu felt a surge of anger. Going to King's Landing is preferable to leaving Bran incapacitated. "I simply do not understand why Bran cannot go to King's Landing." The three-eyed raven looked skyward, where the heavens had turned a deep crimson. "Adu, have you ever considered? Once in King's Landing, who will protect Bran? The heart trees south of the neck have been nearly entirely felled. The old gods hold no power in the south. Should Bran reach King's Landing, he would find only a dead end, swiftly becoming a lifeless corpse. Ho had not contemplated this aspect, murmuring, "So it is. Who, then, would be the one to bring about Bran's demise?" The three-eyed crow spoke, "The new god, the drowning god, the black goat, the red god ruler. I am uncertain. This is a conflict belonging to the deities. I am grateful to you for your attempts to safeguard Bran. Ager, you carry the blood of the ancients within you. I hope you will protect the North and its worshippers of the old gods." Hodor replied, "I was born in the North, and I am indeed willing to protect the people of the North." The three-eyed crow chuckled. "Hodor, the man of the marshes. The Northerners are faithful followers of the old gods, yet their devotees are not confined solely to the North. The wildlings beyond the wall, the clans of the valley, the Blighwood family of the Riverlands, the Royce family of Runestone, and even the rock dwellers of Skagos all are children of the old gods. Winter is approaching. Friend of the old gods, we require your assistance. You shall soon acquire the abilities of a dreamwalker, allowing you to enter the dreams of others, uncovering truths and communicating with them." Hodor was both astonished and elated. A dreamwalker? How does one enter another's dream? The three-eyed crow imparted to Hodor a set of runes. By inscribing the name of the dreamer upon your palm with these runes, you may enter their dream. The three-eyed crow then vanished, and the sacred grove began to tremble violently. Hodor awoke from his slumber, finding dawn had already arrived. A chorus of wolf howls echoed from outside. Once daylight broke, Hodor hurried to Bran's chamber. Lady Catelyn and Lord Eddard appeared utterly exhausted. She had not slept a wink, keeping vigil by the bedside alongside Maester Luwin. Catelyn managed a sorrowful smile. "Hodor, thank you. If it were not for you discovering Bran's fall in time, he might have perished." Hodor reassured her, "My lady, there is no need for concern. Bran will surely awaken." Lord Eddard sighed deeply. Maester Luwin interjected, "Bran remains in a precarious state. He could die at any moment." Hodor calmly responded, "In truth, I possess some knowledge of healing. Allow me to attempt his treatment." The previously drowsy Maester Luwin widened his eyes in astonishment. "Ager, when did you learn the art of healing? Bran's injuries are severe. He cannot withstand further turmoil." Hodor offered a reassuring smile. "Fear not, Maester Luwin. I have no intention of usurping your position. I merely wish to alleviate Bran's suffering. Since you are unable to heal him and fate must take its course, why not allow me a chance? I happen to possess a family remedy." Lord Eddard and Catelyn exchanged glances, and Eddard remarked, "The old wet nurse has cared for the Stark family for generations in Winterfell. Her family may indeed have a remedy. Otherwise, why would she have lived so long?" Maester Luwin stroked his pendant thoughtfully. "My lord, if I may speak candidly, the so-called folk remedies are often studied in the Citadel. While it cannot be denied that some remedies may prove effective for certain ailments, the majority are incapable of healing injuries and may instead bring harm. Bran is exceedingly weak. Frankly, he is hanging by a thread. Should you resort to Hodor's remedy, it may hasten his demise." At that moment, King Robert entered, accompanied by Queen Cersei and Sir Jaime. The Queen and Jaime fixated their gaze on Bran, who lay in bed, fearful that the child might awaken. Would anything happen to Bran? Cersei feigned a sorrowful demeanor. Maester Luwin had stated that Bran could perish at any moment. Alas! It was truly heart-wrenching. Despite such words, Cersei's expression belied relief. Upon hearing that Bran's life hung in the balance, Hodor noted the exchange of glances between Cersei and Jaime. Duke Eddard remarked that Hodor wished to treat Bran, but Maester Luwin forbade it, claiming that the secret remedy would harm the boy. Robert gruffly declared his support for Hodor's treatment, questioning why they should allow Bran to languish in wait for death when the Maester had no solutions. Cersei's eyes glimmered with cunning and malice. She was convinced that Hodor would bring about Bran's demise. In recent days, Cersei had conducted a thorough investigation into Hodor, discovering his humble beginnings in the stables and his recent foray into literacy, with little knowledge of medicine. She perceived this as an opportune moment to eliminate Bran through Hodor's hands. Let him have a try. With both King Robert and Queen Cersei backing Hodor, Luwin, Catelyn, and Eddard eventually acquiesced as well. Hodor closed the curtains. "Please wait outside," he instructed. Robert, Cersei, and Jaime filed out, and Hodor noticed an unmistakable smirk upon Cersei's face. Catelyn and Eddard also exited, while Luwin shot a disapproving glare at Hodor. "Hodor, healing is not akin to birthing a mare. You could endanger Bran's life," Maester Luwin admonished, his countenance dark as he shut the door. Within the room, Catelyn's sorrow, Eddard's distress, Cersei's malice, and the tension from Jaime and Luwin converged. all absorbed and transformed into magic by Hodor. He brimmed with magical energy. Holy light! Hodor summoned his paladin skills. Radiant runes shimmering above him as the divine light infused Bran's frail form. Holy light accelerates healing and cures ailments. Hodor then invoked the alchemist's skills from the beasts of magic, releasing healing mist that enveloped Bran. This mist bore similar effects to the holy light, capable of treating multiple individuals simultaneously. Bran coughed softly and gradually stirred awake. Hodor opened the door. Everyone, please come in. Bran has awakened. Cersei's smile instantly faltered, vanishing like summer snow, replaced by tension and confusion as her face began to twitch. Jaime's previously clenched fist trembled. Catelyn and Duke Eddard rushed into the room, exhilarated. Luwin's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? The crowd gathered around Bran, and Hodor raised his voice. Bran, how did you fall? Cersei and Jaime leaned closer together, Jaime's hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword. Chapter 7, The Mechanic. Adu upon seeing Adu inquire of Bran regarding the incident of his fall from the tower. Cersei immediately interjected. The child has suffered a head injury and has only just regained consciousness. Why must we press him for answers? He deserves a moment of respite. Bran lamented, my head aches terribly. I can recall nothing. Lady Catelyn embraced her son. Bran, have you lost your memory? Surely you recognize your mother. Bran surveyed Catelyn and Lord Eddard. Of course I know mother and father, as well as Master Luwin, Adu, and the Queen. I am acquainted with everyone. I simply cannot recollect the events surrounding my fall from the tower. Cersei and Jaime felt a wave of relief wash over them, and the hand that had rested on the hilt of the Kingslayer's sword was withdrawn. Jaime forced a smile. Why compel this child to relive the horrors of his descent? Let him rest, I beseech you. King Robert lifted a flagon, took a sip of wine, and approached Adu, delivering a playful punch to his arm. Adu, you are truly remarkable. Master Luwin claims he cannot heal Bran, yet within moments, you have revived him. The esteemed Maester Pycelle is known as one of the finest among scholars, yet he is but an old fool. Adu, if you do not wish to serve as a king's guard, would you have any interest in the position of Maester? Should you desire it, I could have Pycelle removed at once. Adu laughed. Your Majesty, only the Citadel can determine the appointments of Maesters. One must first be a scholar. I have not even crossed the threshold of the Citadel. How could I aspire to be a Maester? Robert chuckled. The Citadel is negotiable. With your prowess in combat, culture, and medicine, you surpass those bookish fellows at the Citadel. If you wish to become a Maester, there will always be a way. Ha! A Maester wielding a war hammer. Maester Maeder, the fool Maester, where would Pycelle hide his face? Lord Eddard interjected, Robert, do not even think of enticing Adu away from us. He is our family's savior. Catelyn held Bran close. Your Majesty, you may take anything from Winterfell, but Adu is not for you. News of Bran's survival spread throughout Winterfell. Before long, Robb, Jon, Theon, Sansa, Arya, and little Rickon all arrived, surrounding Bran and Adu with laughter. Bran's direwolf bounded into the room, leaping onto his bed, where Bran affectionately stroked the creature. Adu, he inquired, have you thought of a name for my direwolf? Bran nodded. I have decided, I shall name him Summer. Though Bran had survived, he remained crippled. Neither Adu's healing light nor medical sprays could restore his ability to walk. This saddened Bran greatly, yet Summer and Adu remained by his side each day, bringing him solace. Only in Adu's presence did Bran manage to smile. Thus, Lord Eddard arranged for Adu to carry Bran about, though other guards like Hel, Desmond, and Fat Tom could have done the same. It was only Adu whom Bran favored. Master Luwin and Tyrion devised a contraption, a basket with 2 openings at the bottom, through which Bran's legs were inserted, and the basket was secured to Hodor's back. Hodor carried Bran as they strode through the training grounds and the Godwood. Ultimately, Bran could not escape his fate as a mount. However, this posed no challenge for Hodor. The following day, Hodor commenced sketching blueprints in the library tower. He sought to design a mechanism to serve as Bran's legs. The imp, Tyrion, furrowed his brow. After Hodor revived Bran, Tyrion felt increasingly aware of Hodor's inscrutability. The imp had a fondness for saddles and possessed some knowledge of mechanics. Northern Giant, this design is overly complex and utterly unfeasible, he remarked. Hodor scrutinized the drawings. What say you to a wager? 10 golden dragons. Tyrion replied with a grin, very well. I shall take your bet. If I win your gold, I can indulge in some company. Hodor ventured to the blacksmith's forge, seeking Mikan, and summoned all the carpenters of Winterfell. Construct this according to the blueprints, he instructed. Mikan frowned. Hodor, will this contraption truly assist Bran in walking? It seems a sheer waste of steel to me. Hodor reassured him. Rest assured. Your efforts will not be in vain. The carpenters delivered the cut wood to Mikan, who, with the assistance of his apprentice, forged iron to clad the wooden pieces, ultimately creating a spider-like ironclad wooden monstrosity. Upon it rested a seat for Bran, with a steering wheel positioned at the front. The inspiration for this mechanical creation stemmed from the goblin tinkers in the realm of Warcraft. In that world, the cunning goblins, though diminutive, transformed into formidable mechanical beasts when seated in their contraptions, capable of contending with mighty ogres and orcs. Hodor sent an apprentice to fetch Bran. Mikan was somewhat irate. After wasting so much time, steel, and coal, this is the result? It pales in comparison to a wheelchair. Hodor replied. The imp wagered that this contraption would be ineffectual. He backed 10 golden dragons with me. Mikan retorted, if you are so confident, feel free to wager against me. Mikan poured a handful of copper coins from his purse, clenching them tightly. I shall bet it all. This is utterly incapable of aiding Bran's mobility. Joffrey and Sandor, accompanied by a retinue of Lannister attendants, paused to observe the mechanical monstrosity. Joffrey sneered, is this the mechanical beast you have crafted? Quite fearsome indeed. You think this will help that crippled Bran walk? Even a fool could see the truth in that. Oh, how could I forget that our dear Sir Hodor is a fool as well? Laughter erupted among the Lannister attendants, save for Sandor, who remained silent. Mikan and the carpenters glared at Joffrey's entourage with indignation. The imp, Tyrion, approached. Joffrey, you truly are insufferable. Joffrey's arrogance, the wickedness of his attendants, the scorn from Mikan and the carpenters, these negative sentiments were all absorbed by Adol, filling him with a surge of magic. Joffrey, you claim this contraption cannot move. Dare you wager? Joffrey scoffed. If this pile of rotten wood could indeed move, I would spend a day in the stables, like you, foolishly acting as a stable boy. Tyrion raised his gaze to the mechanical creation before him. Joffrey, in hopes of witnessing you as a stable boy, I genuinely wish for Adol's success, though I wager this monstrous device will prove useless. Desmond and Jory had already brought Bran, who now sat atop the spider-like machine. Adol steadied the contraption and reminded Joffrey of their wager. Joffrey grinned like a wolf. A wager it is. Do I fear you? Should you lose, you shall serve as my steed, and I shall wield the whip to drive you. Bran, seated atop the machine, placed his hands on the controls, a touch of anxiety evident. Adol, if I mount this, will I truly be able to move? Adol assured him. Of course. Bran, are you ready? As Adol infused the machine with magic, it trembled, seemingly endowed with life. Bran gripped the steering wheel, and the mechanical appendages began to stir. Mikan, Tyrion, Jory, and even Joffrey stood in stunned silence. Tyrion blinked, his eyes wide with disbelief. But this defies science. Mikan murmured, how can this be possible? Joffrey's face paled as he watched Bran move several meters away. Bran was exhilarated. I can walk. Jory, Desmond, Fat Tom, and others cheered for him, while Bran's little wolf lapped onto the goblin machine. Tyrion produced 10 golden dragons and tossed them to Adol. Adol, you are a marvel, whether as a stable boy, warrior, healer, or mechanic, you never cease to astonish me. Mikan offered all his copper coins, which Adol returned, also giving Mikan the 10 golden dragons from the imp. This triumph belongs to all the blacksmiths, apprentices, and carpenters. Mikan, distribute the wealth among them. The blacksmiths and carpenters gratefully shared the bounty. As Joffrey attempted to slip away, Adol called him back. Joffrey, it is time for you to fulfill your wager. Joffrey touched his forehead. Did we truly make a wager? Tyrion chuckled. Joffrey, you cannot evade. Everyone here can attest to your agreement with Adol. Should you lose, you must serve as a stable boy and spend a day in the stables. Just then, a stable boy passed by carrying a bucket of manure, and Tyrion intercepted him, handing the manure to Joffrey. A Lannister must repay his debts. Let us not be the laughingstock of losing with grace. Joffrey wished he could vanish into the manure. Adol laughed. Joffrey, I wish you a pleasant time working in the stables. Joffrey pinched his nose, a look of disgust on his face as he limped toward the stables. Chapter 8. Joffrey's dagger. Upon arriving at the stables, Joffrey was immediately overwhelmed by the sight of numerous horses, hay, manure, and the pungent odor that pervaded the air, prompting a wave of regret to wash over him. I refuse to be a stable boy. This place is revolting. I am the crown prince, the heir to the Iron Throne, destined to be king, not a lowly stable hand. Tyrion smirked. You wish to flee, do you? Then why engage in a wager with a Joe? Joffrey ground his teeth in frustration. Very well, I shall have my attendants serve as my substitutes. Surrounded by a retinue of Lannister servants, Joffrey was not lacking in help, yet a Joe flatly refused. No, Prince Joffrey, you must honor your bet. We agreed that as long as Bran's contraption could move, you would serve as a stable boy for a day and even spend the night in the stables. Joffrey's neck flushed crimson with indignation. I will tell Mother. Tyrion promptly summoned his servant, Jack. Go fetch King Robert. A servant had already informed Cersei. And soon she arrived at the stables. Joffrey rushed into her embrace as if granted a pardon. Mother. A Joe and the little imp uncle are forcing me to be a stable hand. Cersei's face darkened. Foolish a Joe, how dare you compel Joffrey to serve as a stable boy? A Joe replied, Your Grace, you misunderstand. Joffrey is to be a stable boy, not a stable hand. Tyrion chuckled, My dear sister, given Joffrey's intellect, he may very well struggle to distinguish between a stable hand and a stable boy. Being a stable hand would indeed be too taxing for him. Cersei shot a disdainful glance at Tyrion. You imbecile, colluding with outsiders to bully your own nephew. Robert approached, clutching a wine jug. What is the matter? The little imp recounted the events in detail. Robert furrowed his brow. A wager is a wager. Serving as a stable boy for a day is hardly a grave matter. Cersei grew anxious. They even mean for young Joffrey to spend the night in the stables. Robert belched, the scent of wine wafting through the air. Let him stay the night then. It will teach him a lesson. At worst, his dog can keep him company. As Robert departed, Cersei glared at Joe. Her emerald eyes ablaze with fury. Joe, debts must be repaid. We shall remember this. With a flourish of her skirts, Cersei turned to leave. Joffrey was to remain in the stables for a day and a night, while Sandor Clegane stood guard outside. Bran had acquired a mechanical contraption. A spider-like machine with multiple appendages, allowing him to navigate with ease. He could ascend and descend stairs, the appendages steady as a spider's legs, and venture into the godhood. Robb, Jon, and Theon gathered around Bran's mechanical device, observing intently. Jon remarked, only a genius like Joe could conceive such a marvel. The appendages move like those of a spider. Theon scrutinized the creation. Our Ironborn are adept at crafting longships. This device could prove invaluable aboard a vessel. Joe. How did you design it? Joe smiled. If you read more, you will naturally uncover the answers. The following day, Joffrey finally emerged from the stable, making his way to the bathroom where he vented his frustrations towards Adele while bathing. The servant in the bathroom promptly relayed his words to Adele, who was cautioned to remain vigilant, for Prince Joffrey might seek retribution. Two hounds, embroiled in a quarrel over a bone, approached Adele, their anger and fear seemingly resonating within him. Just as Adele had begun to harness a modicum of magic, the dogs fled. It sufficed for now. Adele conjured a sparrow, which chirped and took flight. He intended to use the sparrow to keep a watchful eye on Joffrey, preventing any rash actions. The sparrow followed Joffrey closely. Joffrey arrived at King Robert's chamber, where Robert stood by the window, reeking of alcohol, clearly inebriated. The sparrow perched on a nearby sentinel tree. Robert remarked, You've finally emerged from the stable? It's not shameful to have spent a night there. Look at Adele, born in a stable yet has become an exceptional warrior, healer, scholar, and even a mechanic. You ought to read more. Joffrey's face twisted in disdain. Father, you don't even read yourself, yet you expect me to. Robert feigned a kick at him, prompting Joffrey to swiftly evade. You little brat, can you even compare to me? I earn my keep with a war hammer. At that moment, Bran passed by on a mechanical contraption, accompanied by the Direwolf Summer. Robert frowned, his drunkenness evident. Though Bran had survived, he had become crippled, paralyzed from the waist down, with the Maester declaring he would never recover. What purpose does life hold in such a state? Adele had saved Bran. Yet it might not be a blessing. Bran lived in torment. If I were Ned, I would have let the child die. The sparrow remained outside, eavesdropping intently. While Robert's words were merely the ramblings of a drunkard, Joffrey took note. Robert staggered and collapsed onto the bed, slipping into a deep slumber. Joffrey gazed at Bran in the distance. His father claimed that Bran's existence was worse than death. Perhaps he should arrange for the boy's demise. If father were to learn of it, he would not chastise me for being ineffectual. All these thoughts were conveyed to Adele through the sparrow. Without hesitation, Joffrey drew a sharp dragonlass dagger, a prized possession forged from dragonlass and Valyrian steel, gifted to him by Robert. He toyed with the dagger, contemplating suitable candidates for the deed. As King Robert arrived in King Ed's Landing, his entourage was a motley collection of free riders, sworn knights, jesters, butchers, cooks, and various servants. Joffrey wandered through Winterfell, the sparrow trailing at a distance. Beside a pigpen, he discovered a drunken man, fast asleep. Joffrey delivered a swift kick to him. The man, about to curse, seized upon recognizing Joffrey and exclaimed, "Your Highness." Joffrey retorted, "Good that you know who I am. What is your purpose?" The drunken man replied, "I am a free rider, named Donald, from the town of Brightwater. However, I lost my horse, armor, and sword in a wager. Donald, assist me in eliminating a man. This sum of money is yours." Joffrey opened the money pouch, revealing a pile of silver stat coins. As Donald accepted the coins, a glimmer of avarice flickered in his eyes. "Murder! My prince, this is Winterfell. If you desire a killing, the Hound and the King's Guard are at your disposal. Why seek my aid?" Joffrey scoffed. "Fool, because once you commit murder, you can vanish. I care not whether you flee to Braavos, Old Town, or the lands beyond the wall. Just ensure the deed is done, and you shall disappear without a trace." Donald nodded eagerly. I understand. But whom should I kill?" Joffrey replied. "It is the crippled Bran who fell from the tower a few days ago. He traverses the city daily in that mechanical chair." Donald's eyes widened in alarm. "My prince, Bran is the son of Lord Eddard. I dare not." Joffrey lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Fear not, it is my father's command. The king has decreed it. And even Lord Eddard would not dare oppose." Donald, a fool and greedy at heart, succumbed to Joffrey's persuasion and agreed. Joffrey handed Donald a dagger. "Wait for the right moment, use the dagger, and do not linger here. You may find refuge in the stables. There is ample space to rest." Having served as a stable boy for the day, Joffrey discovered the stables were crowded with horses, the steeds of the king's retinue mingling with those of Winterfell. The stables were sufficiently large to conceal a man. Donald, inebriated, stumbled toward the stables and collapsed into a deep slumber. When he awoke, a giant figure loomed before him. Hodor had him by the throat. "What are you doing here?" Donald drew the dagger and lunged at Hodor, but Hodor seized his hand, snapping his wrist with a resounding crack. Donald screamed in agony. Hodor examined the dagger, crafted from dragonlass and Valyrian steel, marveling at its exquisite balance. Such a finely wrought weapon must be of considerable value. "Speak, from whom did you steal it?" The captain of the Winterfell Guard, Jory, entered Eddard's study. "My lord Eddard, Hodor has captured a wandering swordsman hiding in the stables." Eddard frowned. "Do such trivial matters require my attention?" Jory replied, "This man, named Donald, has confessed to plotting an assassination against Bran." Eddard's face registered shock. "Is this true? Take me to him at once." Chapter 9. The truth revealed. Duke Ed and Jory arrived at the dungeon, where Adu and Desmond Harris Moran were interrogating Donald. Bound to a pillar, Donald reeked of alcohol. Why would this inebriate attempt to assassinate Bran? The answer lay in the gold coins that Prince Joffrey had paid him. Adu presented the dragonlass dagger along with a pouch of silver stacks, which Ed toyed with thoughtfully. Why would Joffrey wish to kill Bran? They bore no enmity toward one another. Could it possibly be related to Bran's fall? Adu remarked that this was a question for Joffrey. "We have captured the murderer. Possessing both the dragonlass dagger and the payment for the assassination, our evidence is ample. I trust that King Robert will deliver justice on our behalf." Ed responded that the assassin might still attempt to kill Bran, necessitating his protection. Adu was tasked with safeguarding Bran. Bran sat in his mechanical chair, expressing gratitude. "Adu, you have saved me once more. Had you not been a member of the King's Guard, I might have perished." Adu gently caressed Bran's hair, reassuring him, "Rest assured. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. Winter is coming, and I shall protect you." The hall of Winterfell had been temporarily transformed into a courtroom. King Robert and Duke Ed sat in chairs, flanked by the King's Guard, Meryn and Boros. Lady Catelyn, Robb, Bran, Jon, and Theon were all present. Eventually, Tyrion, Sansa, and Arya arrived as well. Bran remained in his mechanical chair, surrounded by Jory, Adu, and Ser Roderick. Bran's direwolf Summer, Ghost, Grey Wind, Lady, and Nymeria encircled him. Upon witnessing this gathering, Prince Joffrey grew visibly anxious. Cersei, accompanied by Jaime, entered the hall, her brow furrowed in concern. "What is this all about?" Robert's deep voice boomed. "Cersei, a murder has occurred in Winterfell. Duke Ed wishes for me to pass judgment." Cersei and Jaime initially believed it pertained to Bran's fall, and their anxiety increased. Sweat beaded on Jaime's forehead as he forced a charming smile. Your Majesty, what murder? Robert gestured toward Bran. Someone has attempted to take Bran's life. Both Cersei and Jaime's hearts raced, fearing that Bran had regained his memory and recalled that it was Jaime who had pushed him. At that moment, the guards of Winterfell brought forth a filthy man. Duke Ed stated, a duke captured this man in the stables. He claims to be Donald. He alleges that Joffrey hired him to attempt Bran's murder. Cersei and Jaime were taken aback. Tyrion, with his deformed feet, scrutinized Donald. This is quite amusing. Joffrey. Did you employ this fool? Joffrey retorted angrily, nonsense. I do not know him. Cersei coldly remarked, Stark. Your foolish stable boy forced Joffrey to stay in the stables for an entire day yesterday. I have refrained from holding it against you. Yet you dare to slander my son. Catelyn replied icily, Your Grace, no offense intended, but we possess evidence. Eddard interjected, Addo, present the evidence. Addo showcased a dagger to the assembly. Jaime dismissed it with indifference. What can a mere dagger prove? Addo responded, This dagger is forged from dragonlass and Valyrian steel. Not only is it a sharp weapon for close combat, but it is also a perfect work of art. Donald is merely a lowly hedge knight who lost his wager. Selling both his horse and sword, how could he possibly possess this dagger? Donald conceded that it was indeed given to him by Joffrey. Cersei, her face contorted in anger, retorted, Why should we believe this lowly wretch? Can he defame Joffrey based solely on his word? Duke Eddard inquired, Your Grace, does anyone recognize this dagger? Cersei surveyed the crowd. Who? Which charlatan have you employed? It is I, boomed the voice of Robert. Both Jaime and Cersei were taken aback, and Cersei asked, Do you recognize this dagger? Robert declared, It is one I gifted to Joffrey. The mark on the hilt does not lie. It is indeed Joffrey's dagger. Cersei, resembling a defeated hen, quickly gathered herself. Surely it was Joffrey who carelessly lost this dagger, which was then picked up by a servant from Winterfell. They have taken this dagger and crafted a tale to malign Joffrey. Joffrey chimed in, Mother is right, that must be it. Robert, visibly agitated, pressed, When did you lose it? Joffrey replied, It must have been yesterday. Robert retorted angrily, Nonsense. I saw you with that dagger this morning. Rising to his feet, Robert approached Donald. Donald, your assassination plot was thwarted before it even began by Addo. Confess your crimes, and I shall offer you the chance to don the black cloak. Otherwise, I will ensure your suffering is beyond measure. Donald nodded in fear. Your Grace, this dagger was indeed given to me by Joffrey. I was sleeping near the pigsty when he handed me the dagger and a pouch of silver stacks, instructing me to kill Bran. I sought the money to buy wine and gamble. Yet, I lacked the courage to assassinate the Duke's son in Winterfell. Joffrey told me it was your command that drove him to it, and that is why I found the courage. Robert, filled with rage, glared at Joffrey. Joffrey, how dare you invoke my name? Addo noticed the rising fury among the onlookers. Arya resembled an angry she-wolf. Why must Bran be killed? Under the weight of their furious gazes, Joffrey quickly cracked. Father, you were drinking and said that Bran was destined to be a cripple for life. That living would be torment for him. You even remarked that had you been Duke Eddard, the child would have been dead long ago. I sought to please you. Hence I hired an assassin to kill Bran. Preposterous. In a state of inebriation, I found your audacity astonishing. Robert struck Joffrey with a powerful blow, sending him sprawling to the ground, while one side of Joffrey's face rapidly swelled. Cersei hastily assisted Joffrey to his feet. Robert, it appears you are the true instigator of this chaos. I believe this farce has gone on long enough. Chapter 10. The Dreamwalker Daenerys. Cersei departed with the weeping Joffrey, while Robert struggled to contain his fury. Eddard, I deeply regret having raised such a wretched son. Had it not been for Hodor, Joffrey would have nearly committed an irreparable error. Robert cast a look of approval towards Hodor. Eddard, speak. How do you propose to deal with Joffrey? Eddard replied, Joffrey is still quite young. I trust he has learned his lesson. Catelyn turned her head in discontent. Hodor then inquired, Your Majesty, what shall we do about this Donald? Robert responded, He is a fool. Let us send him to the wall. Did not Banyan mention that the wall is in need of manpower? Banyan assured, Rest assured. Your Majesty, I shall ensure this scoundrel is dispatched to guard the wall. With winter approaching, the task of manning the wall at this time is a punishment more severe than death. That evening, Cersei, accompanied by Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tame, under the protection of Jaime and the Lannister guard, hastily departed from Winterfell. Following the revelation of Joffrey's role in Bran's murder, Cersei was eager to leave Winterfell without delay. Lady Catelyn remarked to Eddard, "Joffrey has indeed murdered Bran. This child is so cruel. We must terminate his betrothal to Sansa." Duke Eddard replied, "My lady. This matter involves Robert. Joffrey claims that it was Robert, in a drunken stupor, who set Bran out not to life, which incited him to hire an assassin. You must understand Robert. He speaks nonsense when inebriated, and his drunken words should not be taken seriously. Sansa has several years before her marriage to Joffrey. We have ample time to dissolve the engagement." That night, Duke Eddard summoned Aldair to the study. Catelyn, Robb, Maester Luwin, and Sir Roderick were all present in the study. "My lord Eddard, why have you called for me?" Aldair inquired. Eddard responded, "Aldair, you have saved Bran's life twice. You are my confidant and family. With winter approaching, there are matters I wish to discuss with you. Maester Luwin serves as Eddard's advisor. Robb is the future lord of the castle, and Sir Roderick is the instructor as well as the acting lord during Eddard's absence." Aldair recognized that this was a confidential meeting. As anticipated, Catelyn stated, "My sister Lisa has written from the Eyrie." Eddard continued, "The letter reveals that Lisa's husband, the former hand of the King Jon Arryn, has been murdered." Aldair remarked, "Lord Jon Arryn was your foster father." Eddard nodded, "Indeed, I must journey south to uncover the identity of Jon Arryn's murderer. Catelyn will remain in Winterfell with Robb, Maester Luwin, and Sir Roderick. Aldair, you shall accompany me to King's Landing." Years ago, the Mad King, fearing rebellion from the Stormlands and the North after slaying Eddard's brother Brandon and father Rickard, demanded Jon Arryn hand over his foster sons Eddard and Robert. In a bid to protect his wards, Jon Arryn raised a banner in defiance of the Iron Throne, subsequently inciting the North, the Stormlands, and the Riverlands to rise in arms in support of the Vale. Thus, 4 of the 7 kingdoms turned against the Targaryen dynasty, leading to its catastrophic collapse. In the Battle of the Trident, after Robert single-handedly vanquished his rival Rhaegar, the downfall of the Targaryen dynasty became inevitable. The young Eddard Stark, alongside Robert, owed a significant debt of gratitude to Jon Arryn for their victory in this conflict. Eddard harbored profound feelings for Jon Arryn. Thus he felt compelled to journey south to uncover the true mastermind behind Jon Arryn's demise. Catelyn remarked, "Eddard, you are now favored in Robert's eyes, possessing a keen intellect. The waters of King's Landing run deep. While Eddard excels as a warrior and is skilled in battle, he is utterly naive when it comes to the intrigues of power. You must assist him." Eddard responded, "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you." Catelyn continued, "Peter Baelish, whom we fondly call Littlefinger, is my childhood friend. He now holds a prominent position in the small council as the master of coin. You should cultivate a friendship with him. Mention my name, and it will surely strengthen your bond." Eddard maintained a stoic expression, yet inwardly mused, "Become friends with Littlefinger. That cunning fox would as soon have me killed." He understood well that Robert's small council was rife with schemers and Lannister sycophants. During his visit to King's Landing, he must do everything possible to ensure Eddard's survival. After the meeting, Eddard returned to his chamber, lost in contemplation. With Robb and Catelyn, and Sir Roderick stationed in Winterfell, would they withstand the trials of war? Upon reaching King's Landing, news would have to be relayed by ravens. The distance between King's Landing and Winterfell was vast. Whether ravens could successfully traverse such a journey remained uncertain, and even if they did, the news would likely be stale by the time it arrived. In the dungeons of Winterfell, Eddard had set up a teleportation stone, but could such a distant teleportation truly succeed? Doubt gnawed at him. Closing his eyes, he faintly recalled the three-eyed raven. The raven had once imparted to him the spell of a dream walker, which he had never employed. By inscribing the name of a dreamer in runes upon his palm, he could enter another's dream and commune with their soul. Should he manage to infiltrate the dreams of Bran or Robb, who remained in Winterfell, he could provide them with a strategic advantage amidst the looming threats of war and intrigue. Yet, the success of the Dreamwalker remained untested. He resolved to attempt it. To enter the dream of another. But with so many souls in this world, whom should he seek? A name surfaced in his mind. He inscribed the name in runes upon his palm, which began to radiate a deep crimson light, flickering ominously. Daenerys Targaryen. Daenerys, the daughter of the Mad King, was born amidst chaos. When King's Landing faced peril, Queen Rhaelle fled with Prince Viserys to Dragonstone, where Daenerys was born. On the night of her birth, a storm ravaged the royal fleet anchored at Dragonstone's harbor, thus earning her the name Stormborn. After the queen's death, Sir Willem Darry took Prince Viserys and Daenerys across the narrow sea to the continent of Essos. A few years later, William Derry passed away, and the circumstances of Viserys and Daenerys grew increasingly dire. They traversed the free cities of Braavos, Lys, Tyrosh, and Myr. Viserys had truly become the beggar king, nursing his wrath like a sleeping dragon. Daenerys, now wed to Khal Drogo, had been effectively sold to him by the governor of Pentos, Illyrio, and her brother Viserys. Khal Drogo, being a barbarian, instilled fear in her daily. One day, while Daenerys rested alone in her tent, she drifted into slumber. Adar, employing the Dreamwalker spell, entered her dream. Daenerys found herself in an unfamiliar palace when suddenly a giant wielding a warhammer appeared before her. "Who are you?" Daenerys trembled with fear. "Are you the usurper Robert?" For Robert had slain her brother, Prince Rhaegar, and the usurper had long haunted Daenerys as childhood. Adair smiled gently. "Princess Daenerys, I am not Robert. Not all who wield a warhammer are he." Daenerys felt a semblance of relief. "Then who are you?" Adair replied. "You need not inquire about my identity. I am here to assist you. Simply remember my face." Noticing Adair's attire, reminiscent of a Westerosi knight, she exclaimed, "Are you from Westeros? Will you take me home?" "Where is your home?" Daenerys pondered, recalling a large courtyard in Braavos, with a lemon tree outside and a crimson door. "I just wish to return home, but I dare not speak of it to Viserys. Every time I mention it, he becomes enraged, awakening the wrath of the sleeping dragon." Adair stated, "Princess, regardless of where you described that courtyard, it is not your true home. Westeros, the Seven Kingdoms, is your rightful home. You were born on Dragonstone. Remember, you are the blood of the true dragon, while Viserys is merely a beggar king." Daenerys' eyes sparkled with wonder. It was the first time someone had referred to her as the true heir of the dragon. Viserys had claimed that once Drogo marched his army, they would reclaim the throne of the Seven Kingdoms, yet Drogo had yet to mobilize his forces. Governor Illyrio had also mentioned that in the Seven Kingdoms, men awaited the return of the true dragon, while women quietly sewed the banners of the dragon by night. "You must learn to discern truth from lies," Adair advised. Daenerys raised an eyebrow. "But I long to return home. I do not enjoy being among the Dothraki. They are a savage people. I detest Khaleesi, Karis, Cass, and Khal." Khal Drogo's tribe was soon to journey 1,000 miles to Vis Dothrak to pay homage to the Dashclean, the widows of the slain. "Is this my fate?" she questioned. Adair brandished the warhammer. "We must accept reality. To conquer all, one must first embrace all. Remember that you are the true heir of the dragon, Daenerys. Guard your dragon eggs closely. Tomorrow, when you touch them, you will recall our conversation in this dream." Dany was taken aback as she found herself in a dream. The towering giant and the unfamiliar palace had vanished into thin air. Upon awakening, she retained the visage of Ardo in her memory, yet his name eluded her. Approaching the trio of dragon eggs, she lifted the largest one, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed she could hear a heartbeat emanating from within. Reminded of her lineage as the true heir of dragons, Dany felt a sense of courage rekindled for the first time in many days. Yet, the identity of that giant remained a mystery. Chapter 11, Southward to King's Landing. Adu, leveraging his dreamwalking abilities, successfully entered Daenerys' dreamscape, where he offered her encouragement and reminded her to remember his visage. To his astonishment, he effortlessly penetrated the dreams of Daenerys across the narrow sea, filling him with exhilaration. Daenerys, the future mother of dragons, would wield immense power once her 3 dragons hatched, rendering her a nuclear-level force in Westeros and beyond. Establishing early contact with Daenerys meant securing a potential ally for the future. More significantly, Adu's infiltration into Daenerys' dreams validated the feasibility of entering other dream realms. Adu would accompany Duke Eddard southward, while Lady Catelyn, Robb, Bran, Ser Roderick, and Maester Luwin would remain in Winterfell. Upon reaching King's Landing, Adu could send dreams to them, thus granting House Stark a considerable advantage in the event of future conflicts. Jon Snow, following Bran Stark, set forth towards the wall, accompanied by the imp, who wished to witness the wall's stark majesty. The unfortunate Donald, the would-be assassin of Bran, was bound to his mount. Jon's direwolf, Ghost, awaited nearby. Adu arrived at the city gates to bid them farewell, and Jon embraced him. "Take good care of Arya, Sansa, and my father," he implored. Adu softly replied, "Jon, remember to wear your bracelet, it bears a lucky stone." Jon readily agreed. Previously, Adu had enhanced the stone he intended to return to Jon. It was a teleportation stone, and as long as Jon brought it to the wall, a dude would have the opportunity to utilize spatial teleportation directly to the wall. Should the bearer of the stone succumb to extreme fear, sorrow, or despair, a dude would be able to sense it. Tyrion sat upon his horse as his servant, Jack King packed their belongings. You, northern giant, refuse to accompany me. My journey to the wall would be rather dull. A dude chuckled, but you have Jon with you, and besides, we shall reunite in King's Landing. Be sure to offer encouragement to that bastard. Tyrion laughed in response. Rest assured, I shall hire a mercenary stronger than you for my return to King's Landing. Jon, Bran, and Tyrion vanished into the Wolfwood. A dude returned to Winterfell, where Duke Eddard approached with Harwin in tow. A dude, you have bested 3 Kingsguard and are a favorite of Robert, yet you lack a single attendant, Eddard remarked. A dude replied, I do not require an attendant. Harwin chuckled, the northern giant seems to disdain my company. Eddard continued, while you may not need one in Winterfell, an attendant is essential on the road. The journey from Winterfell to King's Landing spans 1,000 miles. Henceforth, Harwin will be your attendant, responsible for your daily needs and affairs. Harwin, the son of the stablemaster Holland, had served as a dude's stableboy for many years. Now, Holland's son would become a dude's attendant. Harwin went to tend to the horses and luggage, while Adair gathered Robb and Bran together. Adair produced 2 bracelets adorned with stones, akin to the transporting stone he had gifted Jon. Within the crypts of Winterfell, Adair had already placed a transport stone beneath the statue of Lyanna. However, with only 1 stone at his disposal, Adair felt uneasy. Thus, he resolved to give each of them a transport stone, deeming it a lucky charm. He urged Robb and Bran to wear them, cautioning them not to lose these tokens, which embodied his heartfelt efforts. Bran donned the bracelet, lamenting, I cannot walk. You shall not take me to King's Landing. Adair gently caressed Bran's face, saying, You foolish child, no place is better than home, be it King's Landing or elsewhere. Stay here and remember to keep your direwolf close. Robb furrowed his brow, asking, Why? Adair replied, Because winter is coming. Also, should you dream of me in the future, pay heed to the words I speak in your dreams. Bran and Robb could not suppress their laughter but nonetheless agreed. As Adair passed by Arya's chamber, he found her toying with an assassin's blade. Arya, what are you doing? I shall inform Sister Moden, he said. Startled, Arya hid the sword behind her back. Adair, do not say a word. If Sister Moden tells father, my sword will be taken away. Adair seized the sword, chuckling, I recognize this blade, forged by Micah. A gift from Jon, is it not? Arya nodded, it's called Needle. Please do not tell anyone. Adair instructed, keep it safe. Once all was prepared, Robert and Duke Eddard departed Winterfell with their entourage. Lady Catelyn, Robb, Bran, Rickon, Theon, Ser Roderick, and Maester Luwin came to bid them farewell. Duke Eddard journeyed south, accompanied by many servants and guards from Winterfell, including the steward Vayenpool, the captain of the guards, Jory Castle, the stablemaster Holland, Desmond, and Fat Tom. Sansa and Arya were seated in the carriage, alongside Sister Moden and Vayenpool's daughter, Jenny Poole, following the debacle instigated by Joffrey's hired assassin. Queen Cersei had set off a day earlier with her children, traveling in a royal carriage. King Robert chose to ride alongside members of House Stark as they journeyed south to King's Landing. Had it not been for Bran's unfortunate incident, Robert and Duke Eddard would have already embarked on their journey. Duke Eddard was to serve as Robert's hand of the king upon their arrival. The royal carriage of Queen Cersei moved at a sluggish pace, allowing King Robert's party to quickly catch up. One day, as they reached the burial mounds, Robert roused Duke Eddard and Adair early. Let us ride together for a stretch. The kingdom's matters await our resolution. The King's Guard, led by Ser Meryn and Ser Boros, stood at a distance on horseback. Duke Eddard inquired, then why not within the tents? Robert glanced at the bustling activity around them. The presence of numerous onlookers is rather overwhelming. It is far wiser to retreat into the wilderness. Eddard and Adair, mounted upon their steeds, closely followed Robert. Robert galloped ahead, swiftly leaving the King's Guard and the royal entourage far behind. Only Eddard and Adair remained by his side. They traversed through a series of desolate graves and arrived at a hillside, where Robert, Adair, and Eddard dismounted in succession. Robert chuckled, riding brings such joy. Remaining in the Red Keep, facing Cersei daily, is quite unbearable. In King's Landing, my council is filled with sycophants and fools. I am nearly driven to madness by their incessant presence. And the common folk of King's Landing, as I sit upon the Iron Throne, their complaints echo incessantly. It is truly vexing. Eddard replied, it is your toil that has brought prosperity and peace to the kingdom. Robert gazed towards the eastern horizon. Alas! I fear peace may not endure. Are you aware of the happenings across the narrow sea? The beggar king and a wealthy merchant from Pentos have sold Daenerys to a horse lord. Daenerys is the sister of the beggar king Viserys. It seems the remnants of the dragon wish to reclaim power with the aid of the Dothraki cavalry. Hodor interjected, Your Majesty, matters across the narrow sea are uncertain. Robert responded, You have yet to meet Varys. Once you do, you will understand that his information is invariably reliable. Varys has located an exiled knight in Pentos, who has confirmed that Daenerys has indeed wed the Horse Lord. The beggar king is incessantly urging the Horse Lord to invade Westeros. What is the name of that Horse Lord? Khal Drogo. Regardless, these barbarian names all seem rather similar. Eddard inquired, Who is this exiled knight? Why was he exiled? Robert chuckled. You must know him. It is Jorah Mormont. Jorah Mormont is the commander of the Night's Watch, the son of the Old Bear, Jorah Mormont, and was once the Lord of Bear Island. He is a vassal of Lord Eddard. Many years ago, Sir Jorah sold captured poachers to a slaver in Lys. The Seven Kingdoms forbids the slave trade, and Sir Jorah violated the laws of the realm. Lord Eddard personally pursued him to Bear Island, but Sir Jorah escaped. Eddard held Jorah in contempt. Jorah is not only a disgrace to House Mormont but also a shame to the north. Is he once again engaging in espionage for slavers? Robert remarked, Regardless, Jorah is a useful pawn. I have heard that this Force Lord commands an army of 100,000. Should the Dothraki launch an attack, the eastern side of the narrow sea will face severe threats. Jon Arryn's son, Robert Arryn, is the Lord of the Vale. Yet he is but 6 years old and in frail health. This child bears my name but appears as if he is on the brink of death. I cannot allow him to face the Horse Lord's army. The guardianship of the East must change hands. Duke Eddard responded, However, the Arryn family has historically held the guardianship of the East. The Lord of the Vale and the Guardian of the East have always been one and the same. Robb declared, The armies of the Horse Lord have gathered across the narrow sea. How can I appoint Lys's winning child as the Guardian of the East? Addo inquired. Your Majesty, whom do you intend to appoint as the Guardian of the East? Robb responded, Cersei has suggested Jaime. The Kingslayer is a rather commendable choice. Eddard exclaimed in astonishment, The Kingslayer. He who once slew the Mad King has demonstrated a complete lack of honor. Moreover, with Lord Tywin as the Guardian of the West, does it not seem that the Lannisters aim to monopolize power? Robb replied, The issue is that there are no suitable candidates left. It must be done. Eddard argued. Jon Arryn has just passed, and we are stripping his son of the Guardian of the East position. Do you find that appropriate? Robb asserted, It is appropriate. The kingdom comes first, and Jon Arryn would agree. Eddard, with earnest intent, sought to preserve the position for House Arryn, yet Robb remained unyielding. Addo interjected, Your Majesty. I believe I have a more fitting candidate. Robb asked, Who do you consider suitable, Addo? Addo replied, For instance, myself. I am a fool, a stable hand. But I know horses better than anyone. When the Beggar King and the Horse Lord see a stable hand as the Guardian of the East, they will surely flee back across the narrow sea. Robb's laughter roared like an approaching storm. You as the Guardian of the East? Ha! What a splendid idea. Cersei will be infuriated to hear I replaced her beloved Jaime with a fool. To vex Cersei and Jaime, I must give this due consideration. Very well. Let Jon Arryn's son retain the position of Guardian of the East. On the way back to camp, Eddard leaned close to Addo and said, This time, it is indeed thanks to you. Otherwise, the Lannisters would have unjustly seized the position of Guardian of the East. Chapter 12. An encounter with Sam. King Robert's formidable entourage continued its southward journey along the King S Road, heading towards King S Landing. As night fell, the army set up camp in the wilderness. Sandor Clegane sought out Audon for sword practice. Audon, grasp your warhammer. I need to train diligently. Each day, Sandor polished his sword and honed his skills, for deep within his heart lay a fervent desire to slay his elder brother, the Mountain, at the earliest opportunity. The Mountain, a colossal figure, was a fitting opponent for Audon, who was also a giant in stature. Shouldn't you be with Joffrey? Audon inquired. The Hound replied. Joffrey is preoccupied with his betrothed, that charming little bird, Sansa. The lovebirds are whispering sweet nothings, evidently wishing to keep the dog at bay. Following the debacle of Joffrey's assassination attempt on Bran in Winterfell, he had remained sullen, increasingly irritable. However, of late, Joffrey appeared much more cheerful, often seeking Sansa as company. Audon lifted his war hammer, deflecting a powerful swing from Sandor. Is it Queen Cersei who encourages Joffrey's affection for Sansa? Sandor's scarred visage revealed no emotion. How should I know? Should I heed everything Joffrey's mother says? Sansa was a Nolvi girl, elegant and beautiful, yet at times, she displayed a certain foolishness. She believed in the knights and princes of songs, clearly envisioning Joffrey as the prince from those tales. Adon speculated that it was indeed Cersei who nudged Joffrey to pursue Sansa. Once Joffrey captured her heart, Cersei could manipulate Sansa to her advantage. As Sandor and Adon engaged in their sparring, Joffrey's voice rang out from a distance. "Dog, come back to my tent at once." Sansa stood behind Joffrey as he kissed her hand. "Good night, my lady. May you dream sweetly. My prince, you are so considerate." Sansa's voice was as delicate as a whisper. Without sparing Adon a glance, Joffrey departed with Sandor. Sansa approached Adon. "Adon, I cannot believe you practice swordsmanship with the Hound. I feel frightened every time I see him." Adon chuckled. Sandor's face can indeed be intimidating, but he is a good man. Sansa beamed a sweet smile. "I am not as afraid of Sandor now, especially with you to protect us. Adon, your strength surpasses that of the Kingsguard. You are the knight of the songs." Adon replied, "My lady, life is not akin to songs. One day, it may lead to your profound disappointment." Sansa nodded, seemingly understanding, before taking her leave. On this day, Adon and the captain of the Winterfell guard, Jory, accompanied by several knights, undertook the role of scouts for the king's retinue. Scouts traverse ahead of the main body, responsible for reconnaissance and vigilance. In the fields beside the King's Road, several armed individuals encircled a fire, dining. Adon observed a noble lad indulging in dried beef. The lad was quite corpulent, squatting on the ground, resembling a lump of flesh. He wore a grey velvet tunic, and a shield hung from his horse nearby, emblazoned with the sigil of a swift-footed hunter. Adol gazed at the young master, his curiosity piqued. "Who are you?" The plump boy hesitated, pondering for a moment. "I am Samwell Tarly, from Hornhill." A knight escorting him interjected, "Sam's father, Lord Randall Tarly, is the Lord of Hornhill. Lord Randall has sent us to escort Sam to the Black Castle at the Wall, where he is to join the Night's Watch. Lord Randall Tarly is a renowned warrior among the Seven Kingdoms, a vassal of the Duke of Tully of the Riverlands, known for his valor in battle." Sam surveyed Jory and Adol, inquiring, "Who are you?" Jory responded, "We are scouts for King Robert and Lord Eddard. The king's party is approaching from the north." Upon hearing of the king's arrival, Sam struggled to rise, turning his gaze northward. "King Robert, are you headed to King's Landing?" Adol nodded. Sam's eyes welled with tears. "Please, take me to King's Landing. I can read and write, do arithmetic, and many other things." A knight from Hornhill replied, "Sam, you must go to the Wall. It is Lord Randall's command." Adol dismounted and approached Sam. "Do you not wish to go to the Wall? Do you not aspire to be a member of the Night's Watch?" Sam shook his head. "I have read that the Wall is dreadfully cold, and many soldiers are slain by wildlings. I have grown up in the warm Riverlands and have never seen snow. I would surely perish in the winter at the Wall." Jory interjected, "In these times, only thieves, poachers, and murderers are sent to the Wall. You are of noble birth, unless you have broken the king's law. Who would compel you to serve there?" Sam replied coldly, "My father would. I have always preferred books and writing over swordplay, and my father sees me as a coward. He has summoned numerous instructors to train me. Some have whipped me, others made me wear women's clothing and parade through Hornhill, hoping to instill some measure of masculinity through humiliation. There were even 2 sorcerers from Karth who slaughtered a cow and immersed me in its blood, claiming it would awaken my courage. Yet, nothing worked. I remained unchanged. My father eventually chased the sorcerers away after beating them. When my brother Dickon was born, my father ceased his efforts with me, allowing me to read and study each day. However, he did not wish to pass his title to me, presenting me with 2 choices, to become a member of the Night's Watch or await my demise. With no other recourse, I resigned myself to heading north to the Wall." Adol looked at Sam with sympathy. "In truth, the Wall is not as dire as you might envision. The Black Castle possesses books as well, documenting the histories of wildlings, White Walkers, and the Night's Watch, even more extensive than those in the Citadel. Lord Eddard's illegitimate son, Jon Snow, has also gone to the Black Castle. You will encounter him there. He has a direwolf named Ghost. Having grown up in the castle, you will undoubtedly find common ground with Jon." Sam trembled as he spoke. "But I am still afraid. The Night's Watch does not favor cowards, does it?" Adair produced a bracelet adorned with a teleportation stone. This is a lucky stone. Wear it, and you shall find courage. Jon had taken a teleportation stone to the Black Castle, yet there was only one. Once Sam brought the teleportation stone to the Black Castle, Adair would have an additional option for spatial teleportation, thereby enhancing the probability of success. Sam gratefully accepted the bracelet. Adair remarked, "Sam, look at me. Just a month ago, I was merely a stable boy in Winterfell, a simpleton. Today, I have vanquished 3 Kingsguard, Meryn, Boros, and the Kingslayer, each a defeated foe of mine. And King Robert himself has knighted me." Sam, astonished, replied, "Impossible, sir. Your eloquence and demeanor could never belong to a stable boy, much less a fool." Yura interjected. "It is true, I have known Adair since childhood. He spent over a decade as a stable boy in Winterfell, without a doubt." A knight from the Vale inquired, "Is it true that you defeated 3 Kingsguard?" Yura laughed. "Indeed, the entire North has heard of it. You may inquire at your leisure." Adair patted Sam on the shoulder. "You see, even a simple stable boy can become a knight, protecting the king and the chancellor. Sam, why can you not aspire to be an exceptional member of the Night's Watch?" With newfound courage, Sam packed his belongings and resumed his journey northward to the Black Castle. Chapter 13. Holland with the forces of King Robert and Duke Eddard arrived at the Bay of Carlin, a forsaken fortress located at the northern end of the neck, which serves as the most significant stronghold of the north, guarding the narrow causeway of the neck. Historically, the Undos, who crossed the sea bearing the faith of the Seven, swept through the south. Yet, the unstoppable Undos ultimately met fierce resistance at the Bay of Carlin, where countless perished at its gates, allowing the north to retain the worship of the old gods. The remnants of the 3 towers at the bay, known as the Tower of the Children of the Forest, the Tower of the Drunkard, and the Gate Tower, control the sole causeway leading north from 3 distinct angles. To assault any one of these towers, an army must wade through waist-deep black mire, traverse the moat inhabited by lizard lions, and scale the moss-covered, treacherously slippery walls, all while being exposed to the arrows raining down from the archers stationed in the other 2 towers. Historically, the Bay of Carlin has never succumbed to southern assaults. Ho, accompanied by scouts, was the first to enter the Bay of Carlin. At that moment, only a handful of marsh dwellers and the garrison from Deepwood Mount were stationed there. However, once war commenced, the bay would become the North's most crucial stronghold. Ho placed teleportation stones within the 3 towers of Carlin. Subsequently, the king's grand army advanced into the neck, the dividing line of Westeros between the north and south. Ho and Jory led the scouts into the neck, where they beheld swamps and wetlands stretching to the horizon, to mount an offensive against the north by land. Traversing the neck is imperative, rendering its strategic significance exceedingly precarious. The soft, muddy ground teemed with lizard lions and snakes, as well as vibrant flowers and an abundance of mushrooms. Ho's steed accidentally strayed from the causeway and became ensnared, requiring considerable effort and assistance from Sandor and Jory to extricate itself. King Robert and Duke Eddard approached on horseback. "Eddard, why is there not a soul in sight? Where are the fabled marsh dwellers?" Eddard chuckled. "Robert, you must understand, the marsh dwellers are discreet and enigmatic, reluctant to engage with outsiders." Robert scoffed lightly. "I am the king, and you are the ward of the north, the lord of the marsh dwellers. Are we truly considered outsiders? As we pass through, it would not be excessive for the marsh dwellers to present us with some local delicacies." Ho interjected, "Your Majesty, the neck possesses no fertile fields and yields no grains. Their sustenance typically consists of lizards, frogs, and fish. If you are keen on consuming lizards or frogs, I shall send someone to seek out the marsh dwellers." The mere thought of lizards and frogs instantly dampened Robert's appetite. On second thought, perhaps not. Sansa held no fondness for the neck. She remained sheltered in the wagon alongside her direwolf, Lady, Sister Moraine, and Janine. In contrast, Arya relished the place, frolicking with her direwolf Nymeria and a swineherd named Micah. Sansa never befriended servants, while Arya delighted in mingling with stable boys, butcher-ass apprentices, free riders, and mercenary knights. Arya, petite in stature, stood upon the quicksand, finding it difficult to sink. Thus, she roamed the swamp, gathering mushrooms and flowers, and even captured a small lizard. The flora and fauna within the marsh were often toxic, and before long, Arya found herself afflicted, her skin erupting in red rashes that itched intensely, and upon scratching, they began to ooze pus. Duke Ed and Sister Moden were utterly alarmed. Among the king's entourage, only a young scholar was present to tend to her ailment. Yet Duke Ed harbored doubts regarding the scholar's medical expertise and promptly summoned Hodor. When Bran fell from the tower in Winterfell, it was Hodor who had healed him, bringing him back from the brink of death. Both King Robert and Duke Ed regarded Hodor as a miraculous healer. Hodor, you must save Arya. She is having an allergic reaction to pollen, breaking out in rashes, and has begun to run a fever. Duke Ed was frantic, while Sister Morden and Sansa were equally anxious for Arya's well-being. These negative emotions were absorbed by Hodor, transforming into magical energy within him. Hodor had amassed a reservoir of magic. Duke Ed, you all must step outside. Ed, Morden, and Sansa exited the tent to await outside. Arya opened her eyes. Hodor, I itch all over, and my head feels like a beehive. It's nearly unbearable. Hodor reassured her, do not worry, I shall heal you at once. He summoned the Holy Light, a hallmark of the paladin's prowess, capable of dispelling ailments and hastening wound healing. The poison from the flowers was no match for the Holy Light. Instantly, Arya felt the itching subside, and the pain in her head vanished. Hodor produced a vial of potion. Remember to apply this potion daily. After a few days, you shall be well. In truth, the so-called potion was merely plain water. Hodor did this to conceal the fact that he wielded magic, having already healed Arya with the Holy Light. He feared that lacking any medication would render his methods unscientific and lead to accusations of witchcraft. Arya soon regained her vitality, and Duke Ed's faith in Hodor's medical abilities deepened. One evening, while strolling along the dam of the Neck, Hodor suddenly spotted an individual emerging from the swamp. Under the moonlight, he observed the person clad in tattered leather armor, encrusted with moss, of diminutive stature, holding a fishing net filled with frogs. As the individual traversed the marsh, Hodor called out, "You will sink if you continue like that. Come to the dam." The person approached Hodor, who then realized that he walked upon the muddy surface as if it were solid ground. The moss seemed incapable of consuming him. The little man smiled, "Big fellow. I was born and raised in the Neck. The mud beneath my feet is my homeland. I am a child of the swamp, and it will never swallow me." Hodor remarked, "You are one of the swamp folk." As the swamp dweller stepped onto the dam, he left a trail of water behind him. "Are you one of King Robert's men?" Hodor nodded. "Indeed, strictly speaking, I serve under Duke Ed." The marsh dweller gazed up at Edwall. "You are quite a formidable figure. How fares Duke Ed?" Edwall replied, "The Duke is bound for King's Landing to serve as Robert's hand." The marsh dweller sighed. "I have heard of this. Yet he ought not to venture south. King's Landing lacks the protection of the old gods. After all, the Duke's brother Brandon and their father Rickard perished in the south. Did they not?" Edwall remarked, "Times have changed, as has the king." The marsh dweller responded, "I have never heard of Ed's retinue containing someone as large as you." "Pray tell, who are you?" "Edwall," came the reply. The marsh dweller furrowed his brow. "I believe I have heard of a giant stableboy named Edwall from Winterfell. Forgive my candor, but he seems rather dim-witted. It cannot possibly be you? Indeed, it is I. You reside in the Neck and yet know of a stableboy from Winterfell? Have you been to Winterfell?" The marsh dweller nodded. "I am a friend of Duke Ed, Holland Reed." Edwall was taken aback. He had presumed this unremarkable man, clad in moss-covered leather, to be merely a fisherman from the Neck. To his surprise, he was indeed Lord Holland Reed of Greywater Watch. Holland had once followed Duke Ed into the War of the Usurper, fighting across the realm. He was also one of the 6 Northmen who accompanied Ed to Dorne to rescue Lyanna, participating in the famed Battle of the Tower of Joy. In that fierce confrontation, 7 Northmen faced off against the 3 elite Kingsguard, the Sword of the Morning, Arthur Dane, the White Bull, Sir Gerald Hightower, and Oswell went. Only Holland Reed and Ed survived that brutal clash. The others fell in battle. The marsh dweller constructed halls and cottages upon the floating isle. For Greywater Watch was the only structure in the Neck that could be deemed a castle, the ancestral home of House Reed. However, few could locate Greywater Watch, as legend held that it could drift within the marshes. Edwall scrutinized the marsh dweller before him. "You truly are Holland Reed?" "No offense intended. But I assumed you were merely a fisherman. A lord should not attire himself so." Holland chuckled. "I am a lord. Yet I am first and foremost a man of the marsh. Like any other marsh dweller, I fish and catch frogs daily. I cannot very well traverse the mud in velvet, now can I? It is only in times of war that I don the mantle of lordship. For I must lead the marsh folk to protect the Neck and the North." Edwall regarded him with admiration. "The Neck is the throat of the North. Lord Holland. Winter is coming. I hope you will guard the Neck with due diligence." Holland replied, Adwal, you two must look after Ed for me. Why not pay your old friend a visit? Duke Ed is within the tent, Adwal suggested. Holland shook his head with a smile. In my current state, perhaps not. While we marsh dwellers are modest and eschew extravagance, we must still uphold basic etiquette. Holland was reluctant to meet Ed, and Adwal understood the true reason. Years ago, Lyanna had perished at the Tower of Joy, leaving a child in Ed's care. The child in question is the offspring of Lyanna and Prince Rhaegar, a scion of House Targaryen, regarded by the world as a remnant of a bygone era. Eddard publicly proclaims this boy to be his illegitimate son, naming him Jon Snow and raising him in Winterfell. Apart from Eddard, only Holland is privy to Jon's true lineage. It is surmised that this knowledge is the reason Holland has secluded himself in the Neck for so many years, never straying from its confines. Holland cautioned, do not mention to Eddard that you encountered me. I must take my leave, for the children await my return for supper. Adar inquired, how many children do you have? Holland replied, a son and a daughter, Jojen and Meera. Adar suggested, perhaps one day Jojen and Meera could visit Winterfell. Bran, Rickon, and Robb would surely welcome them. With that, Holland vanished into the mists of the marsh. Chapter 14. The loyal minister's arrival. As night fell, Hodor lay sprawled within his tent, succumbing to a deep slumber. In his dreams, the three-eyed raven returned, alighting upon him. Adar, Adar! The raven shrieked. What brings you here? Hodor inquired. The raven replied, Adar, I wish to impart upon you the art of the shapeshifter. The shapeshifter possesses the ability to inhabit the forms of wolves, dogs, cats, and ravens, thereby gaining their vision and commanding their actions. A powerful shapeshifter can even seize control of humans and formidable beasts such as griffins, giant eagles, and dragons. The Stark children Bran, Arya, Jon each exhibit some degree of this gift. Yet Hodor harbors a certain disdain for shapeshifting. To him, inhabiting the bodies of wolves, dogs, or ravens seems somewhat foolish. After all, Hodor is a man endowed with the skills of a beastmaster. With the aid of magic, he can summon divine light akin to a paladin, unleash swift strides like a sword saint, and call forth creatures such as porcupines and battle eagles like a tamer of beasts. In addition to these heroic abilities, Hodor can wield powers reminiscent of a druid. When invoking druidic magic, he can transform into a great bear or even a fierce raptor, dominating the skies. Hodor truly sees little merit in learning the ways of the shapeshifter. Even the Green Seer, the three-eyed raven, could not persuade him to embrace this path. You possess the gift of the shapeshifter, Hodor, the raven insisted. It never hurts to acquire another skill. You may find it invaluable. The raven imparted a few incantations, which Hodor committed to memory. You might practice with small cats or dogs, and even the Stark family as direwolves, it suggested before vanishing. Awakening from his dream, Hodor found the night still cloaked in darkness. Rising, he wandered through the camp. A cage of ravens caught his attention. With no one around, Hodor focused on one raven, channeling his newfound technique, and soon his eyes rolled back in a trance. In a brief moment, he successfully seized control of the raven. His inaugural attempt at shapeshifting had proven remarkably effortless. After several days of travel, the king's entourage finally crossed the Neck and arrived in the Riverlands. This territory falls under the dominion of House Tully, with Duke Hastert Tully being the father of Lady Catelyn. In years past, Duke Hastert arranged the marriages of Catelyn to Eddard and Lysa to Jon Arryn, thereby forging an alliance among the Riverlands, Vale, North, and Stormlands. However, the aged Duke now lay bedridden, his health in decline. The Riverlands are bordered to the west by the Westlands of House Lannister, to the east by the Vale of House Arryn, to the north by the North, and to the south by the Reach of House Tyrell. Moreover, the southeastern region abuts the Crownlands, directly governed by the royal family. The Riverlands also face threats from the Iron Islands across the Sunset Sea. This land serves as a crossroads for the Seven Kingdoms, a coveted prize for those who seek power. Consequently, whenever war erupts in Westeros, the Riverlands are often drenched in blood. It was at the Trident River in the region of Riverlands that Robert once vanquished his nemesis, Prince Rhaegar, securing his dominion with a single battle. The very battlefield of the Battle of the Trident lay nearby, and in good spirits, Robert commanded his men to set up camp in the fields. Hodor and Harwin pitched the tents and sat outside, polishing their armor and war hammers, while Arya, accompanied by Nymeria, approached Hodor. In her hand, Arya clutched a wooden stick. Hodor, will you practice swordplay with me? She implored. Not now, I'm quite busy. Hodor replied curtly. Fuming, Arya retorted, Humph. You practice with the Hound every night, why not play with me? Aldair chuckled softly. At least Sandor wields a real sword. What you have is merely a stick, not even a wooden sword. How can I possibly train with you? Leaning closer and lowering her voice, Arya insisted, speaking of real swords. I have one too. Have you forgotten the needle John gave me? It's hidden beneath my clothing trunk. If you're willing to play, I can fetch it. And we can find a secluded spot to practice. Aldair shook his head. That's an assassin's blade, suited for nimble and agile users. Have you ever seen a giant wielding an assassin's sword? Once we reach King's Landing, I'll find you a suitable instructor. I've heard that the assassins of Braavos use their blades. With King's Landing being so vast, there must certainly be an appropriate teacher for you. Arya huffed in annoyance. After so many days of travel, we've yet to reach King's Landing. Who knows when you'll find me a teacher? Just then, Sandor Clegane, the Hound, approached Aldair. Aldair, it's time for practice. Show me your warhammer. Arya, she said, could you practice swordplay with me? I have my wooden stick. The Hound smirked wickedly. Little wolf girl, you should keep that stick for kindling. I could cleave you in two with a single strike. Did not Queen Cersei invite you to the Red Keep for dinner with Sansa? Why aren't you preparing for that? Indifferently, Arya replied. I have no desire to go to the Red Keep. That wooden palace creaks and groans. What's so appealing about it? Let Sansa go alone. Since neither you nor Aldair will practice with me, shall I seek out Micah? Raising an eyebrow, the Hound questioned, who is Micah? He is a peacekeeping apprentice, Aldair answered. As Sandor and Aldair began to spar, their swords clashing against the warhammer, a group of horsemen soon arrived. Leading them was a man clad in deep green armor, forged from steel and resembling verdant leaves, adorned with a horned helm, and with long, raven black hair cascading to his shoulders. Another figure followed. Silver-haired and dressed in exquisite glazed armor, his snowy cape billowing behind him. Aldair recognized the cape, identical to that of the Kingslayer, Sir Jaime Lannister, indicating the presence of the Kingsguard. The third man bore a cold demeanor, his face marked by pockmarks and deep-set eyes, clad in unremarkable chainmail and carrying a massive sword upon his back. The elder knight observed the duel between Aldair and the Hound. Intrigued by the fact that the Hound had found a worthy opponent, the man in green armor fixed his gaze upon Aldair's warhammer. This is Robert's warhammer. The Hound came to a halt and spat. What brings you here? The white-haired knight inquired. Of course, we have come to pay our respects to the king and queen, replied the man in green armor, casting a glance at Aldair. Who is this formidable fellow? The Hound remarked, Aldair, a fool, a stable boy, or perhaps a knight. In these times, even a fool can be a knight. The white-haired knight appeared baffled. Is fool a nickname? The Hound scoffed. His moniker is the regicide's nightmare, the giant of the north. A knight's son of imbalance. I warn you, do not provoke Aldair. Your three Kingsguard brothers were defeated by this fool. The man in green armor and the white-haired knight exchanged astonished glances. Aldair gazed at the white-haired knight. I recognize you. You must be the fearless Bliston. Even in distant Winterfell, your name is well known. In the 3 centuries of the Kingsguard's history, Bliston occupies a notable place, his legendary exploits rivaling those of the Dragon Knight Aemon and the tall Duncan. The man in green chuckled. Aldair, do not flatter too much. Do you recognize me? Aldair regarded the stag-horned helm of the man in green. Your family's sigil is the crown stag. It is evident you are the brother of King Robert. To my knowledge, King Robert has 2 brothers, Stannis and Renly. However, Stannis is over 30, thus you must be the esteemed Lord Renly Baratheon. Am I correct? Renly laughed. Are the fools of the north so astute? I am starting to believe you did indeed best free Kingsguard. Renly introduced Aldair to the imposing figure beside him, the Lord of Justice, Aelin Tame, the king's executioner. Aelin Tame, a vassal of House Lannister, had his tongue pulled out by the Mad King with a pair of red-hot tongues, rendering him mute. Aldair and Sandor, Led Renly, Bliston, and Aelin Tame to meet the king and queen. Sansa stood just outside the round hall. 4 days she had been nearly inseparable from Joffrey, and the presence of Aelin Tame and Sandor frightened her considerably. Cersei remarked, Sansa, I had initially intended to invite you and Arya to dine together. But as you can see, important lords have arrived in King's Landing, and our arrangement must be cancelled. I shall extend my apologies to Arya. Joffrey, please accompany Sansa and ensure her well-being. Sansa was too overwhelmed to speak. Joffrey said, My hound will frighten you. I shan't bring him. Your wolf will scare the horses. So leave the wolf at camp. After a moment of hesitation, Sansa replied, I did not know you had a dog. Joffrey laughed. He is our family's dog. My mother insists he protect me. Only then did Sansa realize Joffrey was referring to Sandor, causing her to blush. Sansa entrusted her direwolf, Lady, to Hodor. Take Lady back to the stables. I am going to ride with Joffrey. Chapter 15. The control of the Ice Wolf. Sansa followed Joffrey to ride horses in the wilderness. While Adu discovered that Arya was nowhere to be found in the camp, he sought out the captain of the King's Guard, Jory. Where is Arya? Adu inquired. Jory replied. She has long since followed the butcher's apprentice out to play. Arya mentioned that nearby lies the ancient battlefield of the Trident, and she intends to search for the fabled ruby. It was said that Robert had slain his nemesis, Prince Rhaegar, with a war hammer, causing the ruby-encrusted three-headed dragon to shatter, scattering its gems into the river. According to local legend, with a stroke of good fortune, one might still find fragments of those rubies near the shallows. Concerned that Arya might get lost, Adu swiftly mounted his horse and departed the camp, heading directly for the ruby bank, the very site where Robert had vanquished Rhaegar. Regrettably, neither Arya nor the butcher's apprentice, Mikey, were there. Adu had no choice but to search along the river bank. Upon reaching the vicinity of a forest, he finally glimpsed the figures Joffrey and Sansa. He stealthily trailed behind them as they entered the woods. Across the river, in the thicket, Adu spotted Arya and Mikey, with Arya's direwolf, Nymeria, basking in the sun nearby. The butcher's apprentice was engaging Arya, wielding two sticks as makeshift swords for practice. With a swift strike, Mikey hit Arya's wrist, causing her to scream and drop her wooden sword. You lost, Arya. You can't beat me. I am the knight. Mikey laughed. Sansa recognized the filthy Arya. What are you doing? You look like a swamp woman. Arya retorted. I am practicing my swordsmanship, so mind your own business. Dismounting, Joffrey drew his beautifully adorned sword, its scabbard etched with lions, and named it Lion's Tooth. He disdainfully regarded Mikey. So, the butcher's apprentice fancies himself a knight. Humph, all you do is bully girls. Pick up your sword, butcher-ass boy, and fight me. The sunlight glinted coldly off Joffrey's sword. Mikey trembled in fear. Your Highness, this is not a sword. It's merely a stick. Joffrey pressed his sword against Mikey's face. I command you to pick it up. Blood blossomed on Mikey's face, streaming down. Adu shouted, Joffrey, stop. Joffrey turned, mockingly addressing Adu. Foolish Adu, do not meddle. Can't you see this butcher's boy is bullying Arya? As Joffrey threatened to stab Mikey, Arya seized a stick and struck Joffrey on the head. Mikey, run. Terrified, Mikey hid behind Adu. Joffrey cursed and turned, swinging his sword at Arya, who attempted to block with her wooden sword, which shattered upon impact. Startled, Arya stumbled back and fell to the ground. Sansa screamed, Stop. Please, no more fighting. At that moment, Nymeria, the Ice Wolf, sprang forward. Adu was taken aback. There was no stopping it now. If the Direwolf were to harm Joffrey, Cersei would undoubtedly seek retribution against Arya and the Direwolf, not to mention the butcher's boy. Nymeria bared her teeth and lunged at Joffrey. But it was too late for Hodor to intervene. With a resigned roll of his eyes, Hodor exclaimed, The shapeshifter. He entered Nymeria's body and immediately restrained her fangs. The direwolf knocked Joffrey to the ground without inflicting any injury. Initially, Hodor had held the shapeshifters in disdain, feeling contempt when the three-eyed crow imparted such abilities to him. Little did he know that today, it was precisely through the power of shapeshifting that he controlled the direwolf and averted a tragedy. Hodor guided Nymeria out of the forest before returning to his own body. He approached and separated Arya and Joffrey. You cannot fight, he declared. Joffrey, sulking, retorted. Arya hit me with a stick, and she set the wolf on me. To which Arya indignantly replied, You drew your sword against me, provoking Nymeria to bite you. Moments later, Nymeria returned, baring her teeth and growling fiercely. Hodor warned, Joffrey, your dog is not by your side. Should Nymeria eviscerate you, we would have to inform the king and queen that you were devoured by a wild wolf. Joffrey quaked in fear. I cannot be bothered to quarrel with you. Once we reach King's Landing, I shall acquire a lion to kill you both. With that, Joffrey mounted his horse alongside Sansa and departed. The butcher's boy, Mikey, was utterly terrified. Arya lamented, It is a pity that Nymeria did not bite Joffrey. Hodor cautioned, Arya, while Joffrey is indeed a scoundrel, do not forget his station. He is the crown prince. If Nymeria were to injure him, do you think Cersei would spare the direwolf? Arya pondered this. They would send hounds to kill Nymeria. I had not considered that. Hodor affectionately ruffled the butcher's boy's hair. They would also likely eliminate Mikey. Arya, you possess the blood of the direwolf. And while having a wild spirit is commendable, one must also contemplate the consequences when faced with challenges. Today, your recklessness nearly resulted in the demise of your friend Mikey and the direwolf Nymeria. Arya took Mikey's hand and embraced Nymeria. I shall never act impulsively again. Adair led Arya, Mikey, and Nymeria back to the camp. Had Adair failed to prevent Nymeria from injuring Joffrey, the direwolf would have faced dire consequences. And Cersei would undoubtedly have been relentless in her pursuit of vengeance. Even a ladylike creature such as Nymeria could have met her end. Adair had averted a tragedy, allowing Sansa and Arya to retain their little wolves, while Mikey also escaped unscathed. Joffrey and Sansa did not mention the conflict by the riverside, and the matter was thus laid to rest. In King's Landing, Lancel, Baelish, and Euron welcomed the king, joining his entourage. Baelish listened intently as Jaime, Myrcella, and Boros recounted Adair's prowess in battle, expressing great admiration for him. Bolestan once participated in the Battle of the Nine Penny Kings, the turmoil of the Twilight Vale, the War of the Usurper, and the Harrenburg Tournament, among others. Whenever Adu inquired about these matters, Bolestan would always respond with patience. Adu felt that Bolestan's tales were even more captivating than those of the old wet nurse. Sir Ilyn Payne also mingled with Adu. Although Sir Ilyn was unable to speak, Adu frequently enjoyed drinking and practicing swordplay alongside the Hound and Ilyn. Observing their frequent companionship, Joffrey and the Lannister attendants mockingly referred to the gatherings of Sandor, Adu, and Ilyn as the Feast of the Fool, the Mute, and the Hound. Duke Lancel liked to cultivate friendships and would invite Adu to his tent for revelry each night. On one particular evening, beneath the glow of honey candles and after several rounds of wine, Lancel clasped Adu's hand. Adu, your prowess in battle rivals that of the Knight of Flowers. I am intrigued to know if you could best Loras. However, the Knight of Flowers achieved early acclaim, while you are a late bloomer. You ought to serve me. I have heard you spent over a decade as a squire under Lord Eddard, which suggests that Lord Eddard lacks discernment. Serve me, and I shall treat you with utmost generosity. No one in the court is more magnanimous than I, as the Lord Chancellor, and Duke of Storm's End. You may choose to go to Storm's End or remain in King's Landing. The choice is yours. Adu smiled and replied, Thank you, Duke Lancel, for your esteemed regard. However, my family has served House Stark in Winterfell for generations. How could I so easily change my allegiance? Lancel placed Adu's hand over his heart. Sir Adu, do you feel it? This heart has shattered at your refusal. Adu withdrew his hand. Duke Lancel, you are inebriated. Lancel tossed his dark, onyx-like hair. I long to revel with you as true brothers, to partake in tournaments and court festivities together. Adu chuckled, My Lord Lancel, I am certain that upon my arrival in King's Landing, we shall have ample opportunities for such merriment. Chapter 16. Jon Snow. The retinue of King Robert arrived at Castle Derry, where Sir Raymond Derry emerged from the gates to offer them a warm welcome. The Derry castle was modest in size, insufficient to accommodate the vast entourage of the king. Adal and his companion Helwyn set up a tent outside the castle to rest. As midnight approached, Adal lay on the grass mat within the tent, tossing and turning in a restless slumber, pondering Jon Snow's arrival at the Black Castle and wondering how he fared. Adal opened his palm. By utilizing his dream-walking ability, he could effortlessly enter Jon's dreams. Despite being miles apart, he had successfully ventured into another's dream before, having entered Daenerys' dream back in Winterfell. With ancient runes inscribed in his palm, Adal wrote Jon Snow's name. At the Black Castle, Jon Snow lay sleeping in a dilapidated tower. Beneath the wall, the landscape was a frozen expanse. With Jon lost in slumber, his direwolf ghost vigilantly by his side. Jon still wore the bracelet gifted to him by Adal, which bore a teleportation stone. Jon dreamt he was back in Winterfell, yet the town was eerily empty. A flash of white light revealed a giant wielding a war hammer, standing before Jon, causing his heart to race. It is you, Adal, Jon realized. Where has everyone in Winterfell gone? Why are we the only two here? Adal placed a reassuring hand on Jon's shoulder. Jon, we are in a dream. May I ask, how has your experience been as a night's watchman at the Black Castle? Jon furrowed his brow. Not well at all. Before coming here, I imagined the Night's Watch was composed of valiant men, but now I see it is rife with scoundrels. Thieves, poachers, murderers, tomb raiders. This is the lot assigned to the wall. Only Tyrion, on the road, informed me of the true nature of the Night's Watch. The imp has come to explore the world's end, and in a few days, he will return to King's Landing, while I am destined to rot here for a lifetime. It is a cruel place, where even one's very essence can freeze away. My father and Uncle Benjen never revealed the harsh reality of the Night's Watch. What is truly going on? I feel deceived into coming to the wall. Adol replied, Jon, no one deceived you. You chose this path yourself. Jon continued, do you know? My idol is Aegon I, who ascended the throne at 14 and achieved the conquest of Dorne. I aspired to build my own legacy, which is why I joined the Night's Watch. But upon arriving, I am utterly disillusioned. It is filled with idlers. Adol responded, indeed. The Night's Watch has its fair share of miscreants and idlers, yet there are many distinguished individuals as well. For instance, Lord Commander Mormont, Maester Aemon, your Uncle Benjen, and Don O'Noy, they are all remarkable figures. Jon raised an eyebrow. Adol, how do you know so many individuals from the Night's Watch when you have never been to the Black Castle? Adol chuckled and remarked, indeed. These individuals are renowned far and wide. Take Don O'Noy for instance. Do not be deceived into thinking he is merely a blacksmith, for he is a legendary warrior. He once served Lord Robert at the Whispering Fortress, and it was Don O'Noy who forged the hammer that Robert used to slay Prince Rhaegar at the Battle of the Trident. Even now, Robert often speaks of him. Jon replied, Don O'Noy is our master of arms. I have conversed with him. He fought in the War of the Usurper and played a role in quelling the rebellion of the Iron Islands. After losing an arm on the battlefield, he came to serve the Night's Watch. He is indeed a legend. Adol said, you could certainly become a man of the Night's Watch like Don O'Noy. Jon pondered for a moment. If I could spend each day in the company of remarkable individuals like Don O'Noy and Uncle Benjen, I would gladly do so 100 times over. However, I currently train daily with the new recruits of the Night's Watch, under a commander named Alliser Thorne, who pales in comparison to Ser Roderick. Alliser Thorne delights in cursing and seems to take pleasure in humiliating others. He bestows nicknames upon each recruit and mocks them mercilessly. He has dubbed me Lord Snow, a moniker I utterly detest. Adol chuckled again. You must remember, it is merely a nickname. Do not forget that back in Winterfell, everyone regarded me as a fool, including you. Even now, some still call me that. Would I willingly accept being called a fool? Does Tyrion wish to be known as the Imp? Would Jaime embrace the title of Kingslayer? Such labels are not worth taking to heart. If Lord Snow were to become the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, that title would surely resonate throughout all of Westeros. Jon asked, can I truly become the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch? Adol responded, throughout the history of the Night's Watch, there have been many examples of bastards ascending to the role of Lord Commander, some at a young age. Presently, only 3 castles along the wall are manned, Castle Black, Eastwatch by the Sea, and Shadow Tower. The commander of Eastwatch, Carter Pike, is also a bastard from the Iron Islands. Jon appeared somewhat encouraged but soon fell into despair. What you say is indeed beautiful, yet it feels somewhat unattainable. Each day, I face Alliser Thorne. The recruits training alongside me may not match my skill, yet they harbor jealousy towards my noble lineage and resent my superiority. I look down upon them. Individuals like Pip, Graham, Dolan, and Todd are simply insufferable. The more time I spend with them, the more I disdain them. I inflict injuries upon them daily, and if they seek revenge, let them come. Adol remarked. The individuals you speak of are children of common birth. Before arriving at Castle Black, they may never have wielded a sword. Yet you have practiced with blades since childhood. Trained by Ser Roderick, not everyone has had such an experience. Jon, you must learn to embrace your companions. Among them are many with tarnished reputations, yet acceptance is essential. We must remain vigilant against the worldly and utilitarian nature of life, while also learning to navigate its currents, otherwise, we shall find ourselves at an impasse. Jon fell into contemplation. Are you suggesting I befriend Graham and PYP? Adol replied, certainly, you are all brothers of the Night's Watch. Discover their virtues, strive to assist others, and you shall undoubtedly forge friendships. Jon remarked, Uncle Benjen said the same. He claimed that Lord Eddard would forever hold a place in his heart, yet no. Here at Castle Black, the brothers of the Night's Watch are his true kin. Adol affirmed, Benjen is correct. Your uncle is the first ranger of the Night's Watch, and you must not bring disgrace upon him. Jon clenched his fists. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint Uncle. He departs the day after tomorrow to patrol beyond the wall, venturing into the haunted forest in search of the missing Sir Waymar Royce. I wish to accompany Uncle Benjen. I believe I am capable of being a ranger. Yet, he adamantly refuses, insisting I am but a summer child. Waymar Royce has long since fallen to the White Walkers, yet the Night's Watch only deems him missing. Jon thought to himself, in the haunted forest, Benjen will find naught but death. Adu felt a chill run through him, his mind conjuring the image of Benjen stark, bloodied and lifeless upon the plains. Jon, should Benjen venture into the haunted forest, he is doomed, you must prevent him. Jon was shocked, is such a fate possible? Adu urged, remember the words from your dream, I shall return to you tomorrow night. The world spun around him, and Adu vanished, leaving Jon Snow to awaken from his slumber. The blood-red eyes of Ghost fixated upon him. Jon recalled the words of the dream. Was it Adu who sent me a message? Could Uncle Benjen truly be in peril? Chapter 17. The rescue of Benjen. The art of dreamwalking is truly remarkable. Even though Essos is separated from Jon, who resides in the Black Castle, by countless mountains and rivers, he effortlessly enters Jon's dreamscape, offering words of encouragement to Jon Snow. Within the confines of Jon's slumber, Essos learns of Benjen Stark's impending patrol to the haunted woods beyond the wall. This journey is fraught with peril, for the haunted woods have long been overrun by the White Walkers. Wyman Manderly met his demise at the hands of these malevolent creatures, becoming a White himself. Should Benjen embark on this hunt, his fate is all but sealed. Essos must endeavor to save Benjen. Benjen serves as the first ranger of the Night's Watch, earning the trust of Lord Commander Mormont, a venerable figure within the Night's Watch. Given Mormont's advanced age, Benjen stands as a favored candidate to succeed him. If Benjen were to survive, Jon would find solace at the wall, ensuring the Stark family's influence within the Night's Watch remains intact. The urgency to rescue Benjen is paramount. However, Essos currently trails King Robert's entourage, journeying south through the riverlands, a great distance from the Black Castle at the wall. Despite having warned Jon in his dream to deter Benjen from departing the wall and to caution him about the grave dangers of this mission, one must ponder whether Jon will heed such advice. Even if Jon were to warn Benjen, would he listen? At the Black Castle, Jon Snow recalls Essos' wisdom in the dream: accept the brothers in black, extend a hand to aid them, and regard them not merely as comrades but as brothers. Jon, shedding his previously aloof demeanor, takes the initiative to assist Pip, Graham, and Todd in the training yard, offering apologies for having injured them days prior. Elisha Thorne scoffs, well, our esteemed Lord Snow has learned to humble himself. Jon, unfazed by Elisha's mockery, offers guidance to Pip and Graham, swiftly mending any rifts between himself and the new recruits. During mealtime, Jon spots Benjen and promptly seats himself opposite his uncle. Uncle, will you be patrolling the haunted woods tomorrow? Benjen nods affirmatively. Indeed, it is Lord Mormont's command that we seek out Wyman Manderly alive or dead. Jon replies, Uncle, I had a most peculiar dream last night. In it, Essos spoke to me at length, specifically cautioning that your patrol beyond the wall may be perilous. He implored you not to go. Benjen chuckles. Essos defeated 3 Kingsguard in Winterfell. He followed Eddard and Robert to King's Landing. You, my boy, undoubtedly long to bask in Essos' glory. Dreaming of him is only natural. Jon insists, but I believe Essos' message was meant to warn you. Uncle, please do not venture into the haunted woods. There may truly be danger awaiting you. Benjen gently caresses his dark cloak. Jon, we have chosen to join the Night's Watch. Donning this cloak, forsaking marriage and progeny, taking upon ourselves the weight of responsibility as our only spouse and concubine. Each patrol beyond the wall, of course, is fraught with peril, for the wildlings may lurk in the shadows, ready to unleash arrows, and one must contend with shadowcats, wolves, and extreme weather. Not to mention the risk of losing one's way. Tomorrow, I shall venture out on patrol, as dangerous as ever. Shall I shrink back in fear because of this danger? Jon, tell me, what is the vow of the Night's Watch? Jon replied, we are the sword in the darkness, the watchers on the wall, the fire that resists the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the shield that protects the realms of men. Benjen chuckled. The horn that awakens the sleepers? Then forget your dreams. It is time to awaken. Jon persuaded Benjen, who reluctantly conceded. In the afternoon, on the training grounds, Jon took the initiative to assist Tame, Pip, Todd, and others, imparting to them the art of wielding a sword. These individuals were of common birth. Some were the offspring of craftsmen, others of farmers, and some had traveled with a troop of performers throughout the kingdoms. They were utterly ignorant of swordsmanship, while Sir Alistair Thorne merely resorted to insults, ridicule, and even physical aggression, showing no willingness to teach them any fundamental techniques. Jon's assistance led to significant progress, and they began to grow fond of him. During breaks, Jon shared tales of Winterfell, recounting his adventures with Robb discovering Direwolves, stories involving his little sister Arya, and the legendary dragons and white walkers from the tales of the old Westeros. Pip, Todd, and Mira gathered around to play with Ghost. These stories soon had their companions in fits of laughter, and Jon blended seamlessly with them. That night, as Jon lay in the tower's bed, he recalled the words of Adu. It was Adu's counsel that had unlocked his heart and garnered him a fellowship of black-clad brothers. Jon murmured, "I remember Adu said he would come to me in dreams tonight. I wonder if that will indeed come to pass." He nestled against the ghost's fur and fell into slumber. In his dreams, Jon found himself atop the wall, gazing at the haunted woods under a starry sky. Adu appeared beside him like a specter. Jon was startled. "Adu, how do you appear and vanish so mysteriously?" Adu replied, "I told you I would seek you in your dreams tonight. Have you forgotten?" Jon nodded. "Adu, thank you truly. You have shown me that by helping others, I can forge friendships. Now Graham, Pip, Goem, and Todd all enjoy my company. I have a host of black-clad brothers, and they all adore Ghost." Adu said, "Congratulations on your progress. Valuing the camaraderie of your brothers will make you a leader among the recruits." Adu then shifted the subject. "I instructed you to warn Banyan. Did you relay my message?" Jon responded, "I told Uncle Banyan about dreaming of you, but he would not listen. He said dreams hold no weight. He stated that the night's watch is merely the horn that awakens the slumbering and is not afraid of the prophecies within dreams." Aldair remarked, "Banyan is indeed a stubborn man, much like Stark." Jon replied, "Aldair, since you firmly believe that Uncle Banyan is in peril, why not allow me to accompany him? My sword can protect him." Aldair responded, "You are but a summer wisp, while Banyan is an old warrior of the north. If he cannot survive the haunted woods, what chance do you have?" Jon asked, "What then should we do? I cannot simply stand by and watch Uncle Banyan perish." Aldair sighed. "Tomorrow, I shall continue to persuade Banyan to remain. If that fails, I will devise a plan." Aldair touched the teleportation stone on Jon's bracelet. He vanished, and the surrounding wall of despair began to collapse. Jon awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat, realizing it was merely a dream. Dreaming of Aldair for 2 consecutive nights, could it be that Uncle Banyan is truly in danger? Aldair found himself in a precarious situation. How could he save Banyan? With Jon possessing the teleportation stone, Aldair could theoretically use spatial teleportation to reach the Black Castle directly. However, doing so would reveal his magical abilities. Moreover, even if he teleported thousands of miles, Banyan might not heed Aldair's warning. What was to be done? The king's retinue descended south along the King S Road, camping in a village. The local villagers warmly welcomed King Robert's entourage. The king's free riders, stable hands, and servants from Harrenhal gathered to engage in gambling. The atmosphere in the gaming house was rife with negative emotions. Greed, envy, and regret permeated the air. Aldair wandered through the casino, absorbing the negative energy like wisps of smoke. Such emotions could be transformed into magical energy, and Aldair felt invigorated. To rescue Banyan, who was miles away, he needed to amass sufficient magical power. Aldair discovered an abandoned tower and stepped inside. With his palms facing upward, he began to channel his magic. In his vision, Jon Snow materialized. This was a skill Aldair had developed, inspired by the Orc Prophet's foresight in the game. Combined with the insights from the Goblin Laboratory and the dream-walking abilities taught to him by the Free-Eyed Raven, termed Heaven's Eye, Jon, adorned with the teleportation stone gifted by Aldair, became the focal point of Aldair's enhanced perception, allowing him to visualize the surroundings of Jon's bracelet from 1,000 miles away. He saw Banyan Stark mount his horse and approach the tunnel beneath the Wall of Despair. 2 of Banyan's subordinates, also humming a lute tune, and Jeff the Flower followed at a distance. Upon traversing the tunnel, they would emerge beyond the wall. Jon intercepted him. "Uncle, you cannot go. If you proceed, it will spell disaster." Banyan's countenance darkened as he sat upon his steed. "What nonsense are you spouting now?" Jon, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Uncle, I dreamt of Aldair again. He warned that this reconnaissance could very well be your last." Other scoffed, "My Lord Snow, are you cursing us?" Banyan exclaimed, "You dream of Aldair all day long, frightening me with words from your dreams. Are you so obsessed with Aldair that it drives you insane? Foolish Aldair has become a nobleman, while you have merely become a simpleton. Speak carelessly again, and I shall send you off to tend to the horses." Accompanied by Other and Jeff Flora, Banyan began to enter the tunnel beneath the Great Wall. Jon pursued closely behind. Upon emerging from the tunnel, they were greeted by a landscape draped in silver, a realm of desolation and cold. Through the celestial eye, Aldair observed Banyan preparing to gallop wildly. This was the moment success or failure hinged upon this very act. Awakens summoned the shapeshifter's steel and entered Banyan's body. With a cry of agony, Banyan fell from his horse, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Other, Jeff, Flora, and Jon rushed forward, their faces etched with terror. Banyan felt the world around him gradually succumb to darkness. Chapter 18, Dreamwalker. Jon and Daenerys. The art of shapeshifting is most effortlessly executed with creatures such as cats, dogs, and ravens, yet it demands years of dedicated practice. However, possessing a human body proves significantly more challenging. Many shapeshifters face failure and the peril of becoming ensnared within another's form. Adieu. Endowed with the wisdom of the four great races, night elves, humans, orcs, and undead, finds his mastery of shapeshifting remarkably facile. Utilizing the teleportation stone from Jon Snow's bracelet, Adieu successfully activates the skill of the all-seeing eye. In a decisive move to thwart Banyan's patrol in the haunted forest of the Beyond, Adieu employs his shapeshifting ability to inhabit Banyan's form. Typically, a shapeshifter must visualize their target to successfully transpose themselves, but Adieu, situated in the Riverlands, attempts to possess Banyan from a distance of 1,000 miles, uncertain of his success. Fortunately, he triumphs, marking what may be the most distant instance of possession in the annals of the Seven Kingdoms. Upon entering Banyan's body, the latter immediately convulses, foaming at the mouth. G4 floor, and Jon Snow hastily carry Banyan back to the Black Castle and lay him upon the bed. Commander of the Night's Watch, Old Bear George Mormont, Ranger Officer Jeremy Lake, Soren Smallwood, and Chief Steward Bowen Marsh arrive upon hearing the commotion. Old Bear gazes at Banyan. What has happened to him? Jon replies. My uncle was about to commence his patrol, when he suddenly began to convulse and fell from his horse. Soren Smallwood summons Maester Aemon, who, despite being over 100 years old and blind, remains the sole scholar of the Black Castle. Adieu departs from Banyan's body but continues to observe him through the all-seeing eye. Banyan stirs from his slumber, bewildered. What has transpired? He struggles to recall the recent events, his head throbbing painfully. Jon, Old Bear, Bowen Marsh, and others breathe a sigh of relief upon witnessing Banyan awaken. You are awake, remarks Old Bear. The raven perched upon his shoulder calls, awake. Awake. Banyan sits upright, demanding to know what has occurred. Jon explains, Uncle, you fell from your horse. Banyan's expression darkens. Impossible. I have ridden since childhood, and even on the battlefield, I have never been unseated. As insists, Banyan, you truly fell. G4 floor adds, indeed, I witnessed it as well. Banyan's disbelief is palpable. This is utterly preposterous. Maester Aemon sits beside him. Banyan, you must have overexerted yourself. Your symptoms are indicative of fatigue. It is clear you require ample rest. Banyan protests, but I must patrol the haunted forest in search of Wyman Royce. Old Bear counters, you are unwell. How can you possibly go? Jeremy Lake, you shall take his place. I require you to remain at the Black Castle and recuperate. Through the eyes of heaven, Adieu observed that Banyan ultimately remained in the Black Castle, which brought him solace. At that moment, Adieu's magical energy gradually dwindled, and the vision of the Black Castle faded away. That night, Adieu once again entered Jon's dream. They found themselves beneath the tunnels of the wall. Jon remarked, Adieu, you have appeared again. I dreamt of you the past 2 nights. Adieu replied, this time, it is also within a dream. Jon inquired, why do I always dream of you? Adieu patted his shoulder, because we are both from Winterfell. Bran, Robb, and Rickon remain in Winterfell. I do not worry for them. Sansa and Arya are before my eyes every day. I do not fret for them either. The only one I am concerned about is you. Jon wore a grateful expression. You mentioned Uncle Banyan would face danger patrolling the haunted forest. Today, he just exited the tunnel and fell from his horse, losing consciousness. Old Bear had no choice but to send Jeremy Lark to replace him on patrol. Adieu said, Banyan's presence in the Black Castle allows him to evade disaster. He is safe for now. Jon asked, but what of the future? Adieu chuckled, who can predict what lies ahead? Do not forget, winter is coming. Jon replied, Adieu. The methods you taught me are indeed effective. Now Pip, Graham, and Hodor are all on good terms with me. Adieu expressed his joy. I am truly happy to see you have forged such bonds with the brothers in black. By the way, a rotund fellow from the Riverlands, named Samuel Tarry, is making his way from King S Road to the Black Castle. He should be arriving soon. Though timid, he is quite talented and worthy of deep friendship. Please take care of him and assist him. Jon exclaimed, really? Adieu, I find you truly remarkable. Your warnings and teachings in dreams are always beneficial. Adieu replied. Let us keep our dream gatherings a secret. It is ours alone. Jon smiled. Of course, I understand. You must be nearing King's Landing soon. Adu nodded. Indeed, we are. Jon urged, please look after Arya, Sansa, and my father. Adu assured him, I shall. As night fell, Adu withdrew from Jon Snow's dream, lying on a grass mat. Tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He wondered how Daenerys was faring. At that very moment, Daenerys, like Adu, was on a journey. Adu traveled south with the king's entourage towards King's Landing, while Daenerys followed Khal Drogo's riders towards Vistafrak to meet the crown of the Dothraki. Adu opened his palm, inscribing Daenerys' name with dream runes in his hand. Daenerys was asleep in Khal Drogo's tent. The journey across the plains was arduous. Daenerys endured daily torment on horseback. She dreamt of a strange palace, within which stood a giant wielding a warhammer. It was none other than Adu. Though Daenerys did not know Adu's name, she recognized his face. When Adu first entered Daenerys' dream, he encouraged her to remember that she is the true heir of the dragons. Daenerys gazed at Adu's face, her expression filled with astonishment. The giant of the warhammer, you have finally arrived. Each night before I sleep, I pray to dream of you. Am I still dreaming this time? Adu smiled. Of course, Daenerys, how do you fare? Daenerys' face clouded with sorrow. Not well at all. I have diligently reminded myself that I am the true heir of the dragons, yet it has proven futile. This long journey is nearly breaking me. I ride daily. My thighs bruised, my bones feel as though they might shatter. Drogo is exceedingly harsh with me, and my brother Viserys constantly threatens me, with only Ser Jorah showing me any care. You do not yet know Ser Jorah, do you? He hails from Bear Island. Adu replied, I am aware. His father is the commander of the Night's Watch. Daenerys continued, I am in pain every day, and Ser Jorah's encouragement can no longer sustain me. He says we must seek out the crown of the Dutch Queen, yet Vistafrak lies 1,000 miles away, and I truly fear I may not endure until then. I am the true heir of the dragons, the Khaleesi of the Horse Lords, yet the Dothraki scorn the weak. If they knew I could scarcely endure riding, they would certainly despise me. I truly cannot bear it any longer. At times, I contemplate finding a rope to end my suffering. Adu urged, Daenerys, you must persevere. Feel your dragon axe. In his time, Conqueror Aegon and his sisters relied on the great dragons Balerion, Vhagar, and Meraxes to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. Your ancestors wielded 3 dragons in their conquest, and you now possess 3 dragon axes. This is fate, and you are destined to claim them. Daenerys looked bewildered. But the dragons are dead. They have long been extinct. My handmaidens insist that the 3 dragon axes gifted to me by Lord Illyrio are mere stones. Adu asserted. They are indeed dragon axes. Remember this, when you awaken, embrace the dragon axe, feel their warmth, and remember that you are the true heir of the dragons. The blood of the true dragons will mend your wounds. Would a true dragon fear the trials of mortals? Clearly not. Daenerys, hold on to this truth. As the giant of the warhammer vanished, Daenerys awoke from her slumber. She approached the bedside and lifted the dragon axe, which radiated a gentle warmth. Could it be that the dragon axe truly possessed life? The giant did not deceive me. Clutching the 3 dragon eggs, she returned to sleep, savoring the warmth beneath her skin. The following day, Daenerys found that her bruises had healed significantly, and her bones no longer ached. In the ensuing days, she appeared to grow much stronger, her thighs thickened, and she felt no pain while riding. Daenerys mused to herself, indeed, the giant of the warhammer did not deceive me. Who could he possibly be? Chapter 19 Arrival at King's Landing. Bran and Robb, in Winterfell. Each possessed the teleportation stones gifted by Aldair. Utilizing the powers of his all-seeing eye, Aldair gained a vantage point over Bran and Robb's surroundings. He observed Bran playing daily with Rickon, while the Direwolves, Summer and Shaggy Dog, frolicked in the Godwood. Though Bran could not walk, he increasingly relished the days spent upon the mechanical spider, where he moved with the steadiness of any ordinary person. Meanwhile, Robb busied himself with inspections of the neighboring villages, addressing the grievances of the North's vassals. Although Ser Roderick served as the acting Lord of Winterfell, the young wolf had begun to assume the mantle of leadership. The council of Robb comprised of Theon, Maester Luwin, Lady Catelyn, and Ser Roderick, as they navigated the tranquil atmosphere of Winterfell, which allowed Aldair to breathe easier. King Robert's entourage traversed the King's Road, entering the Crownlands from the Riverlands, ultimately arriving at King's Landing by the shores of the Blackwater. 3 centuries prior, Aegon the Conqueror and his sisters had landed here, accompanied by 3 dragons, commencing their conquest of the 7 kingdoms. Over the ensuing 300 years, King's Landing evolved into the largest port and city of the realm, with the Iron Throne of the Red Keep bearing witness to the reign of countless Targaryen monarchs. Yet, the Targaryen dynasty had since fallen, and the banners fluttering over the Red Keep were no longer those of the three-headed dragon, but rather the crown stag of House Baratheon. Aldair, accompanied by Duke Eddard, Sansa, and Arya, arrived at the Red Keep. Duke Eddard took residence in the Hand's Tower, where the steward Vayenpool, captain of the Kingsguard Jory Castle, and the master of Horse Holland, assisted by the servants from Winterfell, carried in box after box of luggage. The royal steward, along with his attendants, greeted them upon arrival. Sansa's direwolf, Lady, and Arya's direwolf, Nymeria, scampered around the courtyard of the Hand's Tower. The royal servants, having never encountered a direwolf, recoiled in fright. The royal steward exclaimed, "Is that a wolf? How terrifying!" Aldair approached, gesturing for the two wolves to come to him. "Do not be afraid, direwolves are not prone to violence unless provoked." Arya chimed in, "Unless threatened." Aldair asked, "Is there an empty courtyard here? We could confine the two young wolves." The royal steward replied, "There is a vacant courtyard behind the Hand's Tower, used for storage." Aldair led the two wolves to the courtyard and secured the door. The royal steward then approached Duke Eddard. "My lord, Maester Pycelle has summoned a meeting of the Small Council and hopes you will attend." The Small Council convened under the leadership of Maester Pycelle, with the Kingsguard commander Ser Barristan Selmy, Duke Renly Baratheon of Storm's End, Master of Coin Peter Baelish, and the Master of Whisperers Varys, as well as the Master of Ships Stannis Baratheon. Duke Eddard was to replace the late former Hand, John Arryn. The composition of the Small Council was not fixed. Advisors sometimes joined the assembly. Duke Eddard appeared weary. "I have traveled for many days and am utterly fatigued. I wish to rest before we proceed. Let us discuss matters on the morrow." The royal steward bowed respectfully. "Very well, my lord, I shall inform you are unavailable." Aldair approached. "Duke Ed, we are newcomers here. It would not bode well to offend a high-ranking official from the outset." Duke Ed pondered for a moment. "You are right, hence I shall proceed. Ader, accompany me." Aldair nodded. "Do you require me to serve as your guard, my lord? I presumed you would assign Jory to that role." Duke Ed replied, "Not as a guard, but as an attendee." Aldair was taken aback. "An attendee? Only high officials can attend the royal council. I am not a member of the council." Duke Ed chuckled. "Robb and I shared a drink last night, and he mentioned your appointment as the king's advisor. You are now indeed a member of the royal council." Aldair protested. "Robb's words after drinking do not hold weight." Duke Ed countered, "Though words spoken under the influence may lack validity, Robb sent Ser Barristan this morning with your appointment decree. You are to be the royal advisor, so come with me." Aldair followed Duke Ed to the council chamber. The chamber was resplendently adorned, with intricately woven carpets covering the floor, embossed with the majestic crown stag. In one corner stood a wooden screen from Tyrosh, engraved with ancient runes and exquisite flowers, while the walls were draped with fine tapestries from Carth, Valyria, and Braavos. As Duke Ed and Aldair stepped through the door, the eunuch Varys approached them. Varys, the master of whispers, known as the Spider, possessed an unparalleled knack for gathering intelligence across the Seven Kingdoms. "My lord Ed, you have finally arrived. I have heard of the unfortunate incident involving your son Bran's fall in Winterfell. It is indeed a lamentable matter." Varys was enveloped in a heavy scent of perfume, which Duke Ed found unappealing, having cautioned Aldair multiple times on their journey to be wary of Varys. Duke Ed maintained a flat tone. "Thank you for your concern. Bran has awakened under Aldair's care. While he may never walk again, I am content that he lives." Varys leaned closer to Aldair, extending his powder-dusted hand. "Ah, you must be Sir Aldair. I have heard of your remarkable feats in Winterfell. Our regicides, Boras and Marwyn, fell beneath your warhammer." Aldair humbly replied, "It was merely a stroke of luck." Varys chuckled. "Sir Aldair, you are truly modest." Loras arrived, having previously met Aldair on the road, and they had become close friends. Loras' dark green tunic was adorned with 12 golden crown stacks, a sight to behold. "Aldair's warhammer is fashioned after my brother Robert's, and it is exceedingly heavy. Encountering Sir Aldair in a tournament or on the battlefield would indeed be a nightmare." Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, edged closer, a sly smile gracing his face. Peter Baelish hails from the Fingers of the Vale, having been raised as a ward by Duke Hoster Tully in the bustling town of Riverrun. Consequently, Littlefinger grew up alongside the Duke's daughter, Catelyn, his sister Lisa, and his son Edmure. From a young age, Littlefinger harbored deep affections for Catelyn, to the extent that when she became betrothed to Brandon Stark, he challenged Brandon to a duel. However, the duel ended in Littlefinger's swift defeat, leaving him with a profound scar and a lengthy recovery. Following Brandon's demise, Catelyn, adhering to tradition, married Brandon's brother Ed, relocating to Winterfell, yet Littlefinger's ardor for Catelyn remained unwavering. Approximately a decade ago, the former hand of the king, Jon Arryn, brought Littlefinger to King's Landing. Through his remarkable financial acumen, he caused the royal treasury to swell dramatically within a mere 3 years, rising from humble beginnings to the esteemed position of Master of Coin. Littlefinger exchanged pleasantries with Ed. Lord Ed, I have heard that all Stark folk are made of ice. They melt as soon as they cross the neck. As Lord Ed approached the chair, he replied, Fear not, Lord Littlefinger. Even if I were broken, I would not melt so swiftly. Littlefinger then moved beside Adon. You are indeed a giant. By the way, when my grandfather was knighted, his sigil was the Titan. We are truly fated. Grand Maester Pycelle sat regally in his chair, over 80 years of age, with white hair and a beard cascading to his chest. He greeted Lord Ed. Welcome to the small council, my lord. Ed took a seat to the right of the king, a position signifying the king's hand. There are only 4 of you, remarked Renly. Ser Barristan is protecting Robert, and my brother Stannis has returned to Dragonstone. Pycelle urged, let us commence the meeting swiftly, lest I succumb to slumber. Such is the plight of age. He cast a glance at Adon. My lord Ed, only the principal ministers may attend the small council. Your guards may retire. Varys chuckled, Ser Pycelle, you may be unaware that our good Robert has appointed Adon as his advisor. Ed frowned. Varys, Robert just officially appointed Adon this morning. How are you aware of this? Littlefinger laughed. Varys has a penchant for unwarranted curiosity. Pycelle appeared astounded. Adon has joined the small council. With all due respect, King Robert once wrote to me during his time in Winterfell, recounting how Adon bested Ser Jaime. In that correspondence, King Robert referred to Adon as a fool, a squire. Pray tell, how can a fool befit the role of a principal minister? Adon replied. You would have to inquire with Robert. Renly jested, Pycelle, if you consider Adon a fool, then you are the true fool. He is an exceptional warrior, well versed in mechanics, medicine, and history. Pycelle's intrigue deepened. As a scholar esteemed for his vast knowledge, he found it hard to believe that Adon possessed such breadth of learning. It seems that Adol resembles a scholar. Adol, when you have the time, we may engage in a discussion. Adol is aware that the old man seeks to test his knowledge, and he readily assents. Littlefinger chuckles, remarking, Our Varys is a eunuch. Yet he is capable of attending the royal council. Why should a fool not be able to do the same? Adol takes a seat beside Eddard. Gazing at Varys and Littlefinger before him, he realizes that the game of power has commenced. Chapter 20. The Royal Council commenced in earnest. Duke Ed stood, surveying the assembly, which included Lancel Lannister, Grand Maester Pycelle, Ser Edwine, Peter Baelish, and Varys. Perhaps we ought to await the arrival of Ser Barristan and His Majesty, he suggested. Lancel chuckled, if we are to wait for my brother's gracious presence, we may find ourselves in a most indefinite delay. Duke Ed appeared perplexed. Varys interjected. Our dear King Robert has far too many concerns weighing upon him. As for these trifling matters, they are entrusted to our royal council. Peter Baelish added. The mere mention of finances, agriculture, naval affairs, or appointments sends King Robert into a state of distress. Thus the governance of the realm has fallen upon our shoulders. Lancel retrieved a parchment from his sleeve. Yet Robert is not wholly indifferent. When the mood strikes him, he delegates tasks. Today, he commanded me to return to the city post-haste, to relate to you all that His Majesty has resolved to host a grand tournament to celebrate Prime Minister Ed's ascension. Lord Ed furrowed his brow. Robert delights in frivolities. Why must he tarnish my name with such antics? Ser Edwine remarked, My Lord Ed, this is but a reflection of King Robert's goodwill. The Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, immediately chimed in. A tournament? Robert must have established a lavish prize. I wonder how much it will cost. Duke Ed passed the parchment to Edwine, who read aloud, The champion of the jousting contest shall receive 40,000 gold dragons. The runner-up, 20,000, the victor of the Mela, also 20,000, and the archery champion, 10,000 gold dragons. Duke Ed harbored a disdain for tournaments, believing warriors should earn their glory on the battlefield, not by parading their skills in a contest. However, Ser Edwine was quite fond of tournaments and had already begun to contemplate securing a championship for himself. Varys smiled. The prizes are indeed substantial, Edwine declared. For the sake of this bounty, and in honor of the Prime Minister, I have resolved to compete. Lancel grinned. Edwine, you have bested 3 Kingsguard at Winterfell, Jaime, Boros, and Meryn, who are surely awaiting their chance for retribution. The total prize for the champion amounted to 90,000 gold dragons, not including additional expenses. Peter wore a sly smile. Robert will undoubtedly host a grand feast, which implies we must procure a sufficient number of cooks, serving maids, minstrels, carpenters, and jesters. Lancel cast a glance at Edwine. We are not lacking in jesters. Even the royal council has its fair share. Duke Ed inquired, can the treasury afford such an expenditure? Peter replied with a chuckle. My lord Ed, you are quite new here and possess little understanding of King's Landing's circumstances. The treasury has long since been depleted. We shall need to borrow funds for this venture. Should you wish, I can present to you the royal debt ledger. Duke Ed stated. Bring it to me immediately after this meeting. Peter nodded. I shall have someone deliver it to the Prime Minister's tower. Duke Ed concluded, regarding the tournament, Lord Lancel, I would have you assist Peter in formulating a plan. After the court meeting adjourned, Duke Eddard and Aldair returned to the Prime Minister's tower. Vaillancourt had already prepared the study, where Duke Eddard would henceforth conduct his affairs. Duke Eddard gestured towards a nearby desk. Aldair, this will be your station, where you shall assist me in reviewing documents. You are now a counselor to the king, and our Winterfell has secured 2 prominent positions in the court. This marks a commendable beginning. Duke Eddard had specifically instructed Vaillancourt to procure a large chair to accommodate Aldair's considerable stature, adorned with a velvet cushion. Both Aldair and Duke Eddard took their seats. Duke Eddard remarked, of late, it seems that Lancel has been quite close to you, seeking your company for drinks each night during your travels. Aldair nodded in agreement. Lancel appears to take a liking to my warhammer and prowess, often jesting about inviting me to serve at Dragonstone. Duke Eddard cautioned, Lancel is ostentatious and frivolous. One should reciprocate his gestures but never confide in him. As for Peter and Varys, their characters are profoundly lacking. The court is filled with individuals of such ilk. It is no wonder Robert says they are either fools or sycophants. I intend to send you to investigate the cause of Jon Arryn's death. Jon Arryn's widow, Lysa, who is Catelyn's sister, has sent word to Winterfell, alleging that he was murdered by the Lannisters. Aldair responded, my lord, Jon Arryn's body was long ago returned to the Eyrie by the Silent Sisters. Where shall we commence our inquiries? Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Peter arrived, clutching a ledger. Duke Eddard said, I expected you would send someone with the ledger. Peter casually seated himself. With the new Prime Minister in office, I must be somewhat attentive, after all. Here is the account of the royal debts you requested. Duke Eddard opened the ledger, his expression growing graver. The crown owes the Lannisters a staggering sum of 3 million gold dragons. Peter, how have you managed the treasury? Peter replied with a chuckle. It is the Prime Minister and Robert who spent the money. Do not place the blame upon me. In truth, the Lannisters are merely the crown's principal creditors. We also owe considerable amounts to the Iron Bank of Braavos, Tyrosh, and several merchants from Myr, not to mention the church. Duke Eddard remarked, with such immense debt, Robert still finds the time to arrange a tournament. Peter laughed. In fact, this is a fortuitous development. The tournament will draw nobles and commoners from across the realm to King Ed's Landing. The inns shall profit handsomely from the influx, as will merchants and courtesans. Blacksmiths selling armor and weapons will also reap substantial rewards. Peter cast a glance at Aldair. My lord Eddard, I wish to speak with you privately. Duke Eddard maintained a stoic demeanor. Speak plainly. Aldair is my trusted confidant and a prominent member of the court, a counselor to the king. Peter smiled. Very well. I shall be direct. I harbor special feelings for your lady wife, Lady Catelyn. Thus, I have resolved to extend my assistance to you, my lord Eddard. Although you are held in high esteem by King Robert and occupy the esteemed position of Hand of the King, you must remain vigilant of those who surround you. Take, for instance, the eunuch Varys. The spider is well acquainted with the secret passages of the Red Keep, and his little birds are scattered throughout King's Landing, ensuring that every move you make is under scrutiny. We all dwell in the shadow of the spider. Moreover, there is Grand Maester Pycelle, who has served in King's Landing for over 40 years, maintaining a formidable presence and reputation. However, as he has aged, his actions may have become somewhat biased. If you catch my drift, it is evident that our esteemed Grand Maester possesses friends throughout the court and across the realm. Lord Eddard nodded. Peter Baelish then rose to depart. Eddard furrowed his brow. Could it be that Peter, in a rare display of benevolence, had prompted me to reconsider my perception of him? Catelyn frequently spoke of him, likening him to a beloved brother. Peter has resided in King's Landing for many years and is well acquainted with Jon Arryn. It was Jon Arryn who brought him to the capital. Perhaps we should consult him regarding the circumstances of Jon Arryn's demise. Eddard Stark is renowned for his martial prowess. However, he is not well versed in the art of intrigue. A mere hint from Peter stirred a sense of gratitude within him. This is precisely why a Duran has journeyed to King's Landing, to aid Lord Eddard in navigating the treacherous game of power. A Duran remarked, "My Lord Eddard. There is no distinction between Peter and Varys or Pycelle. The one you should trust the least is Peter Baelish." Chapter 21. The web of intrigue. Lisa penned a letter to her sister Catelyn in Winterfell, revealing that Jon Arryn had been murdered by the Lannisters. Lord Eddard Stark was utterly convinced of this, and it marked the beginning of his entrapment. As a time traveler, Hodor was acutely aware that the true culprits behind Jon Arryn's assassination were none other than Lisa and Peter Baelish. Having grown up together in the bustling city of Runestone, Lisa had harbored feelings for Littlefinger since childhood. It was he who, in a drunken stupor, deflowered her. Even after marrying Jon Arryn, Lisa remained infatuated with Littlefinger. For her marriage was merely a political arrangement. Jon Arryn was old enough to be her grandfather, even older than her own father. After marrying Jon Arryn, Lisa suffered multiple miscarriages. And the sole surviving son, Robert Arryn, was a frail child prone to seizures, living in a constant shadow of death. She existed daily in a state of fear. While Jon Arryn was preoccupied with the affairs of the realm during his tenure at hand of the king, he neglected Lisa, and it was Littlefinger who provided her solace. However, Littlefinger's affections were far from genuine. He was merely exploiting Lisa. Hailing from a modest background, he sought to incite civil war among the Seven Kingdoms, hoping to seize greater power amidst the ensuing chaos. During Jon Arryn's time at hand, he began to suspect that King Robert's children Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tame were not his biological offspring. He believed them to be the illegitimate children of Queen Cersei and Jaime Lannister. When Jon Arryn and Stannis Baratheon amassed sufficient evidence to send the children to Dragonstone as wards and to accuse Cersei and Jaime, Littlefinger commanded Lisa to poison Jon Arryn. Littlefinger instructed Lisa to flee back to the Vale with her child and to write to Catelyn in Winterfell, accusing the Lannisters of Jon Arryn's murder. This would conveniently frame the Lannisters, who had ample motive to eliminate Jon Arryn. Now, with Lord Eddard Stark arriving in King's Landing as the new hand, seeking to investigate the cause of Jon Arryn's death, Littlefinger began to ingratiate himself. His next step would undoubtedly be to gradually persuade Eddard that Cersei and Jaime were responsible for Jon Arryn's demise. This manipulation could ignite a conflict between the Starks of the North and the Lannisters of the West, allowing Littlefinger to exploit the kingdom's turmoil to amass even greater power, possibly even claiming the Iron Throne. Lord Eddard, a man of honor who struggled with adaptability, might not be inclined to believe the truth if Hodor revealed it all at once. Thus, it was prudent to let Littlefinger indulge in his schemes for now. In the study, Hodor remarked, "My Lord Eddard, we have entered a perilous realm. The former master of the Hand's Tower, Jon Arryn, was slain here. There may be no swords drawn, yet this place is rife with treachery. We must remain vigilant." Eddard, perplexed, inquired, "Are you suggesting that someone intends to harm me?" Hodor replied, "Did not Littlefinger say, 'You are surrounded by Varys' spies'? In truth, Peter Baelish only divulged half the truth. In King's Landing, the Red Keep is not solely under the watchful eyes of Varys, it also bears the scrutiny of Queen Cersei and Peter Baelish himself. My Lord Eddard, I believe it is imperative that we establish our own network of intelligence, employing spies to serve as our eyes and ears throughout the streets." Duke Eddard furrowed his brow. "Robert has invited me to assume the role of Hand of the King. If I were to commence my tenure by hiring spies to gather information, it may not bode well. Should Robert discover this, he may not take it lightly." "Lord Eddard," Adon interjected, "this course of action is for the kingdom's sake. And more importantly, to safeguard the king. Robert is your brother. He may believe he is surrounded by sycophants and fools, yet many cunning schemers lurk among them. We must ensure Robert survives amidst these machinations." A look of astonishment spread across Duke Eddard's face. "Are you suggesting that there are those who would plot to harm the king?" Adon chuckled softly. "My Lord Eddard, do not wear such a shocked expression. If they could eliminate the former Hand, what is to stop them from assassinating the king? Thus, we must engage spies to gather intelligence." Duke Eddard leaned forward, a frown creasing his brow. "I believe that prying into the secrets of others is dishonorable. Aldon replied, if peace can be attained for the kingdom. What is the sacrifice of personal honor? My lord added, while it is commendable to cherish one's reputation, an excessive concern for one's own feathers will only result in hindrance. Duke added sighed in resignation. Even if we were to hire spies, would we be able to forge our own network within the realm of the spider? Aldon asserted, we must at least make the attempt. Very well then. I entrust this task to you, Duke Eddard conceded. In the ensuing days, news of the tournament in King's Landing spread, drawing free riders, knights, commoners, and nobles from all corners of the Seven Kingdoms to converge upon the city. Aldon began to construct his intelligence network. Duke Eddard suggested directly hiring individuals from Flea Bottom, where orphans and the impoverished abound, yet Aldon chose a different path. He summoned Mikey, his young associate, on the road to King's Landing. Mikey had nearly lost his life to Joffrey, saved only by Aldon's intervention, and he remained ever grateful to him. Mikey approached Aldon with a look of apprehension. Sir Aldon, you called for me? Aldon inquired, my boy, would you like to open your own butcher shop? Mikey's eyes lit up. Of course. My father dreams of having his own shop. But, my lord, the rental costs in King's Landing are exorbitant. Aldon reassured him. I will arrange for you to have a shop in Flea Bottom. You and your father can relocate there. Mikey was overjoyed. Really? Sir Aldon. Once my father and I's butcher shop starts earning, I will ensure all profits go to you. Aldon smiled. Whether the business thrives is of little concern, however. Remember to cultivate friendships and keep an ear to the ground for news from Flea Bottom. Any news regarding the Red Keep, the king, the royal family, the prime minister, or even the cities of Casterly Rock, Highgarden, Dorne, the Iron Islands, the Stepstones, and the lands beyond the Narrow Sea must be reported to me every evening. If I am unavailable, seek out Harwin. Joe, with his funds, has aided the butcher's apprentice, Mikey, and his father in establishing a meat shop within the Flea Bottom of King's Landing. These funds were acquired during Joe's gambling with Lord Lannister. King's Landing is a congregation of nobles and wealthy merchants from the Seven Kingdoms, but it is also home to a multitude of impoverished souls. The Flea Bottom is the slum of King's Landing, rife with swindlers and pickpockets, alongside humble stalls offering bowls of brown soup. This brown soup, often requiring repeated boiling, contains a mix of various meats: boiled beef, donkey meat, the flesh of dead cats, dogs, and even rats, and potentially human flesh as well. Few choose to pay for this dish, as the patrons of these modest eateries are often destitute. The impoverished can barter any form of animal for a bowl of brown soup, ensuring they do not succumb to starvation. Securing control over Flea Bottom equates to gaining dominion over King's Landing, for the impoverished here are akin to fleas, scattering wherever they please. Joe traversed the narrow streets of Flea Bottom, where the pungent aromas of pigsties, stables, and sheep pens mingled with those of taverns and brothels. Holding his nose, he moved through the bustling thoroughfare, observing numerous children darting about. Surely, there were spies from Varys lurking among them, perhaps even the likes of Littlefinger and Cersei. Before long, a filthy young lad approached Joe, colliding with him and collapsing to the ground. The boy quickly scrambled to his feet, bowing and apologizing, my lord. I am terribly sorry for bumping into you. As he attempted to depart, Joe seized him by the arm. You think you can just walk away? Hand over your purse. The boy had intended to pilfer Joe's wallet, but was caught in the act. A woman nearby interjected, my lord, this lad steals daily on the streets. Turn him over to the gold cloaks and let them lock him in the dungeons. The gold cloaks is the colloquial term used by the citizens of King's Landing for the city guard, named for their resplendent golden cloaks. The boy trembled in fear. Please, my lord, do not hand me over to the gold cloaks, they will beat me to death. I haven't eaten in days, have mercy and let me go. Joe observed the paint stains on the boy's arms. What is your name? What do you do? The boy replied, my name is Romy. I was once an apprentice dyer. But my master died 2 years ago, and I have been wandering the streets since. They call me Green Hand Romy. Joe led Romy to Mikey's meat shop. How many people do you know in Flea Bottom? Romy responded, too many, my lord. Why do you ask? Joe exclaimed, I need to find some reliable individuals. If you can assist me in gathering information, you will have food and a place to sleep every day. Romy's eyes lit up. Will there really be fresh bread? Joe nodded, of course. In the ensuing days, Romy gathered a dozen impoverished youths for Adu, the majority of whom were orphans or homeless individuals. Adu instructed Mike to tidy up the cellar of the butcher shop, allowing these boys to reside there, while during the day, They roamed the streets to gather information for him. Some of these youths worked as laborers at the docks, others pushed carts selling fish, and some resorted to petty thievery on the streets. At last, Adu had a source of intelligence. Chapter 22. There are always greater masters among the mighty. The news swiftly reached Littlefinger's ears. One day, in the grand hall of the Red Keep, he intercepted Varys. Have you heard? Adon is weaving his own web of intelligence. It seems he aspires to usurp your position. Varys chuckled softly. Littlefinger, how kind of you to come and alert me. A sly smile crept across Littlefinger's face. For a long time, your little birds have ruled King's Landing. I have no desire for your reign to be supplanted by the fool Adon. Varys, with his perfumed hands, touched his own face. Until now, intelligence in King's Landing has belonged solely to you, me, and Queen Cersei's agents. Now, the fool Adon seeks to insert himself. I fear he may be overestimating his capabilities. In truth, I received word on the very first night that his swineherd opened a butcher shop in the Flea Bottom. My little birds have never disappointed me. Littlefinger laughed. I have my own informants as well. I suspect Cersei's people are mingled among them. The fool Adon likely believes we remain in the dark. Let him enjoy his delusion of intelligence. Varys remarked. Lord Eddard will surely be led to his demise by Adon. Not only will his coin be wasted, but his plans will be thwarted. Littlefinger stated. Adon thinks he holds the winning hand, yet he remains blissfully unaware that he is merely a puppet in our hands. A fly settled upon a nearby column, listening intently to Varys and Littlefinger's words. This was Aiden's summoned creature. All that Varys and Littlefinger spoke was conveyed through the fly to Aiden's ears. Utilizing his beastly skills, Adon could summon owls, sparrows, and crows for reconnaissance. Summoning flies, mosquitoes, and the like was child's play. At that moment, Adon reclined on the bed in the Prime Minister's tower. The words of Varys and Littlefinger reached him. Adon laughed. Varys and Littlefinger believe they control the game, yet unbeknownst to them, they are the jesters. In truth, Adon had known from the outset that establishing an intelligence network in King's Landing would be a futile endeavor. The octopus spider had entrenched itself in King's Landing since the reign of the Mad King Aerys, with its eyes and ears spread throughout the Red Keep, Flea Bottom, brothels, and the city guard. Cersei and Littlefinger also had their informants seeking news for them. Under such circumstances, the newly arrived Adon could not possibly shake the established positions of Cersei, Littlefinger, and Varys in the realm of intelligence in the short term. The intelligence network Adon constructed in Flea Bottom was, in fact, a spectacle for Littlefinger, Varys, and Cersei. Thus, Adon could lead Varys and Littlefinger to believe that he and Lord Eddard were under their control. In reality, Adon had no need to hire anyone to gather intelligence on the streets of King's Landing. To him, such methods appeared rudimentary and archaic. As long as Hodor absorbs the negative emotions of those around him, both humans and animals, he can effortlessly transform these emotions into magic. With this magic, Hodor is able to summon sparrows, mosquitoes, and flies to serve as his scouts, while Varys refers to his numerous spies scattered across the land as his little birds. He remains unaware that Hodor can summon real birds to uncover Varys' little secrets, known as the octopus spider. Varys does not realize that Hodor has summoned a spider through his magic, which is already weaving its web in the ceiling of his bedroom. Every movement Varys makes in his chamber is observed by Hodor. Hodor decides to allow Varys to enjoy his little secrets and schemes. On this day, Duke Eddard summoned Hodor. Hodor, I have arranged a visit with Maester Pycelle today. It was he who tended to Lord Jon Arryn in his final days, and from him we should glean some information. In truth, Eddard had long wished to meet with Pycelle. However, the demands of his new office had left him little time until now. Duke Eddard and Hodor arrived at the residence of Maester Pycelle. The room was filled with books and various vials and jars containing numerous potions. A lovely handmaiden presented them with 2 cups of honeyed milk. Pycelle inquired, Duke Eddard, what brings you to me? Eddard replied, I have heard that you attended to Lord Jon Arryn in his final hours and that you sent away Maester Coleman at that time. Coleman had served Lord Jon Arryn for many years in the Eyrie. Pycelle stroked his beard thoughtfully. Indeed, Coleman is like a son to me. He is passionate and skilled in healing, yet he lacks the necessary experience. At that time, he was attempting to induce vomiting for Lord Jon Arryn, which can be effective. However, he did not consider the frailty of Lord Arryn's condition, and such an action could prove fatal. Hodor interjected, but Lord Jon Arryn still passed away. Pycelle conceded. Indeed, I did my utmost, but alas, I could not save his life. Duke Eddard cautiously asked. Did you notice anything unusual at the time of Lord Jon Arryn's death? Unusual? No, my lord. While death is indeed lamentable, it is a natural occurrence. Particularly for one of Lord Jon Arryn's age. His demise was no stranger than that of any other. Hodor remarked, yet. What if someone had caused Lord Jon Arryn's death? Perhaps through poison? Pycelle as previously drowsy eyes widened in shock. Sir Hodor, that is impossible. Any scholar with even a modicum of medical knowledge can distinguish between poisoning and natural death, and I am certainly no exception. He stroked a heavy necklace composed of various metals, including black gold, purple gold, lead, and tin. Hodor, do you see this? This is the chain of a bachelor bestowed upon me by the Citadel, a singular token among the 7 kingdoms, emblematic of my vast knowledge. I have served under several Targaryen kings and now, in the service of King Robert, I have healed many in King's Landing. Yet I have also witnessed countless souls depart with unfulfilled desires. Let me reiterate, the death of Jon Arryn bore no signs of anomaly. Hodor inquired. Did Jon Arryn utter any final words? Pycelle fell into contemplation. On the day of Lord Arryn's demise, he called out the name of Robert. Lady Lisa and I were uncertain whether he was invoking his young son or the king himself. Furthermore, Lord Arryn proclaimed, the seed is strong. Yet the meaning of this remains a mystery to all. Soon after, he succumbed to slumber, never to awaken again. Duke Eddard asked, was King Robert present at that time? Pycelle nodded, affirming that his grace had been at his side. Prior to his passing, Lord Arryn had sought a tome from me. At which point he exhibited no signs of distress. Hodor surveyed the shelves. What book was it? Pycelle replied, it was a substantial volume penned by Maester Melian, detailing the genealogies of the great houses of the 7 kingdoms. I wish to peruse this book, Hodor declared. Pycelle promptly summoned a maid to procure it. Duke Eddard and Hodor departed from Pycelle's abode, with Duke Eddard clutching the weathered tome. What compelled Jon Arryn to seek such a book? Hodor chuckled softly. There must be a reason, my lord Eddard. Perhaps the secret of Jon Arryn's demise lies within its pages. As Eddard and Hodor walked, they encountered Jaime, who was on patrol. Ever since Jaime's defeat at Winterfell, he had been brooding over vengeance. Sir Hodor, will you partake in the tourney? Hodor responded. I have enlisted for archery, the lance, and the melee. Jaime remarked, it is fortunate you have signed up, for it allows me the opportunity to best you in the tournament. I shall never forget what transpired at Winterfell. You ridiculed both myself and Ser Meryn, bringing shame upon the Kingsguard. Hodor laughed heartily. What is it? The Kingslayer, bested by a fool, has bruised your fragile pride. Jaime snarled, nonsense. I have long learned that you feigned ignorance in Winterfell for years, yet on that day, you found your resolve and bested free of the Kingsguard. I must have my revenge, otherwise, the Kingsguard shall become the subject of jest. I shall defend our honor. Eddard scoffed, Kingslayer. When you took the life of the king you swore to protect, you forfeited all honor. Frankly, your notion of honor is akin to a pile of refuse. Jaime stepped forward. Stark, cease your pretentiousness. You and this fool shall come to regret your actions. Chapter 23. Persuading Eddard. King Robert summoned Duke Eddard and Addo to the throne room. Upon their arrival, Duke Eddard and Addo found Robert seated upon the fearsome iron throne. Years ago, the conqueror Aegon, alongside his sister Visenya and his brother Rhaenys, swept across the 7 kingdoms with 3 dragons at their command. Aegon collected the swords of his vanquished foes, forging this formidable iron seat from approximately 3,000 blades. 7 Kingsguard stood vigil in the throne room, while Queen Cersei lingered beside Jaime. Robert, perched on the iron throne, sipped from a flagon of mead. Eddard, how are the preparations for the tournament progressing? Robert inquired. Duke Eddard replied, Robert, I have never held much interest in tournaments. I have entrusted the matter to Lancel and Peter. Robert laughed heartily. Eddard, this tournament is specifically to celebrate your ascension to office. Will you not partake? Eddard coolly responded, I shall not participate, though Addo will indeed take part. Robert's gaze shifted to Addo, the Kingslayer's nightmare, a giant from the north, a knight from the ballads. You defeated 3 Kingsguard in Winterfell. I anticipate great things from you at the tournament. Addo smiled, Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Duke Eddard interjected, Robert, you did not summon us to the throne room merely to discuss the tournament, did you? Robert glanced at Jaime and Cersei. Do you recall our discourse on the matter of the Wardens of the East? In my mind, Jaime and Addo are the only 2 candidates. The position of Warden of the East was traditionally held by House Arryn, yet after Jon Arryn's death, his son Robert Arryn was merely 6 years old and frail. Daenerys had already wed Khal Drogo in Essos, and with Drogo's vast cavalry, Robert deemed it necessary to appoint a new Warden of the East. Jaime and Addo were Robert's preferred choices. Cersei scoffed, "Your Majesty, why should my brother compete with a fool for the Warden of the East?" Robert retorted, "Cersei, if Jaime wishes to relinquish the position, I would welcome it." Cersei continued, "Though the Warden of the East is merely a nominal title, it is nonetheless a position of great honor. My father, Lord Tywin, is the Warden of the West, and as the head of House Lannister, he has held the position for generations. My brother is certainly qualified for the role of Warden of the East." Cersei cast a venomous glance at Addo. "Pray tell, foolish Addo, what qualifications do you possess? You are merely a simpleton raised in the stables of Winterfell, a mere stable hand." Robert chuckled, "Simply for having bested the Kingslayer, leaving his noble visage and rear in the dirt. Yet I find myself torn on whom to bestow the title of Warden of the East. During the tournament, many nobles from the 7 kingdoms will gather in King's Landing, and I shall seek their counsel widely." Cersei's expression turned grim. Jaime should not be discussed alongside a fool. Robert exclaimed gruffly, "Cersei, if you disapprove, have Jaime relinquish his post as the Warden of the East immediately." Cersei shot a glare at Eddard and Aldair before turning to leave. King Robert descended from the Iron Throne, accompanied by Eddard and Aldair as they exited. Duke Eddard remarked, "Your Grace, regardless of who is appointed to the position of Warden of the East, I foresee discontent from House Arryn and the nobles of the Vale, as this has been a hereditary position for the Arryn family for centuries. This will only serve to incite the ire of the Vale as nobility. Should Daenerys and the Beggar King truly lead the armies of the Dothraki across the sea, the crown will require the support of House Arryn and the Vale as lords." Robert chuckled, "I am fully aware that the Warden of the East cannot be easily replaced. I merely suggested that Jaime and Aldair compete for the position to vex Cersei. When I informed her that Jaime would be vying against Aldair, she became frantic. The more she reacts, the more I delight in her discomposure. By the way, a raven has arrived from Casterly Rock bearing a letter from Lord Tywin. In the letter, Tywin requests that the imp be appointed as a royal advisor. Tyrion has accompanied Jon Snow to the wall and is presently en route back to King's Landing." Duke Eddard and Aldair returned to the Hand S Tower. Duke Eddard inquired, "Aldair, why would Tywin request Tyrion to serve as a royal advisor?" "I have heard that he harbors no fondness for the imp," Aldair replied. "While Tywin may indeed disdain the imp, it is worth noting that Tyrion is his son, born amidst the tragic death of Tywin's wife during childbirth. However, since Jaime vowed to become a Kingsguard, Tyrion lost his claim to inheritance, regardless of Tywin's personal feelings. Tyrion is now the heir to Casterly Rock and the Warden of the West. Presently, you serve as the Hand of the King, and I have joined the small council. With the North holding 2 seats while the West holds none, Tywin must be displeased, hence his maneuver to place Tyrion in the council." Duke Eddard remarked, "Tyrion's presence on the small council poses no threat. He is not Jaime, who is a formidable opponent." Aldair chuckled, "My Lord Eddard, the sword-wielding regicide is a far lesser adversary than the imp. However, the imp possesses cunning and is far more dangerous than Jaime or Cersei. By inserting the imp into the small council, Tywin aims to secure Casterly Rock's influence in King's Landing. If given the choice of adversaries, I would prefer to contend with Jaime." Duke Eddard sighed, "King's Landing is rife with such treachery and intrigue. I would rather return to Winterfell, where the enemies of the North are simple wildlings and the bitter cold." The circumstances surrounding Jon Arryn's death remain unresolved. Duke Eddard placed his hand upon the tome of noble lineages of the 7 kingdoms, a work by Maester Melian. What would Jon Arryn find of interest in this? It is filled with tedious genealogies of the nobility, who married whom, the offspring they bore, and descriptions of their children's appearances, hair colors, and eye colors. Utterly tiresome. "Lord Eddard," said Aldair, "the cause of Jon Arryn's death cannot be disowned in haste. However, residing in King's Landing necessitates that we remain vigilant against the treacherous foes such as Varys, Cersei, and Peter Baelish, not to mention the cunning Tyrion, who is yet on his way. We ought to establish a greater network of spies and forge more alliances. This will render our adversaries hesitant to act recklessly." Eddard approached the window. "Have you not already employed numerous informants? What more do you seek?" "Eddard, I have told you countless times, I harbor no interest in such underhanded dealings. It is not the conduct befitting a man of honor. It tarnishes one's reputation." Aldair joined him at the window. Outside in the courtyard, Arya was frolicking with the direwolf Nymeria. In the distance, Sansa strolled with Prince Joffrey, under the watchful eye of Simpleton. Indeed, to dine at the king's table and cultivate factions is hardly honorable. Yet, have you considered, Lord Eddard, what may befall Arya and Sansa if you were to falter in King's Landing, imprisoned in a dungeon? Eddard's countenance darkened. Could it truly come to that? We could always return to Winterfell, and abandon King Robert here. Do not be foolish, Lord Eddard. We both know that even if we were to barricade ourselves, we cannot prevent our enemies from infiltrating. Your father, Duke Rickard, remained in Winterfell, devoid of ambition towards King's Landing, yet when Prince Rhaegar abducted your sister Lyanna, he was compelled to venture south. The consequence was death. The Mad King executed Duke Rickard and your brother Brandon. Their lives extinguished in the very hall where Robert summoned us. Imagine, should a coup transpire in King's Landing, what fate would await Sansa and Arya? And what of Robb, Rickon, and Bran left at Winterfell, along with Lady Catelyn? Eddard murmured, I had not contemplated such dire possibilities. I merely wished to avoid actions that would compromise my honor. And what of the northern men who accompanied you to King's Landing? Jory Castle, Wayenpool, Septon Mordane, Holland, Fat Tom, Desmond. They all yearn for home. If, due to your excessive regard for honor, you refuse to engage in actions deemed dishonorable and thereby succumb to our foes, all will perish. Lord Eddard, you are acutely aware of how the Lannisters treat the vanquished. In the past, when Duke Tywin descended upon King's Landing, he breached the gates under the pretense of safeguarding the realm. The Lannister forces surged in, pillaging and slaughtering, while Rhaegar's widow, Elia Martell, was brutally slain by Gregor Clegane. Rhaegar's innocent children were also murdered, their bodies swathed in crimson cloaks, laid before the Iron Throne. Recalling this harrowing scene, and envisioning Arya and Sansa, Eddard resolved resolutely. Aegar, you speak the truth. My personal failure may be inconsequential, but I must protect my family and the North. Let us act decisively. Forge more friendships. Edu remarked, in recent days, numerous knights from various regions have gathered for the Junling tournament. We are certain to recruit exceptional warriors who will serve us faithfully. Chapter 24, The Recruitment. Arya, accompanied by her direwolf Nymeria, intercepted Alda. The Stark family's direwolves had now grown to the size of hounds and continued to flourish. Holding a wooden sword, Arya implored, Alda, practice swordplay with me. I am preoccupied. Alda replied. Arya made a face. You and Jory are always busy, while Sansa strolls daily with Joffrey in the Red Keep. I am nearly dying of boredom. Did you not promise to help me find a sword instructor? Where is he, Alda? You are a liar. Your words are never reliable. There is a master in the Red Keep. His name is Ser Alyn Santagar, a Dornishman. Perhaps I should seek him out to teach me, Arya mused. Alda promptly interjected. Do not, my lady. You are a Stark. Do not wander aimlessly within the Red Keep. Ser Alyn Santagar instructs Joffrey and Tommen, and occasionally other noble youths. However, he never teaches girls, so your visit would be in vain. There are plenty of excellent swordsmen in King's Landing. I shall find one for you, Alda asserted. Be swift, or my sewing needle shall rest, Arya retorted. As Alda exited the Red Keep, he fortuitously encountered Ser Alyn Santagar and Prince Jalaba Sor. Jalaba Sor, a prince hailing from the Red Flower Vale of the Summer Isles, donned a feathered cloak native to his homeland, his skin akin to black jade. Years prior, he had suffered exile and had remained at Robert's court. Each year, Prince Jalaba petitioned King Robert to lead an expedition to reclaim his throne in the Summer Isles. King Robert, in turn, would respond with promises of a future campaign, yet he never fulfilled his assurances. Where are you headed, Sir Alda? Inquired Ser Alyn Santagar. I am seeking an instructor for the daughter of Lord Eddard, Alda replied. Jalaba Sor flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly teeth. What sort of instructor are you in search of? Ser Alyn and I know many in King's Landing. He spoke with a strong accent from the Summer Isles. One who can teach girls the art of swordplay, Alda specified. Ser Alyn chuckled. It must be Arya who wishes to learn, for she often observes Prince Tommen practice. If it pleases Lord Eddard, I would be delighted to instruct Arya. She is a clever girl, Ser Alyn offered. I could not trouble Ser Alyn, Alda said. Arya wields an assassin's sword. We ought to find someone specialized. Jalaba Sor pondered for a moment. The last time I drank with Mir at Soros, he was with a Braavosi named Cyril Farrell. It is said that Cyril has served as the chief swordsman under the Sea Lord of Braavos for many years. He is adept with the assassin's sword and is a water dancer. Ser Alyn scoffed. I have encountered that man, He is overly boastful. At a tournament, his techniques would surely lead to his downfall. Alder laughed. I believe Cyril might be suitable. After all, he would be teaching a child. Where is Cyril now? Prince Jalaba remarked that he still resides at the Red Sun Inn, right by the docks. He has always aspired to serve in the court, but alas, he has yet to find an opportunity. After all, he hails from across the narrow sea. Such individuals seeking to serve in the court must endure multiple assessments. Ader, accompanied by his men, invited Cyril's pharaoh to the Prime Minister's tower and arranged a room for him on the first floor. Cyril's, from now on you shall reside here. And you are tasked with instructing Arya. Cyril's replied, Sir Aldair, I am grateful for this opportunity, and I shall cherish it. His speech was marked by a strong Braavosi accent. Aldair patted him on the shoulder, saying, We are all family here. Lord Stark never neglects his servants, especially someone as skilled as you. Cyril's picked up a wooden sword and practiced a few maneuvers. Rest assured, I served as the chief swordsman under the Sea Lord for 9 years. I will not disappoint you. Aldair cautioned, the Red Keep may appear secure, yet it is fraught with peril. I hope you carry a steel sword rather than a wooden one. I expect you not only to teach Arya swordsmanship but also to protect her. Heeding Aldair's counsel, Cyril's donned a long sword. Aldair then brought Arya to the hall of the Prime Minister's tower. Cyril's pharaoh tossed a wooden sword to Arya, who caught it but let it fall to the ground. Are you ready to learn the dance of death from Braavos? Are you prepared to become a water dancer? He inquired. I am a girl, Arya protested. Well then, young lady, grasp your sword firmly. From that day forth, Cyril's trained Arya daily. With Cyril's presence, the Prime Minister's tower gained yet another formidable warrior. The swordsmanship of the dance instructor would hold its own even against the King's Dart. Aldair continued to cultivate alliances in King's Landing. Sandor Clegane, the Hound, the King's Justice, Ser Eileen Payne, and the Royal Executioner often sought Aldair for sword practice. Aldair had forged friendships with these two long before arriving in King's Landing. However, both are vassals of House Lannister. Should war truly erupt, would the Hound and Eileen Payne come to Aldair's aid? Aldair could not be certain. He began to frequently invite Ser Elan Centagar and Prince Jalaba of the Summer Isles to the Prime Minister's tower for drinks. After a few days, the Red Priest, Melisandre, also arrived. Melisandre, a corpulent figure, devoted to the Lord of Light, relished wine. She was adept at igniting her longsword with flames, a tactic she often employed during tournaments. Many horses fear fire, granting her a distinct advantage in combat. Melisandre frequently drank with King Robert, often encountering Aldair at Robert's feasts, and naturally, she did not refuse Aldair's invitations. After several rounds of drinks, Melisandre leaned back in her chair, admitting, it is truly embarrassing to say, but when I first arrived in King's Landing, it was to demonstrate the miracles of the Lord of Light to the Mad King. Sir Aldair, you must be aware of the Mad King's pathological obsession with flames. Alas, my pyrotechnic sword tricks failed to captivate him. Thus, I remained in King's Landing, each day accompanied by wine, uncertain of how long I would languish in despair. Aldair remarked, you could easily revive your spirits and join the Prime Minister's guard. Together we could protect the King's hand. Soros shook his head. I have lost myself. Even the King of Light cannot illuminate my path forward. To serve as the Prime Minister's guard is indeed a tremendous honor, yet I am a servant of the King of Light. I fear I might disappoint Lord Ed and bring shame upon the King of Light. Aldair responded, do you truly wish to squander your days in such a manner? Stay with us. We have ample wine and brothers to practice swordplay with you. After much persuasion from Aldair, Soros finally acquiesced. Aldair then set his sights on Jalaba Sol. Prince Jalaba, I invite you to join the Prime Minister's guard. Jalaba Sol was taken aback. Sir Aldair, are you jesting? I am a prince of the Summer Isles. Aldair understood that beneath Jalaba Sol's resplendent feathered cloak lay a beggar, akin to the beggar King Viserys, adrift in a foreign land while still dreaming of his ancestral throne. No offense intended, but even the most esteemed prince must eat. I have heard that the beggar King Viserys, in order to eat, married his sister Daenerys to a Dothraki horse lord. Prince Jalaba, I know some nobles may support you, but I believe serving the Prime Minister through your own merit is far from disgraceful. Jalaba Sol pondered for a moment. I still feel this is not quite fitting. King Robert is set to embark on a campaign to the Summer Isles next year. I must prepare myself. Aldair chuckled, Prince, do not deceive yourself. Robert said the same 5 years ago. You have squandered 5 precious years of your life. Duke Ed, as the King's hand and ruler of the North, may very well support you in the future, perhaps even hiring a fleet to reclaim the Summer Isles. Think of your Summer Isles, of the Red Flower Valley. Think of your people. Jalaba Sol felt a stirring within him. Thus, the Prime Minister's guard welcomed Jalaba Sol. He moved into the Prime Minister's tower. Residing next to Soros from Myr and Celio from Bravos, Jalaba Sol was adept with both bow and steed, particularly skilled in archery, possessing several golden wooden bows. A material native to the Summer Isles, which easily outmatched ordinary bows in range. Chapter 25, The Objective. The city guard Cersei and Jaime stood by the drawbridge of the Red Keep. What could that fool, Adon, be plotting by gathering the Red Priest Soros and Jorah Mormont into the Prime Minister's retinue? Jaime scoffed. Who knows? Perhaps foolish Adon believes he can use Soros and Jorah as practice. I've heard he harbors ambitions regarding the melee tournament, hoping to seize the crown in the lance competition. Cersei furrowed her delicate brows. Adon was incessantly active. Not only was he hiring spies in the streets to gather intelligence, but he was also forging alliances within the court. This stable-born squire was brimming with ambition. I had thought Eddard Stark would prove the most formidable opponent, yet Adon has proven to be even more troublesome. Jaime smiled. Cersei, are you truly intimidated by a fool? Cersei retorted, her anger flaring. At least that fool knows the importance of making allies. What about you? Why do you not attempt to win Soros and Jorah over to our side? Jaime dismissed her concern. Soros is merely a drunken firebrand, and Jorah is nothing more than a beggar prince. You want me to endure Soros's tales of the great light and listen to Jorah lament about his distant kingdom in the Summer Isles? Spare me. Cersei grasped Jaime's hand tightly. Are we to simply allow Adon to cultivate allies unchecked? Jaime replied, allies? That fool Adon has merely befriended a heretic from the Vale and a beggar prince from the Summer Isles, and that frightens you. Cersei's irritation grew. Are you blind? Do you not see? Adon has been systematically making friends. He often drinks with Loras, trains with the Hound, and even converses with the mute Alan Payne. How could he manage to engage with a mute? Jaime countered, Alan Payne may lack a tongue, but he is not deaf. Mutes enjoy the company of fools. What is the issue? Cersei pressed on. Can you not discern the danger here? Sandor Clegane is a personal guard to Littlefinger, and Alan Payne is the king's justice. Both are vassals of the Lannisters. Aidan's attempts to court Lannister vassals should be evident to you. He is far more dangerous than Varys or Peter Baelish. Jaime reassured her. Tyrion is on his way to King's Landing. Once he arrives, he will surely deal with Adon. Father has already arranged for Tyrion to join the small council. Cersei scoffed. The small council is quite the spectacle now. A fool, a dwarf, and a eunuch have all joined. It's becoming a circus. Meanwhile, Arya trained daily with Syrio Forel, engaging in the dance of death from Bravos. Syrio began instructing Arya to become a water dancer, a pursuit that demanded immense effort. Each day, Arya practiced standing on one foot, blindfolded to enhance her awareness of the world around her, and even began to catch cats. Newly inducted members of the Prime Minister's Guard, Soros from Myr and Jalaba Sol from the Summer Isles, quickly became enamored with Arya, frequently accompanying her during her training in the backyard of the Prime Minister's tower. Arya's little wolf, Nymeria, also took a liking to Soros and Jalaba Sol. This spirited wolf, much like Arya, frolicked about the yard each day. In contrast, Sansa's little wolf, Lady, spent her days confined to Sansa's room. Sansa's life was largely monotonous. Occasionally, Joffrey would take her for walks in the Red Keep, but most of her time was spent in the company of her companion, Jane Poole, the daughter of the steward. Vayan Poole. Arya reveled in interactions with strangers, whether stable boys, kitchen hands, maids, or soldiers of the city watch. She relished in forming connections. Sansa, however, maintained a more aloof demeanor. Each time she encountered Soros from Myr or the shadowy Jalaba Sol clad in a feathered cloak, both she and Jane Poole would smile and nod in acknowledgement, yet never engage in conversation. When Edward accompanied Duke Ed to King's Landing, among the Prime Minister's Guard, only Jory Castle could be deemed a formidable warrior. Other soldiers, such as Haling, Fat Tom, and Desmond, displayed mediocre martial prowess. With the recent addition of skilled fighters, Sorilio Fry, Jalaba Sol, and Soros, the combat effectiveness of the Prime Minister's Guard had significantly improved. Next, Edward set his sights on the city watch, the principal force safeguarding King's Landing, comprising approximately 5,000 men, currently commanded by Yono Slint. Although nominally under the jurisdiction of the Minister of Justice, in practice, the city watch answered solely to the king. Consequently, the current Minister of Justice, Lisa Arim, wielded no direct authority over the city watch. This consolidated power in the hands of Commander Yono Slint Should Edward succeed in winning over the City Watch, he and Duke Ed would gain a strategic advantage when confronting Cersei, Littlefinger, Varys, and others in the future. One day, Edward shared drinks with Sandor Clegane and the Red Keep's instructor, Sir Alistair Thorne. Edward remarked, "I have a friend who wishes to secure a position within the City Watch. Does anyone here know Yono Slint well?" The Hound swallowed a large gulp of wine. "Yono Slint is a slippery fellow. I have no respect for him." Sir Alistair Thorne replied, "Edward, as a valued member of the small council and the king's advisor, surely it would be a trivial matter for you to arrange for someone in the City Watch." Edward retorted, "If it were merely a matter of a common guard post, I would not bother Lord Slint. However, my friend aspires to be a commander at the city gates." Sandor scoffed, "Your friend harbors rather grand ambitions, but I fear he may be disappointed." Sir Alistair Thorne added, "The Hound speaks true. Yono Slint favors his own, even with a substantial bribe. Securing a position as gate commander is unlikely. In today's era, the commanders clad in golden robes exhibit an insatiable greed, accepting bribes without restraint. During the lifetime of Lord John Arryn, he advocated for the dismissal of Yono Slint, yet King Robert refused, asserting that a successor might be even more avaricious." Sandor filled his cup to the brim. Among the commanders at the city gates, only Captain James Baelish of the Mount Gate stands out, despite being a cripple. His martial prowess is commendable, and he possesses a sense of responsibility. Alan Santagar remarked that Sir Baelish holds considerable esteem among the golden-robed soldiers, though he has long been suppressed by Yono Slint. Innocents entangled among the drags of society often meet such fates. Lord Slint favors the likes of Alaric Dim, another wretch of his ilk. The following day, Adro visited the Mount Gate, where Captain James Baelish became his next target for persuasion. With an upright character and high regard among the lower ranks of the golden-robed soldiers and the common folk, he was indeed a worthy ally to court. The Mount Gate, also known as the River Gate, is situated adjacent to the Blackwater River. Should the enemy launch an assault from the sea upon King's Landing, the Mount Gate would be the first to face the onslaught. As the tournament approached, numerous nobles and commoners arrived by boat at the King's Landing docks. Entering through the Mount Gate, Sir James Baelish promptly greeted Adro along with his men, with deep-set eyes and prominent brow. His right wrist bore the mark of a sword severance, now replaced by an iron hand, hence his moniker, Iron Hand. In his past, he participated in quelling the Iron Islands Rebellion, where he lost his hand in the Battle of Pike, and it was there that Robert knighted him. "Sir Adro, what brings you here?" Iron Hand inquired. Adro replied, "With the tournament approaching, Prime Minister Eddard has tasked me with assessing the security situation of the city garrison." Captain Baelish invited Adro into the commander's chamber atop the gate. "Do you have sufficient personnel?" Adro asked. "I've heard that the commanders of the Dragon Gate and the Lion Gate are lamenting to the Royal Council about the influx of attendees for the tournament, claiming they lack adequate manpower." James Baelish responded, "My Lord Adro, the golden-robed captains at other gates may complain about insufficient personnel, but rest assured, I do not face such a dilemma here. As you can see, though I possess only one hand, I am still capable of vanquishing enemies." Adro remarked, "The other gate captains will petition the Prime Minister for funds to hire temporary guards, yet none will actually employ additional men. The money will merely line their pockets." James Baelish replied, "It appears you are quite familiar with their game." "Fear not, my Lord Adro, I have no desire for such ill-gotten gains." Adro chuckled, "Indeed, I am well aware. Sir Baelish, it is known to Duke Eddard that the city garrison is in disarray, and I have heard of your frequent marginalization by Yono Slint." James Baelish let out a soft grunt. "Lord Stalin has commanded his subordinates to surrender half of their wages to him." Former Prime Minister John Arryn intended to address this matter, and 2 lower-ranking officers from the city guard were willing to testify against him. However, just as Lord Arryn was about to take action, these 2 witnesses met their demise in a flurry and then. King Robert shows no inclination to replace him, and I suspect that Lisa and Peter have both accepted Stalin's bribes." Ador remarked, "Sir Baelish, rest assured, Lord Eddard will soon restore order to the city guard. After all, King Robert holds Lord Eddard in the highest esteem. If it pleases you, do visit the Prime Minister's tower. We could share a drink. Both Lord Eddard and I would be delighted to receive you." Jaslyn Baelish nodded, expressing his eagerness for the meeting. Chapter 26. The Mysterious Letter in the Prime Minister's Study. Adu addressed Duke Ed, "My Lord Ed, I have invited Commander Jaslyn Bywater of the Mount Gate. I have arranged a banquet in the Prime Minister's hall. If you are available, we shall meet him together." Duke Ed furrowed his brow. Isn't it sufficient for you to attend alone? Why the need for two? Adu replied. Because we must win over Sir Bywater. The commanders currently overseeing the city gates are all confidants of the commander of the capital's guard, Yano Slint. Only Sir Bywater refuses to conspire with Slint. He is a man of honor, impervious to bribery and only reliant on our sincere friendship. Duke Ed closed the thick tome he had been perusing. 4 days, he had been studying the noble genealogy compiled by the Archmaester Merlin. It is not that I wish to avoid meeting Sir Bywater, but I hope to uncover some clue from this genealogy soon. Alas, there has been no progress. Aside from noble marriages and offspring, there is nothing else here. Why did Jon Arryn take such interest in this dreary subject before his death? Adu chuckled. My lord Ed. You have been engrossed in this book for so many days. A little longer won't matter. Even if we were to discover Jon Arryn's murderer. Should the culprit indeed be Queen Cersei, we must further strive to win the capital Asgard. Duke Ed stood. You are quite right. It seems I must change into attire suitable for welcoming Sir Bywater. Iron Hand Jesselyn Bywater, Adu, and Duke Ed dined in the hall of the Prime Minister's fortress. The table was adorned with wine from the arbor, Dornish red wine, a roasted pig, golden and crisp, stuffed with an apple, a few larks, and honey-glazed roast chicken. Iron Hand remarked, My lord Ed, Sir Adu, your hospitality truly overwhelms me. Adu filled a goblet with golden wine. Sir Bywater, you are our esteemed guest. Duke Ed gazed at Bywater's iron hand. Sir Bywater, when you lost your wrist to the Ironman's axe beneath Pike, I was present. I recall you bled profusely. And many believed you might perish. Robert inquired about your last wish, and you expressed a desire to become a knight. Robert immediately honored you with knighthood. Iron Hand reminisced, sighing. In those days, I came from humble beginnings and lacked the means to be knighted. Being granted knighthood by King Robert was my honor. Now, the kingdom has enjoyed over a decade of peace, yet, my lord, I yearn for the days of swords and strife. Though challenging, it was clear who the enemy was. Unlike now, where I serve in the capital's guard, it appears King S Landing is tranquil, yet hidden enemies lurk everywhere, engaging in deceit and treachery. I abhor this environment. Lord Bywater, said Hodor, I have learned from the Minister of Justice, Lord Lannister, that Sir Geno Slyn has been repeatedly reported by the soldiers in golden robes and the common folk of King's Landing, accused of selling office and accepting bribes. His subordinates, including Commander Yarrow Dim and the leaders of the King's Gate, Dragon Gate, Steel Gate, and Lion Gate, are all implicated in corruption. Yet you, yourself, have no record of such accusations. Lord Bywater replied with a wry smile. It is precisely for this reason that Lord Geno Slint regards me as a thorn in his side. He has threatened more than once during the City Watch meetings to have me removed. Duke Eddard reassured him, rest assured. As long as I hold the office of Prime Minister, Slint's schemes shall never come to fruition. Sir Bywater, I shall never allow the wicked to torment the virtuous. Hodor added, we will stand by your side. Sir Bywater looked at Eddard and Hodor with gratitude. Thank you. To be honest, I thought my days in the City Watch were numbered after the passing of Lord Jon Arryn. Hodor inquired. Did you see Lord Arryn in the days leading up to his demise? Lord Arryn rarely visited Mudgate, Bywater replied. But he happened to be there 2 days before his death, in the company of Lord Stannis. They spent a considerable time conversing aboard a ship by the seaside. After Bywater departed, Eddard and Hodor returned to the study. Eddard noticed a letter on the desk, inscribed in Valyrian. Hodor summoned the captain of the guard, Jory. Jory. Who delivered this letter? It was a stranger, Jory replied. He claimed to be a rat catcher, sent by a lord to deliver a letter. As for the identity of that lord, he was unaware, and he left the letter and departed. Valyrian is a town popular across the narrow sea in Essos, prevalent among the 9 free cities, including Braavos, Pentos, Myr, Lys, Tyrosh, Norvos, Volantis, Qohor, all of which utilize this language. Both Eddard and Hodor were unfamiliar with Valyrian. Yet this posed no obstacle. Within the Prime Minister's guard, the Red Priestess Melisandre hailed from Myr, and the dancing master Sirius Faro came from Braavos, both of whom were well versed in Valyrian. Hodor called upon Soros. Upon reading the letter, Soros appeared perplexed. My lord. The Valyrian in this letter translates to, the eagle falls beneath the crescent moon, to find the one who killed it. One must go to the Sea Lion Inn on Eel Alley. What could this possibly mean? Hodor took the letter. This is a riddle. It seems we must venture to the Sea Lion Inn to seek answers. After Jory and Soros left, Only Adair and Duke Eddard remained in the study. Adair remarked, "My lord, the crescent moon eagle is indeed the sigil of Lord John's house. The letter states, the eagle falls beneath the crescent moon, which clearly alludes to Lord Arryn's death." Duke Eddard responded, "The messenger must possess a clue regarding Lord Arryn's demise. Adair, we must make haste to the Sea Lion Inn." Adair said, "My lord, it is perilous to leave the Red Keep. You may go if you wish, but we must prepare ourselves first." Adair promptly dispatched messengers to the Flea Bottom, summoning his street informants. Greenhand Romy and Mike, accompanied by several orphans, first circled the Sea Lion Inn, ensuring there were no anomalies. After confirming their safety, Adair commanded Jory to deploy 20 guards, scattered throughout the streets of Eel Alley. As night enveloped King's Landing, Duke Eddard and Adair finally entered the Sea Lion Inn. This establishment, somewhat secluded, typically experienced a lull in patronage. However, due to the tournament, it now hosted a considerable number of guests. The inn was filled to capacity. With a rotund innkeeper bustling about, managing the accounts, "We are fully booked. You must seek accommodation elsewhere." Some patrons within the Sea Lion Inn regarded Eddard and Adair with curious glances. Yet none approached them. Eddard furrowed his brow, pondering if Soros had erred in his translation. Was this not the correct inn? Adair chuckled. Soros grew up in mirth. He could not have misinterpreted. This is indeed the place. Perhaps our intended contact has yet to arrive. Chapter 27. The clue of Littlefinger at the Sea Lion Inn. Ed and Peter could not locate the person they sought. Just as they were about to depart, a woman with striking red hair approached them. "My lord, follow me." Duke Ed and Peter trailed behind her as she led them out through the back door of the inn, navigating a narrow alleyway into a dilapidated courtyard. The flickering candlelight illuminated the dim space. "The person you wish to meet is waiting for you inside," the red-haired girl announced before spinning away. Ed and Duke Peter entered, finding Littlefinger engrossed in a book by the light of a beeswax candle. A sly smile crept across Littlefinger's face. "Ah, Lord Ed, I thought you might not come. I assumed you were too dull to decipher the contents of the letter." Taking their seats before Littlefinger, Duke Ed inquired, "Why not discuss matters at the Prime Minister's tower?" "Why here?" Littlefinger replied, "There are spies of Varys all throughout the Red Keep, and even in the streets of King's Landing. However, the little bird here may be taking a nap. Today, we must deliberate on the cause of Jon Arryn's death. Lord Ed, you are a trusted ally of Robert and possess the North as your stronghold. You need not fear the Lannisters, but I certainly do." He continued, "The power of Casterly Rock is formidable. Our esteemed Sir Jaime, Queen Cersei, and Lord Tywin, each of them poses a threat I cannot afford to confront. This meeting carries significant peril for me." Peter remarked, "So, it follows that you two believe Jon Arryn was murdered." Littlefinger responded, "As for how Jon Arryn met his demise, I cannot say for certain. When he died, only Maester Pycelle was at his bedside. I hear you sought out Pycelle. Good luck extracting information from that old trickster. He provided you with a tome. Can you uncover the identity of Jon Arryn's murderer from it?" Duke Ed replied, "Yet I possess no other leads." When Lisa departed, she took Jon Arryn's servants and guards with her. All who were familiar with him are now at the Eyrie. Littlefinger chuckled, "You refer to most of them. But to my knowledge, a few have remained. One girl, a kitchen maid, is with child and has married Lisa's horseman. A stable boy donned a golden robe and became part of the city guard. Additionally, there is a serving boy who was expelled for stealing Lady Lisa's jewels. He now makes a living pulling carts at a flea market. Furthermore, Jon Arryn's former squire has also remained." Duke Ed's eyes brightened. "So, Jon Arryn's squire is still here." The squire, who had tended to his master both in the saddle and in daily life, would be intimately acquainted with his movements. Littlefinger confirmed, "This squire is named Slint. He is now Sir Slint. After Jon Arryn's death, King Robert personally knighted him, and he remains in King's Landing to participate in the upcoming tournament. Time is of the essence. Sir Hugh's mother resides in the Vale of Arryn. Once the tournament concludes, there is no doubt that Sir Hugh will return home in triumph to share his joy of knighthood with her." Duke Eddard bore an expression of gratitude. "Lord Peter, I am truly indebted to you for providing such a crucial lead." Peter rose to his feet. "I do this for Catelyn, and for Jon Arryn as well. It was Jon Arryn who brought me to King's Landing, granting me the opportunity to rise in fortune. My Lord Eddard," he continued, "you are not alone in your concern for Jon Arryn." With that, Peter stepped into the night, vanishing from sight. Eddard turned to Sir Roderick. "Roderick, have we been overly cautious regarding Peter?" This time, he risked offending the Lannisters to provide us with such vital information. I believe we might consider placing our trust in him. Roderick replied, My Lord Eddard, you are easily swayed by a morsel of kindness. Peter claims he takes risks for Jon Arryn and Catelyn. I do not believe a word of it. It is in Peter's nature to deceive. Even if his words contain useful information, we must remain vigilant, for it is quite possible he is orchestrating a far grander scheme. Duke Eddard grew somewhat irate. If we trust no one, do we not betray the goodwill of others? How can we speak of honor then? Roderick responded, My Lord Eddard. The concept of moral honor is rendered meaningless in the face of bloodshed. The hunter always employs bait to lure the prey into a trap. My lord. The Moonlight Falcon has already perished in King's Landing, yet the hunter remains unseen. Be wary, lest you, the Northern Wolf, fall into the snare. The following day, Duke Eddard promptly dispatched Jory to seek out Sir Hugh. Jory soon returned. My Lord Eddard, Sir Hugh refuses to cooperate. He stated that if you were to inquire personally, he would be interested in conversing, but the captain of the King's Guard lacks the authority to question him. This boy has scarcely been a knight for a few days and already believes himself grand. I fear we shall glean little from him, Duke Eddard remarked. Sir Hugh's reluctance indicates that I must intervene personally. Roderick suggested, My lord, allow me to handle this on your behalf. When Roderick found Sir Hugh at an inn near Steel Street, the knight was trying on his newly forged armor. The armor bore the light blue cloak of House Arryn, and the new moon falcon was engraved upon the breastplate and shield. Hugh, I wish to speak with you. It is Sir Hugh, he corrected angrily, his golden hair framing a freckled face. He sized up Roderick. You are Roderick. I've heard of you. You defeated Free King's Guard at Winterfell. Roderick nodded. I seek to inquire about certain matters. Sir Hugh placed a finger upon his lips. No more. I have no desire to waste time with you. You are the newly appointed captain of the guard, displaying much more confidence than before. However, I have previously stated that I shall only converse with Duke Ed. Adar chuckled. Am I not worthy of such a discussion? Shofu replied, You are a high-ranking official and advisor to King Robert. Your stature is considerable, yet. Do not forget that I once served daily under Lord Jon Arryn, the former hand of the king. Therefore, if you wish to inquire about the former hand, it is essential that the current hand be present, otherwise, the conversation is futile. Shofu shook his azure cloak and turned to leave. Adar returned to the hand's tower. My Lord Ed, Shofu insists that he will not speak of Jon Arryn unless he sees you. Duke Ed remarked. I have long suggested it would be better for me to approach him directly. Adar responded, This fellow is rather full of himself. It might be wise to let him simmer for a while. Pursuing him with questions will only inflate his vanity further. Did Littlefinger not mention a kitchen maid, a stable boy, and a serving lad? We could begin our inquiries with these three. Duke Ed asserted, This time, I shall personally attend to the matter, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 28, following the clue. Discovering Jon Arryn, Ador, and Duke Ed. They first sought out a woman who once worked in the kitchen of Jon Arryn. This woman, named Laura, married the stableman of Lord Renly after becoming pregnant and now resides in a dilapidated courtyard within Flea Bottom, recuperating. When Duke Ed and Ador arrived at the courtyard, she was alone. Ador spoke, We wish to inquire about certain matters concerning Jon Arryn. Laura pondered for a moment. My Lord Ed, Sir Ador. The death of Lord Jon was indeed abrupt. He always had a hearty appetite, though he occasionally complained about the unpalatable meals from the kitchen. I have heard that Jon had frequent quarrels with King Robert recently, and his relationship with Lady Lisa was strained, particularly regarding their child. That child has been known to have fits. I presume you have heard of it. Duke Ed inquired, When was the last time you saw Jon Arryn? Laura chuckled. My Lord Ed, individuals like us, mere kitchen servants, seldom encounter the Lord and Lady. We might see them occasionally in the courtyard. It was perhaps 7 days before his passing that I caught a distant glimpse of him leaving, accompanied by the king's brother. Duke Ed frowned. Was it Stannis or Renly? Laura replied, It was Lord Stannis. Ador asked, Did Lord Jon exhibit any abnormalities in the days leading up to his death? Laura responded, No. I recall that the night prior, the steward instructed the kitchen to prepare an additional lemon cake, specifically for Lord Jon. Ador and Duke Ed then located a young man who had once served under Jon Arryn, now working as a carter in Flea Bottom. My lord. Lord Jon was in fine health before his demise. He often ventured out, and I even overheard Maester Corman mention that he intended to send his child to Dragonstone to be raised. Dragonstone, the domain of Stannis, was managed by him in the name of Robert as a maritime stronghold. Upon Ed's arrival in King's Landing, Stannis had already retreated back to Dragonstone. Ed frowned. I distinctly recall King Robert mentioning his intent to send Lord Arryn's child to Castaway Rock to be fostered by Lord Tywin. How could it be sent to Dragonstone? Are you certain of your recollection? The young man replied, My lord, that is what Maester Corman stated. I cannot say more. Hodor asked, Do you recall whom Jon Arryn interacted with in his final days? The young man thought for a moment. I once heard the captain of Lord Arryn's guard mention that he and Lord Stannis visited Steel Street to consult a master armorer regarding a set of exquisite armor. Duke Ed and Hodor released the young man. Duke Ed remarked, All of this is mere hearsay, lacking any substantiation. Jon Arryn was never one for ostentatious armor. He stated that armor was merely armor, not an ornament, as long as it was sturdy and practical. Hodor replied, That may be true, my lord. But it is also reasonable that after serving as the hand of the king for over a decade, Jon Arryn might have developed a taste for luxurious armor. Ed conceded. You have a point. However, I find myself perplexed as to why Jon Arryn remained in the company of Stannis for such an extended period. I distinctly recall that Lord Arryn and Stannis, though they exchanged pleasantries, shared merely a nodding acquaintance. What could have transpired that would bind them so closely in the final moments of Arryn's life? Even more curious is the fact that Stannis retreated to Dragonstone, while Robert marched north to Winterfell. Could it be that Stannis had a hand in Jon Arryn's demise? Hodor remarked, Perhaps Stannis was unnerved by Lord Arryn's death. Duke Eddard stubbornly shook his head. You do not understand Stannis. He is a man of solemnity, bordering on rigidity, devoid of humor, a fierce warrior. In our struggle against the Mad King, Stannis held his ground at Storm's End, while the Tyrells of Highgarden and Redwyne's fleet besieged it from land and sea. Starving and desperate, the defenders were on the brink of cannibalism, yet Stannis never faltered. Can such a man truly be frightened? It is difficult for me to conceive of anything that could instill fear in Stannis. Hodor then said, Among the witnesses mentioned by Peter Baelish, there is one who once served as a squire under Lord Arryn. He now serves in the City Watch. Perhaps he can elucidate our quandary. Duke Eddard and Hodor sought out this individual at the Dragon Gate. The young man, clad in a golden robe, spoke, My lords. I served as a squire under Lord Arryn for several months, but I swear I shall never touch a horse again. Hodor inquired, Why is that? The red-haired youth gazed at Hodor with admiration. Sir Hodor, it is all because of you. After Lord Arryn's death, I had intended to seek another employer and continue as a squire. However, upon hearing of your victory over the Kingslayer and 2 of the King's Guard, I was inspired. At that time, you were a squire yourself. Sir Hodor, you are an idol to squires and stable hands across the 7 kingdoms. You inspired me to realize that a squire could wield a sword for a living, which is why I enlisted in the City Watch. Hodor replied, I hope you find satisfaction in this position. In the days leading up to Lord Arryn's passing, did you see him? The golden-robed man nodded. Yes. Lord Arryn often rode out. Duke Eddard asked, Was there anything unusual about Lord Arryn's health? The young man responded, None at all. Lord Arryn appeared as robust as Lord Stannis beside him. No one anticipated Lord Arryn's sudden demise. Once again, it was Stannis. Hodor pressed on. Do you know what Lord Arryn and Stannis were engaged in? The golden-robed man replied, They went to a brothel together. Duke Eddard's expression darkened. Nonsense. What stature does Lord Arryn possess to be found in such a place? The young man trembled with fear. My lords, I speak only the truth. They indeed went to a brothel. Several members of the guard accompanied Lord Arryn, and upon their return, they conversed outside the stables. I overheard them. Hodor inquired, Which establishment? The golden-robed man shook his head. I find myself quite perplexed. Adu presented a silver stack as a reward to the golden robe, who departed in high spirits. Duke Eddard remarked, This lad is spinning tales. Lord Allen would never visit a brothel, and Stannis certainly would not. It is widely known that Robert dabbles in romantic escapades. Yet Stannis harbors a deep disdain for prostitutes. He once proposed to Robert the prohibition of all brothels in King's Landing. How could such a man accompany Lord Allen to a house of ill repute? Adu interjected, My Lord Eddard, a visit to a brothel may not necessarily be for pleasure. They could very well be attending to matters of state for the king. Duke Eddard raised an eyebrow. Could such a thing truly be possible? Adu replied, We are unaware of which brothel Lord Allen and Stannis frequented. Perhaps we should send Jory and Sir Davos to investigate. Meanwhile, Let us proceed to Steel Street and inquire at the blacksmith shop that Lord Alyn and Stannis might have visited. We may glean some information. Duke Eddard and Adu mounted their horses and rode toward Steel Street, which ascended through the hills of Visigno. With the tournament approaching, the business of every blacksmith thrived. As numerous free riders, knights, and wandering warriors sought to commission armor and weaponry, several free riders and knights traversed Steel Street. At the far end of the street, they discovered the blacksmith shop. Adu remarked, "The proprietor, Tobel Mott, is a renowned weaponsmith in King's Landing." Upon entering, the apprentice who greeted them recognized the sigil of Eddard's direwolf and Adu's warhammer, promptly rushing inside. Shortly thereafter, Tobel Mott emerged, clad in a blue linen tunic. Duke Eddard. Sir Adu, I presume you seek to commission a full suit of armor. You have come to the right place. Duke Eddard replied, "We do not require armor. Lord Alyn and Stannis have been here. What was their purpose?" Tobel Mott hesitated for a moment. "Lord Alyn came to see a child." Adu inquired. "We too wish to see the child." Moments later, Tobel Mott brought forth a sturdy youth, with a head of thick black hair and pale blue eyes. Duke Eddard gazed intently at the boy, and Adu asked, "Child, what is your name?" "I am Gendry," the boy replied, clutching a bull's helmet. Adu continued, "Gendry, what did Lord Alyn say when he visited you?" Gendry pondered for a moment. "He asked me if I was well here, if I liked working here, and inquired about my mother, who she was and what she did." Tobel Mott interjected, "The boy's mother passed long ago. She used to work as a tavern serving woman. My lords, I wish to avoid any trouble." Adu reassured him, "We are merely asking questions. Gendry, would you like to become a guard? The King's Guard is recruiting." Gendry shook his head. "No, I only wish to be a blacksmith." Adu chuckled. "The Frostfang city is also in need of a blacksmith. As long as you accompany me, you shall forge armor and war hammers for me. We also have an abundance of lemon cakes and honey-glazed roast duck." Gendry expressed interest. "Truly." Topmost protested, "Sir Adair, this child has yet to complete his apprenticeship and is entirely unqualified to craft armor and war hammers that would meet your expectations." Adair replied, "I have faith in him. Gendry shall be mine." Topmost appeared somewhat vexed. "My lord, I have raised this child since he was small. In a few years, he will be ready to embark on his own journey. It seems rather ungracious of you to snatch him away." Adair presented a handful of silver deer coins. "This considerable sum should suffice for claiming an untrained apprentice, would it not be fair?" Topmost's eyes brightened as he accepted the coins. "My lord, it is not merely a matter of money. If you wish to take Gendry, feel free. I would not dare stand in your way." Gendry packed his belongings and followed Duke Adair as they departed the blacksmith's workshop. Adair remarked, "Lord Ed, you are well aware of who this child is." Duke Ed lowered his voice. "This is Robert's illegitimate son. I am uncertain why Jon Arryn and Stannis seek out Robert's bastard." Adair stated, "There must be a reason. We simply need to keep Gendry close and ensure he remains at the Prime Minister's tower." Chapter 29, Bastard Evidence. Tyrion's return. As Gendry entered the Red Keep for the first time, everything appeared novel and captivating. Mounted upon his horse, he gazed around in wonder. Upon reaching the Hand's Tower, he was greeted by the illustrious Soros and the Prince of Summer Isles, Jalaba Soro. Adu escorted Gendry to a chamber on the first floor. "Gendry, you shall reside here from now on. Your neighbors, Soros, Jalaba Soro, and Celio, are all formidable warriors. Do take the opportunity to learn a few techniques from them in your leisure." Gendry clutched his bull-headed helmet. "I recognize that Red Priest Soros. He often visits Master Topmort's armory to purchase swords, invariably igniting them with wildfire. Each time he sets his sword ablaze, it suffers considerable wear. Master Mort despises him for such wastefulness of steel." At that moment, the door swung open, and the direwolf Nymeria entered. Gendry instinctively recoiled. A wolf! Following closely behind was Arya. "Do not be afraid, Nymeria does not bite indiscriminately." The wolf approached Gendry, affectionately licking his bullhorn helmet, which eased his apprehension. Arya scrutinized Gendry. "Who are you?" "I am Gendry, you may simply call me Bull," he replied. "Are you a handmaiden here?" Adu chuckled. "This is the daughter of Duke Eddard, Arya." Gendry was taken aback. "Ah, the daughter of the Hand. My apologies, milady." It was no wonder he misidentified her. Arya was drenched in sweat, wielding a wooden sword, and appeared rather disheveled from her training and play. Arya laughed. Just call me Arya. Are you here to join the ranks? My father's guard is always seeking recruits. Adu interjected, not only can Gendry join the military, but he can also forge iron, craft armor, and create long swords. He possesses many skills. Arya seized Gendry's bullhorn helmet. Did you craft this? It is quite impressive. Could you fashion me a wolf's helmet? Gendry furrowed his brow. There is no forge here, nor cast iron. Alternatively, I could return to Master Top Morte's shop and create one for you. However, I must forewarn you, I have never made a wolf's helmet, and the result may not be aesthetically pleasing. Arya made a playful grimace. Oh, I merely jest, yet you took it to heart. Given your robust stature, why not accompany me in sword practice? Gendry appeared somewhat flustered. Practice swordsmanship. Adu chuckled. Our Arya has been diligently training with the water dancer, Celio, from Bravos every day. Gendry, you might join Arya for some practice. With that, Arya tugged Gendry along to the hall for sword training. Meanwhile, Duke Eddard and Adu returned to the study. Duke Eddard opened the tome of noble lineages of the Seven Kingdoms, sighing deeply. I truly cannot fathom why Jon Arryn sought Robert's bastard on his deathbed. Adu smiled knowingly. There must be a reason for it. Duke Eddard, does His Majesty Robert have many bastards? Duke Ed spoke. Is there any need to say it? Robert has always been a libertine. Back in the Vale, when I served as Jon Arryn's ward alongside him, he was merely 16 years of age when he fathered an illegitimate daughter. I recall that the girl also bore dark hair. She should be around 17 now. Older than the age Robert was when she was conceived, which is rather peculiar to ponder. Adele interjected. I have heard that His Majesty Robert has another illegitimate son at Storm's End. The Duke nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the child is named Edric Storm, the only acknowledged bastard of Robert. Edric's mother hails from noble lineage, being a cousin of Stannis' wife, from House Florent, which left Robert with no choice but to recognize him. The boy now resides at Storm's End, under the watchful eye of the acting lord in Renly's stead. I have yet to meet the child, but I have been told he also possesses dark hair. Duke Ed could not fathom why Jon Arryn sought Robert's bastards. Yet Adele understood all too well. Robert had fathered multiple illegitimate children with various women, some with red hair, others with honey-colored tresses, brown locks, or silvery strands. However, regardless of the mother's hair color, any offspring born of Robert would inevitably bear hair as dark as the night. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, born of Cersei, all had golden hair. Stannis and Jon Arryn aimed to use Robert's bastards to cast doubt on the legitimacy of Queen Cersei's children, asserting that they were not the true heirs of King Robert and thus had no claim to the throne. The noble genealogy of Meleys explicitly detailed the intermarriages of prominent houses, meticulously cataloging each union between the Lannisters and Baratheons. Adele had taken it upon himself to investigate. Each time a lion intertwined with a crown stack, the progeny invariably had dark hair. Adele had left Gendry at the Hand's Tower, thus acquiring a means to confront Cersei and the Lannisters with substantial evidence. Gendry had become a guard at the Hand's Tower, and since Arya frequently roamed the Red Keep, Adele had assigned Gendry to accompany her daily, ensuring her well-being. Adele continued to send emissaries in search of the brothels visited by Lady Arryn during her lifetime alongside Stannis, convinced that one of these establishments must harbor another of Robert's bastards. On one particular day, Adele visited a brothel. As he exited, he was met by a group approaching on horseback. Among them was the imp, Tyrion, flanked by two attendants, Jack King and Morris, alongside a strikingly alluring woman and a grim-faced mercenary to her left. A giant of the north. What a surprising encounter in this place, exclaimed the imp, glancing at the brothel. Adele replied, I did not expect to find you indulging in such pleasures. I am here in service of the king and the Hand. Lord Tyrion, I assumed you would miss the tournament upon your return from the wall, Adele continued. Tyrion remarked, the wall is truly a magnificent sight, Adele. You must see it for yourself. Adele responded, I am a man of the north. I shall have ample opportunities in the future. King Robert has appointed you as his advisor. Are you not in the same position? Tyrion countered. It seems we shall be colleagues henceforth. The imp's presence at the royal council was, in fact, a request made by Duke Tywin to Robert, aimed at bolstering the Lannister influence in King's Landing. Adu's gaze lingered upon the enchanting beauty beside the imp. This exquisite and dignified lady was none other than. With a sweet smile, she addressed Adu, my lord. I am she, the handmaiden of Lord Tyrion. Adu replied with a chuckle, such beauty is wasted as a handmaiden. Lord Tyrion, How could you allow our delicate she's fair hands to engage in menial labor? He scrutinized the mercenary accompanying Tyrion. Who is this brawny fellow? The mercenary introduced himself. I am Bran. Tyrion interjected. I encountered a bit of trouble on King S Road. A band of brigands attempted to rob me, but thanks to Bran, who dispatched 3 of them, the rest fled in terror. Adu remarked, Bran, with skills like yours, you ought to join my ranks. The Prime Minister's guard is always in search of capable men. The imp chuckled. Adu, to poach in my presence is rather uncouth. Bran grinned, my lord Adu. If your offer were more lucrative, I would gladly abandon Tyrion to serve you. Tyrion laughed, do you see? Mercenaries are of such ilk. Their only master is gold. Adu then inquired, Bran, the melee tournament is imminent. Will you participate? Bran nodded, of course. I have heard that the champion of the lance tournament stands to win 40,000 golden dragons. Such a sum is certainly worth a try. Chapter 30, Cersei's Conspiracy. The opening of the tournament. Cersei stood upon the coastal tower of the Red Keep, gazing out at the boundless expanse of the sea. Foolish Adol. How dare he bring one of Robert's bastards to the Red Keep? This is nothing short of an affront to my dignity. Jaime leaned against the railing. Cersei. That blacksmith's apprentice serves in the king's guard. Neither Eddard nor Adol may realize that the apprentice is indeed Robert's illegitimate son. Cersei's expression was one of disbelief. Do you take Adol and Stark for fools? Jaime smirked with a hint of derision. Adol is indeed a fool, and as for Stark, he is not far behind. Cersei struggled to suppress her rage. This must be Adol's idea. He has been mocking us since Winterfell. Jaime replied, why must you engage so earnestly with a fool? Cersei retorted, if you truly consider Adol a fool, then you are the greater fool for not seeing the danger here. Why is Adol so intent on seeking out Robert's bastard? They covet the boy's dark hair, a hallmark of House Baratheon. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are all golden-haired. They intend to use the bastard to usurp young Joffrey's claim and even plot his demise. Jaime's countenance darkened. If they dare to do so, I shall slay them with a single stroke. Cersei scoffed coldly. You only know how to act rashly. When will you learn to think? Many years ago, when Joffrey was still a child, Robert intended to bring a bastard daughter from the Vale to court, and I forced him to abandon that notion. Now, Adol brazenly parades Robert's bastard as a guard in the Hand's Tower. Sooner or later, Adol will expose our secrets to Robert, and then Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen will all lose their lives. Jaime pondered for a moment. Perhaps we should eliminate the blacksmith's apprentice. This would leave Eddard and Adol without evidence. Cersei smiled. At last, you show some progress, but alas, you learn too slowly. That boy named Gendry is Robert's bastard. Killing him would only diminish the evidence in Adol and Eddard's hands. Jaime asked, what then? Cersei tossed her golden hair. Do not forget, Storm's End harbors an Edric Storm. And the Vale has another bastard daughter. I recall Robert mentioning a Mia Stone. This is merely what I know. I suspect Robert has many more bastards in Flea Bottom and the Smokeway. When Robert was in Winterfell, he consorted with those maidens, perhaps within a year. More bastards will be born in Winterfell, which is Stark's domain. Can you truly eliminate all these bastards? Even if you could, it would never counterbalance Robert's prolific nature. Jaime clenched his fists in frustration. If that is the case, we shall never find peace. Perhaps it would be better to wait until Robert is seated upon the Iron Throne in the Great Hall. I could then plunge my sword into him. Cersei laughed coldly. And then what? You were shattered by your sworn brother? James exclaimed, since I have slain one king, why not a second? Cersei flashed a sunlit smile. We must eliminate Robert, but we need to adopt a safer method. The tournament is about to commence, and it presents a splendid opportunity to dispose of Robert. Once Robert is dead, the next targets will be the fool Hodor and Eddard. The highly anticipated tournament finally commenced. It was hosted by King Robert to celebrate the ascension of Duke Eddard. The venue was set outside the walls of King S Landing, along the banks of the Blackwater River, where tents had already been erected. These tents belonged to free riders, hired knights, and nobles from all corners of the Seven Kingdoms. At the prime viewing area, Duke Eddard, the Hand of the King, was accompanied by Master Pycelle, the Master of Coin Peter Baelish, the Master of Whisperers Varys, the Lord of Laws Lysa, and Tyrion. King Robert and Queen Cersei sat high above the crowd. Sansa and Arya were present in the audience, flanked by the Septa and Jenny Poole, with Gendry standing guard nearby. Duke Eddard was initially disinclined to send his men to participate in the tournament, yet upon Aldor's persuasion, he reconsidered. Several skilled fighters from the King's Guard were set to compete in the jousting, team melee, and archery contests. They included Ser Jorah Mormont, Prince Joriba of the Summer Isles, Captain Jory Castle of the King's Guard, as well as Awakens, Desmond, and several other members of the Guard. Since his victory over Ser Jaime, Ser Boros, and Ser Marlin at Winterfell, Awakens' fame had soared, and his name was sung throughout the Seven Kingdoms. He had never before participated in a tournament. And the common folk of King S Landing, along with nobles from various realms, were eager to witness his prowess. The commoners referred to Hodor as the Giant of the North, the Knight of Songs, the Nightmare of Kingslayers, yet his most resounding moniker remained the Fool. This title was not derogatory. The populace regarded Hodor as a knight as great as Florian the Fool, the protector of the realm. Hodor had entered all three events, jousting, team melee, and archery, but securing victory would prove challenging, especially in the jousting, which drew the most attention. Among the King's Guard, 7 members were esteemed jousters, particularly the fearless Barristan Selmy and the Kingslayer Jaime, both of whom had claimed numerous tournament championships. Jaime approached Hodor. For Hodor, I hope to face you in the finals. Do try not to be eliminated early. I am counting on revenge. Hodor laughed. Kingslayer, I fear you may find yourself defeated by me once more. Jaime then turned to leave. The mountain, Gregor Clegane, rode forth on a black warhorse, looming like a giant. Gregor was taller than Hodor, a natural-born killing machine. The mountain's brother, the Hound Sandor Clegane, was also a formidable warrior. As soon as Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, made his appearance, a chorus of excited screams erupted. He is the youngest son of the Duke of Highgarden, exuding charm and valor, a skilled warrior, and the champion of the most recent tournament in King S Landing. This tournament was held to celebrate Joffrey's name day, during which Loras unexpectedly triumphed over the favored contender, Ser Jaime, leaving many gamblers who had bet on the Kingslayer in dire straits. Dismounting, Loras approached Ser Loras, who whispered something to him, prompting Loras to break into a smile. Ser Adu approached. Could this truly be the legendary Knight of Flowers? Loras greeted Adu with a smile. I am Loras Tyrell. You must be the Giant of the North, Ser Adu. Ser Loras chuckled. Loras, Adu is a dear friend of mine. I believe you two will ultimately be the finalists. Loras replied, I fight solely for the championship. Ser Loras turned to Adu. Ser Adu, I believe your steed is not suited for the tournament. I have prepared a gift for you. A stablehand led forth a magnificent white warhorse. This steed hails from across the narrow sea, bred by the Dothraki. I spent quite a fortune on it. A noble steed for a hero, it is yours. Adu took the horse, examining it closely. This truly is a rare find. A flicker of jealousy crossed Loras's eyes. My lord, when I visited Windspire, you would not part with a horse for me. Why bestow one upon Adu? Ser Loras replied, Does Highgarden lack steeds? Your brother, Ser Villas, has accumulated countless fine horses. Loras scoffed lightly. I believe Ser Adu is not in want of horses either. After all, he hails from humble beginnings, having grown up in the stables and possessing great knowledge of horses. Your refusal to give me a horse does not bother me. Once I defeat Ser Adu, the steed shall be mine. According to the unwritten rules of the tournament, the victor may claim the armor, weapons, and horse of the vanquished, though the defeated may redeem them with coin. Ser Loras regarded Loras with a frown. Loras, do not behave childishly. Loras stormed off in a huff. Ser Loras turned to Adu apologetically. Do not take offense at Loras. He has always been this way. He was once my squire, and I always thought of him when I acquired fine things. This time, giving the horse to you displeased him. Adu nodded. I understand the depth of your friendship. Chapter 31. The Duel with the Mountain of Magic. Gregor Clegane, Sandor Clegane, the Knights of Flowers, and Barristan Selmy undoubtedly stand as formidable adversaries in the Adobe Martial Tournament. However, the youthful nobility from across the Seven Kingdoms is equally formidable. Among them are noble heirs, and those of distinguished lineage yet lacking claims to inheritance. Adam observed Bryce Caron from the frontier, and Bronze Euron from the Vale, clad in bronze scale armor adorned with ancient runes. The bronze armor of Euron is a family heirloom of the Royce lineage, said to be imbued with ancient magic, rendering its wearer invincible in battle. Euron's heir, Andar, along with his younger brother, Sir Robert, was also present. Marquis Warden Fry of the Crossing, one of the most powerful lords in the Riverlands, was absent. Yet his numerous descendants attended, including even his illegitimate son, Martin Rivers. From the island of Greenstone came Horace and Hobble, whose shields bore the emblem of a cluster of grapes, They are offspring of Pike's red wine. The red wine family of Greenstone Island is among the mightiest lords of the Reach, and their fleet is considered one of the most formidable in the Seven Kingdoms, rivaled only by the royal fleet of King S Landing and the Iron Fleet of the Iron Islands. Adon also spotted Count Jason Mallister from Seaguard. Accompanied by his son Patrick, Seaguard serves as a bulwark against the pirates of the Iron Islands. Lord Bolon Swan, hailing from the frontier, is the second son of Lord Goyen Swan of Stonehelm. Besides these noble youths, the mercenary knights and free riders are equally noteworthy. Those gathered from Dorne, the Reach, the Vale, the Riverlands, Stormlands, and even the Iron Islands, all yearn for glory in the tournament, hoping to catch the eye of a lord and secure a position. Tyrion's mercenary, Pollum, mingled among the crowd, and Adon also noticed Ser Hugh. Ser Hugh was formerly a squire to Jon Arryn and was knighted by Robert after Lord Arryn's demise. Glancing at the duel roster, Adon saw that Ser Hugh's first opponent in the jousting was none other than Gregor Clegane. Before the Mountain of Magic, Ser Hugh stood little chance. With over 100 participants, the odds of drawing such a formidable opponent were slim, yet he had drawn him, leading Adon to question whether foul play was afoot. Could someone be scheming to eliminate Ser Hugh by the hand of the mountain? Adon summoned the Grand Maester. Is the drawing of lots for the tournament fair? He inquired. The Grand Maester replied, My Lord Adon, no one can guarantee absolute fairness. Lord Baelish drew the first round of matchups. Adon had initially suspected Cersei's machinations, only to discover it was Peter Baelish. Observing Baelish in the stands, exchanging a jest with Varys before departing, Adon summoned a fly from his palm, sending it to pursue Baelish. In the arena of the tournament, the atmosphere was saturated with negativity, filled with greedy gamblers, anxious competitors, and despondent losers. Adil effortlessly transformed these adverse emotions into magic, which surged through his entire being. He summoned flies that followed Littlefinger as he entered a tent adorned with the sigil of 3 hounds, the emblem of House Clegane. A squire was assisting Gregor Clegane into his armor, and Littlefinger chuckled, My Lord Gregor, you exude an aura of menace today. I truly feel for your first-round opponent. Gregor scoffed, a nameless wretch. Littlefinger continued, but Ser Hugh is the squire of Lord Jon Arryn. He often boasts to the Red Cloaks that he could defeat the mountain with one hand. The mountain's expression darkened. Did he truly say that? Littlefinger laughed. Ah. Youth is often brimming with bravado. The mountain coldly declared, I want him dead. The dialogue between Littlefinger and the mountain reached Adil's ears through the flies. Adil mused. I had thought it was the Lannisters seeking to kill Ser Hugh. It appears that Littlefinger is the mastermind. Duke Eddard was about to inquire about Ser Hugh, suspecting that if he were slain by a vassal of House Lannister, his suspicions would fall solely upon Cersei and Jaime, thus deepening the rift between the Starks and Lannisters. Littlefinger was cunningly sowing discord between the two houses, and Adil decided to allow him to revel in his schemes for the time being. Approaching Ser Hugh, Adil extended his hand to assist him into his armor. Do you not have a squire? Ser Hugh scoffed. Once I defeat the mountain, I shall claim his armor and steed, and then I shall have everything I desire. The mountain's armor was forged from fine steel, and his imposing stature made him resemble a mobile fortress clad in iron. Adil inquired, and what if you should lose? Ser Hugh shrugged dismissively. Even if I were to fall to the mountain, it would not be a disgrace. Oblivious to the imminent peril, Ser Hugh was unaware that the mountain could easily dispatch him with a single thrust. Adil resolved to aid Ser Hugh, as he assisted him into his armor. He discovered that the throat guard was damaged. However, this was of little concern, for Adil summoned the light of the Holy Radiance. The paladin still imbued Ser Hugh's armor, throat guard, and helmet with divine protection. At that moment, the herald announced Ser Hugh's name. The next bout featured Ser Hugh from the Vale, facing off against Gregor Clegane, the mountain from the Westerlands. Adil, having bestowed the Holy Radiance upon Ser Hugh, wished him good fortune. The two competitors took their positions in the arena as Gregor Clegane, filled with wrath, brandished his spear and charged at Ser Hugh. Ser Hugh thrust his spear towards Gregor, only for it to be effortlessly deflected by Gregor's own. The mountain aimed his spear at Ser Hugh's exposed throat, realizing that the throat guard was compromised. As the spear descended toward Ser Hugh's neck, the holy radiance left by Adil formed an invisible shield of light. Before this radiant barrier, the mountain spear shattered into fragments. The demon mountain and the surrounding spectators collectively gasped, and even Ser Hugh was momentarily stunned as he thrust his lance toward the head of the demon mountain. Enraged, the demon mountain seized Ser Hugh's lance with his bare hand, sending him crashing to the ground. The announcer proclaimed, Ser Hugh has fallen. The demon mountain emerges victorious. A shadow of discontent crossed the face of Littlefinger among the crowd. After the contest, Sir Shio, leading his steed and clutching his armor, approached the Demon Mountain. According to the regulations, the defeated in the tournament must relinquish their weapons, horses, and armor to the victor. Sir Gregor, my armor and steed now belong to you. The Demon Mountain gripped Sir Shio firmly. You, a mere boy, dare to boast behind my back about defeating me. Before Sir Shio could comprehend the situation, the Demon Mountain's iron fist struck him squarely in the face. The force possessed the capacity to extinguish life, and with the blessing of divine light now vanished. Sir Shio lay bloodied and unconscious on the ground. The Demon Mountain lunged forward, intent on delivering another blow, but Adar intervened. Sir Gregor, why pick on the youth? The Demon Mountain shrugged off Adar's restraint and retreated into the tent. Duke Aed, Soros, and Jory approached, the Duke furrowing his brow. What transpired here? Adar helped Sir Shio to his feet, but he was covered in blood, having lost consciousness. It was evident that Sir Shio had offended the Demon Mountain, who retaliated with a punch. Duke Aed remarked, his injuries are severe. We must summon Chancellor Paisher at once. Adar chuckled, let Paisher tend to him. I fear Sir Shio may perish even more swiftly. The Duke then realized that Paisher was an accomplice of Queen Cersei, who would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to eliminate Sir Shio. What shall we do? Duke Aed asked anxiously, sensing the gravity of Sir Shio's condition. Adar replied, leave it to me. Whether he lives or dies now rests solely upon Sir Shio's fate. Chapter 32. The Shining Tournament. The formidable punch from the Demon Mountain left Sir Shiofu in a state of unconsciousness, likely suffering from a concussion. Fortunately, this was not a challenge for Adu. As a man endowed with the skills of a beastmaster, Adu was well versed in various forms of magic, including those of the shaman, paladin, alchemist, and apprentice mage. He carefully lifted Sir Shiofu onto a carriage and summoned the healing arts of a true shaman. A wave of restorative energy surged into Shiofu's body, ensuring his survival, albeit he remained in a deep stupor. Adu called upon Fat Tom to escort Sir Shiofu back to the Prime Minister's tower for recuperation, assigning 2 guards to stand vigil by his side. The King's Hand tournament continued unabated, and Adu was soon to enter the fray. His first opponent was Weary Ward, a knight loyal to Hellenberg. Halwyn brought forth Adu's steed, a magnificent white warhorse gifted to him by Duke Renly, which had incited envy among the Knights of Flowers. Adu named this noble creature White Dragon Horse and mounted it with grace. As the herald prepared to announce the match, King Robert abruptly gestured for silence. Standing beside Adu, he proclaimed, next to face the audience is the Norse giant, the knight from the ballads, the slayer of kings, Sir Adu. His booming voice resonated throughout the arena, eliciting thunderous applause from the nobles and commoners alike. Adu's adversary, Weary Ward, was stirred with excitement upon hearing his name called by the king. Nearly losing his balance atop his steed, King Robert approached Adu, saying, Adu, please do not disappoint me. Queen Cersei is convinced you shall fall to the Slayer of Kings. Yet I eagerly anticipate your triumph over Jaime once more. To this, Adu replied, Your Majesty, I assure you, I shall not let you down. As Weary Ward appeared across from Adu, both knights charged towards one another. Adu typically wielded a war hammer, but in preparation for the tournament, he had engaged in frequent lance practice with Soros, Sandor, and Alan Santalta. The paladins of the Beast Realm, such as Turallion, Uther, and Tyrion Fordring, were all without exception top-tier knights. Each time Adu invoked the light, his equestrian skills, lance technique, and swordplay saw significant enhancement. Moreover, Adu possessed the Beastmaster skills of the magical beasts, allowing him to communicate telepathically with his mount, setting his horsemanship apart from the ordinary. While Weary Ward was a commendable knight, he soon succumbed to defeat before the empowered Adu, tumbling from his saddle. Duke Renly, King Robert, Sansa, Arya, and Tyrion all cheered for Adu, even Ed, who typically disdained tournaments, could not help but smile. Among the contenders from the Prime Minister's tower, Soros, Jalabasol, and Jory had also progressed to the next round, while Halwyn and Ellen suffered early elimination. Halwyn was bested by Marlin of the Kingsguard, and Ellen fell to Sir Bolon Swan. Sir Weary Ward, leading his steed and donning his armor, approached Adu with a respectful demeanor. Sir Ador, my steed is yours, and the armor is at your disposal. However, my long sword, having served me faithfully for many years, I find it difficult to part with. I would prefer to redeem it with gold. Sir Ador chuckled, Sir Weary, I have no need for such trifles. Your steed, armor, and long sword may remain with you. The value of these armaments was not lost on Weary Ward, who expressed his gratitude. Sir Hodor, your generosity is remarkable. To be bested by you is an honor I never expected. Especially when King Robert called my name at the tournament in King's Landing. Sir Hodor inquired, King's Landing offers many opportunities, Sir Veery. Might I ask if you are a landed knight or a mercenary knight? The former possesses estates and small castles, often overseeing the populace of several villages. Akin to minor lords. In contrast, mercenary knights own no lands. Their possessions typically consist solely of their steeds, armor, and swords. Veery Ward replied. My brother is a landed knight, having inherited the family estate. I have served Lady Huron of Harrenhal as a mercenary knight and am currently seeking my next employer. Sir Hodor responded, I shall hire you. You may join the Prime Minister's guard. Veery Ward's prowess was akin to that of Jory, thus securing a reliable knight for Hodor. Hodor's second opponent was Barry Tondrian, the Earl of Blackport, whose black shield bore the mark of a lightning bolt. Barry was a close confidant of Soros, often seeking the company of the Red Priest for revelry during his visits to King's Landing. In their fierce contest, Barry broke 3 lances but ultimately succumbed to defeat. As the tournament progressed, the caliber of Hodor's adversaries intensified. He eliminated the bastard Martin Rivers from the twins, only to face the formidable Ser Mandin Moore of the King's Guard next. Although Mandin possessed great strength, Hodor unseated him with a single thrust. Hodor then encountered Ser Marlin, who sought vengeance for a prior defeat in Winterfell. Yet, in this rematch, Marlin found himself without any opportunity, as Hodor concluded the bout in merely 2 exchanges. Following 3 rounds of fierce jousting, Hodor triumphed over the formidable Baron Swan. The Imp's mercenary, Bran, initially dazzled the crowd with his performance but was soon unseated by a mercenary knight from the Vale, named Russell Brown. Bran, ill-suited for jousting, ultimately faced defeat. Russell Brown went on to eliminate Jory Castle, emerging as a notable dark horse in this tournament. It was only in the later stages that he was ousted by the Mountain. The Knight of Flowers, Loras, also shone brightly, defeating the diminutive Preston Greenfield, as well as the King's Guard members Alice Karstark and Boros Blunt. The Hound, Sandor Clegane, vanquished Bryce Carrion and Horace Redwine, even unseating the beloved Duke Lisa of King's Landing. The Mountain, Gregor Clegane, continued his relentless advance, leaving many opponents injured in his wake. In the afternoon, a climactic showdown awaited as Hodor faced the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. The victor of this encounter would secure a place among the final 4. James's gilded armor gleamed under the radiant sun. Foolish Hodor. I had intended to deal with you during the finals. I did not expect our encounter to come so swiftly. Hodor replied nonchalantly, Sir James, alas, this time you shall once again find yourself unable to triumph over me. In the stands, Littlefinger remarked, 300 gold dragons wagered on the usurper's advancement. Lannister added, I'm in. I have always favored Hodor. What say you, little imp? Tyrion pondered for a moment. I favor Hodor, yet I must support James, for he is family. King Robert sat regally, observing the clash. A squire presented a lance, and thus, James and Hodor charged forth. A thrust from James nearly caused Hodor to lose his footing. Yet Hodor swiftly regained his balance, turning to pierce James's gilded armor with his lance. The weapon shattered under the sheer force of Hodor, sending James flying to the ground, his helmet dented and obscuring his vision. Lannister's attendants hurried to pull the disoriented James from the arena as Robert's laughter echoed like a storm. The crowd roared Hodor's name, while Cersei turned her head away, muttering a curse at that damn fool. As the lance tournament reached its climax, Hodor, the Hound, the Mountain, and the Knight of Flowers advanced to the final 4. As dusk fell, King Robert announced that the remaining matches would be held the following day. The audience began to disperse, and lanterns were lit in the riverside tents. Robert did not depart but remained in the stands. That evening, those defeated by Hodor, Balon Swan and Beric Dondarrion, approached with their steeds, armor, shields, and weapons to present to the victorious Hodor. Hodor promptly declined. You are all valiant opponents. How could I accept your armor and steeds? Take them away. However, I shall not let you leave without an invitation. I wish to host you both at the Prime Minister's tower tonight. Would you be interested? Count Beric replied, I have heard that Soros is in your employ. I was intending to seek him out for a drink, so it seems fortuitous. Sir Balon added, I cannot refuse the invitation of Lord Hodor. At that moment, a quarrel erupted from the stands between King Robert and Queen Cersei. You vile woman, my affairs are none of your concern. Cersei, her face pale with fury, departed under Jaime's escort. Hodor and Duke Eddard promptly approached Robert. Hodor inquired, Your Majesty, What troubles you? Robert lamented. I wish to participate in the team tournament. Yet Cersei insists it is far too perilous. Do I require her permission? Sir Barristan escorted Robert away, quickly vanishing into the night. Chapter 33. The conspiracy of the group tournament. Rob held a particular fondness for group tournaments, unlike his aversion to jousting with lances. In a group tournament, warriors clashed on the battlefield, sometimes forming small squads to combat foes, while at other times engaging in internal skirmishes against one another. The last standing would be crowned the champion of the tournament. Participating in such events allowed Rob to reminisce about the glorious days of his youth on the battlefield. However, the chaos and peril of the group tournament were notorious, with broken bones and bloodshed being commonplace. As night enveloped the tournament grounds, Duke Ed spoke, expressing concern about Rob's desire to participate. What if he gets injured? Ador chuckled softly, dismissing the worry. Injury is but a minor concern. My fear lies in the possibility that someone may seize the moment to assassinate His Majesty during the tournament. A chill ran through Duke Ed at the thought. Did anyone dare to lay hands on the king? Ador continued, what better opportunity for an assassination than amidst the turmoil of a chaotic tournament? My lord, you need not fret. Tomorrow we shall dissuade Rob from competing. Outside the tent, the royal cooks were preparing an alfresco banquet, while the king's jester, Moonchild, frolicked on stilts, mocking everyone with his sharp wit, leaving one to ponder how such a clever individual could possess a simple mind. Sansa held a forget-me-not flower close to her heart. Ador inquired, Sansa, who gifted you that flower? She replied, it was the Flower Knight, who seems to have stepped straight out of a ballad to present me with this bloom. How can such a handsome and strong man exist in this world? Jennifer interjected, I believe Lord Barrick is more dashing. He is as swift and fierce as lightning on a shield. I truly wish to marry him. Sansa pursed her lips. Lord Barrick is decent, but he is far too old, several years beyond Loras. The Flower Knight remains the more handsome. Sansa clearly regarded the Flower Knight as her ideal suitor, yet Ador understood that the knight would likely hold no interest in her. He suspected that the Flower Knight might be indifferent to any woman. Upon arriving at the Prime Minister's tower, Gendry escorted Sansa while Arya returned to her chamber. Ador and Duke Ed summoned Fat Tom. Tom, has Ser Shyff awakened? Ador inquired. After the tournament, Ser Shyff had been knocked unconscious by the Mountain's fist. Tom replied. He has awakened, but he remains quite weak. Ador entered Ser Shyff's chamber, where he lay in bed covered with a crescent cloak. Fat Tom lit a honey candle, illuminating the room, and Ser Shyff opened his eyes. Upon seeing Ador, he expressed his gratitude. Ser Ador, I have heard it was you who saved me. That accursed Mountain nearly took my life. What did I do to provoke him? Ador responded, the Mountain requires no reason to kill. Just ask Sandor if you wish to know. I suspect someone is using the Mountain's hand to orchestrate your demise. Fear was etched on Ser Shyff's face. Why would anyone wish to harm me? I have offended no one. Ador remarked, you were the servant of Lord Jon Arryn in his lifetime. We suspect that Lord Arryn was murdered. Some fear that we might glean information from you, which has led them to decide to eliminate you. Although the Mountain could not kill you this time, they will not relent. Shiofu was terrified, and it was indeed due to Lord Arryn. Ador continued, stay here and recuperate. This is the Prime Minister's tower, and it is quite safe. Ador then exited the room, and the steward, Vian Pooh, approached him. Ador, your guest, Count Barrick, and Baron Swan have arrived. Additionally, there is a knight named Direwolves, who claims you promised him a position within the Prime Minister's guard. Ador replied, have Jory arrange accommodations for Sir Direwolves. He will be one of our guards from now on. During the jousting tournament, Ador triumphed over Count Barrick and Baron Swan, inviting them to the Prime Minister's tower as guests. Ador entered the study, where Duke Ed was examining the noble genealogy of the Melon. My Lord Ed, Baron Swan and Count Barrick have arrived and are presently in the hall. I believe you should meet them. Duke Ed furrowed his brow. I have no time. They are your guests. You can meet them. Ador responded, my Lord Ed, Count Barrick hails from a prominent house in the borderlands and is a renowned warrior. As for Baron Swan, his martial prowess and character are also exceptional. I understand you are not fond of mingling with the powerful, but we find ourselves in King Ed's Landing and must cultivate friendships. There will come a time when we need such allies. And dining with the Prime Minister is a tremendous honor. We have only brought 50 guards from Winterfell. Surely you do not expect to face the Lannister lions with just these 50. Duke Ed closed the book. I do not trust friendships forged over wine. Yet you are correct, I must at least attempt to make more acquaintances. Duke Ed and Adu proceeded to the hall, where Vianpu and the servants began to serve the dishes. Baron Swan and Count Beric sat beside Adu, and soon after, Ser Ura Mormont and Prince Jalaba of the Summer Isles arrived. Mormont and Count Beric, old acquaintances, embraced warmly. Adu poured wine for Baron Swan and Count Beric. You both are formidable warriors from Dorne. Upon reflection, so is Bolistan Selmy, who also hails from the borderlands. Why do so many exceptional warriors emerge from the borders? Count Beric chuckled. We dare not claim to be exceptional warriors in the presence of the giants of the north, after all. Both Baron and I are but your defeated adversaries. Baron Swan added, Sir Adu's compliments are but a reflection of his own prowess. Laughter erupted among the gathering. The next day, the tournament continued. Early in the morning, Adu and Duke Ed arrived at King Robert's encampment. The king's tent was the most striking within the riverside camp, adorned with the banner of the crown stag. Within the confines of the tent, a young squire was flustered as he assisted Robert in donning his armor. You fool! You cannot even manage to put on armor. Hurry and help me. Adair noticed that the squire had sandy brown hair and recognized him as Lancel. Lancel was the cousin of Queen Cersei, the son of Kevin Lannister. Robert's armor was stuck at his midsection, proving impossible to fasten. In recent years, Robert had indulged in feasts at court daily, forsaking the rigors of equestrian life, and had grown increasingly corpulent. Robert shook his head in despair. Do you see this? Lancel. This fool cannot even assist me in donning my armor. Both Eddard and Aldair recognized the source of the dilemma. Your Grace, it is not the boy's fault. It is yours. You have grown too corpulent, Duke Eddard remarked. Too corpulent. Robert's expression darkened as he set down his flagon. Did you hear that? The hand has declared that the king is too fat to wear armor. Go fetch Alan Stangar. We need a pair of tongs. Robert patted his beer belly, visibly distressed. Eddard, how have I fallen to such depths? I am so fat that I cannot wear my own armor. Aldair interjected, Your Grace. Does this mean you are resolute in participating in the tournament? I have heard that Queen Cersei opposes your involvement. Robert scoffed, Cersei meddles in everything. I shall not acquiesce to her wishes. I intend to compete in the tournament. Duke Eddard cautioned, participating in the tournament is perilous, Robert. You ought to refrain. You might suffer injury. Robert thumped his chest. With a war armor in hand, I am an invincible king. None can defeat me. Should they wish to harm me, let them come, if they possess the skill. Eddard's pleas fell on deaf ears, and Aldair added, Your Grace, should you enter the team tournament, it will compromise the fairness of the competition. Robert furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Aldair explained, no one would dare strike the king. They would be too apprehensive. Thus, the excitement of the hand tournament would be significantly diminished. Robert sighed in resignation. This cursed crown has even stripped me of the joy of participating in the tournament. In another tent, Lancel approached Cersei. Your Grace, King Robert does not intend to participate in the tournament. Cersei let out a cold laugh. I had hoped to seize this opportunity to eliminate him once and for all, but it appears Robert will not compete. Lancel lowered his voice. Shall we proceed with the assassins we have prepared for the team tournament? Cersei replied, Of course. Even if Robert does not participate, there is still the fool Aldair. We must ensure that those 2 Iron Islands assassins eliminate Aldair. Chapter 34. The champion of the Longsword Tournament. The day of the grand finale at the King's Hand Tournament arrived, culminating in the highly anticipated contests for the champions of the longsword, archery, and team events. The competition commenced with the longsword duel, which, after a fierce battle, saw the remaining 4 contenders, Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, Sandor Clegane, the Hound, Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, and the newcomer, Aldair. In the initial match, Aldair faced his old friend, the Hound. Sandor had been training with Aldair almost every evening, and as the tournament approached, they resumed their practice with the longsword in the training grounds of the Red Keep. The two were well acquainted with each other's strengths and weaknesses. While waiting for his turn, Aldair spotted Sandor, with Joffrey and Sansa standing nearby. Throughout the tournament, Joffrey had been making every effort to ingratiate himself with Sansa, adopting a demeanor of false politeness. Aldair recognized that these antics were orchestrated by Cersei. Joffrey cast a disdainful glance at Aldair. Hound, teach this fool a lesson. Aren't you hungry today? This is your bone, he sneered. The Hound scoffed, this is merely a tough bone to chew. Aldair, if you wish to earn that gold, perhaps I should deliberately lose to you, Sandor replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I intend to defeat you fair and square. Who needs your charity? I hope the mountain can best Loras, then I can have my revenge in the finals. Clad in a dog-shaped helmet and ash-grey armor, Sandor mounted his spirited steed, which he had named Stranger. Aldair, too, mounted his horse, a gift from Sir Lisa Arryn, and named it White Dragon. In the stands, the Duke of Lannister, Littlefinger, Varys, and Tyrion sat together. Leaning back in his seat, Tyrion had the mercenary Boros standing by his side. I wager 500 gold dragons on the Hound advancing to the finals, he declared. The Duke chuckled. I'll bet you, I believe Aldair will prevail. Haven't you always favored him? Tyrion gazed at the mountain in the distance, pondering the likelihood of his advancement. The mountain was determined to seek vengeance against the Hound, and the northern giant would not stand in the way of his thirst for victory. Littlefinger chimed in. The mountain may not even reach the finals. The Knight of Flowers is not to be underestimated. As the herald announced the commencement of the match, Sandor charged forth like a wild dog unleashed. His long sword lunged towards Aldair's heart, which he deftly parried. The clash of their weapons echoed, splintering wood scattered across the arena. They both returned to their starting positions, where their squires provided them with fresh longswords for another bout. After shattering 7 longswords, Sandor grew increasingly agitated, ultimately being unseated by Aldair. As Aldair dismounted and helped Sandor to his feet, the Hound grunted, My gold is gone. Damn it, I should have chosen a gentler horse, Stranger is too unruly. Aldair proclaimed, Once I secure the title of champion with my lance, the prize shall undoubtedly be shared with you. Sandor replied, Forget it. However, should the mountain advance to the finals, if you dare to lose to him, your Warhammer giant badge shall be replaced with that of a dog-headed man. Aldair chuckled. A dog-headed man. If I triumph over the mountain, your 3-dog emblem will have to transform into that of a bitch. The Knight of Flowers approached on horseback. Sir Aldair, you cannot hope to defeat the mountain, for your opponent in the finals can only be me. Loras Tyrell, resembling a resplendent rose beneath the sun, bore his luscious brown hair lazily cascading over his shoulder. His snow-white steed was adorned with white and red roses, while his cloak blossomed with 1,000 forget-me-nots. The flowers on Loras's armor and cloak were all meticulously carved from sapphires, shimmering with enchanting hues under the light. He was strikingly slender and beautiful, a vision of unmatched handsomeness, eliciting waves of gasps and cheers from the crowd upon his entrance. Sansa and the young ladies, including Jane Poole, marveled and cheered for Loras. When the mountain made his appearance, however, silence fell over the arena, with few offering him applause, much to his apparent indifference. Towering nearly 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders and arms as thick as tree trunks, his steed appeared diminutive beneath him. The citizens of King's Landing would not forget the events of the War of Usurpation, when Sir Tywin Lannister breached the gates of the city, allowing his men to plunder. It was the mountain who, at the tender age of 17, had brutally slammed the infant Prince Aegon against the wall. In his childhood, merely for playing with Sandor's toy, the mountain had once pressed his younger brother into a fire pit, resulting in the Hound's face being grievously burned. The mountain's father met an untimely demise during a hunting expedition, while his sister perished at home. It is said that her chamber echoed with screams on the day of her death. After the death of Gregor's father, he inherited their family stronghold, and the Hound departed from Clegane's keep that very day, never to return, even when passing by his own doorstep. Now, Gregor was on the verge of a 3rd marriage. His previous 2 wives having died under mysterious circumstances, their deaths enveloped in chilling rumors. It was said that Clegane's keep, where Gregor resided, was perpetually shrouded in terror, with servants inexplicably vanishing and even dogs refusing to approach the hall. In recent years, Gregor Clegane had largely remained within his domain, seldom venturing beyond its walls except for war and tournaments. This time, it was solely to participate in the Hand of the King-S tournament that he had journeyed from the Westlands to King's Landing. The Knight of Flowers rode a mare, while Sir Gregor was mounted upon a tempestuous stallion, a type he favored for their unruly nature and lack of discipline. Upon catching the scent of the mare, Gregor's steed became restless, almost rearing up, and it took considerable effort for Gregor to rein in the beast. The 2 knights rode forth to the royal box, bowing to King Robert and Queen Cersei before making their way to the arena. As the squire presented their lances, Gregor and Loras charged forward. Gregor resembled a towering edifice, while Loras embodied the grace of a nimble dancer. From the outset, Gregor struggled to maintain control over his steed. As he approached Loras, the mountain managed to thrust his lance with great effort. Loras effortlessly evaded the assault, causing the mare to further agitate the mountain's mount, which began to neigh in distress. Loras deftly struck a point on the mountain's armor, leading to his immediate downfall as he tumbled from his horse. Due to Gregor's formidable physique, even his mount was overwhelmed beneath him. Sandor's piercing laughter resonated, eliciting applause and cheers from numerous nobles and commoners alike for Sir Loras. Interspersed with the curses of gamblers who had wagered on the mountain's victory, only to witness his dismal defeat, Loras circled the arena, basking in the adulation of the crowd. While Sir Loras smiled in acknowledgement at the Duke of Lancel, Tyrion remarked with a grin that Loras must have known that the mare would cause Gregor's steed to lose control. The mountain had always favored temperamental, undisciplined war horses. And this time he fell to the hands of the Knight of Flowers. The mountain rose from the ground. "Bring me my sword," he bellowed. The attendant, too intimidated to refuse, presented the mountain with his colossal blade. The mountain swung it towards his steed, cleaving the horse in twain and showering the arena with warm crimson rain. Amidst the gasps of astonished spectators, the mountain raised his bloodied sword and advanced toward Loras, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. Still jesting with the audience, the Duke of Lancel and Littlefinger sensed the danger and shouted, "Stop Gregor!" But their voices were drowned out by the throng. By the time Loras perceived the threat, the mountain was upon him. Sir Loras too cried out for a sword, but the mountain's massive blade was already descending upon him. With a resounding crash, a warhammer soared through the air, intercepting the mountain's sword. The mountain turned to see the hammer fall to the ground, raised by Hodor. Sir Gregor, taking advantage of the chaos, does not embody the spirit of knighthood, the mountain grumbled. Does this lad's trickery with a mare qualify as chivalry? He swung his mighty sword at Hodor, only to be halted by Sandor. "Gregor, how dare you invoke the spirit of knighthood? Spare us your hypocrisy!" The mountain cursed as he fiercely struck at Sandor, with Hodor joining the fray. Soon, Loras too brandished his sword and entered the melee. Despite the mountain's formidable prowess, he quickly found himself besieged by the Knight of Flowers, Hodor, and the Hound, leaving him unable to defend himself adequately. The mountain chose to unleash a furious assault on the Knight of Flowers. His colossal sword clashed against the rose-emblazoned shield, sending forth blue and white sparks. "Seize this at once!" roared King Robert, his voice reverberating throughout the arena. Only then did Gregor storm away in fury. In the finals, Loras and Hodor prepared to vie for the championship. Loras gazed at Hodor's steed. "That white horse was originally mine. The Duke of Lancel had no right to gift it to you, Sir Hodor. I intend to reclaim it." Hodor chuckled. "I fear I have no intention of yielding it willingly." Loras and Hodor then engaged in a fierce duel, with Loras's agility in marksmanship proving to be a significant challenge for Hodor. However, the recent skirmish with the mountain seemed to have drained Loras of an excessive amount of energy and stamina. After the two had shattered 5 lances, a thrust from Essos struck Loras in the shoulder, causing the Knight of Flowers to tumble from his steed. This time, only Duke Lancel and Peter Baelish had wagered on the Knight of Flowers, while only the imp had placed his bet on Essos. Tyrion counted the gold dragons provided by Lancel and Baelish, reveling in his delight. "If Loras is the Knight of Flowers, then our Sir Essos is undoubtedly the Wearing of Flowers." Chapter 35. The archery tournament, Adu triumphed over the Knight of Flowers, securing the championship of the King's Hand tournament, and thus earned the title of the Wearing Flower. In the stands, Adu's friends Tyrion, Lancel, Balon Swan, Jorah Mormont, and others rose to their feet in jubilant cheers. From the north, Desmond, Ellen, Jory, and Fat Tom chanted Adu's name. In this grand tournament, Adu decisively defeated the finest warriors from the 7 kingdoms, representing the north in a moment of glorious victory. Arya and Sansa screamed with excitement amidst the crowd. Adu approached King Robert and Queen Cersei, who drank from a goblet of golden wine. "Adu, I always knew you would be the champion. Not even the Kingslayer, the Hound, or the Knight of Flowers could stand in your way," Robert proclaimed. Cersei smirked. "The fool has claimed the tournament's crown. It seems the era of Florian has returned." Ignoring Cersei's taunts, Robert gestured to the tournament's herald, who presented a crown fashioned from forget-me-nots, roses, and tulips. "Sir Adu, according to tradition, you may select a fair maiden to crown as the Queen of Love and Beauty." Cersei cast a disdainful glance at Adu, who she had hoped would bestow the title upon her brother Jaime, allowing her to bask in glory at a tournament hosted by her old rival, the Starks. Now, with Adu as the victor, Cersei felt compelled to maintain her status as the most noble and beautiful in all of King's Landing. Adu gazed intently at Cersei, causing a shiver to run down her spine. Did this fool intend to crown her as the Queen of Love and Beauty? Filth! At least he possesses some discernment. After all, he is a man. Perhaps I could use my beauty to manipulate Adu. Taking the crown, Adu approached Cersei, whose heart raced. She recalled the tournament at Harrenhal. A season of misguided hope when Prince Rhaegar claimed the championship, leading her to believe he would crown her. Instead, the laurel-adorned lioness had. What should I say if I were to wear the crown? Though it would be embarrassing to be crowned by a fool. It is still the crown of love and beauty. As Cersei prepared her acceptance speech, Adu walked past her without a word, transforming her anticipation into fury. He directed his steps toward the VIP section, his gaze landing upon Sansa and Arya. Peter Baelish remarked, "It seems the crown of love and beauty is destined for Sansa. Shining like her mother, Catelyn." Varys clapped his delicate hands, declaring, "Lady Sansa is deserving of this honor." Sansa's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her youthful emotions bubbling forth as she turned her head away shyly. Adu finally stood before Sansa, placing the crown of the Queen of Love and Beauty upon Arya's head. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Even Arya herself was taken aback. Lady Arya Stark of Winterfell, the Queen of Love and Beauty. The citizens of King's Landing, along with nobles from Dorne, the rich, and the Riverlands, erupted in cheers for Arya. Sansa felt a twinge of anger. "Adu, I had expected you to bestow upon me the crown of love and beauty. Why should it not be I?" Arya possesses a visage akin to that of a horse. Utterly unappealing. Sister Marion admonished, a well-bred lady would never resort to jealousy, attacking the appearance of her own sister. Sansa, by uttering such words, you render yourself unworthy of the crown of love and beauty. Adu remarked, "Miss Sansa, your beauty is undeniable. You shall have ample opportunities to become the Queen of Love and Beauty in the future. As for Arya, with her horse-like features, I fear she will only grow more unrestrained with time. I must seize the moment to place the crown upon her head, lest the opportunity slip away." Sorus, Jalaba Sor, and Jory Castle lifted Arya, welcoming the cheers of the audience. Observing her sister basking in the limelight, Sansa felt a twinge of sadness. "You deceive me, you favor Arya. In a few years, my betrothed Joffrey will appear at the tournament, and he shall defeat you. At that moment, he will naturally crown me as the Queen of Love and Beauty." Adu chuckled. "Joffrey winning the tournament? That might take until the dragons return to this realm." Sansa, earnest in her conviction, replied, "Little Joffrey has declared that neither Jaime, Loras, the Hound, the Mountain, nor you will stand a chance against him. He shall personally vanquish you all." Next came the archery contest. Numerous hired knights, free riders, and squires participated, though the noble contenders were fewer than in the jousting competition. The appeal and spectacle of archery paled in comparison to that of jousting, as evidenced by the prize money. In this Hand of the King tournament, the prize for jousting was 40,000 gold dragons, while the team competition garnered 20,000, and archery merely 1,000. Tyrion's mercenary, Bran, also entered but met an unfortunate elimination in the first round. Bran's swan performed exceptionally well, advancing with ease. Jalaba Sor appeared wielding the unique golden wood longbow of the Summer Isles, its range rivaling only that of the Dragonbone bow. Prince Jalaba's marksmanship was remarkable, and he progressed impressively through the rounds. In the final four, only Adu and a Dornish youth named Ongai remained. This Dornish lad, Enga, with his striking red hair and youthful countenance, bore a face adorned with freckles. He wielded a rather unremarkable bow yet consistently struck the bullseye. In the competition at the 100-meter target, Ongai hit the mark 7 times, while Adu managed 6. Boran Swan and Jalaba Sor only struck the target 4 times each, leading to their elimination. The field now featured only Adu and Ongai. Ongai gazed at the retreating figure of Prince Jalaba, thinking it absurd that the Summer Isles golden wood bow was believed to guarantee victory, only to fall short against him. The target was moved to a distance of 150 meters, and the wind began to rise, causing the golden clothes of the city guard to bill. Ongai laughed, saying, "Sir Adu, I have practiced archery in the deserts of Dorne since childhood. The winds and sands are my allies. It appears the gods above have destined this championship for me." Adair lamented, "Alas, this place is neither Dorne nor a desert. Ongai, you are certain to lose to me." In the stands, a throng of gamblers began placing their bets. Ongai, seemingly nonchalant, drew his bow, and the arrow soared into the tumultuous winds, darting towards the target. The announcer proclaimed, "Ongai of Dorne hits the bullseye." The onlookers, composed of commoners and nobles alike, erupted into cheers, and Ongai swelled with pride. As he reached for his quiver, the wind intensified, swirling sand obscuring the target in the distance. Whoosh! Ongai's arrow streaked like a meteor towards the bullseye. Ongai from Dorne struck the target center consecutively, achieving 5 hits. Then, a 7th? The audience erupted into thunderous applause, rallying behind this humble contender. However, on the 8th attempt, the wind was too fierce, and Ongai failed to hit the mark. His long arrow veered off course. Alas! The 7 gods do not permit me to surpass 7. He mused, yet I have faith in my abilities. Victory is assured. Now, it was Aldair's turn to take the stage. By this time, the tempest had escalated, with the swirling sands far more violent than when Ongai had performed. Singers, attendants, jesters, and knights hastily placed their bets. It was evident Aldair was destined to fail. With such ferocious winds, no one could surpass the remarkable feat of hitting the bullseye 7 times. Had the skies been serene, Aldair might have had a chance to turn the tide, but how could he prevail now? After the jousting concluded, the gamblers yearned for another wager on the archery contest. From the stands, Robert remarked, "It seems Aldair is doomed to lose this time." Tyrion chuckled. Once, Aldair triumphed over the King's Guard as a stable boy. Now, as a high-ranking official, he faces defeat at the hands of a commoner. Sissy laughed. It appears Aldair is fated to fall to Ongai. Ensure that this Dornishman is handsomely rewarded later. Joffrey sneered. Foolish Aldair has met his match. He should tend to the horses and learn archery. It's utterly laughable. Amidst the frenzy, gamblers vied for their bets, eager to recover losses or seize further gains. The atmosphere was thick with the intertwining emotions of greed and anxiety, all absorbed by Aldair. Drawing his bow, he activated his beastly prowess. In that instant, he acquired the legendary marksmanship of the Queen Sylvanas. Once struck by Sylvanas' arrows, foes would succumb to agony and curses, transforming into mere skeletons. Aldair felt an invigorating power surge through his arm, the breath of the storm palpable. The target, once hazy under the sands, became sharply defined. This was the legendary skill of hitting a target from 100 paces. With a grand pull of his longbow, he began to unleash his arrows amidst the howling winds. A giant from the north struck the bullseye once. The Kingslayer's nightmare hit the mark twice. The stable-born contender achieved a 3rd hit. Aldair, the stable boy, hit the target a 5th time. The withering blossoms found the bullseye on the 7th attempt. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the audience. Their throats tightened in disbelief. In the midst of the tempest and collective astonishment, Aldair leveled the score with Ongai. Both Ongai and the gamblers were left in shock as Aldair's performance continued, ultimately concluding with a remarkable tally of 9 hits. King Robert declared that Adele had won the archery contest, causing Joffrey's face to turn an ashen hue in his fury, while Angry sank to the ground in despair. I had wagered my last few silver stacks on my own victory, and now I find myself in dire straits. Chapter 36. The warning from Varys. The runner-up of the Lance tournament was awarded a sum of 20,000 golden dragons, while the archery competition offered the victor a winner-takes-all prize. Despite vanquishing countless competitors and securing the 2nd place, Ongai found himself devoid of any reward. Much like those who had been eliminated in the 1st round, in a stroke of misfortune, he even lost the last few silver stacks he possessed in a wager, plunging him into despair. King Robert, Duke Eddard, and the assembled spectators at the tournament applauded Aldair. Approaching Ongai, Aldair announced, "You have lost. What are your plans now?" After a moment of contemplation, Ongai replied, "I came to King's Landing seeking funds, borrowing from every friend and family member. I believe the title of archery champion was rightfully mine, yet I have lost to you. Now, I cannot possibly return home with my head held high. My intention is to join the city guard here in King's Landing, to don the golden robes." Aldair chuckled. What future lies in wearing golden robes? You may not be aware that even if you were to rise to the rank of gate commander, half your salary would be owed to Lord Yonoslint, the commander of the city guard. Ongai furrowed his brow. Is such great truly necessary? In a city as vast as King's Landing, is there truly no place for me? Aldair replied, "You are a rare talent. The Prime Minister's guard is still recruiting. Come and work with me." Ongai pondered for a moment. "What is the food like? Where will I stay?" Aldair responded, "You shall reside in the Prime Minister's tower, where meat and wine are plentiful. Duke Eddard and I shall ensure you are well taken care of." With a sigh, Ongai conceded, "In any case, I have no other options left. I will follow you to the Prime Minister's guard." With a wave of his hand, Aldair summoned Jory. "Ongai is now a member of our guard. Take him back to the Prime Minister's tower." Ongai's marksmanship was among the finest in the 7 kingdoms, and Aldair had acquired yet another formidable warrior for his cause. King Robert, holding a cup of Dornish red wine, extended it towards Aldair. "Aldair, I assumed you, like myself, or a warrior of brute strength. Yet you possess the skill to shoot with such precision. You are already a champion in both the lance and archery tournaments. Will you also claim victory in the upcoming team competition? Hodor drained his cup of Dornish wine. The team competition does present certain challenges. The chaos of the field introduces greater unpredictability. Robert erupted into a booming laughter. Those bards love to sing the praises of the lance tournament, but to my mind, the team competition is far more exhilarating. The turmoil and intensity of the team battles resemble the battlefield more closely. Do you think enemies will brandish their lances in a straight line? Will they stand still like targets, awaiting your arrows? Clearly not. They will emerge in groups, wielding swords, lances, maces, axes, and all manner of weaponry, engaging in a fierce melee, much like the team competition. Hodor nodded in agreement. Your Majesty speaks with great wisdom. Robert continued. In my opinion, the spectacle of team competitions far surpasses that of the lance or archery tournaments. What is the point of aimlessly jabbing a stick? You and Eddard have prevented me from participating in the team tournament, claiming that my presence as a king would compromise the integrity of the competition. I acquiesced to your demands and withdrew from the contest. However, Eddard, should you fail to secure the championship, I will not take it lightly. With a smile, Eddard returned the wine cup to me. I shall do my utmost, he declared. Upon returning to his tent, Eddard found Harwin and Ellen had roasted several chickens and were enjoying a meal of onion beef. After they had dined to their satisfaction, Harwin and Ellen exited the tent, leaving Eddard to recline on a velvet blanket for a short nap, preparing himself for the afternoon's team tournament. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped him as the eunuch Varys appeared like a spectre. Eddard opened his eyes in startled surprise. Varys, what brings you here? Varys placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. There are ears on the other side of the wall, my lord. I have come to issue you a warning. A warning? Eddard inquired. After several days of observation, my lord, I have discerned that you, like myself, are devoted to the service of the realm. Thus, I have decided to take the risk of warning you. And what is this warning? Eddard pressed. Do not participate in the team tournament. They are plotting to eliminate King Robert. With your and Lord Eddard's intervention, Robert has withdrawn, yet they remain undeterred and have now set their sights on you. Eddard chuckled. They? You mean Queen Cersei and Jaime Lannister? You are astute. You grasp the situation with clarity. It seems I have not chosen the wrong side. Sir Eddard, you have already triumphed in the jousting and archery competitions, garnering much acclaim. If I were in your position, I would withdraw from the team tournament. They have hired 3 men from the Iron Islands, who are masters of a lethal dance known as the finger dance, where 2 individuals toss axes back and forth, one either dodging or meeting a grievous end. This dance usually culminates in a blood-curdling scream, marking the severance of a finger. Many valiant warriors perished under the axes during the Iron Islands uprising. The 3 individuals Cersei has enlisted are adept in this gruesome art, and they initially intended to slay Robert during the team tournament. Now, with Robert's withdrawal, their target has shifted to you. Eddard remarked, you are the master of whispers. If there is an assassination plot against His Majesty, why not inform the king directly? Varys offered a sorrowful smile. Indeed, I have relied on my little birds for information. But what evidence do I possess? Should I confront our esteemed Queen Cersei? Who would believe a mere foreign eunuch accusing members of House Lannister, particularly the Queen herself? Who would lend credence to the plight of poor Varys? Since you hesitate to make the accusation, I shall take it upon myself to expose them. Once the Iron Islands assassins cast their axes, the deed will be done. Varys widened his eyes in astonishment. My lord, are you truly willing to take such a risk? Hodor chuckled, stating, I shall not take risks, for victory is assured. My lord Varys, you risk offending the Lannisters to remind me, and it touches me deeply. Varys replied, do not say such things, my actions are solely for the peace of the realm. Hodor raised an eyebrow. The imp acts for his family, Littlefinger for his own gain. Yet you, my lord Varys, act for the kingdom. Your character is truly magnificent. In comparison, the citizens of King's Landing seem diminutive. Varys, with his heavily powdered hand, lightly touched Hodor's. You have a knack for lifting my spirits, Sir Hodor. I am indeed devoted entirely to the realm. The populace of the 7 kingdoms only speaks of the malice of the spider, yet who comprehends the heart of Varys, which beats for peace and the kingdom? Varys cast Hodor a wounded look before turning away. In truth, Hodor held no belief in Varys' sincerity. Varys claimed to hail from the lowly origins of a slave. Yet the truth of this remained uncertain. When the Mad King began to grow suspicious, he summoned a eunuch from across the narrow sea to serve as the kingdom's master of whispers. It was the spider who provided the Mad King with information, leading to the demise of many. After King Robert ascended to the throne, Varys began to serve House Baratheon, a foreigner treating the intelligence of King's Landing as his own enterprise, while professing love for the realm and Dom, was something Hodor could never accept. Hodor understood that Varys' actions were merely a means to seek future alliances. It was a common tactic of Varys to earn others' trust by supplying small tidbits of information. The Grand Melee Tournament officially commenced, with over 40 participants. Many nobles looked down upon such contests, for a melee paled in comparison to the nobility and spectacle of jousting. Thus, the majority of competitors consisted of impoverished mercenary knights, free riders, and squires. These rugged heroes yearned for the champion's title in the melee, for the victor would receive a prize of 20,000 gold dragons. Hodor made his appearance in the arena, eliciting a smile from Cersei. Lancel leaned close to Cersei's ear. All is prepared. They shall strike during the tournament. Cersei laughed. Let us see how Hodor escapes this time. Lancel, have you prepared wine for our warriors from the Iron Islands? Lancel replied, indeed, the most authentic golden wine from the arbor has been procured. Our Ironborn praise its exquisite sweetness. It shall be their first taste in this lifetime. Chapter 37. The assassins of the Iron Islands. Adu sat astride the white dragon, surrounded by a throng clad in chainmail and plate armor, wielding a variety of weapons including maces, battle axes, long swords, and lances. The denizens of the Iron Islands favored axes, yet nearly every individual bore one at their side. Adu could not discern which among them were the finger-dancing assassins from the Iron Islands. Among the assembly, the red-robed monk Soros from the Prime Minister's tower also made his presence known. He was Adu's sole ally in the arena. Though in the chaos of a melee involving over 40 combatants, the assistance of a single comrade proved exceedingly limited. Many participants in the competition were youthful squires, enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and terror. The audience, too, was fraught with anxiety. The pervasive negativity that hung over the tournament seeped into Adu, who had amassed a considerable reserve of magic. He was at full capacity. As the competitors entered the staging area, Soros placed his hand upon his longsword. O King of Light, illuminate my path. At his command, a fierce flame erupted from the blade, startling nearby steeds and provoking curses from a grim-faced onlooker. King Robert announced, the competition begins. Upon the commencement of the contest, the contestants charged into the arena, instantly plunging into a fray. Some had evidently formed small teams prior to the event. Yet the pandemonium soon blurred the lines between friend and foe. Adu swung his mace, unseating a squire from the Isle of Fairies, followed swiftly by the demise of a knight from Strathcoisburg. Soros, wielding his blazing sword, struck a warrior's mount, igniting the horse's tail and sending its rider tumbling to the ground. As Adu sought his next adversary, an axe hurtled towards his head, followed in quick succession by a second and a third from various angles. Even in a team melee, throwing weapons at opponents was prohibited, and Soros, witnessing the scene, could only stare in astonishment. The three assassins from the Iron Islands were masters of the finger dance, their hurled axes imbued with formidable power. The axes flew with speed and ferocity, and Adu knew he could not deflect 3 strikes simultaneously with his mace. Holy shield! A divine light enveloped him, causing the axes to futilely ricochet off his head and neck. The 3 Iron Island assassins stood in stunned disbelief. Adu seized the moment, noting that all 3 bore a circle of axes at their waists, and he charged at them. While the Iron Islanders were adept in naval combat, they generally lacked prowess in mounted warfare. Adu's mace struck down the first assassin with a resounding blow. The second hurled another axe, which carved a sharp arc through the air. Adu responded by deflecting it with his mace. The assassin reached for another axe, only to be felled by Soros's blade. Adu turned his gaze to the third assassin, who, sensing danger, retreated to the far side of the arena. Adu hurled his mace. This was the storm hammer of the King of the Hills. The heavy war hammer soared through the air, striking the Iron Islands assassin, who let out a harrowing cry before collapsing into the dust. The entire battalion of Iron Islands assassins was annihilated, leaving Cersei profoundly disappointed as she scornfully remarked, a bunch of worthless fools. At this juncture, fewer than 5 contenders remained in the arena. Hodor and Soros had joined forces to vanquish the last 3 adversaries. After a fierce skirmish, Hodor's hammer sent Soros's flaming sword flying. Soros fell from his steed, and Hodor emerged as the ultimate champion, amidst the resounding cheers of the spectators. Adwal approached the 3 injured assassins, who lay wounded on the ground. Seizing one of the slender assassins, he demanded, "Who sent you? Speak." The assassin attempted to respond but only emitted a peculiar gurgling sound, reminiscent of Euron Greyjoy. "Have you lost your voice?" Adwal then realized that these 3 Iron Islands assassins appeared to be poisoned. It turned out that Cersei had commissioned these assassins, fully aware that regardless of the assassination's success, they would inevitably face interrogation. To prevent them from revealing her involvement, Cersei had arranged for Lancel to provide them with golden wine from the arbor before the contest. Laced with a toxin, this poison would swiftly incapacitate their ability to speak, rendering them mute, and ultimately lead them to a painful demise. As Adwal interrogated the Iron Islands assassin, King Robert and Duke Eddard approached. "Adwal, you truly have a knack for this. You've secured the championship in the team competition." "Ha! All the prize money from our tournament has fallen into your lap. I suspect some may think there's foul play afoot," King Robert exclaimed. Duke Eddard, gazing at the fallen Iron Islands warriors, inquired, "Are these 3 injured? Why do they lie on the ground?" Adwal explained, "These 3 attempted to assassinate me during the contest, hurling their battle axes at my head." King Robert responded with astonishment. There were assassins amidst the team competition. Soros interjected, "Your Majesty, Adwal speaks the truth. I witnessed these 3 simultaneously throw their axes at him. Look, they still bear numerous axes at their sides." Raising an eyebrow, King Robert commanded, "Take these 3 assassins to the dungeons for rigorous interrogation. I must uncover who is the puppet master behind this." Adwal remarked, "It seems these individuals have been poisoned. They are unable to speak." King Robert and Duke Eddard exchanged glances at the gurgling assassins. Duke Eddard noted, "Robert, it is evident that the mastermind behind this assassination plot feared these assassins would incriminate him if captured, hence the premeditated poison." Adwal added, "Your Majesty, do you recall? Initially, you intended to participate in the team competition. I suspect these assassins were originally targeting you." King Robert scoffed lightly, "I withdrew at the last moment. These assassins must have thought I was afraid. Had I known, I should have entered the arena to slay them myself." The news of an assassination attempt on Hodor during the martial competition swiftly spread, drawing together Tyrion, Lancel, Littlefinger, and Varys. Cersei and Lancel emerged from the crowd, with Cersei gazing in horror at the 3 Iron Islands assassins lying on the ground. "It is utterly scandalous that someone dared to attack our esteemed minister Hodor during the hand of the King's tournament. Your Majesty, this matter demands thorough investigation." Robert lamented, "Alas, these 3 have already been poisoned." Hodor replied, "Your Majesty, it is likely that these poisoned men will soon be rendered mute and may perish swiftly. However, if we induce vomiting, they may yet survive. As long as they live, we can ascertain the identity of the true instigator. The assassins must be aware that their employer poisoned them. If they survive, they will surely be willing to reveal the mastermind." The 3 Iron Islands assassins glared fiercely at Cersei, emitting guttural sounds. Cersei smiled slightly. "Your Majesty, Hodor speaks wisely. Let us summon Maester Pycelle to tend to them at once." Maester Pycelle approached unsteadily. "Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility for these 3 assassins." Hodor understood that Pycelle was Cersei's loyal hound. If he were allowed to take the assassins, they would likely meet a swifter demise. "Allow me to treat these 3 assassins," Hodor insisted. Pycelle stroked his chin, stating, "Sir Hodor, only a maester is truly adept at healing and poisoning. These 3 are deeply poisoned and beyond your capacity to save." Hodor chuckled, "You are frail and aged. These assassins are gravely poisoned, and it is uncertain whether you can save them." Robert grew impatient. "Enough of this bickering. Treat them together. Hodor has successfully treated Bran in Winterfell. He possesses considerable skill. Pycelle, you and Hodor shall work in tandem. We must ensure at least one of these fools survives." Cersei began to feel anxious, while Tyrion scrutinized the assassins on the ground, then glanced at Cersei's furrowed brow, already suspecting the truth behind the events. Chapter 38, The astonishing Pycelle Hodor triumphed in the jousting, archery, and team competitions, even injuring 3 Iron Islands assassins sent by Cersei to eliminate him during the team event. Now, the 3 Iron Islands assassins languished in the black cells, and Cersei began to feel a sense of unease. In the Red Keep's tower, she summoned Lancel. Ser Jaime stood nearby, gazing at the sea beneath the castle. As soon as Lancel arrived, Cersei immediately inquired, "What on earth have you done? Was I not clear in instructing you to poison the wine, ensuring those 3 fools from the Iron Islands would never return from this assassination attempt?" Lancel replied, "Rest assured, they cannot possibly survive. The dosage of poison I administered was more than sufficient. This Ironborn will certainly perish." Cersei scoffed lightly. "Yet, the fool Hodor claims he can save them. Do not forget, he once revived Bran in Winterfell. Should these 3 idiots survive, they will undoubtedly expose us all." Lancel dismissed her concern, saying, "Even if Hodor manages to save these 3 Ironborn, they will be rendered mute, unable to speak." Cersei retorted, "Is a mute incapable of communication? Have you not seen how Eileen Payne has served as the king's justice for years without a tongue? We cannot take this risk. Go find Pichot. Robert has instructed Pichot to attend to those 3 fools. Inform him to seize the opportunity to eliminate the Ironborn assassins." With Lancel departing, only Jaime and Cersei remained in the tower. Jaime furrowed his brow. "Have you lost your senses? To hire 3 Ironborn fools to assassinate Hodor? With their axes, how could they possibly triumph over the warhammer in Hodor's hands?" Cersei played with her golden locks. "I initially intended to have these assassins eliminate Robert during the team competition, but Ed and the fool Hodor persuaded Robert to withdraw from the event. Regardless, I have already paid for their services, so I might as well let the Ironborn assassins attempt to eliminate Hodor during the team event. Who could have known they would prove so inept, a bunch of worthless wretches?" Jaime smirked. "Success would indeed be a miracle. Hodor should be left to me. I will personally slay him with my golden sword." Cersei coldly laughed. "You lost to Hodor once again in the jousting. Do you truly believe you can defeat him?" Jaime's expression darkened. "In the jousting, I was merely unlucky. In a true battle, I would certainly prevail. That fool, Mandon, has never seen the battlefield." Cersei warned. "By the time you encounter Hodor on the battlefield, it may be too late. Hodor is making allies in King's Landing, while Ed is delving into the noble lineage of Maegor the Cruel. They have even brought Robert's bastard to the Prime Minister's tower. I fear Duke Ed has already uncovered the true identities of Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tame. He and Hodor will inevitably inform Robert of our treachery, and thus, the only solution is to eliminate them, ensuring our safety." The Kingslayer revealed a wolfish grin. "Do you truly desire to murder your own husband?" Cersei mused. "As for the matter of slaying the king, I possess a certain proficiency in that regard. Once Robert meets his demise, Joffrey shall ascend to the Iron Throne. Once young Joffrey reigns supreme, eliminating Eddard and Aldon will be a mere trifling task." In his chamber, Maester Pycelle summoned a cadre of assistant scholars and apprentices, all dispatched by the Citadel to King's Landing to learn under his tutelage. An apprentice spoke up. "Maester Pycelle, I have heard that Ser Aldon intends to assist you in treating the poisoned assassin. Is it not peculiar that a warrior like Ser Aldon would possess medical knowledge?" Pycelle stroked his snowy beard thoughtfully. "I have heard Duke Eddard mention that Aldon grew up in the stables and has never studied medicine. However, he did manage to save Duke Eddard's son using a family remedy. The boy fell while climbing a tower and was on the brink of death. Yet Aiden's ancestral concoction brought him back to life, earning him the gratitude of the Duke's family. In truth, it was merely a stroke of luck. Aldon knows not of healing. Yet this man shamelessly parades as a medical expert before the court, and King Robert is utterly bewildered by his claims," an assistant scholar remarked. "Maester Pycelle, if Aldon truly lacks medical expertise and masquerades as a skilled healer, as the king's chief advisor, it is your duty to expose him to his majesty." Pycelle replied, "This presents an excellent opportunity. I have examined 3 assassins, and their condition is dire. They are beyond saving. Yet Aldon deceives King Robert, insisting he can revive them. I am eager to witness how he will continue to mislead his majesty once these 3 assassins have perished." Pycelle, accompanied by his apprentices and assistant scholars, proceeded to an abandoned warehouse where the 3 Iron Islands assassins were confined, with Aldon currently assessing their ailments. Pycelle stood by, observing. "Ser Aldon, how do they fare?" Aldon replied, "The situation is grim. I have administered an emetic, yet their poisoning is severe. One has already succumbed. There remain 2 alive." A smile crept across Pycelle's face. "I recall, Ser Aldon, your bold claims before King Robert, professing that you could save these assassins. Look, I have brought numerous apprentices eager to witness your medical prowess, yet it seems you, Ser Aldon, are at a loss." One apprentice interjected. "It is said that Ser Aldon was merely a stable hand. While he may excel in marking out stables and tending to horses, medicine is a meticulous craft. Without years of rigorous study, mastery is unattainable. Unlike us, Maester Pycelle has served in King's Landing for decades, amassing a wealth of medical experience. And he is indeed regarded as one of the greatest physicians in the Seven Kingdoms. The other apprentices nodded in agreement, and Pycelle offered a modest smile. I cannot claim to be a divine healer. Rather, I apply my skills to treat the ill and counsel the kingdom, adhering to a principle of rigor. This is precisely what King Robert appreciates about me. Before long, King Robert and Duke Ed arrived. Master Pycelle hastily bowed with his apprentice. King Robert inquired, "What is the situation?" Sir Adol replied, "Your Majesty, rest assured, everything is under my control." At that moment, an assassin coughed violently and drew his last breath. Only one assassin remained. Master Pycelle chuckled. "Sir Adol, you assured His Majesty that you would save these assassins. Now, 2 have perished, leaving but 1. What shall we do?" Sir Adol responded, "We require the confession of the assassin. Retaining 1 will suffice. If we were to revive all 3, their testimonies would likely conflict, which would present a dilemma. Thus, I had long devised this plan: 3 assassins, of which only 1 remains." Master Pycelle scoffed. These 3 assassins were poisoned with the same toxin, in identical doses. 2 have succumbed. I doubt this 1 will survive until sunset. Sir Adol, why waste time? Let the Silent Sisters come to collect the bodies. The room was enveloped in the pall of death, and the assassin, lying on the bed, was gripped by fear. He recalled the poisoned wine that Lancel had offered before the tournament, and his heart brimmed with hatred towards Lancel and the Queen. Dark emotions engulfed him, which Sir Adol effortlessly absorbed, transmuting them into magic within himself. Sir Adol gently caressed the assassin's abdomen and patted it softly. A wave of healing magic surged into the assassin's body. Suddenly, the assassin began to cough violently, and with Sir Adol's support, he expelled a mouthful of black blood. His previously ashen complexion began to regain its normal hue. Master Pycelle was taken aback, his sleepy eyes now wide open. The apprentice nearby was astounded. Sir Adol had miraculously revived this near-death individual. How had he accomplished such a feat? That gentle pat on the assassin's abdomen must have been a form of massage. Master Pycelle's eyes were filled with astonishment. How is this possible? King Robert's laughter roared like a tempest. Pycelle, you have grown old and ineffectual. Your medical skills pale in comparison to Sir Adol's. Perhaps it is time for you to relinquish your position as Grand Maester to him. Originally, Cersei had commanded Pycelle to eliminate these assassins. Convinced of their imminent demise, Pycelle had readily agreed. He had summoned his apprentices, intending for the children of the citadel to witness Sir Adol's disgrace, only to find that Sir Adol had revived the last assassin. Pycelle thought to himself, this is disastrous. 1 survivor remains, and how will I explain this to Queen Cersei? Sir Adol addressed the assassin, the Ironborn. Who paid you to assassinate me, have poisoned you? You must be aware that you have been manipulated. Tell me, who is the murderer? The assassin's eyes blazed with fury, and he emitted a guttural sound. At last, Pycelle felt reassured. The man had become mute and could not confess. Sir Adol, allow me to take care of him, he said. Sir Adol replied, I anticipated that he would be unable to speak. With a wave of his hand, Adu signaled Harwin to present paper and pen, which he handed over to the assassin. The assassin began to inscribe the name of the murderer, but suddenly darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the bed, losing consciousness. Adu felt a tinge of disappointment, prompting Robert to inquire about the next course of action. Adu replied that the assassin was too feeble and suggested allowing him some respite. Robert then proposed that they confine him to the dark dungeon under strict surveillance. Chapter 39. The survivor of the assassins. Adu revived the assassin, yet the assassin succumbed to unconsciousness. King Robert was compelled to order the assassin's confinement in the black cells. He patted Adu on the shoulder and reassured him, fear not. Adu, once this foolish assassin awakens, I shall personally interrogate him. I am determined to unearth the mastermind behind this plot. News of 1 surviving assassin from the Iron Islands reached Cersei's ears. In her chamber at the Red Keep, Cersei said, Lancel, what precisely did you convey to Pycelle? Lancel replied, Your Grace, I relayed your instructions to Pycelle verbatim. I requested that he find an opportunity to eliminate the 3 assassins, and he assured me that none would survive. Jaime snorted derisively at this. I have heard that Pycelle brought numerous apprentices to assist Adu in tending to those assassins. That hardly seems indicative of an intent to eliminate them. Cersei's anger flared. Pycelle is a fool. My father claims he is a loyal ally of the Lannisters, but I see him as nothing more than a faithful simpleton. I ought to persuade Robert to replace Pycelle. That old fool only causes trouble. At that moment, Tyrion entered. My dear sister, Robert will not replace Pycelle. You seem to have forgotten that the Grand Maesters are appointed through the Citadel as recommendations. A king who dismisses a Grand Maester lightly jeopardizes the relationship between the crown and the Citadel. Cersei scrutinized Tyrion with a dark gaze. Did I invite you in? Tyrion sprawled in a chair of ebony, gesturing towards Lancel and Jaime. Sister, if Jaime and Lancel are permitted, why should I not be? I have come to offer you counsel. Let us not forget that father appointed me as your hand. Cersei scoffed. Your hand? Does Robert pay you any mind? He prefers the company of Eddard and Adu. He would rather be with the fool Adu than with you, the dwarf. Tyrion chuckled. With all due respect, Robert's disdain for me is likely a consequence of your own actions. Cersei, if you and Robert were harmonious, this humble kinsman might also bask in your good fortune. Quite the contrary, Robert is fire, while you are ice. If the two of you are at odds, what can I possibly do? Cersei's expression soured. So father sent you here merely to vex me. Tyrion smiled affably. Sister, I genuinely wish to serve our family. However, I fail to comprehend why you would entrust Pycelle with the task of eliminating those 3 assassins from the Iron Islands. Cersei looked down upon Tyrion. Are you interrogating me? Tyrion replied, even without your admission, I am aware that you hired those 3 assassins from the Iron Islands. You fear they might divulge your secrets, hence your murderous intent. Cersei, if I may be so bold, this entire scheme of yours reeks of folly. You chose to employ assassins from the Iron Islands. Aside from pirates, what renowned assassins hail from there? If one seeks true assassins, they ought to go to Braavos. Cersei responded nonchalantly. By the time I could send for assassins from Braavos, the tournament would have concluded. I had to settle for what was available. Lancel mentioned that those 3 from the Iron Islands are masters of the finger dance. Tyrion turned to Lancel. Masters of the finger dance. Lancel, what is truly happening? Lancel regarded Tyrion with disdain. Why should I submit to the inquiries of a mere imp? Tyrion replied with a smirk. Very well. When Lord Tywin inquires about the Lannisters' catastrophic defeat in King's Landing, I shall inform him that you, Lancel, spearheaded the rebellion against me. Fury flickered in Lancel's eyes. I did no such thing. Cersei coldly interjected. Lancel, enlighten Tyrion on the matter at hand, so that he may be dissuaded from his suspicions. Lancel confessed. The Queen instructed me to hire assassins. Thus, I ventured to the Flea Bottom and recruited these 3 Ironborn. They boast that with their axes, they can sever an enemy's brow from 10 paces. Tyrion remarked, you sought mercenaries in Flea Bottom. This implies that Varys has long been aware of these assassins' backgrounds. I hear that Edo is also in King's Landing, establishing his own network of intelligence. Now, it seems, the assassins have failed. One has been revived by Edo and is currently imprisoned in the Black Cells, where Robert intends to interrogate him personally. Should the assassin divulge your identities, what then? Jaime caressed his golden sword, proclaiming, thus, the assassin must perish. Edo returned to the Hand S Tower, where Sansa's direwolf, Lady, and Arya's wolf, Nymeria, promptly encircled him. Angui, Soros, Jack King Hagar, and the rest emerged to welcome Edo. He patted Angui on the shoulder. How are you faring? Are you still adjusting to life in the Hand's Tower? Angui nodded. With wine and meat, I find it quite agreeable. The renowned marksman Angui had joined the Hand's Guard. In the courtyard, Arya practiced with a wooden sword under the tutelage of Syrio Forel, honing her skills in balance and agility, resembling a water dancer with each passing day. Upon spotting Edo, Arya rushed over. Edo, I heard there are attempts on your life. Is this true? Edo reassured her. All is well now. I have captured all the assassins, 2 of whom are dead, with 1 remaining. Arya tightened her grip on her wooden sword, declaring, once I become a true water dancer, I shall protect you. No assassin shall harm you. The onlookers, Syrio, Jack King, and Soros, chuckled at her fervor. Syrio remarked, Arya, should it fall upon you to guard Edo, we may all find ourselves as prisoners. After dinner, Lord Eddard summoned Sansa, Arya, and Edo to his study. He stated, Edo has triumphed in the long spear contest, the team competition, and archery, yet, someone had the audacity to attempt to assassinate him during the team event. This indicates that King's Landing is fraught with peril. Arya, Sansa, in the future, do not venture outside the Hand's Tower unless necessary. It is only within these walls that you shall find safety. You may keep your wolves close by. Arya, who practiced swordplay daily with Syrio and seldom ventured outside, readily agreed. However, Sansa appeared reluctant. Father, Joffrey intends to take me riding by the Blackwater Rush. And we plan to pray together at the Great September of Baelor. I do not wish to disappoint him. Addo remarked, Sansa, the situation has turned perilous. You ought to heed Lord Eddard's counsel and remain within the safety of the Red Keep. Sansa replied, Is it truly forbidden to roam about the Red Keep? Surely. With the Kingsguard patrolling, it is secure. Addo responded, Miss Sansa, the Kingsguard comprises many perilous individuals. Not every soul clad in a white cloak is devoted to safeguarding the realm or your well-being. Sansa asserted, They will certainly protect me, for I am Joffrey's betrothed. Once he ascends to the throne, I shall be the queen. The Kingsguard would lay down their lives to protect their beautiful queen, as the songs proclaim. Duke Eddard sighed. Sansa, your engagement to Joffrey is a grave error. In time, I shall find you a nobleman, both valiant and worthy, but he shall not be Joffrey. Sansa's complexion drained of color. Why? Are you suggesting I annul my engagement to Joffrey? Duke Eddard replied, For now, the engagement shall remain, but you must prepare yourself mentally. Arya interjected, Joffrey's character is despicable. What merits could there be in marrying him? Mikey or Gendry would serve you far better. Sansa retorted angrily. How can filthy pig herders and blacksmith apprentices even be compared to the esteemed Prince Joffrey? I refuse to consider anyone but Joffrey. Enraged, Sansa stormed off, followed closely by Arya. Duke Eddard remarked, Sansa remains ever so novice, grant her a few days, and she shall come to understand. Addo cautioned, Lord Eddard. Queen Cersei is evidently manipulating Joffrey and enticing Sansa. We must keep a vigilant watch over her, otherwise, our plans may be compromised through her. One must remember that a girl, captivated by romantic tales and blissfully innocent, is the easiest to deceive. Addo arrived at Ser Hugh's chamber. During the tournament, Ser Hugh was struck down by the Mountain's fist, nearly losing his life, and it was Addo who brought him back to health. Now, he lay in bed recuperating. Ser Hugh, do you feel better? Ser Hugh sat up. Much improved, Ser Addo. Once I am fully healed, I shall pledge my service to you. Addo smiled. There is no rush, focus on your recovery. As Addo exited the chamber, Captain Jory rushed in, breathless. Addo, dire news, the last assassin perished in the Black Cells. Addo feigned astonishment. Is such a thing truly the case? Chapter 40. Approaching the truth as Robb insisted on consigning the assassin to the Black Cells under strict surveillance. Adair understood that the last surviving assassin would not endure for long. The Black Cells appeared secure, yet the conditions were harsh, although Adair had managed to save this assassin. He remained exceedingly frail. Without resorting to violence, simply depriving the assassin of food for a few days could lead to his demise. Not to mention our well-meaning Lord Pycelle, who had repeatedly expressed his willingness to tend to the assassin in the Black Cells, a proposition that Robb fortunately declined. However, Robb also rebuffed Adair's request to bring the assassin to the Prime Minister's tower. While the surviving assassin might have had a chance at survival within the Prime Minister's tower, which belonged to Ed and Adair, the credibility of any testimony extracted there against Cersei would be questionable at best. Adair had no choice but to allow Robb to send the assassin to the Black Cells and made a special request to his old friend, Sir Ilan Payne, to watch over the assassin. As the King's Justice, Ilan Payne was responsible for overseeing the dungeons of the Red Keep. Ilan was mute, and now the assassin, having been poisoned, shared the same fate. Entrusting one mute to care for another in the Black Cells was, in Adair's mind, a rather unreliable arrangement. Indeed, the assassin soon met his end in the Black Cells. Adair entered the study to find Duke Ed wearing a troubled expression. The last assassin had perished. I heard from Jory, Adair acknowledged. Duke Ed closed the book he had been perusing, still the noble genealogy of Maelys the Wise. We have been investigating the death of Jon Arryn. It was undoubtedly the Lannisters who hired these assassins to kill you. Now that their scheme has been uncovered, they have sent someone to eliminate the assassin. Had we known, we should have brought the assassin back to the Prime Minister's tower. Adair replied. Even if the assassin had been at the Prime Minister's tower and had implicated Cersei and the regicide, Cersei would surely claim that we had coerced him through torture there. Such testimony would not be believed by Robb. Duke Ed sighed. In any case, the assassin's death is a loss for us. It must have been Cersei's doing. Let us go to the Black Cells to examine the body. Perhaps we can uncover some clues. If we find evidence, we could accuse Cersei. Adair chuckled, my lord. The assassin was already in a weakened state. His death in the Black Cells is hardly surprising. Unless the perpetrator is foolish, how could they leave evidence for us? We should seek other proof. Have you discovered anything in this genealogy of Melis the Wise that you peruse daily? Ed lamented, there has been no discovery. It is dreadfully tedious. Northern lords, lords of the Vale, lords of the West, lords of the Vale, the marriages of these nobles. The traits of their offspring, what hair they have, what eyes they possess, are utterly monotonous. Melis is truly to be condemned for writing such dreary material. And Jon Arryn, to have perused such content before his death. Hodor remarked, Sir Hugh has recovered. He was a squire to Lord Arryn in his lifetime. From him, we should be able to extract some information. That night, Adu lay in bed, inscribing the name of Jon Snow in the palm of his hand, thereby entering Jon's dream. This was the art of dream-walking imparted to Adu by the Green Prophet. Within the dream, Adu and Jon found themselves at the Black Castle. Jon, taken aback upon seeing Adu, exclaimed, Adu, I have dreamt of you once more. Adu inquired, how is your uncle? Originally, Banyan had intended to patrol the haunted forest. But Adu, foreseeing his certain demise, seized Banyan's spirit, provoking an epileptic fit that led to the cancellation of his mission, allowing him to remain at the Black Castle. Jon replied, Uncle Banyan has recovered. He still wishes to be a ranger. However, Old Bear is concerned for his health and has insisted that Uncle Banyan stay at the Black Castle. Fortunately, he did not go, for Sir Jeremy Lake, who took his place, has not returned. Many believe that Lake and his men have perished in the wilderness. Adu smiled, Banyan has been granted a second chance at life. Winter is coming. You and Banyan are safeguarding the wall, ensuring the north is much safer. What of Samwell Tarly? Jon chuckled, Sam is remarkably foolish. He is timid and cowardly. Had I not been watching over him, the rascals among the new recruits would have bullied him to death long ago. Sir Alistair Thorne has nicknamed him Pighead, and he sends people to beat Sam daily. It is only through the protection of me, Pip, Todd, and Gran that we have kept the other rogues at bay. Adu remarked, you have done well. A shadow of sorrow crept across Jon's face. Alas, our training period for the new recruits is nearing its end. Those who qualify will become full-fledged Night's Watchmen, and Sam is unlikely to qualify. He will need to continue training, and those recruits will surely torment him. Adu responded, though Sam is unsuited for the sword, he possesses strengths, such as reading and writing. He could excel as a steward, particularly as an assistant to Maester Aemon. You might try to persuade Maester Aemon. If he is resistant, seek out your uncle. With Banyan's intervention, Maester Aemon is bound to agree. Jon's eyes brightened. To have Sam assist Maester Aemon. That is indeed a splendid idea. The next day, Sir Hugh was able to rise from his bed, and Duke Eddard and Adu promptly summoned him to the study. Duke Eddard stated, Sir Hugh, we wish to know the events surrounding Jon Arryn's death. Sir Hugh, filled with remorse, replied, My Lord Eddard, when you initially sent Jory to inquire of me, I had just become a knight and was somewhat intoxicated by my newfound status, which caused me to refuse Jory's questioning. Now, having been saved by Sir Adu, I shall answer whatever you ask. Adu asked, was there anything suspicious about Jon Arryn's death? Sir Hugh responded, indeed, there was something peculiar regarding Lord Jon Arryn's demise. For he had been in the company of Stannis the day before and appeared to be in better spirits than Stannis, who is decades his junior. Duke Eddard furrowed his brow. Once again, Stannis. What business did Lord Arryn have with Stannis? Sir Shifo remarked, every time they hold their clandestine discussions, no one is permitted to be present, thus, the specifics elude me. All I know is that they are in pursuit of King Robert's illegitimate son. Lord Alyn and Stannis have discovered a blacksmith's apprentice, a lad by the name of Gendry, and they have also located a bastard daughter in a brothel. Duke Ed questioned, what purpose does Lord Alyn have in seeking Robert's bastard? Sir Shifo replied, I cannot say for certain. Adolf inquired, which brothel? Sir Shifo pondered for a moment. It is situated near the Red Keep, a high-end establishment owned by a woman of black descent from the Summer Isles, known as Shataya. Duke Ed asked, were you present when Lord Jon died? Sir Shifo answered, when Maester Crescent was tending to Lord Alyn. I was there alongside the Lord Steward and the captain of the guard. Lord Alyn, in his final moments, repeatedly cried out Robert's name. It remains unclear whether he was calling for his younger son or the king himself. He also shouted about strong seed. King Robert was indeed present at that time. However, as soon as Maester Pycelle arrived, he ordered us all to leave, claiming Lord Alyn was too frail to endure the commotion and insisted on administering care himself. Adolf chuckled. As a result, Lord Alyn's demise was hastened. Duke Ed gestured to Sir Shifo. You may take your leave, Shyful. Once Shyful departed, only Ed and Adolf remained in the chamber. Duke Ed, with indignation, stated, "There is no doubt that Pycelle is a pawn of the Lannisters. It must be Queen Cersei who orchestrated this. She was the one who first poisoned Lord Alyn." Adolf laughed. "Cersei would certainly wish for Lord Alyn's death, but she may not be the one who poisoned him." Duke Ed appeared perplexed. However, Lysa's letter explicitly states that Cersei poisoned Lord Alyn. Adolf replied, "Lady Lysa's children have always been frail, suffering from epilepsy, and she has endured several miscarriages in recent years. Her sensitivity and paranoia render her words untrustworthy. We must seek concrete evidence. Lord John Alyn was persistently searching for Robert's bastard before his death. We have already located Gendry. And should we find the best daughter in the brothel, we might uncover new evidence. But what did Lord Alyn mean by his cries of strong seed?" Adolf began to suggest wildly. Duke Ed sighed. "If only Stannis were here. I have sent numerous letters to Dragonstone, but alas, they have all fallen into silence." Chapter 41, Open Strife and Covert Rivalry. Adu shone brilliantly at the King's Hand tournament, clinching victories in the lance competition, archery contest, and team event, accumulating a fortune of 70,000 golden dragons. With this windfall, Adu resolved to further his alliances in King's Landing. He has since established an intricate intelligence network, enlisting the help of Romy, Mikey the Pig Butcher, and numerous orphans and impoverished children throughout the Flea Bottom, Cobbler's Square, and Fish Market to gather information for him. Recently, a chubby lad named Ripple joined Adu's intelligence team, and he quickly became close friends with Romy and Arya, frequently bringing news to the Hand's Tower. Adu has begun to infiltrate the City Watch, and Captain Jocelyn Bywater of the Gold Cloaks at the River Gate has already become his ally. The Hand's Guard is populated with skilled warriors, including the dancing instructor, Celio Frel, hailing from Bravos, who once served as the chief swordsman under the Sea King for many years. Among others are the formidable Soros of Myr, Prince Jaloba of Summer Isles, the archer Ongai from Dorne, and Sir Viri Wd of Horenhal. Additionally, Robert's illegitimate son, Gendry, is currently serving in the Hand's Guard. When Duke Eddard first arrived in King's Landing, he was accompanied by merely 50 men from Winterfell, under Adu's command. The guard has now swelled to 150. Moreover, Adu has been diligently forging friendships within the Red Keep, associating with figures such as Bolon Swan, Baron Tandilian, Sandor Clegane, the King's Justice Eileen Payne, the Red Keep instructor Alan Santegar, and Lancel, all of whom have become his confidants. Recently, prominent lords from the Vale, including Bronze Young, Jason Mallister of the Riverlands, and the Hightower brothers from the Arbor, have also graced the Hand's Tower as esteemed guests. These companions frequently gather to revel and drink, yet when conflict erupts between the Lannisters and Starks, how reliable will they prove to be? In times of dire peril, true allies may be few and far between. In the Hand's study, Adu approached Duke Eddard. "My lord, I intend to invite Janos Slynt to the Hand's Tower as a guest." Eddard raised an eyebrow. "He is a greedy little man." Adu chuckled. "He commands the City Watch, with 5,000 gold cloaks under his command, a number likely to increase. The potential for unrest in King's Landing is ever present. And we require the gold cloaks." Eddard furrowed his brow in concern. "Is the situation truly poised to deteriorate to such an extent?" Adu replied. "If it is revealed that Cersei is implicated in the deaths of Jon Arryn and others, do you think the Lannisters will simply acquiesce?" Eddard responded, "We have Robert. As long as he issues the command, the gold cloaks will fight for the king." Adu countered, "Provided Robert remains unharmed. Let us not forget that Cersei attempted to eliminate Robert during the tournament." Eddard sighed. "Must the peace of the realm rest upon the whims of a man like Janos Slynt? Very well. Invite him." Ajo dispatched Captain Jory of the guard to extend an invitation to Lord Janos Slynt. Jory returned swiftly, bearing the news that Lord Janos was currently indisposed and would visit on another occasion. At present, Janos was reveling in the company of Tyrion and Jaime, along with several Lannister retainers. Ajo cast a sidelong glance at Duke Eddard. "My Lord Eddard, you may disdain befriending Janos, yet the Lannisters have seized the initiative." Duke Eddard remarked, "The Lannisters are conspiring with the Gold Cloaks. Is Cersei truly plotting treason?" Ajo replied, "While the Lannisters seek to curry favor with the upper echelons of the Gold Cloaks, we must win over the common soldiers. Furthermore, my Lord Eddard, the common folk in King's Landing represent a force that cannot be overlooked." Duke Eddard countered, "The commoners are not Gold Cloaks." Ajo responded, "Indeed. The commoners are not Gold Cloaks, yet within Flea Bottom, Steel Street, and Cobbler S Square reside the wives, lovers, parents, and children of the gold cloaks. Janos Slind may command loyal sycophants among the gold cloaks, yet his standing among the lower ranks of the guards is rather poor. His grade and withholding of pay have alienated the soldiers. If we earn their loyalty, we can replace Janos. The following day, Duke Eddard and Robert, two esteemed members of the court, arrived at the garrison of King S Landing. The garrison comprises two significant camps, one adjacent to the Dragon Gate and the other near Cobbler S Square. Rarely do courtiers visit military encampments, hence when Prime Minister Eddard and Councillor Ajo arrived, they were met with enthusiastic welcomes from the gold cloaks. The Prime Minister's guard distributed barrels of Dornish red wine, meat, beer, as well as provisions like beef jerky, lemon cakes, and new boots to the soldiers of the garrison. Every soldier in both the eastern and western camps received gifts from Ajo and Duke Eddard. Subsequently, Ajo and Duke Eddard acquired a tavern in Flea Bottom, commencing a charitable endeavor to distribute food to the impoverished. Flea Bottom, a haven for the destitute, boasts numerous establishments selling brown broth, where the needy can barter with wilted vegetables or the remains of dead animals for a bowl of broth. Despite the subpar ingredients, the broth remains a draw for many. The tavern established by Ajo, known as the North S Giant, offered significantly improved sanitary conditions, leading to long lines of the needy eager to partake. Word of their efforts swiftly reached Cersei, within the towers of the Red Keep. She glared furiously at her little brother, the imp. Father sent you to deal with Ajo, yet you merely stand by as he ingratiates himself with the people of Flea Bottom. He and Eddard have not only sought to sway the soldiers at the garrison but have also opened a free dining establishment in Flea Bottom. Tyrion chuckled. Sister, you have never regarded the poor with any esteem. Why the sudden fervor? Cersei retorted, you fool. Can you not see that Ajo aims to manipulate the citizens of King S Landing against us? Tyrion replied, the people of King S Landing have never held the Lannisters in high regard. What can be done? Years ago, my esteemed father besieged King's Landing, unleashing chaos and indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. The citizens of King's Landing have not forgotten this. Hodor is currently vying for the support of the populace, rumored to be spending his days in the flea pit, gambling with the impoverished and engaging in rat fights. Cersei exhibits a disdainful smile. Hodor, born of a fool, is favored by the common folk for his scent reminiscent of horse manure, while he finds solace among their fleas a mutual understanding, perhaps. Tyrion remarked, I have heard that Hodor has opened a free eatery for the giants of the north in the flea pit. Perhaps I should establish a little demon tavern next door. Sister, if you would deign to grace the flea pit by providing free food for the poor, the citizens would undoubtedly adore us. Cersei retorted, those commoners clearly prefer the fool Hodor. We need not compete with him for another band of fools. The commoners are mere sheep. How can a lion consort with sheep? Tyrion, I wish for you to recruit more mercenaries in King's Landing. They are the most reliable. Tyrion chuckled, it seems you remain unaware of mercenaries, for they follow only gold, aligning with the highest bidder. Fortunately, the Lannisters are not lacking in gold. I shall promptly set about recruiting. In the ensuing days, the Prime Minister Tower and the Lannisters commenced their struggle for mercenaries in King's Landing, leading even the most destitute of wandering warriors to find employment. Many mercenaries hailed from the free trading city-states across the narrow sea. Hodor's Prime Minister Tower, comprising the likes of Soros, Jaloba Sol, and Celio, all foreigners, became a distinct advantage. Soon, Soros summoned several mercenaries from Lys, Pentos, and Tyrosh, while Prince Jaloba returned from the docks of King's Landing with a handful of black mercenaries from the Summer Isles, and Celio brought back several swordsmen from Braavos. Mercenaries from the Seven Kingdoms became exceedingly sought after. Sir Direwolves introduced Hodor to Osman Kettleblack, a seasoned mercenary of many years, who, along with his two brothers, possessed extensive connections in King's Landing's mercenary market. Though Hodor harbored mistrust towards mercenaries, he nonetheless extended an offer to the Kettleblack brothers, merely to drive up the price, thus compelling the Lannisters to expend more gold on mercenaries devoid of loyalty. Chapter 42. The assassination of Daenerys. In the council chamber of the Red Keep, Tyrion and Cersei stood before the window, gazing at the great September of Baelor perched upon the distant Visenya hills. Tyrion remarked, have you heard? King Robert will attend today's council meeting. A smile graced Cersei's lips. Is that so? What a rare gem indeed. Ever since Lord Eddard and Alda arrived in King's Landing, Robert has been preoccupied with hunting, feasting, and cavorting with beautiful women, delegating all matters of the realm to the hand of the king and the council. In truth, during the tenure of former Hand John Arryn, Robert had seldom graced the council with his presence. Cersei inquired, what has compelled our good Robert to deign to attend the council personally? Tyrion snapped his fingers. I heard from Varys that Daenerys, born of the storm, is with child across the narrow sea. Robert has long been intent on eradicating the Targaryens, relentlessly sending assassins to hunt Daenerys and her brother Viserys. After all these years, neither Daenerys nor her brother has perished, and now Daenerys is to bear a Targaryen child. It would surely infuriate Robert. Cersei's emerald eyes sparkled with intrigue. That eunuch dares to share intelligence with you. I remind you, Varys is not to be trusted. Tyrion nodded. I am fully aware that the spider is untrustworthy, yet Varys possesses intelligence that spans the 7 kingdoms and even the lands across the narrow sea. His little birds are everywhere. We require Varys. Cersei scoffed lightly. Cannot you train little birds loyal to the Lannisters? You fool, I hear Alda is far more capable. I understand he has arranged spies throughout the streets of King's Landing. Tyrion replied, Alda may be unaware that many of his hired hands are, in fact, Varys' agents. He attempts to weave a net beneath the spider's web. How can that possibly succeed? Cersei asserted, Robert has grown increasingly trusting of Lord Eddard and Alda. You, a mere dwarf, stand alone in the council. Can you truly manage? She continued, had it been Jaime, the Starks would never have dared to overshadow the Lannisters in council. Tyrion chuckled slyly. Now, we have an opportunity to alienate Robert from the Starks. Cersei regarded the imp with skepticism. What opportunity? Tyrion elaborated, Daenerys is with child. Robert will undoubtedly send assassins to kill her. Our Lord Eddard, a man who values honor above all, will certainly oppose such a deed. Eddard holds the protection of women and children in the highest regard. Once he stands against Robert, I shall fan the flames of discord. And the Starks may very well lose their position in the council. Cersei's expression shifted to one of understanding. Indeed, Lord Eddard would sooner die than tarnish his honor. He may indeed argue with Robert. Once Robert dismisses Eddard, I shall persuade him to appoint Jaime as the hand of the king. In the hand as steady. Alda sat opposite Lord Eddard. My Lord Eddard, Varys has shared intelligence with me. Daenerys is with child. Lord Eddard furrowed his brow. This news is likely to provoke Robert. The possibility of him crossing the sea with his Dothraki cavalry, now that Daenerys has given birth, is quite real. Edward said. I suspect our Robert will undoubtedly send assassins to eliminate Daenerys. Duke Eddard was taken aback. Impossible. Robert is not that kind of person. How could he harm an unborn child? Edward chuckled. My Lord Eddard, the Robert you knew is a shadow of his former self. While he once championed the weak, Daenerys' child, being the spawn of a dragon, poses a threat to his Iron Throne. He would certainly resort to assassination. Duke Eddard clenched his fists and struck the table. This is a disgrace to honor. I must stop him, Edward. During the council meeting, you must stand with me. Edward replied, my lord. Your precious honor has stirred you to such agitation, but it need not be so. I have repeatedly urged you not to be overly protective of your own reputation. Duke Eddard retorted, this is not about protecting my reputation, but a matter of principle. I once allied with Robert to halt the Mad King's indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Now, Robert seeks to murder women and children. I cannot abide this. Edward responded, you must understand, when Robert rose against the Targaryens, defeating Rhaegar and toppling the Iron Throne forged by Aegon the Conqueror, he was a bold dragon slayer. However, our Robert now sits upon that very throne. And the dragon slayer has transformed into a dragon himself. Be wary of allying with such a beast. If you confront Robert in front of the likes of Lancel, Peter, Varys, and Tyrion during the council, he may be compelled to strip you of your position as hand of the king to uphold his dignity. Duke Eddard scoffed. If he were to do that, I would not care to remain hand any longer. If Robert seeks accomplices, let him find others. Edward queried, my lord. Do you truly wish to protect the innocent child within Daenerys? Duke Eddard replied, I wish to protect every innocent child. Edward leaned forward, lowering his voice. Then you must act as I suggest. We should raise our hands in approval of Robert's plan to send assassins to kill Daenerys. Duke Eddard's eyes widened. By doing so, would we not become accomplices? The hand of the king ought to provide the most faithful counsel to the king. Otherwise, it would be dereliction of duty and collusion. Edward grinned widely. We should indeed remain vigilant of the worldly and utilitarian realm, learning to navigate it with cunning. My lord Eddard. The wise course of action would be to agree to the assassination plan and then demand that Robert entrust you with its execution. Presently, Daenerys is far away in Vis Dothrak. You can easily prolong the assassination scheme. This way, the attempt will never succeed, thereby safeguarding the innocent child within Daenerys. Duke Eddard fell into contemplation. Is this truly the right course of action? Hodor remarked, sacrificing personal honor to protect an unfamiliar fetus. Even the gods would shed tears of compassion for you. Duke Eddard nodded heavily. Very well, I concur. Let us proceed as you suggest. On this day, in the council chamber, Robert rarely attended the royal meeting. Hodor inquired, Your Grace, what brings you to the royal assembly today? Robert sat in his chair, stating, A dreadful matter has arisen from across the narrow sea. Tyrion chuckled, What calamity could possibly frighten our valiant King Robert? Robert declared, That wretched Daenerys is with child. Bearing the offspring of the Horse Lord, it must be dealt with. Duke Eddard and Sir Barristan exchanged bewildered glances. Many of the royal ministers had already received the news. Renly appeared composed, seemingly unaffected. Maester Pycelle leaned back in his chair, listless. Hodor asked, Your Majesty, how do you intend to address this? Robert surveyed the assembly. Naturally, we must employ an assassin to eradicate the threat. Barristan's countenance darkened. Your Majesty, if I may speak candidly, murdering an unborn child is devoid of honor. Robert countered. Daenerys will undoubtedly whisper sweet nothings to the Horse Lord, inciting him to lead the Dothraki cavalry against the Seven Kingdoms, to spare the realm from the ravages of war. I must act decisively. The imp cast a glance at Duke Eddard. Your Grace, the murder of a child is something even the gods cannot abide. Would this not tarnish our honor? I doubt Duke Eddard would agree. Our noble Duke, who has always held honor in the highest regard, is a paragon of selflessness. Peter Baelish, Varys, and Pycelle exchanged knowing smiles, anticipating Eddard's defiance against the king, eager for the unfolding drama. Duke Eddard proclaimed, Personal honor pales in comparison to the tranquility of the realm. I support Robert's plan. The smiles of Peter, Pycelle, and Varys quickly faded, replaced by shock. And even Robert appeared taken aback. Ed, I thought you would oppose this. When it comes to honor, you tend to be rather pedantic. Duke Eddard smiled. As the newly appointed hand of the king, I must learn to adapt. Peter managed a strained smile. My lord Eddard, we are deliberating a most dreadful matter. The murder of children, which both old and new gods are watching us. Varys exaggeratedly shrugged. Indeed, it is quite terrifying. Duke Eddard stated, Gentlemen, we who have dared to govern must prioritize the kingdom and its people before our own honor. Pray tell. If Daenerys and the Horse Lord's army were to cross the sea and land in the Vale, the North, or Storm's End, how many innocent children would perish? The Dothraki leave no survivors in their wake. Tyrion glanced at Hodor, recognizing that it was Hodor who had swayed Eddard's opinion, and he felt a pang of frustration. Robert laughed heartily. Ed, your thick skull has finally grasped the matter. I did not choose unwisely. Duke Eddard proclaimed, I willingly sacrifice my personal honor entirely for the sake of your Majesty and the kingdom. Your Majesty, I beseech you to entrust me with the task of assassinating Daenerys. Varys interjected, the operations across the narrow sea have long been my responsibility. Duke Eddard, I mean no offense. But I fear you may not fully comprehend the circumstances beyond the narrow sea. I was born and raised there. And I have left a part of my very soul on its shores. Adro remarked, Duke Eddard is indeed well aware. Many of our prime minister's guards hail from the Summer Islands, Braavos, and Meereen, and there are even Dothraki among them. Robert concluded, Let us leave this matter in Eddard's capable hands. Chapter 43, Espionage and Intelligence. Robert surveyed the assembly gathered around the conference table. The notion of assassinating Daenerys had garnered the tacit approval of even Duke Eddard. Who among you dares to oppose it? Varys bowed his head. Your Majesty, vanquishing foes on the battlefield is a noble pursuit, yet to assassinate an unborn child seems rather. I cannot lend my support. Tyrion remarked. I have always harbored sympathy for the grotesque and the disabled. I stand against the assassination of the child within Daenerys. Adwell stated. I align with Duke Eddard and endorse the assassination. The Duke of Lannister chuckled. Daenerys should have been eliminated long ago. Pycelle added, I am in support. I bear no ill will towards Daenerys, yet should she return with the Dothraki cavalry, the Seven Kingdoms would be awash in blood. Peter Baelish toyed with a quill. My only concern is the cost of the assassination. Varys, hands clasped, declared, For the welfare of the realm, I support the assassination. Though I believe it should be my responsibility. Robert interjected, This matter is already entrusted to Duke Eddard, it is settled. Varys chuckled awkwardly. According to the latest intelligence, Daenerys has now arrived in Vistafrak. As the Khaleesi of the Dothraki, assassinating her there may prove quite challenging. Should Duke Eddard delay the plan? It would not bode well, would it? Adwell responded, Lord Varys, no offense intended, but over the years, you have been responsible for pursuing the beggar king and Daenerys. Yet have succeeded not once. Let Duke Eddard have a chance, he may yet prevail. In truth, Varys' title was but a fade. He was not a lord of any domain. Robert nodded. It is rare for Eddard to agree to such a plan. Varys, allow him to execute it. Adwell and Duke Eddard returned to the Prime Minister's tower. Duke Eddard was in high spirits. Now that I am tasked with the assassination of Daenerys, both she and her child are finally safe. Adwell, it appears that even lies can bear a semblance of honor. Adwell remarked, My Lord Eddard. Sometimes what we do is of little consequence. What truly matters is the reason behind our actions. Did you not notice? When you supported the assassination plan, Baelish, Varys, and the imp were taken aback. These cunning old foxes had presumed you would confront Robert and oppose the king's plan for assassination. Now, Baelish, Varys, and the imp will find you increasingly inscrutable. When your enemies deem you unpredictable, you hold the advantage. Duke Eddard replied. I had believed that scheming and deceit held no merit, yet it seems they can indeed save lives. In the Red Keep, Jaime idly toyed with a golden sword. Cersei, seething with rage, exclaimed, Tyrion, did you not assert that Duke Eddard would confront Robert and oppose the assassination of Daenerys? And now, not only has he consented, but he has also volunteered to oversee the assassination himself. Tyrion lamented, I anticipated the actions of Lord Eddard, yet I did not foresee the involvement of Adol. It must be Adol who has persuaded Eddard to support the assassination plot. Eddard publicly agrees to the assassination and even takes charge of the operation, however. I suspect he has no intention of dispatching an assassin. This, in turn, safeguards Daenerys and the child she carries. Jaime scoffed, so, our esteemed Lord Eddard, willing to tarnish his honor, seeks to appease King Robert. Tyrion remarked, with Adol's assistance, Stark has become increasingly cunning. Cersei retorted, Eddard has learned to please Robert. He has grown ever more shameless and will eventually replace everyone in the court and the small council with his own allies. Father should never have sent you to the small council. You only caused the Lannisters to falter before Stark. Tyrion chuckled, Cersei, there is no need to be so anxious. At least Eddard and Adol have yet to display any signs of targeting us. Cersei's eyes blazed with fury. Are you blind or just foolish? Do you not see? The imbecile Adol has been infiltrating the city guard, establishing numerous free eateries in Flea Bottom to provide meals for the impoverished. Adol is winning the hearts of the people, employing mercenaries, and tirelessly expanding the guards of the Prime Minister's tower. What is his true ambition? It is evident that Adol seeks power. He harbors greater ambition than Eddard. Tyrion suggested, Cersei, you spend every day with Robert. You could easily whisper in his ear about Adol's relentless attempts to expand his influence and form factions. It might raise Robert's suspicions. Cersei replied, do you think I have not warned Robert? Unfortunately, that fool has never taken it seriously. He insists that Adol is reliable. Tyrion encouraged, you could make a few more attempts. It would surely yield results. Cersei stated, rather than relying on Robert, I place my faith in swords. I need you to hire mercenaries. What of those you were to recruit? Tyrion responded, I have already enlisted the 3 Kettleblack brothers. Adol has been snatching those mercenaries. I had to pay 3 times the price to recruit just a handful. I know full well that Adol is merely driving up the prices, but unfortunately, to secure the greedy mercenaries, one must be willing to spend. Jaime frowned. Once we come into conflict with the Prime Minister's tower, relying on such a small number of mercenaries will be ineffective. Tyrion noted, brother, those mercenaries are unreliable in critical moments. We must win over the city guard. Cersei frowned. Did you not assert that Commander Janos Slynt of the Gold Cloaks is already one of us? Tyrion replied, Janos supports us temporarily out of greed. But he is a notoriously avaricious man. The worst part is, his reputation among the rank-and-file Gold Cloaks is abysmal. Our interest in Janos is solely due to the thousands of Gold Cloaks under his command. If Janos cannot command them in a crucial moment, what use is he to us? Jaime smirked and remarked, I have heard that Hodor delivers clothing and provisions to the Gold Cloaks at the various city gates and the 2 military camps daily. The Gold Cloaks seem to have a fondness for Hodor. Perhaps, we Lannisters should extend some warmth to the Gold Cloaks as well. Having spent his life interacting with soldiers, knights, attendants, and warriors, Jaime understood the gold cloaks well. Cersei replied, with so many gold cloaks to feed, how can we satisfy them all? It's best to focus on winning over Lord Janos. That should suffice. The imp interjected, yet, Janos is also a ravenous wolf, insatiable in his appetite. I had greater faith in Sir James Baelish, the captain at the river gate, but alas, he has already been courted by Hodor. Cersei reassured him, fortunately. I possess ample spies. I was the first to learn of Hodor's invitation to Sir Baelish. I am fully aware of whom Hodor invites each day and where he goes. His intelligence is woefully inadequate compared to mine, which I have firmly under control. A few sparrows perched on the tower, quietly listening to their conversation. These sparrows returned to the spymaster's tower and reported the Lannisters' discourse to Hodor. In King's Landing, Hodor's intelligence was heavily suppressed by Varys, with even Cersei and Peter Baelish's spies outnumbering his own. However, Hodor remained unconcerned. The establishment of his intelligence network was merely a facade to mislead his adversaries. His true aim was to convince Varys, Cersei, and Peter Baelish that their victory was assured. Hodor relied on the small creature sparrows, dragonflies, butterflies, mice, cockroaches, fleas, mosquitoes, and flies summoned through his beastly skills, specifically for reconnaissance and eavesdropping. These creatures dispersed throughout the city gates, flea markets, fishing markets, docks, various brothels, and the Red Keep's secret passages, continuously providing Hodor with intelligence. Through the vision of the mice in the Red Keep's passages, Hodor observed Varys in the company of a stout man. Varys had donned a disguise, complete with a false beard, a helmet, and leather armor. A master of disguise, Varys could effortlessly alter his appearance, scent, gait, and even his voice. The portly man, adorned in a velvet gown, epitomized the attire of a wealthy merchant from the free cities. His fingers were bedecked with various gem-encrusted rings, including garnets, moonstones, sunstones, obsidian, and sapphires. Despite his size, he moved with a grace reminiscent of a water dancer. Varys had gone to great lengths to disguise himself for this clandestine meeting, piquing Hodor's interest. Deep within the spymaster's tower, Hodor activated his shapeshifter form, immediately possessing the mouse within the secret passage. Mice frequently scurried in and out of the Red Keep's tunnels, and Varys would hardly notice one lurking in the distant shadows. Hodor overheard the stout man speaking with a strong accent from Pentos, and he recognized him as Illyrio, the governor of Pentos. Chapter 44. The conspiracy of Varys. It was indeed Illyrio who persuaded Viserys to sell Daenerys to the Call, a close ally of Varys, another schemer. The 3 dragon eggs possessed by Daenerys were also a gift from Illyrio. In the past, the cruel Maegor constructed the Red Keep, creating numerous secret passages unknown to many. To keep the secrets of the Red Keep to himself, Maegor invited all the craftsmen upon its completion and had them all killed. Subsequently, the kings of the Targaryen dynasty exercised great caution in utilizing these hidden passages. By the time of the Mad King Aerys' hour, paranoia had consumed him, leading him to distrust those around him. In their youth, both Varys and Illyrio were destitute, resorting to thievery in Pentos. Eventually, Varys discovered that information held far greater value than gold, silver, or jewels. He shifted his focus to gathering intelligence, employing a network called the Little Birds, which would later become infamous throughout the 7 kingdoms. In Pentos, Varys earned a reputation for his intelligence gathering, prompting the Mad King to send envoys across the narrow sea to summon Varys to King's Landing. The Mad King placed immense trust in Varys, revealing to him all the secrets of the Red Keep's passages. Varys' little bird scoured the 7 kingdoms for information, which flowed ceaselessly into Varys' ears through the hidden pathways. After Robert overthrew the Mad King, Varys shifted his allegiance to Robert, maintaining exclusive access to the secrets of the Red Keep. Rising through the ranks based on his intelligence prowess, Varys became a principal advisor, while his old companion Illyrio ascended to the role of governor of Pentos, joining the ranks of the nobility. Cersei, Littlefinger, and Tyrion all endeavored to undermine Varys' intelligence network. However, no amount of spies they employed could unveil the secrets of the Red Keep. This was the domain of the spider. Unbeknownst to Varys, the passages had long been infiltrated by too many of the summons of the faceless men. A shadowy figure possessed a rat. Observing Varys and Illyrio in the darkness of the passage, Illyrio caressed the gemstone ring on his finger. Old friend, let Stark and Lannister not clash at this moment. Daenerys and Viserys are far away in Vis Dothrak, and Khal Drogo has no intention of marching forth. Our Dothraki army is not yet prepared. A conflict between lions and direwolves would serve us no purpose. Varys sighed. My friend, do you truly believe I am a magician? Stark and Lannister are already on the verge of war. What can I do? Illyrio chuckled softly. In my eyes, you are indeed an all-powerful sorcerer. Leaning against the wall of the passage, Varys watched as the torch flickered beside him. Even the most skilled magician cannot keep several balls aloft simultaneously. With Tyrion's inclusion in the council as an advisor, the challenges posed by the Lannisters multiplied, along with the formidable northern giant, a formidable adversary known as the Mountain. Not to mention the ever-cunning Littlefinger. Littlefinger has been subtly inciting the conflict between the Lannisters and the Starks, positioning himself as a shadowy player in the game. Duke Eddard has discovered Robert's bastards and obtained Melisandre's tomb. It is only a matter of time before he uncovers the true lineage of Cersei's children. Illyrio remarked. Once Duke Eddard unveils Cersei's secret, will not the Direwolf immediately launch an assault? Varys replied, I once thought so, but now I am uncertain. Duke Eddard has always been a man of honor. However, with Peter at his side, he seems to be increasingly adept at the game of power. Can you fathom? Duke Eddard, in the presence of the lords at the council, openly supported King Robert's plan to assassinate Daenerys, even volunteering to oversee the assassination himself. Illyrio's eyes widened. Surely, Duke Eddard does not intend to send an assassin to eliminate Daenerys. Varys replied, we can only pray that Eddard and Peter are merely posturing. You must caution Daenerys to be vigilant. After all, the likes of Ser Jorah and Selmy, who serve under Duke Eddard, hail from the other side of the narrow sea and possess a profound familiarity with the Essos continent. Currently, the most pressing issue lies with Robert. Cersei attempted to murder him during the tournament, but I leaked the intelligence to Peter, who persuaded Robert to forego participating in the melee, thus allowing him to escape peril. Illyrio questioned, will Cersei abandon her plan to assassinate Robert? Varys shook his head. No, Duke Eddard will inevitably discover that Cersei's children are not the king's. In her quest for self-preservation, Cersei will certainly kill Robert to place Joffrey upon the throne. The death of Robert will ignite a ferocious war between the lion and the direwolf. Illyrio glided gracefully, akin to a water dancer, moving silently. However, a war between the Starks and Lannisters would yield no benefit for us. Daenerys has yet to convince Khal Drogo to march upon Westeros. Presently, they linger in Vis Dothrak, awaiting the prophecy of the wise woman. If it suggests that an advance into Westeros would be favorable, Drogo may very well march forth immediately. Varys advised. You must urge Daenerys, if Drogo remains reluctant to mobilize, once the tumult between the lion and the direwolf concludes. The Dothraki horde may find it exceedingly challenging to conquer Westeros. Peter and the imp are exhausting every means to rally the city guard. Not to mention that Littlefinger is scheming in the shadows, while Stannis has retreated to Dragonstone. I sense that a great conflict may erupt at any moment. Varys and Illyrio ventured deeper into the secret passage, their voices fading into silence. Peter's spirit returned from the mouse to his own body. One day, Ser Jorah brought Duke Eddard and Peter to the brothel of Shirara. Clad in a flowing brown gown, Shira's skin gleamed like ebony, exuding noble elegance. Adorned with a string of pearls around her neck, Ser Jorah stated, Duke Eddard wishes to meet the child. Without need for further explanation, Shirara understood precisely which child was being referenced. Shataya remarked, My lord, I had thought you had forgotten about the child. Shortly thereafter, a young woman emerged, cradling an infant girl swathed in swaddling cloth. Adu observed that the woman bore pale red hair, whereas the illegitimate daughter of Robert possessed dark hair akin to her father's. This resilient trait was indeed a legacy of Jon Arryn. Duke Eddard took the child into his arms, gently stroking the infant's black locks, which closely resembled Robert's. The young woman's name was Minnie. Minnie implored, My lord, please inform the king that this child is named Bran. Kindly convey to his majesty that I have been waiting for him, with my daughter by my side. I do not desire his gold or silver. I only wish for his presence, even if it means serving as a maid in his court. Eddard nodded solemnly, assuring her, Rest assured. I guarantee that Bran will never want for food or clothing. Adu pulled Eddard aside, whispering, My lord, let us not speak of provisions. I fear our visit may bring peril upon the two of them. Eddard's face registered shock. How could that be? Adu lowered his voice. Do not forget. After Jon Arryn visited this brothel to see Minnie and Bran, he met his demise. I suspect that this mother and daughter may possess evidence that instills fear in our enemies. We ought to relocate them to the Tower of the Hand, much like we sheltered Gendry, for their protection. Eddard agreed and called for Shataya. Madam, I wish to purchase Minnie. Shataya chuckled, My lord Eddard, you have an excellent eye. Minnie is young, beautiful, and skilled at pleasing men. Acquiring her is undoubtedly a wise investment. Eddard's expression darkened. I intend to take Minnie back as a maid. Not as you might envision. Shataya nodded awkwardly. Being a maid is indeed commendable. Minnie is quite capable. Ordinarily, the hand and Sir Adu gracing our establishment should not require payment. However, when Minnie's father sold her to us, I paid a substantial sum of 2 gold dragons. Adu tossed out 4 gold dragons. I shall give you double. I wish to take Minnie and her child. Minnie, unable to entertain guests due to her responsibilities towards her child, had become an expense for Shataya, who had long desired to send the mother and daughter away. Now, having received the money, Shataya gladly ushered Minnie and Bran out the door. Adu and Duke Eddard arrived at the Tower of the Hand, where Adu arranged for a room to house Minnie and Bran. From now on, you shall reside here. You are forbidden to leave, and you will want for nothing. Minnie asked, May I see the king? Adu replied, Not for the time being. While you remain in the Tower of the Hand, you are safe. Once you step outside, I cannot guarantee your safety. Now, Adu held Robert's illegitimate daughter Bran and his illegitimate son Gendry. Both had dark hair, while Cersei's children Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tame were all golden-haired. In the contest for inheritance, Robert's bastards would serve as formidable evidence. Duke Ed remained engrossed in the noble lineage tomes of Melian. Adu remarked, My lord Ed. This book elucidates the unions among the nobility. The lineage of aristocrats is rather intriguing. Take our Robert, all his bastards have raven black hair. Duke Ed chuckled. Indeed. Robert's first illegitimate daughter in the Eyrie, I believe her name is Mia, also sports dark tresses. Adu continued, I have heard that the bastard left at Storm's End. Edric Storm is also of the same ebony-haired likeness, almost a mirror image of Robert. Duke Ed lowered his gaze to the book. Discussing bastards will not unveil the cause of Jon Arryn's demise. I shall continue my reading. Chapter 45. Eddard discovers the truth. Alda's reckless insinuations regarding Robert's illegitimate offspring with dark hair failed to prompt Eddard, the noble duke, to connect the troubling lineage of Cersei's children. Perhaps a man of Eddard's honor could not fathom that Cersei would dare to deceive Robert so brazenly. He remained engrossed in the study of Melian's treatises on noble bloodlines, hoping to uncover clues surrounding the mystery of Jon Arryn's demise. Unbeknownst to Eddard, the truth behind Jon Arryn's death was manifest before him, embodied in Robert's bastards. Currently, Alda had brought Robert's illegitimate daughter, Bella, back to the Hand's Tower. Fully aware that the news would soon reach Cersei's ears. At that juncture, Cersei might very well take drastic measures. Perhaps even orchestrating Robert's assassination to place Joffrey upon the Iron Throne. Time was of the essence. Alda needed to convey the truth to Duke Eddard. Stepping out of the study, Alda found Sansa playing in the courtyard with her direwolf, Lady. Sansa and Arya's 2 direwolves, Lady and Nymeria, brought from Winterfell, had grown significantly, now resembling calves, and would continue to mature. The 3 direwolves remaining in Winterfell, Robb's Grey Winged, Bran's Sommer, and Rickon's Shaggy Doe, had also matured, while Jon Snow's direwolf, Ghost, was impressively large at Castle Black. Alda reminisced about the day Robb and Jon had discovered the direwolves in the snow by the river, a moment filled with nostalgia. What are you doing here, Sansa? Alda inquired. With a downcast expression, Sansa replied, Joffrey invited me to pray at the Great September of Baelor, but father refused. Alda. Would he truly annul my betrothal to Joffrey? Would he? Alda responded, Joffrey is a monster. He may feign civility, yet his heart is cruel. Sansa flared her nostrils in indignation. What right do you have to judge Joffrey? He is a noble prince, my handsome knight, the very embodiment of the ballads. Alda chuckled. So, you are resolutely set on marrying Joffrey, then? Sansa nodded earnestly. Of course. I shall marry him, and when Joffrey ascends the Iron Throne, I can aid him in ushering in a golden age, ruling the 7 kingdoms alongside him, and bearing him a multitude of children. It is a pity that father harbors such disdain for Joffrey. It must be because of you constantly whispering in his ear about Joffrey's flaws. Failing to understand him, Alda remarked. Eddard could evidently see that Joffrey was not a good man. No further words were necessary from me. Sansa's expression faltered. If only you had crowned me with the crown of love and beauty, as you did when you triumphed in the Melee, I would have found my true love. Instead, you chose to crown Arya. How can she compare to my beauty? After all, she possesses a horse's visage. Naturally, you would prefer her. Meanwhile, Arya remained in the Hand's Tower Hall, diligently practicing with a wooden sword under the tutelage of Syrio, yearning to become a water dancer, sweating profusely from her daily exertions. Adol said, Sansa, if you truly wish to marry Joffrey, you must first persuade Lord Eddard. I can teach you a method. Sansa immediately became intrigued. What method? Adol pulled Sansa into a corner and lowered his voice. You see, Lord Eddard is concerned that Joffrey, as he matures, may succumb to the vices of his drunkard king. King Robert, in his youth, was a valiant warrior, but in his later years, he became a debauched alcoholic. Lord Eddard fears that Joffrey may follow in Robert's footsteps. After all, you have witnessed how Robert, in his revelries, shows little regard for Queen Cersei. Sansa believed him, so that is how it is. But I think Joffrey is nothing like King Robert, Adol replied. You must tell Lord Eddard that Joffrey bears no resemblance to Robert. Inform him that Joffrey, with his golden hair, resembles a lion rather than a stag. Sansa's eyes lit up. That is indeed a splendid idea. I shall tell father at once, Adol said. Lord Eddard is in his study. Go and speak to him. Remember, do not mention that I instructed you. Sansa skipped to the study. Father, I wish to seek out Joffrey and enjoy a day in King's Landing. Lord Eddard closed the book of Melian. How many times must I tell you to stay away from Joffrey? Your betrothal will inevitably be annulled, Sansa retorted angrily. On what grounds? I must marry Joffrey. I will bear him a brood of little lions and become a beautiful queen by his side. Just like the tales of Queen Nysalia and Queen Rhaenys, Lord Eddard chuckled. Joffrey is a stag, not a lion, Sansa pouted. Where is the resemblance? Look at Joffrey, with his golden hair. How can he possibly resemble his drunken king? Joffrey is undoubtedly a Lannister lion, not a stag. The smile on Lord Eddard's face froze, as if confronted by the chill of winter. Sansa, perplexed, asked, Father, what is the matter? Lord Eddard turned the pages of Melian's book until he reached the one on House Baratheon. It is nothing. You may go, Sansa inquired. Can I still marry Joffrey? Lord Eddard replied nonchalantly. First, leave. If you irritate me, I shall certainly not agree to your marriage with Joffrey. As Sansa approached the door, Lord Eddard's expression darkened. Bring in Adol. Adol entered the study. Lord Eddard secured the door and closed the curtains. Adol feigned surprise. What is the matter? Lord Eddard lowered his voice. Adol, I have uncovered a monumental secret. Adol stroked his chin. What secret? Lord Eddard stated. I have discovered the cause of Jon Arryn's demise. Indeed, just before he perished, he cried out Robert's name, exclaiming, Strong seed. Adol feigned confusion. Strong seed? What does that even mean? Duke Eddard turned the pages of Melian's tome. This elucidates the demise of Jon Arryn. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are not of Robert's bloodline. It is no wonder that Jon Arryn, in his final moments, was scrutinizing Melian's noble genealogy, which meticulously chronicled the unions between the Baratheons and the Lannisters. Within this substantial volume, every encounter between the golden-haired Lannisters and the dark-haired Baratheons is documented, yielding offspring who invariably possess raven tresses. Cersei's children Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella are all adorned with golden locks, clearly indicating they are not Robert's progeny and thus lack any claim to inheritance. When Jon Arryn allied with Stannis to locate Robert's bastards and prepare for action, Cersei conspired to eliminate him. Stannis, in fear, retreated to Dragonstone and never returned to King's Landing. Adol's eyes widened in astonishment, desperately conveying his shock. Duke Eddard, your deductive prowess is truly remarkable. This could explain why Gendry, Bara, Mia of the Vale, and Edric Storm of Storms and all possess dark hair. Eddard remarked, the mothers of these children have hair of honey, red, brown, milk, and gold, yet those born of Robert's unions all exhibit black hair. Cersei's progeny bear not a trace of darkness. Their hair shines like golden suns, unmistakably not Robert's offspring. To conceal her scandal, Cersei orchestrated Jon Arryn's death. Now, having discovered Robert's two bastards, we possess irrefutable evidence. Adol interjected. Cersei murdered the former hand of the king, as Jon Arryn had obtained Melian's book and found Robert's bastards. Now, you have raised Robert's bastards in the Hand's Tower. Cersei's next target is you. Duke Eddard replied. Cersei and her bastards cannot escape death for cuckolding Robert. Victory is assured. Adol chuckled. Victory is assured. Duke Eddard, surely Jon Arryn thought the same before his untimely demise. In the game of power, never presume your victory is certain. Such arrogance only leads to ruin. Duke Eddard remained unconvinced. When Robert sees the evidence, he will undoubtedly execute Cersei. And even if Tywin raises the forces of the Westerlands in rebellion, he cannot extinguish Robert's wrath. I fail to see where Cersei's chances lie. Adol countered. Cersei indeed has prospects, for instance, by eliminating Robert. Chapter 46. Cersei concocts a conspiracy atop the Red Keep. Cersei leaned against the balustrade, gazing out at the vast ocean. Eddard and the fool, Addo, had located one of Robert's illegitimate daughters and concealed her within the Prime Minister's tower, alongside the blacksmith's apprentice's illegitimate son. Jaime toyed with a pure white cloak. Do you believe Eddard and Addo would inform the drunken king? Cersei felt a surge of anger. What other purpose could he have in meticulously seeking those bastards? These children, all with raven black hair, stood in stark contrast to the golden locks of Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella. They sought to usurp Joffrey's claim to the throne. Jaime smirked, remarking that Joffrey was not even Robert's true heir. Thus he had no legitimate claim to the crown. Cersei shot him a venomous glare. If Joffrey were to be denied the throne, he would be doomed. Is your mind filled with nothing but porridge? Jaime drew his golden sword, caressing the sharp blade with his fingers, the gilded surface glinting in the sunlight. Then I shall once again become a regicide, eliminating Robert. A glint of malice flickered in Cersei's emerald-green eyes. Before disposing of Robert, Eddard and Addo must be dealt with. They were Robert's wings, and once they were clipped, killing Robert would be effortless. However, the Prime Minister's guard was formidable, and assassination would not be simple. Therefore, I have resolved to first destroy the evidence in Addo's possession. Jaime regarded Cersei with curiosity. What evidence? Cersei explained, it is the tome The Genealogy and History of the Principal Nobles of the Seven Kingdoms by Melis the Wise. A long-lost book, of which only one copy remains. It documents every noble union, the color of their offspring's hair and eyes. Every instance of a Lannister and Baratheon union is recorded therein. This book was originally in the hands of Pycelle, who, in his foolishness, lent it directly to Eddard. Now that the Duke has found Robert's bastards, coupled with this book, it serves as irrefutable evidence. If we eliminate Robert's illegitimate offspring and destroy Melis' book, Addo will be left without evidence, rendering him unable to threaten Joffrey's claim. Jaime remarked that the plan seemed sound but suggested consulting Tyrion. Their father had placed Tyrion in the small council precisely to aid in dealing with the Starks. Had he not? Cersei's face contorted with disdain. I harbor no trust for the imp. The little monster only brings mischief. Moreover, Joffrey's lineage is a secret between you and me. Such matters cannot be discussed with Tyrion. This time, I must devise a flawless plan to obliterate the noble lineage, eliminate the bastards, and then address Addo and Eddard. In a Fleuridon tavern, Lancel discovered several dangerous individuals through Osmond Kettleblack, who were well suited to execute the assassination scheme. In the Prime Minister's study, Duke Eddard clasped his hands before his chest. With Baela, Gendry, and this book, presented to Robert, the evidence should suffice. Upon learning that his children were not his own, Robert would undoubtedly slay Cersei, subsequently wielding his war hammer to eliminate Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella. The innocence of the children is undeniable. Duke Eddard gazed at Addo. Perhaps it would be prudent to forewarn Cersei, allowing her to escape with the children to the free cities, the Stepstones, or wherever her heart desires. Addo chuckled. Duke Eddard, you truly possess a saintly disposition. If that were the case, you would ultimately be left to collect the remains of Sansa and Arya. To warn Cersei is to dig your own grave. The Lannisters show no mercy to the weak. Consider the fate of Rhaegar's children. Have you forgotten how Tywin's Hound, the Mountain, and Amory Lorge murdered Rhaegar's offspring, laying their bodies wrapped in shrouds before the Iron Throne? Should you show mercy to Cersei, it will be Sansa and Arya who lie in those shrouds. At that moment, Cersei will shed no tears for your children. The mere thought of Sansa and Arya set Duke Eddard on edge. Regardless, I must protect my daughters. It seems I must confront Cersei with all my might. As long as we provide the evidence to Robert, he will assuredly deliver Cersei to the headsman's block. Addo surveyed the noble lineage before Eddard. I cannot be certain, my lord. Stannis is Robert's younger brother. The evidence we have discovered was already known to Stannis. After Jon Arryn's death, why did he not inform Robert? It is evident that Stannis lacks faith in Robert, believing that even if Robert were to see the evidence, he might not be convinced that Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella are not his children. Duke Eddard raised an eyebrow. Surely, Robert cannot be so foolish. Addo replied. That is hard to say. Robert clings to a bottle daily, and the alcohol has long since dulled his senses, rendering him irritable and sluggish. Even if Robert were to acknowledge our claims, deeming Cersei's children as bastards without inheritance rights, would Cersei simply acquiesce? She would undoubtedly strike at Robert. My current concern is that the Lannisters, driven to desperation, might act recklessly. Commander Janos Slynt of the City Watch is in the employ of the imp. And at that point, we would be powerless against the Gold Cloaks, relying solely on the Prime Minister's guard. Duke Eddard, if your indecision leads to Robert's demise, the deaths of your daughters Sansa and Arya, and the ruin of those who follow you Vaynepool, Holland, Jory, you will be left to regret it all too late. Duke Eddard sighed. Your concerns are valid. The best course of action is to send Arya and Sansa back to the north, and then we shall proceed. Eddard remarked. If we can secure Renly's support, our chances will be greatly enhanced. Storm's End is in close proximity to King's Landing, and Renly's vessels can arrive swiftly. Storm's End has been the stronghold of House Baratheon for centuries, with the crown stat reigning here. And the Lord of Storm's End has always been loyal to Robert and Renly. The Lannister forces in the Westlands are far removed from King's Landing, unable to intervene. As the tempestuous army approaches, the golden-robed ruler finds himself unable to withstand the impending siege, and thus, King's Landing falls under our dominion. Duke Eddard remarked. Renly is a flamboyant individual, amiable in demeanor, charming at feasts and tournaments. However, amidst formidable adversaries like the Lannisters, can Renly be deemed a trustworthy ally? I harbor doubts. Perhaps we ought to place our hopes in Stannis. Upon his return to Dragonstone, he took with him the bulk of the royal fleet. As Joffrey is but a bastard, Stannis emerges as the rightful heir. We should extend an invitation to Stannis to return to King's Landing. Adorn interjected. We have been in King's Landing for quite some time. Yet Stannis has not shown himself. Do you truly expect him to arrive now? In the flea-bitten arena, the dog, Tooth, was locked in combat with a bull mastiff. Lancel held his nose, while Osmond Cattleblack stood nearby. With a single punch, Tooth dispatched the bull mastiff, unleashing a ghastly laugh. Lancel furrowed his brow. Is this fellow truly suited for an assassination? Osmond replied, certainly, Tooth is sufficiently ruthless, and his tongue has been severed, ensuring he speaks little. Lancel countered, yet Tooth is but one man. I require at least 3 to execute this task. Osmond gestured towards a noseless man nearby. That was Rourge. The very individual who discovered the orphan Tooth years ago. It was Rourge who raised him. Both are synonymous with cruelty, even more sinister than the mountain. Rourge was currently embracing a voluptuous woman, her freckled visage undeniably unattractive. She was Rourge's mistress, Betty, a fearsome butcher hailing from the Vale. Entrust the task to Rourge, Tooth, and Betty. It is a foolproof plan, Osmond asserted. Lancel smiled. Excellent, let them hone the skills of a rat catcher, as they will soon prove useful. Osmond frowned. A rat catcher? Where shall we strike? Lancel chuckled. To eliminate a blacksmith's apprentice, a female infant, and incinerate a book. The location is the Hand's Tower. Osmond comprehended the implication. So it was the Hand's Tower, a task within the Red Keep, commanding a handsome price. Lancel produced a golden dragon. We Lannisters possess an abundance of gold. Chapter 47, Osmond's betrayal outside the North Giant's dining hall in Flea Bottom, a throng of impoverished individuals queued for free sustenance. Since the inauguration of Ador's charitable kitchen, the once thriving brown soup establishment in Flea Bottom had suffered a significant downturn. As the destitute flocked to the North Giant's dining hall for nourishment. Each time Ador visited Flea Bottom, he was greeted with enthusiastic cheers from the residents. His popularity rivaling that of Prince Diron, the former prince of Flea Bottom. Today, Ador, accompanied by the Red Priest Soros and Barry Tondrian, arrived in Flea Bottom, where the gathered populace waved in his direction. Ador made his way to Mikey's butcher shop, the first intelligence outpost he had established in King's Landing, where he employed orphans and impoverished youths to gather information for him. Hot Pie approached, leaning closer to Ador and lowering his voice. Sir Ador, there is a mercenary who wishes to meet you. Who is it? Inquired Ador. He claims his name is Osmond, Hot Pie replied. In a dilapidated yard in Flea Bottom, Ador encountered Osmond cackling. I recall that Tyrion hired you. What brings you to me? Osmond displayed a sly smile reminiscent of a fox. I am a mercenary for the Imp, not a sworn assassin for the Lannisters. Sir Ador, do not blame me for not serving you, after all. The Imp offered a more enticing price. Ador chuckled. So, it appears that the wages offered by the Imp were insufficient, and you contemplate a change of allegiance. Osmond replied. Not at this moment. Then it is curious. Could it be that Tyrion has sent you to convey a message? Osmond shook his head. No. A mercenary cannot survive on commissions alone. As a diligent mercenary, I occasionally seek additional earnings. In fact, I possess a piece of information that I wish to sell to you. What is your asking price? Ador inquired. 10 golden dragons. Upon hearing this news, you will undoubtedly find it worth every coin. Ador frowned. What information could possibly be valued at 10 golden dragons? Osmond lowered his voice. Your enemies have dispatched an assassin to the Prime Minister's tower. Sir Edward, if you prefer not to part with your gold, you shall have to face the lurking adversary with trepidation. Edward produced 10 golden dragons and handed them to Osmond, who bit each coin before contentedly pocketing them. From Flea Bottom, or more accurately, through my introduction, 3 assassins Sharptooth, Roach, and Bat were hired. In 3 days, they will masquerade as rat catchers and make their way to the Prime Minister's tower. Edward asked, who is their target? Duke Ed. Osmond replied, I cannot say for certain. However, these 3 are exceptionally seasoned killers. Edward smiled. Osmond, you have done splendidly. Should you acquire more intelligence of this nature in the future, do not hesitate to share it with me. I have ample gold. Osmond responded, Sir Edward, you are a trusted advisor to the crown, a confidant of Robert. We shall certainly have further opportunities to collaborate. Tyrion holds a preference for Podrick. His grade surpasses even mine. Should we find ourselves discontent under the hand of the imp, we may well seek service at the Prime Minister's tower. Edro chuckled, remarking that there would surely come a time when his assistance would be required. Upon returning to the Prime Minister's tower, he found Duke Eddard in his study. Edro, where have you been? Eddard inquired. I have dispatched Jory and Very to the port to seek a swift vessel to White Harbor. The situation is dire. Cersei may employ any number of underhanded tactics against us, and you still find time to wander aimlessly. Edro pulled out a chair and seated himself opposite the Duke. Your Grace, my visit to the Flea Pit bore fruit. Osmond Kettleblack shared a piece of intelligence with me. Eddard grimaced at the mention of the Kettleblack brothers. Mercenaries who valued wealth above all else, devoid of honor, and best avoided. Edro managed a faint smile. If not for Osmond's avarice, how could he have revealed Cersei's scheme to me? Eddard's astonishment was palpable. Cersei's scheme? Edro continued. Lancel has hired 3 assassins at the Flea Pit, Serpent, Roach, and Biter. They plan to infiltrate the Prime Minister's tower disguised as rat catchers in 3 days' time, intending to carry out an assassination. The Duke's expression turned grave. Are they targeting me or my children? Are Sansa and Arya in danger? Fear not, Your Grace. Cersei's plot has been laid bare. We need only prepare our swords and await these assassins, Edro reassured him. After a moment of contemplation, Eddard queried. Why are you so certain that the assassins Lancel sought are part of Cersei's scheme? Could this not be Tyrion's machination? Edro replied, impossible. The imp is not so foolish. In dire straits, he may resort to mercenaries, yet he would never trust them. He would not employ Osmond to hire assassins from the Flea Pit. Lancel is a pawn of Cersei, who has always looked down upon Tyrion. It is inconceivable for Tyrion to send this inexperienced lad to hire killers. I suspect the assassins may be targeting Joffrey and Myrcella. My Lord Eddard, this is precisely why I insist on keeping them within the Prime Minister's tower. Cersei will inevitably seek their demise. Eddard sighed deeply. Cersei is truly despicable. Do the Lannisters have other assassination plots? Edro responded, even if we thwart this conspiracy, Cersei will contrive another. Let us not forget Varys and Peter Baelish. Should we obstruct their path to power, they too may turn against us. Minnie has been keeping watch over Myrcella in her chamber, with 2 guards stationed at all times, ensuring her safety. Joffrey, a member of the Prime Minister's Guard, must stand watch and patrol like the other soldiers. Edro appointed Joffrey to replace Harwin and summoned him to his side. From this day forth, you shall take Harwin's place as my squire. You are to accompany me daily. Joffrey removed his horned helmet. Sir Ador, I still prefer being a guard. As a guard, I can stroll back and forth and watch Arya practice her swordsmanship. Being a squire is rather dull. Ador chuckled, my boy, I do this to protect you. So stay close to me. As dawn broke on the 3rd day, Ador summoned the crimson-robed monk Soros, Jolaba Sol, Celio Frel, Sir Very Ward, and Jory Kiesel. These individuals are the elite within the Prime Minister's Guard. Today, 3 rat catchers will come to the Prime Minister's tower, 2 men and 1 woman. Their plan is to carry out an assassination, although the target remains unclear. However, I suspect they may attempt to strike at Duke Ed, Gendry, and Barla. Keep a vigilant watch. The moment they show intent to assassinate, act immediately. I want them captured alive. Chapter 48. The Prime Minister's trap. In the dimly lit chamber of the Red Keep, Cersei sat before her vanity, gazing at her reflection. Are these 3 assassins reliable? She inquired. Lancel, with a smile, replied, absolutely reliable. You should have seen them. Each one is more grotesque than the last. One has sharp teeth and yellowed fangs, devoid of a tongue. Roach has no nose, and as for Biter, his face and neck are riddled with scars. They are bloodthirsty and kill without hesitation. Osmond assures me that if they are tasked with eliminating infants for months, they will do so with precision. Cersei's lips curled into a smile. They are perfectly suited to assassinate Robert's illegitimate daughter. However, I worry that the assassins may not succeed in infiltrating the Prime Minister's tower. Adwell has always been exceedingly vigilant about its security. Lancel responded, the secret passages of the Red Keep are teeming with rats. How could Adwell refuse entry to rat catchers? We will equip the assassins with the sharpest daggers, concealed within traps. Above the traps, we will place several bloody dead rats. The guards will hardly be in a position to question them. Cersei caressed Lancel's face. You truly are a clever little imp. My father's decision to allow the imp into the council was a waste of a seat. It should have been you. Lancel. I find you far more astute than Tyrion. Lancel beamed with flattery. Naturally, the imp is but a small creature. How much intelligence can he possess? His mind is scarcely adequate. Rest assured, Your Majesty, he continued. This time Adol and Duke Eddard will only be able to watch helplessly as their hard-fought Robert's bastard falls to our assassins. Cersei interjected. Let us not forget the Tome of Melian. The yellowed parchment volume is the last of its kind in the world. It must be destroyed. Lancel stroked his chin thoughtfully. Rourge, Biter, and the Tooth, while each more vicious than the last, are illiterate. What if they mistakenly burn the wrong book? That would be troublesome. Cersei's expression darkened. They cannot be illiterate. Do not jeopardize my plan. Lancel forced a smile. Your Majesty need not worry. Melian's book must possess distinct characteristics. I shall instruct the assassins to memorize the title. Cersei huffed lightly. The title of Melian's tome is the genealogy and history of the major noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms. Are you certain your illiterate assassins can remember that? Lancel appeared bewildered. I struggle to recall it myself. Your Majesty, does that book not have any other distinguishing features? Cersei replied, I have seen it several times at Maester Pythel's. I remember distinctly that Melian's name is gilded and quite prominent. Ensure the assassins learn the spelling of Melian. The cover bears a map of the Seven Kingdoms. Instruct the assassins to memorize the map, for the book with Melian's name inscribed upon it is the one we seek. Lancel chuckled, Your Majesty is truly brilliant. I shall inform the assassins at once, ensuring they remember the book's cover and learn how to spell Melian. In a dark corner of the flea-infested den, Lancel summoned Rourge, Biter, and the Tooth. Which of you three possesses a keen memory? The sharp-toothed creature emitted a buzzing sound. Lancel cast a disdainful glance in his direction. You are exempt. You can hardly articulate a word. Betty stepped forward. My memory is quite commendable. In the valley, I once competed with Zira for the title of the most beautiful in the Black Ear faction, counting the ears we severed. I managed to tally up to 6 in one breath. Lancel's lips curled into a smile. Not bad, you can count. I shall teach you the spelling of Melian. Merely teaching the spelling consumed the better part of the day. Lancel bestowed upon Betty a map of the Seven Kingdoms, urging her to memorize it as thoroughly as possible. In the Prime Minister's tower study, there lay a book with the cover inscribed with the name Melian, destined for incineration. Adil had long since stationed his subordinates at the Prime Minister's tower, prepared for action. After lunch, the sharp-toothed creature, Betty, and Roger disguised themselves as rat catchers and appeared at the Prime Minister's tower. Jory Kiesel interrogated them briefly, inspected their tools, and permitted their entry into the tower. Roger gathered Betty and the sharp-toothed creature in a shadowy corner, signaling for them to disperse and act independently. The 3 assassins had already conspired. With the sharp-toothed creature assigned to eliminate the infant Bora, Roger tasked with the assassination of Gendry, and Betty designated to incinerate Melian's noble lineage. Burning the book posed the greatest challenge, for the sharp-toothed creature, Roger, and Betty were all illiterate. Lancel had taken the time to teach Betty the spelling of Melian's name and acquainted her with the map of the Seven Kingdoms. The cover of this substantial tome bore the name Melian and was adorned with an engraving of the Seven Kingdoms map. Rat catchers, by nature, could enter every room in their pursuit, and Roger, Betty, and the sharp-toothed creature were delighted to discover that no guards of the Prime Minister interfered with their mission. The sharp-toothed creature made his way to the chamber where Manny and her daughter Bora resided. Halwyn and Ellen stood guard outside the door. The sharp-toothed creature opened his mouth. His tongue severed, producing only a buzzing sound, as he produced the rat trap and gestured towards the interior of the room. Ellen remarked, Are you here to catch a rat? Go on in. The sharp-toothed creature cheerfully entered the room. Inside, Manny cradled Bran, who was nursing. The sharp-toothed creature grinned wickedly as he approached, the rat trap revealing a sharp dagger. At that moment, a shadow darted out from behind a nearby wardrobe. It was the diminutive water dancer from Braavos, Cilio Frel. Manny, startled, retreated to the corner with Bran in her arms. The sharp-toothed creature glared menacingly at Cilio, who wielded a wooden sword. Assassin! Cilio Frel has served as the chief swordsman under the Sea King for 11 years. You are no match for him. Surrender at once. The sharp-toothed creature lunged at Cilio with a malevolent grin. Cilio elegantly evaded the attack, his wooden sword striking the sharp-toothed creature's wrist with astonishing speed, causing his grip to shatter and the dagger to slip from his grasp. The battle, before it even commenced, was swiftly concluded. Cilio, in a flash, struck the sharp-toothed creature's knee with his wooden sword, causing him to scream in agony and collapse to the ground. Roger stealthily approached Gendry's chamber, where he found Gendry slumbering peacefully, and drew his short dagger, advancing toward him. The crimson-robed sorcerer Soros emerged from the shadows, wielding a blazing sword. "O King of Light, protect us!" Gendry sprang from his bed, while Rourge was swiftly subdued. Betty entered the desolate study, her heart soaring as she beheld a substantial tome resting upon the desk. Melrian, the illiterate Betty struggled to spell the name, cross-referencing the accompanying map. This was indeed the book she sought. Betty poured oil from a trap and promptly began to strike flint. The door swung open, and Adu and Jaloba entered. Jaloba, with his golden wooden longbow, aimed it at Betty. "Drop the book you hold." Betty had already ignited the volume, a wicked smile spreading across her face. "The book is ablaze." "Ha!" The noble lineage of Melrian. Adu produced the true Melrian tome, revealing that what lay on the desk was merely a counterfeit. "This is the book you sought. What you have burned is but a map of the 7 kingdoms." In a fit of rage, Betty drew a dagger and charged at Adu. The twang of Jaloba's bowstring echoed, and an arrow flew forth, piercing through Betty's wrist. At that moment, Cilio escorted the sharp-toothed creature, while Soros and Gendry restrained Rourge outside the study. Adu pushed Betty out, casting her to the ground. Duke Ed approached. "All 3 assassins have fallen into our grasp. Now, Cersei, we are in serious trouble." Chapter 49. The Little Demon as Strategy. The diminutive Tyrion Lannister held a silver goblet, savoring a sip of the golden wine within. It was truly remarkable that a female illiterate from a mountain clan managed to locate the Prime Minister's study to burn books. Whose ingenious plan was this? Balon Greyjoy flared his nostrils. "Little Demon, it was the Queen's directive." Tyrion smiled as he approached Balon, suddenly delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Caught off guard, Balon had no time to react before Tyrion splashed the contents of his goblet across his face. "You dare to call me a little demon? I am your cousin. Were it not for Uncle Kevin, I would have had Boros dispatch you long ago." Boros, with a solemn demeanor, caressed the hilt of his blade. Terrified, Balon scrambled to his feet, casting a pleading glance toward Cersei. "Your Grace." Cersei replied coldly. "Balon, you may leave." Wiping his face with his hand, Balon glared fiercely at Tyrion, as if to say this was not over. Cersei shot a disdainful look at Boros. "And you, get out as well." Boros sauntered out nonchalantly, leaving only Tyrion and Cersei in the room. Meanwhile, Jaime was in the throne room, guarding King Robert alongside his Kingsguard brethren. Tyrion refilled his goblet from the table. "Sister, you send assassins to the Prime Minister's tower without so much as a word to me. I feel quite overlooked. Father entrusted me with the task of preventing such reckless actions from you. Why did you send someone to incinerate the genealogy of House Marwyn?" Cersei stubbornly replied. "Because Eddard intends to exploit that book to sow discord." Tyrion fixed her with a gaze, his mismatched eyes wide with incredulity. "Sow discord? What sort of rumors?" The innocent me finds this rather perplexing. Cersei retorted with disgust. "You witless imp. Eddard and Duke Edmure wish to utilize the genealogy of House Marwyn to question Joffrey's legitimacy, thus allowing them to usurp his birthright." Tyrion smirked. "I have perused nearly every book, including the Marwyn genealogy, which I found rather tedious, detailing the intermarriages of nobility and the traits of their offspring hair color, eye color, whether they thrived or perished. However, out of familial devotion, I took the liberty to study the Lannister section. For instance, every child born of the union between Lannisters and Baratheons has always possessed the raven black hair of the crown stack, not the golden locks of a Lannister." Cersei's countenance darkened further. "You have undertaken such a study." Tyrion took another sip of wine, belching with satisfaction. "Strangely enough, your children with Robert Joffrey, Marcella, Tommen bear not a trace of black hair. Could it be that the records of House Marwyn are erroneous? Do you know there are dreadful rumors circulating outside that claim King Robert's children are not his own, but rather bastards sired by you and some wild man? Cersei, with a flourish of her gun, slapped the goblet from Tyrion's hand, shattering it upon the floor. You dare to humiliate me to my face? The little demon feigned an expression of innocence. To speak candidly, how could this be construed as an affront? Cersei, there is no need for pretense. We both understand well who Joffrey's true father is. Stannis and Jon Arryn have uncovered Joffrey's lineage. You eliminated Lord Arryn and frightened Stannis away. Yet now, Duke Eddard has arrived, accompanied by the formidable Tyrion. Let us not deceive ourselves, for Lord Eddard has left Robert's bastards, both son and daughter, within the confines of the Hand's Tower, armed with Maeder's tomes. As long as Robert is not a fool, this evidence is irrefutable. Cersei coldly retorted. If we eliminate Robert and place Joffrey upon the Iron Throne, the evidence from Eddard and Tyrion becomes mere refuse. Tyrion chuckled dryly. What a splendid scheme. But how do you propose to conclude matters after you have slain the king? Stannis and Renly are the rightful heirs to Robert's legacy. Do you truly believe that Stannis and Renly would relinquish their claim, kneeling before the Iron Throne to kiss Joffrey's boots? Cersei replied, Joffrey's claim to the throne is extinguished. He is left with no path but death. For the sake of my children, I must fight to the bitter end. Stannis, Renly, Tyrion, these individuals must either submit or await the executioner's blade, their heads displayed atop the city walls. Tyrion remarked, you certainly exhibit your father's demeanor. However, I doubt Tyrion and Eddard would simply surrender. From the moment Tyrion arrived in King's Landing, he has cultivated connections with both nobility and commoners alike. The Hand's Guard, filled with skilled warriors, has grown increasingly cunning under Eddard's guidance. They have tirelessly infiltrated the city's defense forces, ingratiating themselves with both the highborn in golden robes and the common soldiers, establishing free kitchens in King's Landing to win hearts. This is evidently a preparation for the ultimate confrontation. Cersei dismissed, the commander of the city guard, Janos Slynt, is one of ours. Tyrion shrugged. If he is reliable. Without the pressure of an external army, 5,000 gold cloaks can determine the fate of King's Landing. However, once Robert summons a substantial force from the Stormlands, Lord Janos will undoubtedly sell us out without a second thought. Cersei's anger flared. Why did you not mention this sooner? Had we known Janos was unreliable, we should have replaced him. Tyrion sneered, and with whom? If Janos were to be ousted, his successor would likely be Sir Jaime Baelish from the Riverlands, a man loyal to Tyrion. Cersei glared at Tyrion. Do we truly have no chance of victory? Tyrion replied, we do, provided you refrain from reckless actions. If you continue down this path, you risk not only your own head but also mine and Jaime's as well. Cersei retorted angrily, reckless? It is Tyrion and Eddard who have been the provocateurs. They seek Robert's bastards, study Maeder's tomes, win over the gold cloaks, and expand the Hand's Guard, all with designs upon the Iron Throne. In this game of power, if you are not a victor, you are left with but one fate, death. Do you expect me to stand idly by as Joffrey's throne is usurped? Tyrion remarked that Duke Eddard had long discovered Robert's bastards and obtained the noble lineage of Melyn. Yet he refrained from revealing this to Robert, which made it difficult for him to perceive any ambition towards the Iron Throne. Cersei retorted, you blind, deformed little monkey. Of course, you cannot see Stark's ambitions. If he harbored no ambition, why would he assume the role of Hand of the King? As for that Adon, his ambitions are even more extravagant. Once a stable boy shuffling dung, as a simpleton, he couldn't even aspire to be a proper groom. In a fit of confusion, Robert knighted him, and now he dares to oppose the Lannisters at every turn. Once I dispatch this Adon, I shall preserve his head in pitch and send it on a grand tour to Highgarden, Harrenhal, the Eyrie, Winterfell, Old Town, and Salt Shore. Tyrion smirked. I fear Adon may be rather fond of his own head. Cersei, while your tour plan is indeed splendid, it lacks feasibility. Do not forget, the advantage lies with Adon and Stark. Adon possesses the noble lineage of Melyn and Robert's bastards, placing us at a significant disadvantage, and you sent 3 foolish assassins, all of whom were captured by Adon. Currently, he holds all the evidence, both testimonial and material. All he must do is inform Robert. Thus far, you have seen that Robert places great trust in Adon. Cersei tossed her golden locks. I naturally possess methods to confront them. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. You have a plan? Cersei replied haughtily, why should I divulge that to you? I shall only share my plans with Jaime. Tyrion crossed his arms beneath his armpits. Very well, once Joffrey, Tame, and Myrcella have perished, I shall collect their remains. As for you, await your turn for the crows to feast. Cersei shot him a glare. It matters not to share with you. Regardless of the charges that Hand Talon may concoct against the assassins they apprehended, I shall deny them and seek an opportunity to dispose of Robert. Tyrion mused, a splendid idea, to murder your husband and king, only to be executed by the king's guard. Cersei displayed a charming smile. Do you take me for a fool? I desire Robert to meet with an accident, much like Jon Arryn. Tyrion cautioned. But you have already faltered too many times, in the tourney, with Hand Talon. When has any assassination succeeded? Your plans should be put on hold. Best to lie low for now. I suspect Adon may take action, and to rely on the city watch is unwise. I shall write to Casterly Rock, requesting father to bring the armies of the Westerlands to find an opportunity to approach King's Landing. Cersei frowned. Will father and the Westerlands army arrive in time? Tyrion admitted, indeed. We are pressed for time. If Eddard and Adon accuse Robert, you must categorically deny it, then find a way to eliminate those 3 assassins. However, Robert's bastards remain an undeniable fact. Kill one, and there are others. Only the gods above know how many bastards Robert possesses. In truth, all it takes to dispel every rumor is to present Robert with a child, a dark-haired child. The golden locks of Joffrey, Tame, and Myrcella are truly perplexing. Chapter 50. Adu's full assault outside the throne room of the Red Keep. Adu encountered King Robert. Ser Jaime and Ser Barristan, the king's guard, stood vigilantly beside the king. Upon seeing Adu, Robert immediately embraced him warmly. Adu, today I plan to stroll through King's Landing. I've heard that near the Shoemaker's Square, a brothel has received a new batch of Lyseni girls, skilled in the art of pleasing men. I must go partake in the festivities. Adu chuckled lightly. Robert, I would like to trouble you to attend today's council meeting. The bond between Adu and Robert was strong. Whenever Adu respectfully referred to Robert as Your Majesty or the King, Robert would bristle and insist Adu call him by his name to signify their closeness. Robert frowned. ISN, he at the one who presides over the council meetings. They are always a tedious affair, nearly indistinguishable from one another. I have no interest. Adu replied. This time is different. Yesterday, 3 assassins infiltrated the Tower of the Hand with the intent to kill, but we captured them alive. Ser Jaime instantly grew tense, instinctively tightening his grip on his golden sword. Robert's eyes widened in surprise. Such a thing occurred. Who would dare to commit such an act within the Tower of the Hand? Adu glanced at Jaime. We are still interrogating them. Robert, you must attend today's council meeting. Otherwise, Ed and I could be at risk of assassination. Do you not recall the last tournament when the assassins from the Iron Islands attempted to take my life? I suspect the assailants who infiltrated the Tower of the Hand were hired by the same person. Robert, incensed, declared. To dare assassinate my trusted allies and the hand of the king within the Red Keep, I will pursue this matter to the ends of the earth. Let us go to the council chamber together. In the council chamber, Robert sat upon the iron throne, with Duke Ed seated at his right hand, the position symbolizing the hand of the king. Lancel chuckled. Robert, what brings you to the council meeting today? Robert replied gruffly. There are assassins in the Tower of the Hand, targeting Adu and Ed. Naturally, I must preside over the meeting. Pycelle, bleary-eyed, blinked as if in disbelief. Such a dreadful occurrence. My lord Ed, are you unharmed? Ed responded, Grand Maester Pycelle, I appreciate your concern. I am well. No one was harmed or killed during the assassination attempt at the Tower of the Hand. Tyrion feigned shock. What kind of fool would attempt an assassination at the Tower of the Hand? Ser Adu is the champion of the tournament, a knight from the ballads. Varys, hands clasped, exuded a scent of lilacs and perfume. The peace in King's Landing seems to be deteriorating of late. Littlefinger jested. They say the Stark family is made of ice. Once they cross the neck, they will melt. It appears, my lord Ed, that you are indeed unfortunate. Duke Ed replied somberly. Winter is coming. I am far from melting. Adu added, Littlefinger, I fear you may freeze before my lord Ed does. Robert stated, this time Adu has captured the assassin, who is now imprisoned in the Tower of the Hand. Tyrion remarked that they should be confined in the dungeons beneath the Red Keep, under strict supervision. For the Prime Minister's tower is not a place for prisoners. Ed Ho responded, Thank you for your kind reminder, Lord Tyrion. However, I recall that the last assassin from the Iron Islands was also kept under close watch in the dungeons, and yet met an untimely and mysterious demise. Robert patted his beer belly and inquired whether Adho believed the placement of an assassin in the dungeons was unsafe. Adho replied, Robert, under your rule, the common folk live in peace and prosperity, and there are few prisoners in the dungeons. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that the prison system of the Red Keep harbors various management flaws. The Minister of Justice, Lancel, could no longer remain silent. For he was the royal official overseeing the judiciary and prisons. Adho, what do you mean by that? Under my administration, the order within the dungeons of the Red Keep has always been impeccable. Adho smiled and said, Lord Lancel, I mean no offense, I merely speak the truth. Do you truly believe the dungeons of the Red Keep are safe and reliable? Lancel asserted, of course. Adho continued, very well. If I were to confine 3 assassins in the dungeons, can you guarantee their safety from assassination? They are crucial witnesses, and those who hired them would undoubtedly wish to eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. Lancel awkwardly admitted, who can guarantee against assassination? Duke Ed declared, Lancel, since you cannot assure the safety of the prisoners, the Prime Minister's tower must temporarily shelter these offenders. Robert cast a glance at Lancel. Lancel, the management of the dungeons beneath the Red Keep is indeed lacking. What can you do to improve it? Lancel pondered for a moment, seemingly troubled by the question. If only there were more personnel, it would certainly be easier to manage. The issue is that there aren't enough guards, and I have no solution. Robert retorted. Each time the Night's Watch takes prisoners to the wall, there are hardly enough prisoners left in the dungeons to require so many guards. He turned to Adho. Adho, the Prime Minister's tower is not meant for the long-term confinement of prisoners. Let your guards personally oversee the assassins in the dungeons. I believe your guards would be far more capable than the jailers. Adho responded, however, the dungeons are managed by the Minister of Justice. And if the guards from the Prime Minister's tower enter, must they not also obey the orders of the warden? Robert replied, no need for that. You can temporarily take over the dungeons and assist Lancel. Tyrion, Littlefinger, Varys, and the others exchanged glances, realizing that this arrangement would place control of the dungeons in Adho's hands. Adho stated, Robert, I have been continuously targeted for assassination, and both Duke Ed and I live in constant fear. We request to return to the north. Littlefinger, Tyrion, and Varys recognized that Adho was retreating strategically. Robert, believing him, hastily objected, how can you leave? Ed is hand of the king, and you are his right hand. The realm cannot do without you, and I cannot do without you. You are not permitted to depart. Frightened back to the north by a handful of assassins, how could I, Robert I, not become a laughingstock in the eyes of the world? Very well then, you may double the number of guards at the Hand S Tower. Tyrion chuckled awkwardly. Your Majesty, if I am not mistaken, the current number of guards at the Hand S Tower is already nearing 200. Which may very well be a record for the highest count in the history of this office. Littlefinger, of course, wished to prevent any further expansion of the Hand S Guards, and he promptly dissuaded this notion. In the days of blood-driven Brandon Harren, when he served at hand of the king, wielding immense power, even his raven-winged guard did not reach such an exaggerated figure. Maester Pycelle stroked his chain with both hands. Your Majesty, should the Hand S Guard expand blindly, the people of King S Landing will believe that the realm is no longer secure, leading to widespread anxiety. Admittedly, Adu merely smiled. My lords, do you truly wish to wait until assassins have slain both me and Duke Eddard before finding contentment? Robert asserted. Given that assassins have infiltrated the Hand S Tower, it is only prudent to enhance its security. I am in agreement with Adu's plan to augment the Hand S Guard. Littlefinger, prepare the funds. The treasury shall cover this expense. Littlefinger, with a smile, replied. Your Majesty, the treasury is already depleted. The expenses from the recent tournament were funded by borrowing from Lord Tywin. Robert chuckled. Then we shall seek further loans from the Lannisters. Tyrion added with a grin. Adu using Lannister gold to expand the Hand S Guard. My father would be furious to learn of this. Adu interjected, Robert, perhaps it is best to reconsider. Even if the Hand S Guard is bolstered, it will only secure the tower, and the Red Keep will remain perilous. Robert pondered for a moment. You are right. Very well then, I shall entrust you with the command of the city guard as defenses at the Red Keep. This would effectively place control of the Red Keep entirely in Adu's hands. Tyrion quickly interjected, this may not be wise. The gold cloaks are nominally under the jurisdiction of the Master of Laws and have historically only answered directly to the king. Robert replied. Is there an issue with the king temporarily granting command to Adu? Adu remarked, This is merely a temporary measure. Once I uncover the true culprit and bring them to the gallows, I shall naturally relinquish command and return to Winterfell. Tyrion understood that a duel's mention of uncovering the true culprit was directed at him, and he could not openly refute it, after all. The assassin had been sent by Cersei. It was precisely because Adu held irrefutable evidence against Cersei that Tyrion found himself constrained within the council meetings, unable to assert himself. And the imp silently cursed Cersei as folly for entangling him in this predicament. Chapter 51. The little demon as helplessness Hodor, through a single meeting, achieved 3 significant objectives: the expansion of the Prime Minister's Guard, the control of the Red Keep's dungeons, and the takeover of the Red Keep's defense. This left Tyrion, Littlefinger, Varys, and others in a state of despondency. The court session continued, delving into the tedious matters of King's Landing's security, budget allocations, and sewer maintenance, which began to bore Robert. Robert remarked, "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. My lady awaits." Should Robert slip away, it could be ages before he graced another court session. Tyrion swiftly intervened. "Your Majesty, I have something of great import to share. Daenerys is with child across the narrow sea, a true Targaryen heir. Who knows, she might bear rigor. My father, Lord Tywin, has heard of this and is quite concerned. He is prepared to lead the armies of the Westerlands to Essos to eliminate the Dragon-S progeny." Robert chuckled. "Is that so? I've long worried about Daenerys and the Beggar King. If Tywin is willing to go, I shall personally see him off." Tyrion replied with a smile. "When Lord Tywin arrives in King's Landing, your Majesty will surely escort him to the ship, and the armies of the Westerlands will undoubtedly strike terror into Essos." As the forces of the Westerlands assembled in King's Landing, once they were at the gates, the Lannisters would be able to seize complete control. And soon the Crown Stack and the Direwolf would have no choice but to submit. Littlefinger wore a cunning smile, while Hodor sensed danger. The journey for the Westerlands army was long and arduous. Why summon them from the west when the north could be called upon instead? The northern forces could sail from White Harbor to King's Landing, and then King Robert could personally rally the troops for the expedition to Essos. Hodor exchanged a knowing glance with Eddard, who understood the implication. "Indeed, as long as we can vanquish a formidable foe and protect the realm, the northern army would willingly serve the kingdom." Renly interjected, "The Lords of Storm's End could also bring their forces together in King's Landing. We are the closest to the capital." Varys chuckled. "Is it truly worth such a grand mobilization for a princess of a fallen dynasty? My lords, let us not forget. Daenerys is far away in Vis Dafrak. Should an expedition land in Essos, the inhabitants of Pentos, Myr, Tyrash, and even Braavos would be horrified and would unite to drive us back into the sea." Robert countered, "Varys, do you not have allies across the narrow sea? We could attack Vis Dafrak. Perhaps the governors of the free cities would not hinder us." Varys replied with a smile, "Even if the coastal free cities allow passage, Vis Dafrak lies inland on the plains. Our expedition might not stand a chance against the Dothraki cavalry." Pycelle, not grasping Tyrion's intent, assumed they genuinely sought a transoceanic campaign, stating, "Your Majesty, historically, Westeros has never achieved a victory in Essos. We must proceed with caution." Robert pondered for a moment. An expedition would indeed strain resources and lives. Perhaps hiring assassins would prove a more prudent course of action. "Ed, have you dispatched the assassin to eliminate Daenerys?" Duke Ed inquired. "I did so long ago. He is currently aboard a ship bound for Pentos." In truth, Duke Ed had not sent any assassin at all. This was merely a ruse taught to him by Hodor to placate Robert. Under Hodor's persuasion, Robert abandoned his expedition plans. Tyrion's scheme to gather the West's army towards King's Landing under the pretext of an expedition to Essos had already unraveled within the council chamber, leaving the imp quite disheartened. After the meeting concluded, Hodor and Duke Ed returned to Prime Minister T's study. Duke Ed closed the door. "We have captured the assassin sent by Cersei. With Robert's illegitimate son and the noble lineage of Melian, we possess ample evidence. When shall we confront Robert with the accusations against Cersei?" Hodor replied, "The evidence is indeed sufficient, yet Cersei will assuredly deny all allegations. It was Lancel who engaged the assassin, and the intermediary was a treacherous mercenary named Osman. Will Osman be willing to testify for us? Unless all the Lannisters are dead, the mercenary would never dare to openly defy them. As for the 3 captured assassins Viper, Royer, and Betty, who would believe such scum? The imp must have devised a strategy. He would compel Cersei to demand a public trial, making it impossible for Robert to refuse." Duke Ed remarked, "None of Robert's 3 children Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen bear any resemblance to him, They are clearly the fruits of infidelity. Surely Robert cannot be so blind. Awakens smiled. It is difficult to say. You witnessed it today. The imp requested the mobilization of the West's army to King's Landing, and Robert seemed inclined to acquiesce. He remains oblivious to the conspiracy and peril that lurk behind the scenes. The Robert who once overthrew the Mad King alongside you, and slayed Rigor at the Trident, has long since been lost to the battle and the company of beautiful women. Do not place your hopes on Robert. Unless we seize the city guard and gain control of King's Landing and the Red Keep, we should refrain from confronting Cersei and the imp too prematurely. Duke Ed continued. Awakens, you secured command over the dungeons of the Red Keep and the Gold Cloaks with but a few words in the council meeting. And you have also acquired the authority to expand the Prime Minister's guard. Our hand has grown stronger. I ponder whether we should find a way to bring Robert's illegitimate son from Storm's End to King's Landing. The boy is named Edric Storm, along with the bastard daughter of the Vale, Mia. If Gendra, Bala, Edric Storm, and Mia, 4 dark-haired children, stand together, our evidence would be even more compelling. Awakens contemplated this. Perhaps it is best to refrain. Lancel would view Edric as a trump card. Despite Lancel's jovial demeanor, he harbors ambitions for the Iron Throne. As for Mia Stone, she resides in the Eyrie, and the journey is far too perilous. If the Lannisters were to learn of our search for Robert's illegitimate daughter, they might very well send assassins after us. Duke Ed appeared perplexed. Reflecting upon it now, Lancel, Littlefinger, Varys, Pycelle, and even Baelish are all aware that Cersei's children are the illegitimate offspring of an affair. Yet, none dare to reveal this obvious truth to Robert. On the way to King's Landing, Robert lamented that his small council was filled with sycophants and fools. It appears that these fools and flatterers have deceived Robert, who, like a simpleton, indulges in a life of revelry. As Ado remarked, rumors spread far and wide, with the individuals involved often being the last to know. Is it any wonder? Robert's and Cersei's children are bastards, which means Robert has no legitimate heirs. Illegitimate offspring hold no claim to inheritance, thereby making Stannis the first in line, with Lancel following behind him. The Red Keep is the very place where the saintly Baelor imprisoned the 3 sisters. Cersei leans against the window, sunlight cascading over her golden locks. Tyrion, you fool! How could you allow the simpleton Ado to seize control of both the dungeons and the Gold Cloaks so effortlessly, while you idly watch Ado expand the Kingsguard? Father appointed you as a royal advisor to counter Stark's influence. Yet now, Ado and Eddard grow increasingly audacious. Father should never have permitted your presence in the small council, for you only bring shame upon our house. Tyrion chuckles. Cersei, if it were not for your dispatching those 3 imbeciles to assassinate Ado at the Tower of the Hand, how could he have rightfully expanded the Kingsguard? If not for you, the hired assassins from the Iron Islands would not have perished in the Black Cells, leaving Ado with no grounds to question the disorder in the dungeons. Had you not repeatedly failed in your assassination attempts on Ado, how could he have reason to inform Robert of security breaches within the Red Keep? How could Robert possibly entrust the command of the Gold Cloaks to Ado? Cersei's expression darkens. So, according to your reasoning, it is all my fault? Tyrion smiles wryly. Is it not? Cersei, you continuously arm Ado, providing him with armor and weapons. As for me, I feel as though I am a bare-skinned man thrown into the arena to face Ado. The armor and weapons you hand to Ado leave me no room to maneuver within the small council. Cersei regards him with disdain. When trouble arises, instead of seeking solutions, you merely whine like a scorned spouse. Have you truly been vanquished by the fool Ado? Have you lost your temper? Tyrion replies, I shall certainly retaliate. First, we must reclaim command of the Gold Cloaks within the Red Keep. I will invite Yonoslind to bring the commander of the Gold Cloaks to protest to Robert. The deployment of the Gold Cloaks has traditionally been overseen by the commander of the City Guard. Now that they have entered the Red Keep, command must be relinquished to Ado, and I believe Yonoslind will be quite displeased. Cersei inquires, what of the dungeons? Tyrion assures her, for now, there is no need to worry about the dungeons. The acting hand, Island Tame, is one of our own. Cersei remarked, Island Tame is a vessel of House Lannister. When my father served at hand of the king in King's Landing, he was always the captain of the Kingsguard. However, I have grown suspicious, for Island Tame now frequently consorts with the fool, Ado, over drinks. I fear Island Tame may have betrayed us. Tyrion smirked, are you worried they might converse too much? Island Tame is a mute, he would not easily turn against us. Cersei replied, regardless, I shall send a raven to Casterly Rock to inform father that preparations for war must commence. Chapter 52. the takeover of the Red Keep and the dungeons. Hodor commenced his takeover of the dungeons of the Red Keep, summoning Sir Varys Wold and Ongi from the Prime Minister's guard, accompanied by 10 soldiers. They imprisoned the assassins Roach, Betty, and Sharpfang within the black cells, which were vigilantly guarded by the Prime Minister's retainers around the clock. Consequently, Cersei lost her opportunity to eliminate these threats. The King's Justice, Tame, initially harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the outsiders from the Prime Minister's guard. However, upon receiving a cask of Dornish red wine from Hodor and sharing a drink with him in the dungeons, Tame erupted into a brain laughter, dismissing any grievances regarding the Prime Minister's control over the dungeons. The situation with the gold cloaks in the Red Keep proved to be far more troublesome. The commander of the city guard, Janos Slynt, arrived early at the Prime Minister's study. Janos, bald with a double chin and of short stature, bore a visage reminiscent of a frog. The son of a butcher, Janos Slynt had initially garnered considerable support from ordinary soldiers during his campaign for the Gold Cloak command. Leveraging his humble beginnings, the rank-and-file believed that electing a commander from such modest origins would engender a greater care for the troops. Yet, once in command, Janos exhibited a voracious greed, slashing pay, excluding rivals, and engaging in the buying and selling of positions, far more avaricious than his predecessors. Standing before Hodor, Janos's bald head flushed red with indignation. Sir Hodor, the city guard has always been responsible for the defense of the Red Keep, ensuring the safety of the court. Yet you have usurped the command of the Gold Cloaks, which is quite improper. Hodor replied with calm authority, "This is the command of King Robert. Lord Janos, you have witnessed how your Gold Cloaks permitted assassins to infiltrate the Prime Minister's domain, nearly resulting in the demise of both myself and Lord Eddard." Janos retorted angrily. "The Red Keep is vast, and the hidden passages are under Varys' control. The occasional appearance of an assassin is inevitable." Hodor countered. "The emergence of 3 assassins in quick succession renders the Gold Cloaks ineffective, allowing these intruders to traverse the Red Keep with utter impunity. Thus, King Robert has entrusted me with the command of the Gold Cloaks within the Red Keep. That you have not been held accountable for your dereliction is a mercy." Hodor continued, observing Janos's defiance in his eyes. "The Gold Cloaks within the Red Keep and those at the city gates are in constant motion. Your command over the Gold Cloaks in the Red Keep will lead to utter chaos within the command structure." Hodor chuckled. "Should you wish to relinquish command of the Gold Cloaks outside the Red Keep entirely to me, I would gladly accept. The Eastern and Western battalions, along with the city gates and the Red Keep, shall all be under my purview, thus preventing any disorder." Janos widened his eyes in disbelief. "Sir Hodor, if you proceed in this manner, I, as the commander of the city guard, will be rendered powerless. I must protest to King Robert." Hodor replied nonchalantly, "Suit yourself. King Robert is presently at a brothel in King's Landing, consorting with Lys's courtesans. If you can locate that establishment, you might want to hasten there." Seeing that his threats were in vain, Janos Slynt gloomily remarked, "Sir Adus, this matter is far from over. Janos Slynt is in King's Landing, and I have allies Queen Cersei, Tyrion, and Ser Jaime." Adus replied nonchalantly, "A bunch of Lannisters. I have long been aware of your close ties with them. However, I must remind you that when Robert bestowed upon me the command of the Gold Cloaks, the imp was present at the council table. And I fear even the imp may not be able to aid you." With a flushed bald head, Janos Slynt departed. As Adus had anticipated, Janos's complaints to Robert yielded no results. Instead, Robert urged Janos to cooperate with Adus. The first action Adus took was to alter the rotation of the Gold Cloaks, converting them into a standing army. Ser Jaime Baelish, known as the King's Guard, had always been a friend of Adus, and Adus directly reassigned him from his post as captain of the Rivergate to command the Gold Cloaks at the Red Keep. Many of the Gold Cloaks were former soldiers who had served under Jaime Baelish at the Rivergate. Not leaving the vacancy at the Rivergate unaddressed, Adus ordered Desmond, the captain of the King's Guard, to take 20 soldiers and assume control of the Rivergate. Desmond became the new captain, succeeding Jaime Baelish. Under the strict management of Ser Jaime Baelish, the security of the Red Keep underwent a remarkable transformation, particularly around the vicinity of the Prime Minister's residence, where safety significantly improved. Initially, when Duke Eddard arrived in King's Landing with merely 50 sworn swords, Adus consistently expanded the guard's numbers, and now the Gold Cloaks of the Red Keep had fallen under his command. At the window of the Maiden's Tower, Cersei gazed at Ser Jaime Baelish patrolling the distance with the Gold Cloaks. Tyrion stood beside her, chewing on grapes. Cersei remarked, "Robert pays no heed to Janos's protests. Now that Adus has transferred the King's Dart to the Red Keep, we have completely lost control over it. You useless dwarf have put us in a passive position. Tyrion spat out the grape skins. Cersei, the initiative has always resided in your hands. You spend every night in Robert's bed, nurturing your marital relationship. As long as Robert listens to you, Adus poses no threat. Cersei retorted coldly. Robert has recently taken a fancy to the horse from Lys. Men are all the same. Sooner or later, Robert will meet his demise in the bed of a whore. Tyrion chuckled wickedly. Sometimes indulging in a little pleasure with a young lass is an enjoyment. I understand Robert. Cersei glared at him. Of course, you understand him. I've heard that you frequently spend nights with a whore named Shay in the outer courtyard. Tyrion's expression darkened. Cersei continued, I almost forgot. The dwarf brother has always had a penchant for whores. What was your wife's name again? Tisha? Was she a whore as well? I recall father paid for that whore for you, and you mistakenly believed you had found true love. In the end, father used Tisha to teach you a profound lesson. Tyrion forced a smile. Father does not concern himself with whom I associate. Cersei chuckled and remarked, indeed. Yet I wonder how Lord Tywin would react if he were to learn of your incessant dalliance with whores, resulting in the Lannisters' gradual retreat before that fool, Eddard. Would he not be displeased? Tyrion frowned. Are you threatening me with Shay? Cersei retorted, I am threatening you with a whore. Tyrion, the moment you were born. Your mother perished in childbirth, and both your father and I shall never forgive you. Had father been in King's Landing, neither Eddard nor Stark would have dared to be so audacious. Sending you to the small council was a grave error. I blame myself for harboring any hope for you. Now, with Eddard gaining command of the gold cloaks and the dungeons, you remain utterly unresponsive. Tyrion responded, what reaction do you expect from me? Eddard has neither made accusations nor exhibited any intent to assassinate a Lannister. Cersei raised her chin defiantly. Must the sword hover over your neck before you awaken to reality? Eddard and Eddard seek to usurp Joffrey's birthright and eliminate every Lannister. Tyrion struggled to contain his fury. The death of Jon Arryn, Bran's fall, and the recent events in King's Landing have led me to suspect that someone is instigating discord between the Lannisters and the Starks. In the Forest of Power, the lion and the direwolf may not be the only ferocious beasts. There are conspirators lurking in the shadows, aiming to incite a clash between them. And when they are weakened, they shall reap the spoils, crowned in the blood of the slain. Cersei furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Who is the puppet master? Tyrion replied, I am uncertain, as I currently lack evidence. The schemer could be Varys, Littlefinger, or may even be hidden in the Vale, Dorne, or the Iron Islands. I suspect Eddard has also disowned the shadowy figure behind the scenes, which is why he has yet to launch an attack on the Lannisters. He possesses enough evidence to confront Robert, yet he refrains. Cersei scoffed. I do not believe your tales. The lion does not concern itself with the small creatures lurking in the dark. When the direwolf approaches, it shall first deal with the wolf. Chapter 53. The Wildfire Conspiracy. In a tower adjacent to the drawbridge of the Red Keep, Cersei sat gracefully in a chair of rosewood, her fingers tenderly caressing a potted rose on the table. Have you located the alchemist? Asked Lancel, his tone imbued with urgency. Your Majesty, everything is arranged. The alchemist is named Harlan. He was mentored by the wise Maester during the reign of the Mad King and possesses a remarkable talent for manipulating wildfire. Harlan also mentioned his expertise in pyrotechnics. No firework or firecracker poses a challenge for him. If you are willing to fund him, he can offer you the secret to turning stone into gold. Cersei plucked a rose from the pot and inhaled its fragrance. Turning stone into gold? If he truly possessed such knowledge, would he still seek my gold? He is not even a competent liar. However, as a Lannister, I am never short of gold. Harlan's tricks of turning stone into gold can be set aside. Tell this alchemist that if he can assist me in incinerating Eddard and Alda, I shall provide him with an inexhaustible fortune. Beside her, Jaime furrowed his brow in concern. Do we truly need to rely on the alchemist's nonsense to eliminate Stark and that fool Alda? Cersei cast a disdainful glance at Jaime. The alchemist's nonsense is far more useful than the golden sword you wield. Jaime scoffed. I would rather confront our enemies with steel than resort to arson and murder. Cersei retorted, you appear to have little understanding of wildfire. Once ignited, it may spiral out of control. Jaime's expression darkened. And do you claim to know wildfire so well? If it serves to vanquish our foes, I would not mind incinerating the entire Fleet Pit. What if the Great September of Baelor on Visignos Hill, the Dragon Pit on Rhaenys Hill, and the Red Keep on Aegon's Hill were all consumed by the alchemist's wildfire? Jaime queried. Cersei smirked, her eyes glinting with malice. If Joffrey were to lose his claim to the Iron Throne, both you and I would perish. Rather than that, it would be rather fitting to take the people of King's Landing down with us. Jaime flicked his pristine white cloak. You have completely lost your mind. He descended the tower, the sound of his iron boots clattering down the staircase gradually fading, leaving Lancel staring at Cersei in confusion. Pay no heed to Jaime, she instructed. Continue with your plan. Lancel replied, I accompanied Harlan to the cellar where the wildfire is stored, located near the Cobbler's Square. There are 10 jars of wildfire. 10 jars. Is that all? Cersei's disappointment was palpable. Your Majesty, 10 jars are sufficient. You must understand, this wildfire is no ordinary flame. It can burn upon the surface of water. If too much wildfire accumulates, it can explode, resulting in catastrophic devastation. According to Harlan, much of King's Landing is laced with wildfire. Remnants from the reign of the Mad King, who had a penchant for burning people alive. 10 jars igniting in the cellar would be ample to reduce Eddard and Alda to ashes in an instant. A smile graced Cersei's lips. That is splendid. Duke Eddard's father, Rickard, was burned alive, and now Eddard shall meet his father in the same manner. How delightful. Lancel beamed with a sycophantic smile. People often say that the Stark family is made of ice, destined to melt away upon crossing the neck. Although Eddard, with the assistance of Edo, has managed to endure for a time without melting, encountering wildfire will undoubtedly seal his fate. As for that fool Edo, he is bound to become nothing more than a roasted pig. A simple-minded stable boy, instead of tending to horses and cleaning manure. Dares to provoke us Lannisters in King's Landing, such is the consequence. Cersei remarked, the pressing issue now is how to lure Eddard and Edo into the cellar. Lancel replied, the quantity of wildfire is a closely guarded secret of the Alchemists Guild. During the reign of the Mad King, most alchemists perished either in the chaos of war or were executed. Today, the number of alchemists in King's Landing is minimal, and they are unaware of the actual amount of wildfire. Since the time of Jon Arryn, the hand of the king has demanded alchemists compile their findings and report all locations of wildfire. Many of those who once concealed it have met a grim fate, leaving much of the wildfire still unaccounted for. We shall instruct Harlan to fabricate a story about discovering a substantial cache of wildfire, enticing Eddard and Edo to investigate. Cersei's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. Once the foolish Edo and Eddard go, we can successfully eliminate them both. Lancel smiled obsequiously. Alchemists often encounter accidents while handling wildfire, sometimes meeting a fiery end themselves. Harlan has assured me that he will stage this incident to appear as an unfortunate mishap. Cersei inquired, is this alchemist reliable? Lancel replied, rest assured, your grace. Harlan is a greedy old man. As long as we offer him sufficient gold, he will certainly aid us in ensuring that Duke Eddard and Edo perish in this accident. Cersei revealed a knowing smile. I believe it would be prudent for Harlan to perish in this incident as well. Lancel was taken aback. Your grace implies. Cersei lowered her voice. You will accompany Harlan and hide outside the cellar. Wait until he brings in Eddard and Edo, then toss a torch inside. The alchemist Harlan, along with Eddard and Edo, will be consumed by flames. That would truly appear as an unfortunate accident. If only Harlan survives while Eddard and Edo perish, it would raise suspicion. Lancel nodded. Indeed. The Queen's mind is as sharp as ever. I shall proceed as you command. The Alchemists Guild, once flourishing during the reign of Mad King Aerys attracted nobles from the 7 kingdoms and merchants from free cities. At that time, Aerys was infatuated with fire, and alchemists were exalted. Rosard, a distinguished figure in the guild, even served as the king's hand in the last days of the Targaryen dynasty. However, the guild now finds itself in disrepute, viewed by the people of King's Landing as the Mad King's lackeys. Many alchemists acted as accomplices during the Mad King's atrocities against the innocent. Once favored by the Mad King, they now languish under King Robert's disdain, as the guild has long been deprived of financial support and sponsorship, rendering it nearly defunct. Before the entrance of the Alchemist Guild, Whiz thrived, and the hall, ravaged by fire, remained unrepaired, its roof clothed in darkness and dust permeating the air. Harlan's complexion was pallid. He had donned his finest attire to greet Lancel, yet before the impeccably dressed attendants, he appeared rather shabby. Lancel inquired, are you prepared to incinerate the Iceborn wolf and the foolish squire? Harlan lowered his voice. As long as you can assure me that the Lannisters are willing to fund the Alchemist Guild and aid in the perpetuation of flame and alchemy, I am indeed willing. Even if it costs me my life, it is of no consequence. My Lord Lancel, I am not motivated by greed. I merely fear that the art of alchemy may not endure. My family has been alchemists for generations. We are now struggling to afford even the means to create fireworks, let alone concoct wildfire. Lancel chuckled. Rest assured, Joffrey will eventually ascend to the throne. Our Duke Tywin could turn excrement into gold. Do you truly believe he would lack such trifling funds? As long as you assist us in slaying the Wolf King and the foolish squire, the Alchemist Guild will stand as a great benefactor to the Lannisters. We can help you establish a branch in Lannisport and revive the glory of the Alchemist Guild in King's Landing. A smile graced Harlan's face. As long as the secrets of alchemy and the wildfire formula are passed down through generations, I would deem my life well spent. Lancel asked, Do you know how to approach the Wolf King and the Fool? Harlan replied, I shall claim to have discovered a cache of wildfire and request Lord Eddard and Ser Eddard to conduct an on-site investigation. However, I worry that Ser Eddard, being so valiant, might discern my intentions and eliminate me on the spot. Lancel reassured him with a laugh, You need not fret. I will conceal myself at the cellar entrance and assist you in this endeavor. Chapter 54. Possession by the Flame Demon. Before approaching the Prime Minister's tower, the alchemist Harlan, seeking courage, deliberately purchased a bottle of mead at the flea market. After consuming the drink, he set his course towards the Red Keep atop the Egan Heights. Passing by the bustling Northmen's mess hall established by Awakens as a free dining facility, Harlan noted its popularity among the impoverished residents of the flea market, owing to its superior hygiene and quality ingredients compared to the Brown Soup Tavern. In homage, the patrons erected a statue of Awakens outside the hall, depicting him wielding a war hammer. Gazing at the statue, Harlan felt a pang of guilt. He had frequented this very place during his days of hunger. Yet now, he was to personally slay the beloved Northman giant, a sacrifice deemed necessary for the continuation of alchemical mastery. Thus, he consoled himself in silence. With a heart laden with trepidation, Harlan arrived at the Red Keep. Under Awakens' oversight, security had tightened significantly, with the golden-robed guards now under the command of Awakens and his appointed Iron Hand, Jocelyn Bywater. Upon approaching the first gate, Harlan was subjected to a thorough search. He traversed numerous doors within the Red Keep, ultimately reaching the Prime Minister's tower. Standing guard outside the tower was Soros, the red-robed monk, a follower of the Light King. Larlo, Soros had never been entirely devout, preferring the company of drink, brawls, and women. Upon his arrival in King's Landing, he had sought to demonstrate miracles to the Mad King, hoping to persuade him to become a disciple of the light. However, Soros' talent lay only in igniting a longsword with his hand, a feat that the Mad King dismissed as mere child's play, accustomed as he was to wildfires. Despite failing to recruit followers for the light in King's Landing, Soros remained, aligning himself with Robert during the Usurpers' War. After Robert ascended the Iron Throne, Soros found himself in close proximity to the king, their bond forged through shared revelry and participation in tournaments. Robert was never particularly pious, often forgetting the prayers of the Seven, and he paid little heed to Soros' devotion to the Red God. Frustrated and disheartened, Soros drowned his sorrows in drink, during which he encountered the destitute alchemist Harlan. At that time, the Alchemist Guild had fallen into decline, and Harlan, impoverished, soon formed a camaraderie with Soros, often engaging in discussions about flames over drinks. Now, Soros served Awakens at the Prime Minister's tower, spending his days drinking with him and seldom crossing paths with Harlan. Upon spotting Harlan, the red-robed monk exclaimed, Old friend, what brings you here? Harlan replied, I seek Duke Eddard to report a matter concerning wildfire. Soros, embracing Harlan with a grin, jested, I must check you for concealed weapons. There are many queuing up lately to assassinate Duke Eddard and Sir Awakens. Though initially a jest, Harlan trembled with apprehension, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his already pale visage devoid of color. Do not speak such nonsense. Who would dare to assassinate the Prime Minister? Soros chuckled mischievously, I was merely jesting. Did I frighten you so? With that, he beckoned Harlan to follow him into the courtyard. There, Arya was diligently practicing her sword skills with Cereal Frel, the Direwolf, Lady, and Nymeria, who had been basking in the sunlight, seemed to sense Harlan's presence and suddenly pounced on him, knocking him to the ground. Soros and Cereal quickly intervened to shoo the wolves away, while Arya assisted Harlan to his feet. Are you alright? She inquired, noticing his palpitating heart. That was quite alarming. I had heard tales of the Prime Minister's direwolves, but I never imagined they would be so large. Arya smiled. They will continue to grow. Lady and Nymeria never bite. I wonder why they chose to tackle you specifically. At that moment, Sorilio and Soros returned, having confined the wolves to the backyard. Soros then led Harlan up the spiral staircase towards the study on the second floor. You wait here, he instructed before knocking and entering the room. Inside, Adu and Ed were engaged in conversation. Is there something you need? Ed asked. Soros replied, My lord Ed, alchemist Harlan requests an audience. He claims to have discovered a cache of hidden wildfire. Ed glanced at Adu. I have heard from Varys that many wildfires were concealed during the reign of the Mad King, their whereabouts remaining unknown, hidden in the corners of King's Landing. Adu remarked. In that case, let us allow this alchemist to enter. Soros ushered Harlan into the room. Sir Adu, Lord Ed, Harlan began, I have uncovered a significant amount of wildfire. And I am at a loss as to how to manage it. There are numerous secrets involved. I hope you will accompany me for an on-site inspection to determine how best to secure this wildfire. Adu, intrigued by the prospect of wildfire, responded, I shall accompany you. Harlan smiled, that would be splendid, but it would be even better if Lord Ed were to join us as well. With such a quantity of wildfire, only the Prime Minister has the authority to mobilize it. Lord Ed interjected, Adu is also a trusted advisor. He possesses the authority to handle wildfire as well. Sensing Ed's reluctance to join, Harlan concocted a plausible excuse. In the cellar, a substantial amount of gold dragons was discovered, and some of the wildfire has seeped into the jars, soaking the gold. If Lord Ed does not attend, it will be quite difficult to manage. Adu, noticing Harlan's impoverished appearance, immediately sensed something amiss. Harlan, you wait downstairs. I will confer with Lord Ed and we shall join you shortly. Harlan, elated, exited the room. Adu lowered his voice. This fellow seeks to deceive us. Both Ed and Soros were taken aback, with Ed commenting, How do you know this? I perceive Harlan as a rather honest individual. Soros replied, I have known Harlan for over a decade. He is a drinking companion of mine and possesses decent character. Adu chuckled softly. Harlan is lying. The alchemist's guild has fallen into decline, and he is destitute, if I am not mistaken. I have seen him at the flea market soup kitchen. If there truly were a golden dragon in the cellar, would he dare to report it to the Prime Minister's tower? Soros suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, Harlan had always been a miser. He would hesitate for ages even to order a roast chicken, let alone muster the courage to report the discovery of a golden dragon. Adu suggested, Let us follow him and act according to the circumstances. Duke Ed, you should remain here. Duke Ed expressed his concern. Adu, it must be an assassination. You must not go. Adu replied with a smile, Worry not, I have my ways. Soros and Adu stepped out. Harlan furrowed his brow. What of Lord Ed? Adu exclaimed. Lord Ed is unwell. He will not be joining us. With no other choice, Harlan led Adu and Soros away from the Prime Minister's tower. As Adu entered Flea's nest, a commotion erupted. The citizens of King's Landing shouted the names of the Norse giant. With flowers wearing and foals being born, these were all epithets of Adu. He smiled and waved to the crowd. Passing a casino, the gambler stopped Adu, insisting he partake in a wager. As Adu frequented this establishment, often enjoying playful moments with the people of King's Landing, he dismounted and engaged in a game of dice with the gamblers. The casino was a paradise of decadence, the greed and languor of the gamblers, the heart-stopping thrill at the roll of the dice, and the fury following a loss. All these negative emotions were absorbed by Adu, transforming into magic. He discovered that as long as he remained among the crowd, he seldom lacked for magic, for the struggles of those around him invariably generated negativity. Harlan brought Adu and Soros to a dilapidated yard near Shoemaker's Square, stopping before a cellar. Here we are. Gentlemen, follow me down. Adu declared. Let us go with Harlan to see the golden dragon. Soros wished to descend as well, but Harlan, unable to bear the thought of his old friend meeting a grim fate, insisted, Soros, the cellar is cramped, you should stay above. This only deepened Adu's suspicions. Blancer, hiding in a nearby yard, felt a surge of anger upon seeing that Harlan had not deceived Duke Ed but had brought only Adu and a red-robed monk instead. Hearing Harlan instruct Soros to remain at the cellar entrance, he grew anxious. If Soros stood guard at the entrance, Blancer's plan to ignite a fire from outside would be exceedingly difficult to execute. Having witnessed Soros's prowess during the tournament, Blancer knew he stood no chance against the red-robed monk. Soros declared, I shall descend as well to collect a couple of golden dragons. He was the first to enter, followed by Adu, leaving Harlan with no choice but to follow. At the cellar's entrance, Harlan removed a lantern, which was sealed with copper wire mesh to prevent flames from escaping. They descended through the narrow passage, enveloped in darkness. "Gentlemen, follow me." In the cellar, every few meters stood a canister of wildfire, some of which spilled over, filled with a thick green liquid. In the dark, only the flicker of Harlan's lantern illuminated a few meters ahead. Adu looked down and asked, "Harlan, where is the golden dragon you spoke of?" Harlan remarked, "Do not be hasty, venture a little further, just to the end. Ah, by the way, there is an iron gate ahead. And I regret to inform you that I have forgotten the key. Allow me a moment to retrieve it." He entrusted the lantern to Adu's care. Harlan intended to make his escape and ignite a fire at the cave's mouth, unaware that he had long been placed on Blazo's list of sacrifices. At that moment, Blazo reached the cellar entrance and cast a torch into the abyss. The torch fell into the cellar, igniting the wild flames that began to blaze. Instantly, the entire cellar was illuminated by an eerie green light. "Harlan, may you perish alongside them." "Ha ha!" Blazo cackled as he vanished from the cellar's threshold. Harlan stood frozen in fear, while the red-robed monk Soros tightened his grip on his longsword, relieved that it had not caught fire. "O King of Light, please illuminate my path ahead." The wild flames surged forth like a green demon, rushing toward Adu, Soros, and Harlan, the heat waves swirling ominously. Adu shielded Soros and Harlan, exclaiming, "Take shelter behind me." Adu was engulfed in a surge of magical energy, invoking the abilities of the flame demon from the beast he commanded. The flame demon could manipulate fire, incinerate with its magic, and even trigger volcanic eruptions. All flames were its progeny. The ferocious wildfire seemed to halt before Adu. Soon after, Adu's shadow loomed large against the flames as he began to cough violently, expelling fierce sparks. Harlan and Soros were rendered speechless, witnessing a conflagration raging within Adu's mind. The surrounding green flames appeared as if frozen in place, immovable like a river trapped in time. Adu's eyes began to melt, spewing forth lava amidst thick smoke and flames, as he stood enveloped in the inferno. Adu had transformed into the flame demon, bathed in fire. Soros, convinced that the King of Light had descended, fell to his knees in terror, his burning sword igniting further. In contrast, Harlan believed that the wise alchemist had arrived, prompting him to bow fervently. The surrounding flames seemed to submit, and in that moment, Adu became the sovereign of the fiery palace, with the flames around him becoming his willing consorts. Chapter 55, A Fruitless Delight in the Cellar. 10 jars of wildfire blazed fiercely, filling the space with thick smoke, flames, and waves of heat. The extreme temperatures, the dense smoke, and the roaring flames were lethal to any life within the cellar. Yet, the embodiment of the fire demon, Awakens, shielded Soros and Harlan. Kneeling reverently on the ground, Soros and Harlan bowed before Awakens, whose entire being was engulfed in flames, with magma seeping from his eyes and nostrils. With a mere gesture, Awakens commanded the wildfire to recede like a retreating tide, eventually surrendering to the darkness in the corners of the cellar. The ground was scorched. Soros' sword of fire began to tremble in his grip as he gazed at Awakens, his throat churning with emotion. Surely, this must be the descent of the King of Light. Harlan's eyes glistened with moisture. No, this is the supreme sage of alchemy. As the flames surrounding Awakens dissipated and the magma ceased to flow from his eyes, his gaze regained its brightness. Soros, astonished, grasped Awakens' hand, which remained warm to the touch. "I thought the flames had torn you apart." "No, the flames are merely a part of my being," Awakens replied calmly. Soros asserted, "You must be the King of Light, Rollock." Awakens shook his head. "I am not." Soros insisted, "I witnessed your rebirth from the fire. If you are not Rollock, you must be the earthly representative of the King of Light." With the flickering light from Soros' burning sword, Awakens turned to Harlan, who recoiled in fear. Awakens seized him firmly. "Alchemist, do you seek to incinerate us in this cellar with wildfire?" Harlan lowered his head. "Sir Awakens, it was all at the behest of Blazo. He claimed that if I burned you and Duke Aid, the Lannisters would support me in ensuring the legacy of alchemical arts. Blazo and I had an agreement. He would assist me outside the cellar. My intention was to lure you in. But little did I know that the treacherous Blazo would betray me and ignite the fire outside the cellar, intending to burn us all alive." Awakens released Harlan. "If you burn us to death, you will remain a liability to the Lannisters. Your demise alongside us would leave no witnesses." Harlan knelt repeatedly, bowing his head. "Sir Awakens, The Alchemist Guild is growing poorer, unable even to support apprentices. My family has been alchemists for generations. I acted foolishly, deceived by Blanso. To ensure the legacy of alchemy continues. Had I known you could wield wildfire, I would never have dared attempt to kill you. Adair remarked. I have heard that the alchemists of King S Landing cannot even transmute stone into gold, merely toying with wildfire, smoke, and fireworks. What sort of alchemists are they? Harlan replied, Sir Adair, if you grant me the means and the time, I assure you, I can devise a secret formula for transmuting stone into gold, which I will present to you. In the past, I studied alchemy under the sage Blighter, and the elders of the guild Rosat, Gorgos. And Barrys claimed that when the dragons still roamed, the masters among us alchemists could indeed transmute stone into gold. After the demise of the dragon, the magic in this world began to wane, and the art of transmuting stone into gold was lost to time. Adair casually picked up a stone from the ground and handed it to Harlan. Do you see this as merely a stone? He inquired. Harlan examined it closely. Indeed, it was just a stone. Adair declared, the technique of transmuting stone into gold has not vanished. It is simply that you alchemists lack the skill. Open your eyes wide. With a surge of magic coursing through him, Adair invoked the alchemical skill of transmuting stone into gold. In an instant, the stone in Harlan's hand exploded, transforming into a heavy gold ingot. Staring at the gold before him, Harlan was left in a state of disbelief. Soros took the gold, bit into it, and found it utterly astonishing. Harlan exclaimed, Sir Adair, you are indeed the supreme sage. I implore you, will you share this art with me? He continued. I know that if I were to murder Sir Adair, I would face certain death. If I could learn the secret of transmutation before I die, I would leave this world without regret. Adair replied, Your obsession with alchemy is no surprise. It has made you a fool to be exploited by Lancel. I shall not kill you. Harlan said, Lancel has betrayed me, Sir Adair. I vow never to serve the Lannisters again. I request to dedicate my life to you. Adair responded, Very well. How many members remain in your alchemist guild? Harlan pondered for a moment. The guild had fallen into decline. Now, including apprentices and assistants, there were fewer than 100 individuals. The true sages, former members of the guild, numbered fewer than 10. Sir Adair, the alchemist guild possesses profound secrets and arcane knowledge, particularly in the crafting of wildfire. It would be a great loss if these techniques were to be forgotten. Adair asserted, I desire all of your people, be they seasoned sages, apprentices, or assistants. Harlan was filled with excitement. Sir Adair, you are an exceptional alchemist. We are willing to follow you unto death. Soros pulled Adair aside. Harlan's boasts of magic and profound wisdom may not be genuine. I am well acquainted with him. Besides his ability to create wildfire, he lacks any remarkable skill. Adair replied, Alchemists will surely have their uses. Harlan and Soros followed Adair towards the exit of the cellar. Adair instructed, Do not mention today's events to anyone. At that moment, both Soros and Harlan revered Adair as a deity and readily agreed. Meanwhile, Lancel returned to the Queen's quarters at the Red Keep, where Cersei awaited him. The Queen is dead, Cersei exclaimed, seizing Lancel with fervor. Eddard Stark is dead. Lancel shook his head. Eddard Stark lives. Cersei's expression darkened as she pushed Lancel away. Then why the foolish outcry? Lancel, with a forced smile, responded, My queen. While Eddard Stark may not be dead, Adair has perished. A smile returned to Cersei's face. Really? As long as the fool Adair is dead, Eddard cannot last much longer. Are you certain he is dead? Lancel affirmed, he is as dead as one can be. At that moment, Cersei led Adair, along with the enigmatic Soros, down into the cellar. I swiftly approached the cellar entrance and discarded my torch. Suddenly, the cellar was engulfed in green flames, thick smoke spiraling upwards, while the heat radiating from the ground was sufficient to roast a chicken. Cersei laughed uproariously. Ha! Foolish Adair, finally perishing by my hand. The imp and Jaime could not overcome Adair, yet he fell to me. Lancel added, Now Adair, Soros, and Harlan have been reduced to ash. Duke Ed has lost Adair. He is no match for us Lannisters. Cersei proclaimed with triumph, Where are the imp and Jaime? Summon them at once. I wish to personally convey this joyous news, to demonstrate to the imp and Jaime that what they could not achieve, I have accomplished. Lancel quickly called for Tyrion, and Jaime soon arrived. On the balcony, Cersei animatedly recounted the events to Tyrion, whose expression grew increasingly grave, while Jaime's face darkened. Tyrion asked, So, Adar was truly burned by wildfire. Cersei replied with a smirk. Is there any doubt? The wildfire blazed in the cellar. Where could he escape? Not a bone remains. This is the price of opposing the Lannisters. Jaime scoffed. You even burned your co-conspirator, the alchemist. Harlan died unaware of the trap you set. Tyrion, who had been on good terms with Adar, felt a profound sense of loss upon learning of his demise. To kill someone beloved by the citizens of King's Landing and favored by the king poses a significant risk if Duke Ed were to make accusations against us. Cersei flashed a charming smile. How could Ed accuse us? What evidence does he possess? All evidence has been devoured by wildfire. Jaime caressed his golden sword. I would have preferred to slay Adar myself. Alas, he is dead, and my golden sword shall not taste the blood of the giants of the north. Cersei chuckled, regardless. Adar is dead, he perished by my hand. What you could not accomplish, I have achieved. Just then, Adar, alongside Harlan and Soros, whistled as they walked past the balcony. Cersei's smile froze like soured milk, her face contorting in disbelief. How is this possible? Jaime was perplexed, while Lancel appeared as though he had seen a ghost. Tyrion, taken aback for a moment, burst into hearty laughter. Cersei, where did we go wrong? Are we seeing ghosts? Adar waved up at Cersei and Tyrion on the second-floor balcony. Are you basking in the sun up here? Tyrion inquired. My lord Adar, where have you been? Adar replied, Harlan discovered a cache of wildfire, and I went to investigate. Wildfire is indeed perilous, but with Harlan's assistance, I shall manage it appropriately. Adar, Soros, and Harlan made their way towards the Prime Minister's tower. Cersei's countenance was as if encased in frost, shrouded in gloom. Jaime remarked, What a splendid wildfire spectacle. Do you take me for a fool? Cersei slapped Lancel. You dare deceive me? Lancel covered his face. Your Majesty, I swear that I cast the torch into the cellar, and the wildfires within ignited as well. I am at a loss as to how they managed to escape. Cersei exclaimed in fury, Do you still dare to weave lies to deceive me? Get out! Tyrion gazed at the receding figure of Adol, lost in contemplation. Chapter 56, Seizing control of the Alchemist Guild. Duke Ed, upon witnessing Adul's safe return, let out a long sigh of relief. I am glad you are unharmed. I feared that Harlan might have plotted against you. Adul replied nonchalantly, Indeed, Harlan did conspire. But his efforts were in vain. Duke Ed was taken aback. Such a thing occurred. Adul explained, Harlan was merely a pawn of Cersei. His original intention was to deceive us into entering the cellar, and then he would escape and set it ablaze. However, unbeknownst to him, Branzer, who was stationed at the cellar's entrance, betrayed him. While Harlan accompanied us into the cellar, Branzer ignited the flames. Duke Ed broke into a cold sweat. You mean to say that you were not consumed by the fire? Adul reassured him, the cellar possessed a rear exit, through which we managed to flee. Adul felt it unnecessary to elaborate on how he had utilized the demon of fire to repel the inferno, knowing it would only bewilder Duke Ed further. Duke Ed remarked, It is a relief that you have returned safely. Since Harlan's assassination attempt has failed, we must interrogate him and confine him to the dungeons. Adul countered. Harlan merely wished to preserve the alchemical legacy. His fervor for flames was exploited by the Lannisters, leading him to commit foolish acts. However, when Branzer attempted to incinerate both Harlan and me alongside Soros, Harlan's hatred for the Lannisters was kindled, and he has since become an ally. Duke Ed furrowed his brow. A person who has attempted murder possesses no honor. Keeping such a man close would only invite calamity. Adul assured him, Rest assured, Harlan is utterly devoted to me now. As the leader of the Alchemist Guild, with the number of alchemists dwindling, the sages who master wildfire are becoming increasingly rare. King's Landing harbors many caches of wildfire, remnants from the Mad King's reign. Only the wise understand how to handle such substances, while the assistants and apprentices of the Alchemist Guild lack the requisite skills. Harlan's defection, alongside the members of the Alchemist Guild, grants us control over wildfire. I intend to support the alchemists in rebuilding the guild hall in the Rennis Hills. Duke Ed appeared somewhat displeased. The alchemists were nothing more than lackeys of the Mad King. My father, Ricard, was burned to death by them. Adul responded. The alchemists of that era are long gone. Furthermore, it was the Mad King Aerys who commanded the execution of Duke Ricard. The alchemists were merely following orders. Duke Ed stated, It is not that I harbor grudges. Rather, I believe sustaining these alchemists serves no purpose. They boast of mastering fire magic, possessing formidable secrets, even claiming the ability to summon fiery beams and transmute stone into gold. Beyond wildfire, their other promises are mere exaggerations. Adu argued, even solely with wildfire. They proved to be exceedingly valuable. Wildfire can wield immense power in siege warfare, city defense, and naval battles. As the mastery of wildfire advances, it could even be utilized for everyday activities such as cooking and heating. My lord Ed, winter is approaching. During the relentless blizzards of the north, wildfire may yet prove indispensable. Duke Ed contemplated this. Can it truly assist the denizens of the north amidst the biting cold of winter? Very well. One must certainly endeavor to try. Yet, I harbor concerns that Robert may not be pleased. Robert harbors a deep-seated disdain for all remnants of the Targaryen dynasty, which is precisely why he has cast the dragon bones of the throne room into the shadows. He will not forget that the alchemists were once the favored minions of the Mad King Aerys. Adu reassured, do not worry, I shall persuade Robert. In the throne room, Adu encountered Robert, with Maester Pycelle standing by. You wish to aid the Alchemist Guild. Those individuals are mere pets of the Mad King, Robert remarked, perplexed. Adu replied, the alchemists of that time are all long deceased. Robert scoffed, I have not forgotten how the Mad King utilized the alchemist's wildfire to incinerate Ricard, father of Eddard and Lyanna. Adu countered, wildfire is indeed perilous, it all hinges on its application. Much like fire itself, while the Mad King played with it to his own demise. Under the rule of a wise king like Robert I, it could be harnessed for warmth. Robert laughed heartily, though I know you flatter me, I find it delightful. Pycelle interjected, Sir Adu, wildfire is not an ordinary flame. Should it be produced on a grand scale and ignite, King S Landing would suffer greatly. Adu clarified, I do not intend to produce wildfire, I merely seek to dispose of the remnants that the Mad King concealed beneath King S Landing. Pycelle stroked his chain of office. The so-called Alchemist Guild, though ancient, has long since lost its former glory and cannot possibly compare to the Citadel. Their alleged secrets of fire magic are mere fabrications. The guild enjoyed favor during the reign of the Mad King, reaching its zenith, while Aerys disregarded my counsel as the chief advisor, favoring the likes of Rosart and Qyburn, leading to the darkest hour for the Seven Kingdoms. It was through the wisdom of the scholars from the Citadel that King Robert and the lords of the realm slowly extricated the kingdom from the quagmire of the Mad King. Do you wish to reinstate the alchemists, to reenact the calamities of yore? Adu chuckled, Maester Pycelle, our good Robert is no Mad King. However, we must unearth the wildfire hidden beneath King S Landing. I suspect it lies beneath the Red Keep, the Great September of Baelor, and near the garrison of the City Watch. Shall we allow wildfire to remain entombed on the ground? Robert clasped his hands, contemplating, indeed, that is rather perilous. Adu, take the alchemists and swiftly retrieve that wildfire for me. If they perform commendably, we can consider funding them at the Royal Council. The news swiftly reached Tyrion's ears, prompting him to summon Lancel. The Alchemist Guild has fallen into Adu's grasp. Lancel, did you indeed set fire in the cellar that day? Lancel wore an expression of grievance. I absolutely did not set the fire. I know not how they escaped. Surely, that old scoundrel Harlan left a way out, for the cellar possessed a back door. Tyrion let out a cold laugh. Regardless, your attempt to incinerate Harlan was futile, for he remains steadfastly loyal to Hodor. Your and Cersei's foolish actions continually deliver our allies into Hodor's hands. Lancel, dissatisfied, questions my authority. What can I do? I am merely executing Cersei's commands. Yet, I find it peculiar that Hodor, knowing I set the fire, has not reported this to Robert. Tyrion remarked, because Hodor does not rely on Robert to bring us down. He intends to do so by his own means. Accompanied by the Red Priest Soros and 20 soldiers, Hodor arrived at the Alchemist's Guild, located beneath the Rhaenys Hills, which had fallen into disrepair. Hodor employed servants to refurbish the place, replacing the old doors and carpeting the hall. Harlan summoned all apprentices, assistants, and a few sages to pledge their loyalty to Hodor. He declared, Sir Hodor is not only a remarkable warrior but also the greatest alchemist. From now on, he shall be our guild's most esteemed sage. He has even mastered the secret of transmuting base metals into gold. A stir arose among the sages, assistants, and apprentices. Hodor said, devote yourselves to the crafting of wildfire. I shall not neglect your needs. Harlan guided Hodor through the chambers of the guild hall. This is where we produce wildfire, he indicated, pointing to rows of neglected cubicles. Sir Hodor, wildfire ignites at the slightest provocation. Sometimes, even the most intense sunlight is sufficient to incite its flames. Once ignited, wildfire is exceedingly difficult to extinguish. Thus, We utilize these cubicles for safety. Awakens observed the sand piled atop the cubicles. What is the purpose of this sand? He inquired. Harlan explained, in the event of an explosive reaction during production. The fragile ceiling may collapse, and the sand will fall to smother the wildfire. Awakens remarked, in that case, would not those producing wildfire within the cubicles also perish? Harlan chuckled. Better to be crushed by sand than to be consumed by wildfire. Sacrifices are inevitable in the pursuit of alchemy. Typically, the actual crafting of wildfire is entrusted to assistants, while apprentices learn the craft from the sages. During the reign of the Mad King, vast quantities of wildfire were concealed. And the guild's leader, Rosart, never divulged the locations of these caches to others. Consequently, wildfire would occasionally be discovered in abandoned warehouses and courtyards throughout King's Landing. Awakens stated. This is undeniably perilous. Harlan shrugged. What can one do? The process of creating wildfire is fraught with complications, and disposing of it is equally challenging. Assistants are incapable of handling wildfire independently, and our current sages are either aged or deceased, leaving us with few capable individuals. The guild hall housed a significant stockpile of wildfire, yet the atmosphere was curiously frigid. In the guild's cellar, Awakens beheld hundreds of jars of wildfire stacked closely together. Harlan remarked, this is merely the wildfire discovered in King's Landing over recent years. The secrets of other caches have perished alongside Rosart and the Mad King Ares. For the time being, there is no necessity to create further wildfires. It suffices for us to uncover the treasures left behind by the former Mad King. Chapter 57. The wildfire incident. After Hodor assumed control of the Alchemist Guild, he personally took on the role of Guild Master. Harlan and several alchemists began their operations at the Prime Minister's Tower, which was regarded as a significant signal of the guild's resurgence. To this end, Grand Scholar Physio sent a raven to the Old Town Academy, warning them that the Alchemist Guild was starting to establish its presence in the court of King's Landing. Each day, Harlan reported to Hodor in the study of the Prime Minister's Tower, respectfully addressing him as the sage. Elia, having overheard their conversations, was perplexed. Hodor, how can you be considered a sage? Hodor replied, formal members of the Alchemist Guild refer to one another as sages. As I am now an alchemist, I too hold that title. Elia playfully tapped Hodor's shoulder with a wooden sword. You are an alchemist. Will you teach me the art of alchemy? Hodor responded. You have yet to complete half of your training as a water dancer, and you wish to become an alchemist. Recently, Elia had been training daily with Celia Frel. Becoming increasingly agile, her movements light and graceful, embodying the essence of a water dancer. Hodor then summoned Harlan. Harlan, arrange for 300 jars of wildfire to be transported out of King's Landing overnight. There is a merchant ship from White Harbor at the docks, and the captain is one of our own. Load the jars directly onto the ship. Harlan furrowed his brow. Wildfire aboard the ship. For what purpose? Hodor explained. We intend to establish a branch of the Alchemist Guild in White Harbor, and naturally, we must bring some wildfire to the north. He instructed Harlan to select 2/3 of the sages, apprentices, and assistants to embark on the journey to the north, where Count Wyman Manderley would construct a new guild hall for them in White Harbor. A smile broke across Harlan's face. Sir Hodor, your pace in strengthening the Alchemist Guild is truly remarkable. Since tensions had escalated in King's Landing, at Hodor's suggestion, Duke Ed had written to Count Wyman Manderley of White Harbor, requesting that the merchant ships make regular trips to King's Landing. White Harbor was the sole city of the north, and its merchant vessels would depart from there, traveling south past Goldtown, King's Landing, and Wind's Rest, rounding the shores of Dorne to trade at Old Town and Lannisport. When the fleet left White Harbor, it was laden with timber, grain, and meat, along with animal pelts. On the return journey, it brought southern fruits, Dornish red wine, and other delicacies. The ships of White Harbor frequently appeared in King's Landing, albeit irregularly. Now, under Duke Ed's command, at least 2 ships from White Harbor were guaranteed to be present outside the Blackwater Bay each day, while they appeared to engage in trade. They were, in fact, on standby. The jars of wildfire were stored in the ship's hold and covered with a thick layer of sand. As Hodor intended to secretly transport these jars to White Harbor, concealing them in the north for future use, accompanying him were 5 sages from the Alchemist Guild, along with over 100 assistants and apprentices. Upon their arrival in the north, the techniques of wildfire would be passed down. Varys' little bird swiftly conveyed the news to him. In the council chamber, Duke Ed presided over the meeting, with Robert still absent. The Duke of Varys caressed his cheek with his powdery hand, emanating a scent of lilacs and floral water. Sir Hodor, I have heard that you have recently assumed the presidency of the Alchemist Guild, spending your days in the company of alchemists. Hodor remarked. Robb has tasked me with the responsibility of locating and securing the wildfire scattered throughout King's Landing. Varys let out a clucking laugh reminiscent of a hen. So, it is indeed Robb's intention to have the wildfire loaded onto ships and transported away. Tyrion, taken aback, acknowledged that while they too possessed an intelligence network, it paled in comparison to Varys' little birds. Sir Bolstan and Maester Pycelle exchanged surprised glances. Hodor, having anticipated that he could not evade the scrutiny of the spider, had long prepared a response. The wildfire is far too perilous to leave in King's Landing. I see no issue with its removal. Littlefinger revealed a sly smile. However, this wildfire is the legacy of the Mad King Aerys and comes at a considerable cost. Sir Hodor, have you secured the king's consent for the transportation of the wildfire? Hodor replied. Robb stated that I could dispose of the wildfire scattered across King's Landing at my discretion. This was in the throne room, and Maester Pycelle can attest to it. Maester Pycelle nodded slightly, affirming the truth of Hodor's words. Indeed, however, I believe the king's intent was for you to destroy the wildfire, not to relocate it. Hodor responded, that is precisely what I intend to do. Destroying wildfire is an exceedingly tricky endeavor. A moment's carelessness could lead to an explosion. Thus, I have arranged for the vessels to carry it away to a deserted island for destruction. Tyrion chuckled. Either. I should have known that I ought to have been the president of the Alchemist Guild. Then I too could have had the wildfire moved. I would conceal the wildfire in the deep mountains near Casterly Rock, and if one day Lord Tywin were to chastise me again, I would simply ignite it and blow Casterly Rock to smithereens. Maester Pycelle immediately interjected, though Lord Tyrion speaks in jest. He has inadvertently pointed out a fact. Wildfire is immensely powerful. In times of peace, it is indeed troublesome, yet in times of war, it is a valuable resource. Sir Hodor, you have not consulted King Robb, and while it may be acceptable to destroy it, what if you were to sell it or hide it somewhere? How could we possibly know? Hodor replied nonchalantly, Maester Pycelle, I recall that the Citadel has always looked down upon alchemists, as a high-ranking maester. You hold them in even greater disdain. Why, then, do you now regard the wildfire with such importance? Pycelle was left speechless. Littlefinger chimed in. Wildfire in King's Landing may be akin to the refuse of alchemists, yet across the narrow sea, among the devotees of the Red God Ruler, it is a prized commodity for which they would gladly pay a handsome sum. Varys interjected, Sir Hodor, I mean no offense, but I believe that a substantial quantity of wildfire going missing should at least be reported to King Robb. The imp glanced at Bolstan, aware that in the royal meetings, the captain of the King's Guard was often the most reticent. Sir Bolstan, what is your opinion? Sir Bolstan had long anticipated that they would eventually draw him into the fray of their dispute. I believe that if Hodor can prove that the wildfire sent aboard has been destroyed, then there is no issue. However, if such proof cannot be provided, it would be prudent to consult King Robert. Duke Ed remained silent, idly toying with a quill in his hand. Hodor remarked, My lords, since you harbor such distrust towards me, you may take over the management of the wildfire. I can present to you the current count of the wildfire and its storage locations, leaving the responsibility of its destruction to you. Varys stood with his hands clasped. I am merely the master of whisperers. The task of destroying wildfire is not within my purview. Both Littlefinger and the imp were perplexed by Hodor's willingness to relinquish command over the wildfire. They sensed it might be a perilous gift, thus hesitating. Yet, Grand Maester Pycelle perceived this as an opportune moment to strike at Hodor and the Alchemist's Guild, promptly exclaiming, Leave it to me. Duke Ed interjected, Grand Maester Pycelle, at your age, how can you possibly undertake such a task? Pycelle showcased his chain of office to the assembly. As you can see, my chain is crafted from various metals, symbolizing my extraordinary knowledge across multiple domains. The Citadel is far older and more pragmatic than the Alchemist's Guild. In fields such as lightning, medicine, mysticism, metallurgy, and flame, our knowledge surpasses the arcane arts and so-called fire magic of the alchemists. Allow me to handle this wildfire. I have a cadre of apprentices and assistant scholars at my disposal to assist in its management. Hodor smiled. Very well, Grand Maester Pycelle. I hope you can prevail against the wildfire. Pycelle declared, Once I have dealt with the wildfire, I wish for all those alchemists in Harrenhal to vanish from King's Landing, and for the Alchemist's Guild to close its doors. He accepted the wildfire documentation from Hodor, with the first batch of wildfire located near the dragon's lair. The lair, situated in the Rhaenys Hills, had once been used by the Targaryens during the Age of Dragons to rear dragon hatchlings, though it had long since fallen into disrepair. Pycelle stood outside the dragon's lair, summoning his apprentices as rain began to fall from the sky. The alchemists praised Hodor as an alchemist himself, which Hodor found utterly ludicrous, believing that only an alchemist could manage the wildfire. Children, he urged, apply all the knowledge of flames you have acquired in the citadel. This is merely the refuse of alchemists, and we shall surely be able to handle it. Following Pycelle's impassioned oration, dozens of apprentices commenced their work in the downpour, tackling the jars of wildfire. The decision to work in such weather was made purely for safety considerations. Despite Pycelle's overflowing confidence, he could not help but lament the chasm between different fields. Even the assistants who had mingled in the Alchemist's Guild for years struggled to manage the wildfire without the guidance of a sage, let alone these apprentices from the citadel. During the transportation process, some of the wildfire inevitably leaked out. Initially, as the apprentices labored in the rain, they bore little concern. However, once the storm subsided, a spark ignited from the friction of an assistant scholar's necklace, causing a sudden conflagration of a vivid green liquid. Amidst the cries of horror, the flames swiftly engulfed 5 apprentices and the assistant scholar. Fortunately, vigilant attendants clad in golden robes were present, who promptly utilized pre-prepared sand to smother the wildfire. After inflicting burns on several golden-robed attendants, the blaze was finally extinguished, leaving Chancellor Pixier's visage smeared with soot and ash. Reluctantly, Pixier returned to the Prime Minister's tower, handing over the account of the wildfire to Adu. Adu chuckled and remarked, "Chancellor Pixier, do you not wish to manage the wildfire any longer?" Pixier weakly shook his head, declaring, "The wildfire is far too perilous. I would much prefer to remain in my study than to meddle with that repugnant green liquid." Chapter 58, Cersei's Dilemma. Within the tower of the Red Keep, Cersei gazed out over the ships traversing the waters of Blackwater Bay. The fool, Ajol, had clandestinely loaded wildfire onto vessels, secretly transporting it to the north. He and Eddard must be preparing for war. But against whom was this wildfire intended? Surely against the Lannisters. Cersei turned and glared at Tyrion. You imbecile, have allowed the fool Ajol to effortlessly seize control of the Alchemist's Guild. It is clearly you who has delivered the alchemists into his hands. Tyrion, incensed, involuntarily raised his voice. It was you who sent that simpleton Lancel to manipulate Harren into attempting to incinerate Ajol, yet you betrayed Harren at the last moment, intending to have him burned alongside Ajol. It was this treachery that led Harren to resolutely follow Ajol. A flicker of fury ignited in Cersei's emerald green eyes. How was I to know Lancel would fail? Tyrion sneered coldly. You ought to have known, for from the Iron Island's fingerdance master at the melee to the likes of Varys, Rourge, and Biter infiltrating the Hand's Tower, and then to the wildfire cellar, you have faltered at every turn. With each of your failures, Ajol has gathered more evidence, gaining control over the Red Keep, the dungeons, and expanding his guard. Now, he has also commandeered the Alchemist's Guild and the wildfire. Cersei remained unconvinced. Ajol has stealthily removed the wildfire. The Lannisters are the crown's greatest creditors. While it is true that wildfire is a legacy of the Mad King Aerys, it remains royal property. As the king's advisor, you should protest to Robert. Tyrion replied with a wicked grin. Robert is not in the council hall. I hear he has been frequenting brothels of late, consorting with some of the little whores. In truth, you could address this matter with Robert. For Ajol's clandestine removal of wildfire is indeed unscrupulous. Cersei remarked, I have heard that the fool Ajol is willing to relinquish control of the wildfire. Why do you not take charge? Tyrion patiently explained. At the time, Peter was eager to take on the task, yet he too refrained from assuming responsibility for the wildfire. Both Peter and I recognized the inherent problems. Taking charge of the wildfire is nothing short of inheriting a disaster. The wise men, assistants, and apprentices within the alchemists are all Ajol's loyal followers. It is said that many apprentices and assistants were aboard ships escorting the wildfire, only to vanish into the sea, likely never to return. Only Harren and a few wise men, along with a handful of assistants and apprentices, remain in King's Landing. How could Ajol possibly entrust these individuals to our service? Cersei lifted her chin defiantly. Does leaving the alchemists mean one cannot maneuver the wildfire? Did not Pycelle take apprentices from the citadel with him? Pycelle, though of advanced age, possesses more courage than you. You merely wait for Ajol to lay his grand web for you to ensnare yourself within. At that moment, Lancel entered. Maester Pycelle has returned to the Red Keep with the apprentices. Cersei beamed with anticipation. Has Pycelle dealt with the wildfire in the Dragon's Lair? Lancel shook his head. No. It is said that due to improper handling, the wildfire ignited, resulting in the deaths of several apprentices and assistant maesters. And many of the gold cloaks sent to extinguish the flames were injured as well. Tyrion chuckled. Cersei, it appears your plan to have Pycelle take control of the wildfire has ended in failure. Cersei, with a scowl, retorted, You, dwarf, only know how to mock me. You should assist Pycelle in managing the wildfire. Lancel added, Your Grace, Grand Maester Pycelle has returned the wildfire ledger to Hodor, vowing never to meddle with it again. Tyrion laughed. I anticipated this. Without the wisdom of an alchemist, Pycelle could never manage the wildfire. Cersei's expression darkened. Incompetence, all of it. Duke Tywin assured me Pycelle was a Lannister, and with another Tyrion, the Lannisters should have been able to hold their ground against that fool Hodor and Eddard. But now, it's a complete disaster. It seems I must rely on myself in this critical moment. Cersei turned to leave, and Tyrion remarked, You don't have another radical plan. Do you? Cersei replied, Of course I do. Tyrion sneered, Who do you intend to hire this time to assassinate Hodor? A finger-dancing Ironborn? The filth from Flea Bottom? Or perhaps an alchemist? Cersei, I implore you, take a moment to reconsider. Can't you see? Each of your assassinations provides Hodor with a pretext to seize power in King's Landing. Cersei huffed in disdain. I have no desire to share my plans with you. But I can assure you, I will not allow that fool Hodor to usurp Joffrey's claim to the throne. The sound of her footsteps faded as she descended the stairs. In a secret chamber within the maiden's house, the chirping of sparrows could be heard outside the window. Cersei summoned Lancel, lowering her voice. Have the faceless men from Braavos arrived? Lancel replied, They have, residing at an inn along the Black Water. When Eddard Stark began searching for Robert's bastards and studying the tomes of the sorceress Melisandre, Cersei was filled with dread. It was then she discreetly contacted the faceless men. The Lannisters had ample gold, yet the exorbitant fees of the faceless men caused Cersei some distress. The fees were determined by the identity of the target. Cersei's targets were Eddard, Hodor, and Robert. Each of these individuals won the king, another the hand of the king. And the last a high-ranking official had a price for assassination that could easily fund a mercenary company. Lancel said, Your Grace, as soon as you give the word, the faceless men will depart. Robert is currently inebriated in a brothel, and they should be able to eliminate him. Cersei inquired, What about the assassin from Tyrosh? Lancel replied, The Tyroshi woman is also prepared. I have hired a female assassin from the docks of King's Landing. She is adept at killing within brothels and has never failed a job. The greatest advantage is that the Tyroshi woman is far less expensive than the faceless man, charging only 1,000 golden dragons. Lancel asked, Your Grace, whom shall we send? Cersei pondered deeply. You wait outside, I need to deliberate. Lancel closed the door and waited. Cersei began to calculate her next move. Once Robert is slain, Joffrey shall ascend to the Iron Throne, and Cersei will assume the role of regent, delighting in her widowhood. The first decree of Regent Cersei would be to appoint Jaime as the hand of the king, banishing the imp from the court. This is the very vision Cersei has long yearned for. Gazing out at the golden cloaks, she knows that the gold cloaks within the Red Keep are now commanded by Adam, who wields control over the military forces and even the dungeons. Her eyes drift to the Hand's Tower, where the house of Direwolves echo, belonging to Sansa and Arya. Should Robert perish, Duke Eddard will undoubtedly mobilize the northern armies to avenge his dear brother, thrusting the Westlands into conflict with the forces of the Riverlands and the North, the latter being the ancestral home of Catelyn Tully. Meanwhile, Stannis, retreating to Dragonstone, has taken with him the bulk of the royal fleet, presenting yet another formidable adversary for Joffrey. If Robert were to meet his demise, Stannis might very well return from Dragonstone to assert his claim to the Iron Throne. Can the Golden Cloaks truly withstand Stannis? Cersei harbors deep reservations. The act of killing Robert carries significant peril, yet to buy time is equally treacherous, as the true lineage of Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella is destined to be unveiled. Adam has left Robert's bastards within the Hand's Tower. Cersei envisions Joffrey as lifeless body sprawled upon the Iron Throne, adorned with a blooded lion crown. In that moment, her resolve crystallizes. Lancel, the assassin may proceed, she commands. Lancel inquires, Braavos or Lys, seeking her preference for sending forth the faceless men of Braavos or the female assassins of Lys. Cersei replies, Lys. The offering is for the king, Braavos is left for Adam. The incessant chirping of sparrows filters through the window. Chapter 59. The Assassination of Robert on the Bustling Streets. Ed and Harlan arrived at a neglected courtyard, overrun with weeds, which appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. Harlan remarked, "Sir Ed, we have discovered over 80 jars of wildfire beneath a desiccated well in this courtyard. Recently, with the assistance of the Prime Minister's guard, as well as Romy and the Hot Pie, the alchemists have unearthed an increasing number of wildfire remnants hidden underground since the reign of the Mad King." Ed approached the ancient well, where a sage was instructing his assistant to cautiously extract the jars of wildfire from the depths. This task demanded meticulous care and was quite time-consuming. "Transfer all of this wildfire to the guild hall," Ed commanded. He surveyed the surrounding guards. "Where is Soros?" Fat Tom replied. "Soros mentioned he was off to have a drink." Ed questioned, with his flask never far from his side. Where could he possibly be drinking? Harlan lowered his voice. "Soros has gone to a brothel. He claims a new establishment has recently attracted quite a few girls from Liz." Ed chuckled. "No wonder Soros prefers to seek wildfire on the streets rather than stand guard at the Prime Minister's tower. It seems he has found his way to the beds of courtesans instead." "Which brothel?" Fat Tom answered. "It's the one on the next street. The one with the griffin statue at its entrance. It's an upscale venue, typically beyond the means of the impoverished." Harlan added. "Soros has been winning a considerable amount at the Flea Pit Casino lately, and he has been busy spending it." On his way back to the Red Keep, Ed happened upon the brothel adorned with the griffin statue at its entrance. He dismounted and entered. Given its upscale nature, the hall was sparsely populated. Yet a few patrons recognized Ed. A beauty, playfully draped over a patron's lap, immediately rose upon spotting him. "Sir Ed, what brings you here?" "It's quite a rarity to see you," Ed replied. "I am here in search of someone." The beauty teased. "Are you here to find me, Sir Ed? As the champion of the tournament, will you crown me as your queen of love and beauty?" Ed laughed. "I shall crown you at the next tournament. But I am looking for a red-robed priest," he added. The beauty responded. "You mean Miles Soros? He has already left. He always seeks out Rosie when he visits." Upon hearing that Soros had departed, Ed turned to leave, but the beauty stopped him. "Sir Ed, you must at least have a drink before you go. Although Soros is gone, we still have esteemed guests here." Curious, Ed inquired, "Who are these esteemed guests?" The beauty leaned closer to Ed's ear. "Why? It is the Crown Stag. The Crown Stag is the sigil of House Baratheon of Storm's End. Among the 7 kingdoms, 3 renowned Crown Stags exist: Robert, Stannis, and Renly. The 3 brothers. Renly is notoriously disinterested in women, preferring the company of Ser Loras, the Knight of Flowers. Ever since Ed defeated Loras in the tournament and earned the moniker the Wearing of Flowers, Loras has been despondent, dedicating himself to arduous training at the Red Keep's training grounds. Each time Loras, drenched in sweat, returned to his abode after shedding his heavy armor, Renly would always offer consolation to soothe the fragile spirit of the Wearing of Flowers. As for Stannis, he is no longer in King's Landing. Even if he were, it is inconceivable that he would visit a brothel. The only exception to this was when he accompanied Jon Arryn to the brothel of Shataya to meet Robert's illegitimate daughter. Bella. Stannis once advised Robert to expel all whores from King's Landing and to prohibit any brothel business. This move, akin to a decree from the High Septon, had once instigated panic in the city, but Robert resolutely rejected it, countering Stannis by asking if the next step would be to ban urination, childbirth, and drinking as well. Edward knew that the only one likely to be found in a brothel was King Robert himself. Indeed, Robert was observed upstairs, where Ser Boros of the Kingsguard was flirting with a courtesan. Another member of the Kingsguard, Ser Mandymore, ignored the kisses being blown by the woman beside him. Although the Kingsguard vowed never to marry or sire offspring, they still sought amusement when the opportunity arose. Robert typically ventured out with only 2 members of the Kingsguard. Despite Duke Eddard's recommendation to take at least 4, Robert paid little heed to such counsel. Edward was acutely aware that members of the Kingsguard, such as Marlon Trent and Boros Blunt, had long been bribed by the Lannisters. At a critical moment, the only ones likely to defend the king with their lives would be Barristan and Ser Alyn Velaryon. Laughter, thunderous and boisterous, echoed from above, and Edward recognized it as Robert's mirth. Stepping out of the brothel, he encountered Soros, who was sipping meat from a flask. Edward remarked, "I expected to find you inside. I heard the women mentioning that you often seek a girl named Rosie." Soros chuckled. "I have known Rosie since my days in Myr." Edward inquired, "Then why did you not offer solace to your old acquaintance today?" Soros replied, "Did you not see the Kingsguard? King Robert is inside." Strangely enough, I bumped into Lancel as I was leaving. Adwell responded, Lancel is the king's squire. His presence here is hardly unusual. Soros continued, the issue is, he was accompanied by a woman entering from outside. She had honey-colored hair and was quite beautiful. Lancel claimed this beauty, Mia, was a courtesan from Old Town. I overheard her speaking in the distinct accent of Tyrosh. I cannot fathom why Lancel would lie. Coming from Mir, Soros was familiar with the accents of Tyrosh, Mir, and Lys, given their proximity and ongoing disputes. Adwell's suspicions were aroused. Where is that Mia? He asked. Soros replied, she is undoubtedly being taken to Robert's chambers. Do you think that scoundrel Lancel would dare to keep her for himself? Gazing at the griffin statue at the entrance of the brothel, Adwell's concern deepened. His intuition warned him that there was something amiss with the courtesan from Old Town mentioned by Lancel. Soros, you go check on the wildfire in the courtyard. I will find a place to rest, he instructed. As Soros departed, Adwell immediately made his way to an inn across from the brothel. The inn's business was exceedingly sluggish. Upon recognizing the renowned giant of the north, the plump proprietress promptly emerged from behind the counter to greet him. Sir Hodor, what brings you here? Are you here for a meal? Our venison is the finest. Hodor produced several silver coins and handed them to the innkeeper. I require no sustenance. I merely wish to borrow a room upstairs for a brief respite. The innkeeper hastily led Hodor upstairs, where he requested a room facing the brothel across the street, providing an ideal vantage point to observe the activities on the second floor of the establishment. During the day, the upscale brothel received few patrons, and most rooms had their curtains drawn open, revealing their emptiness. Only one room had its curtains closed, from which the sound of raucous laughter erupted. This was the chamber occupied by Robert. As the curtains obstructed Hodor's view, he found himself in a quandary until a white cat appeared atop the brothel's roof. Hodor's spirits lifted, and he promptly seated himself on the bed, fixating on the feline. With a roll of his eyes, Hodor focused his essence, merging with the white cat. This was the ability of a shapeshifter, who could effortlessly inhabit the bodies of animals such as cats, dogs, and wolves. As Hodor's soul entered the white cat, he gained its perspective. Swiftly maneuvering through the skylight into the brothel, a languid courtesan approached from afar, and Hodor slipped past her, leaping onto the railing of the corridor. The windows on this side of the hallway were ajar, and Hodor glimpsed Robert drinking with a stunning woman with honey-colored hair, none other than Mia, the assassin from Tylos. The white cat bounded through the window, unnoticed by either Robert or Mia. Robert's face was flushed, an obvious sign of inebriation. You've had too much to drink. You should rest, Mia advised. Robert, wrapping his arms around Mia, reclined onto the velvet bed, soon snoring thunderously. A sinister smile crept across Mia's face as she produced a silk ribbon, tightening it around Robert's neck. At that moment, Hodor, inhabiting the white cat, was struck with alarm and lunged towards Mia. Just as she was about to strangle Robert, the white cat leapt at her with a shriek, startling her. The cat's claws grazed her brow, inciting her fury. She drew a dagger from her skirts and aimed it at the white cat. Although the cat evaded the blade, Mia's fist connected, sending it crashing against a chair with a pained cry. Hodor's spirit was violently ejected from the white cat, returning to his own body in the room across the street, where a sharp pain pierced his head. At that moment, Mandamure, stationed in the corridor of the brothel, heard the commotion and opened the door. What is happening? He inquired. Just then, the injured white cat leapt out the window. Mia, forcing a smile, replied, It's nothing. Just a white cat. Mandamure closed the door and departed, deeming it inappropriate to linger at the entrance while the king indulged. Hodor stood in his room, agitated and frantic, and dashed downstairs. The innkeeper looked on in confusion as he rushed past. Coincidentally, Soros and Fat Tom were approaching. Come with me to rescue Robert. Soros and Fat Tom exchanged startled glances but ultimately followed him. Hodor burst into the brothel, making a beeline for the second floor. Boros Brown stood at the stairway, engaged in conversation with a woman, when he spotted Adu, his expression one of astonishment. Sir Adu, King Robert is here today. Seek your amusement elsewhere. Adu replied. The king has been assassinated. Before Boros could fully comprehend the situation, Adu forcefully pushed past him. Mandamore attempted to intervene, only to be similarly dispatched by Adu. As Adu kicked open the door, Mia was desperately strangling Robert with Satan, his face already turning a ghastly shade of black. Startled, Mia released her grip just as Adu seized a vase by the entrance and hurled it at her. Mia deftly dodged, and the vase shattered against the wall behind her. Adil closed the distance, and as Mia drew a dagger to strike, Adil evaded her attack. With a swift sweep of her leg, the seemingly delicate beauty sent the northern giant crashing to the ground, toppling Soros and Fat Tom behind him. Mia lunged with her dagger aimed at Adil's eyes, however. Adil grasped her wrist, squeezing with such force that Mia let out a cry, the dagger slipping from her grasp. At that moment, Soros had already pressed his sword against Mia's throat. Adil chuckled, another assassin, it seems. Chapter 60, The Failed Assassination. The Lysini assassin, Mia, attempted to strangle Robert with silk, leaving the inebriated Robert vulnerable and defenseless. Under normal circumstances, a person would have succumbed to asphyxiation after such an extended period. However, Robert's broad chest and ample lung capacity allowed him to survive this assassination attempt. Upon awakening on the bed in the brothel, Robert was oblivious to the events that had transpired, only feeling a throbbing pain in his head. The room was crowded with people. Lord Eddard Stark and Sir Barristan Selmy stood at his bedside, while the Red Priest Soros and Jory Castle stood nearby. Accompanying them were the 7 members of the King's Guard, including Alan Valerion, Mandy Moore, Jaime Lannister, Boros Blunt, and Princeton Greenfield, all crammed into the chamber. Confusion etched on his face. Robert inquired, "What are you all doing here?" Eddard replied, "Robert, you were nearly killed. A Lysini assassin sought to take your life." Robert chuckled. "Impossible. I recall being intoxicated, in the company of a courtesan from Old Town. Was her name Mia?" Alan asserted, "Mia is indeed the assassin. She attempted to strangle you with silk and has since been imprisoned in the dungeon." Glancing at the vanity beside the bed, Robert noticed the bruises on his neck and grasped the gravity of the situation. To think he nearly perished on the brothel's bed, at the hands of a woman, damn it. He thought, "I almost faced a disgraceful end." Eddard continued, "Had Alan not arrived in time, Robert, you might have truly met your demise." Robert lightly tapped Alan's chest with his fist. "Alan, you saved my life. From the moment I met you in Winterfell, I should have recruited you into the King's Guard." He surveyed the white-cloaked King's Guard surrounding him, reflecting on how they appeared to be mere shadows of their purpose, mere vessels of glory for the 7. Sir Barristan remarked, "Your Grace, accompanying you to the brothel were Mandin Moore and Boros Blunt." Mandin's expression remained stoic. "The guard station at the stairs was Boros," he stated. "Boros." Seething with anger, countered, "Mandin was patrolling the corridor. Your Grace, Mandin was so close to the room and yet failed to detect the assassin's plot." Robert's countenance darkened. "You fools! All you do is shift blame when catastrophe strikes. Had Alan not rescued me, you would all be accompanying your king to the grave." Eddard interjected, "Robert, there is no need to berate the King's Guard. I have long advised you to keep at least 4 of them by your side." Robert retorted, "If someone intends to assassinate me, bringing an entourage of guards only serves to display weakness to my enemies. That is absolutely out of the question. I shall carry a warhammer. No, that would be too cumbersome. I will instead arm myself with a sword. Yes, I will carry a sword. Should an assassin come for me, I shall engage him in a one-on-one duel, just as I did at the Trident against the Rigger, slaying one would-be killer after another. If they possess the audacity to take my life, then let them come." Aldair remarked, "Rob, while this may seem heroic, the enemy will not confront you head-on. They will resort to poison, hidden weapons, and various vile tactics to bring about your demise. Mia of Tyrash is merely the first. Who knows who they will send next?" Rob clenched his fists. "I shall personally interrogate this Mia." Upon returning to the Red Keep, Rob promptly convened a council meeting in the throne room. Varys, adjusting his hands perfumed with fragrance, commented, "It is truly dreadful to hear that your majesty nearly met with an assassination in a brothel." Lancel's expression was grave. "The assassin must be severely punished. It is rumored to be a woman from Tyrash." Littlefinger twirled a quill pen in his fingers. "I am quite curious as to who has employed this Tyroshi assassin." Tyrion remained silent, knowing all too well that this was yet another of Cersei's schemes. During the tournament, Cersei had hired a master of the finger dance from the Iron Islands to attempt to assassinate Robb. After Robb withdrew from the competition, Cersei commanded this Ironborn to target Aldair during the team melee, which ultimately failed. Subsequently, Cersei employed the assassins known as the Flea-Bottom Killers, Shank, Rorge, and Biter, to infiltrate the Hand's Tower and slay Robb's illegitimate son, an endeavor once again thwarted by Aldair. Aldair framed this assassination attempt on Robb's illegitimate child as an attack against him and Duke Eddard, thereby justifiably taking command of the Red Keep's defenses and expanding the Hand's Guard. Unwilling to accept defeat, Cersei sought to utilize the alchemist Harlan to incinerate Aldair. only for Hodor to narrowly escape. This time, Cersei shifted her target to Robb, yet once more, she was thwarted by Hodor. Tyrion considered Hodor a formidable adversary, while Cersei proved to be an inexplicable ally. Pycelle cleared his throat, stroking his snowy beard. Your Majesty, I suspect that the Prince of Tyrosh has hired the female assassin. It is well known that Tyrosh has long coveted the Stepstones. Should they succeed in assassinating your Majesty, they could implement their plan to annex the islands. Hodor chuckled, Archmaester Pycelle. Tyrosh's ambition towards the Stepstones has persisted for centuries. How could they possibly dispatch an assassin to eliminate the King of the Seven Kingdoms for a handful of pirate isles? Presently, there are Tyroshi merchant ships in King's Landing, Old Town, White Harbor, Seaguard, Duskendale, and Lannisport. The Prince of Tyrosh profits immensely from trade with Westeros. Why would he seek to assassinate Robb? Duke Eddard interjected, I believe it is highly plausible that a noble from King's Landing orchestrated this assassination. Varys exaggeratedly shrugged. My Lord Eddard, that is a most alarming accusation. Robb declared, I shall extract from Mia the identity of the shadowy figure who sent her to slay me. By the gods, when I meet my end, I should be surrounded by dozens of warriors, wielding their hammers and cursing relentlessly, before I bleed out my final drop of blood in a valiant struggle. Instead, I nearly succumbed to the silken grip of a woman aboard a brothel ship. I must unearth the mastermind behind this plot. Tyrion remarked, Your Majesty, a mere female assassin would be better interrogated by a trusted minister. I would gladly question this woman from Tyrosh. Robert swiftly dismissed the notion, You are not suitable. Adwell then interjected, Allow me to take charge. Robert, my subordinates, Soros and Celio Frel, have both journeyed to Tyrosh and possess substantial knowledge of the place, which will aid me in extracting the truth from this Tyroshi woman. Robert nodded in agreement. Adwell, it was you who rescued me from the clutches of the Tyroshi woman. The matter is entrusted to you. In the concealed chamber, Lancel gently pushed the door open to find Cersei awaiting him. Lancel wore an expression of terror. Your Grace, we must hastily flee with Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen. The situation has been compromised. Adwell intends to personally interrogate Mia from Tyrosh, and she will inevitably reveal our involvement. Cersei responded coolly, What is there to fear? From the moment we dispatched the assassin, I understood that we were either destined for glory or ruin. We still possess a trump card. Inform the faceless man to prepare for action. Lancel was taken aback. Is it the drunkard or the giant from the north? The drunkard referred to Robert, while the giant was Adwell. Foolish stable boy, Cersei's expression darkened. Were it not for Adwell, the Tyroshi assassin would have already eliminated Robert. He is far more perilous than Robert. By the banks of the Blackwater, Lancel encountered Jaqen H'ghar. Lancel inquired, Jaqen H'ghar must be an alias. What is your true name? To which the enigmatic figure replied, A nameless one. Chapter 61, Adu's battle with the faceless one. Adu and Soros from Mill descended into the dark dungeon beneath the Red Keep, overseen by Sir Veery Ward, a knight whom Adu had recruited during the tournament. Sir Veery produced a key and unlocked the heavy door of the dungeon. Situated beneath the Red Keep, the only source of illumination came from the flickering torches lining the corridor. Within a cramped cell, Sharpfang and Roger caught sight of Adu and immediately began to shriek and curse. In the cell opposite, Betty of the Mountain Clan, confined in her chamber, shook the iron bars vigorously upon seeing Adu. Foolish stable boy, either release us or end our suffering with a swift blade, leaving us in this damp, dark dungeon is utterly unjust. Adu replied with a smirk, You may as well rot here. The individual Adu sought was imprisoned at the far end of the dungeon. Mia, the assassin from Tyrosh, was shackled with leg irons and handcuffs and escorted to the interrogation room. Adu inquired, Mia, you attempted to assassinate King Robert. Who sent you? Mia coldly retorted, This is the largest contract I have ever received. Though I botched it, I will not betray my employer. Do as you will. But do not waste your breath. Adu remarked, You are indeed a professional assassin. Should I require such services again, I shall certainly consider hiring you. Soros from Mill interjected, I saw you with Lancel at the brothel. Mia's expression turned icy as she sneered, Who is Lancel? Adu clarified, There is no need for pretense. Lancel is the king's esquire, with sandy brown hair. He is a Lannister. Mia stated defiantly, I do not know any Lancel. Sir Veery suggested, Perhaps we should employ branding irons, whips, nails, and hemp ropes to make this lady suffer a bit. Adu responded, To torture such a beautiful lady. Sir Veery, that would be quite improper. we ought to show her some compassion. Soros remarked, Mia, like you, I hail from across the narrow sea. I am from Mill. While you are from Tyrosh. I understand the plight of foreigners in King's Landing. Surely, you found yourself in dire straits and, for lack of funds, accepted a contract to assassinate King Robert. If you refuse to confess, your fate is sealed. Mia laughed. My failure to murder the king already ensures my death. Yet I fear not, the free-headed god of Tyrosh one head devours the dead, and the third regurgitates new life. Death is merely the beginning of my rebirth. After an exhaustive interrogation yielded no results, Adu lost patience and departed from the dungeon. Outside the heavy door, Adu cautioned Sir Wearyward to keep a close watch on the 4 dangerous prisoners. Adu and the red-cloaked Soros then exited the dungeon, returning to the Prime Minister's tower. There, Sansa sat beneath the pear tree in the courtyard, weeping. Adu asked, What troubles you? Sansa choked on her words. Father refuses to allow me to see Joffrey. It seems he is resolute in cancelling the betrothal. But I love Joffrey. I am destined to be his queen. Ager, in resignation, remarked that you still harbor feelings for Joffrey. The sorrowful maiden appeared utterly despondent, the sound of Arya practicing her swordplay echoing from afar. Their father had tasked Arya with catching cats, honing her sword skills, allowing her to roam freely like a wild child. If Arya can indulge her whims, why should I not have the chance to court Joffrey? He is the prince from the ballads. At that moment, a figure clad in golden robes entered. Sir Aldair, I have finally located you. Varys informed us of a significant discovery of wildfire in the secret passage, which poses great danger. Aldair was taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of wildfire within the passage. The cunning Varys was most familiar with the labyrinthine corridors of the Red Keep, and Aldair often summoned rats and cockroaches to scout in the dimly lit tunnels. However, the cruel mage had constructed the Red Keep's passageways like a maze, filled with many shadowy corners that Aldair had yet to explore. He suspected Varys had never ventured there either. The discovery of wildfire within the Red Keep was perilously alarming, as a mere misstep could lead to an uncontrollable blaze or even an explosion. Aldair directed his attention to Soros. You are to proceed to the Prime Minister's tower and inform Harren. Gather assistants and apprentices from the Alchemist's Guild Hall and have them stand by at the Prime Minister's tower. As Aldair turned to leave, Sansa grasped his arm. Ager, please listen to my confessions. Aldair, growing impatient, was reluctant to hear about Sansa and Joffrey as trivial matters. Sansa, we shall converse upon my return. Heartbroken, Sansa watched Aldair depart. Aldair followed the golden-robed figure through a secret chamber of the Mage Tower and into the passageway. The figure retrieved a torch at the entrance, and they descended the spiral staircase, delving deeper into the darkness of the passage. The surroundings grew increasingly obscured, with the only source of light emanating from the torch held by the golden figure. They reached the end of the passage, encircled by walls. Aldair surveyed his surroundings. Were there any mechanisms within the walls? Unless there was a hidden door, they had reached an impasse. The golden figure removed his helmet, revealing long hair, half white and half red. This was none other than Jaqen H'ghar, the faceless man employed by Cersei. Sir Aldair, you have reached the end of your journey. Aldair became alert, his hand resting on the hilt of his long sword. His warhammer was too cumbersome. Typically, he relied on his sword for self-defense. Who are you? Jaqen chuckled. A nameless one. Aldair gasped. You are a faceless man from Braavos. Jaqen brandished his sword. Indeed, the giants of the north are quite knowledgeable. Aldair sneered. Did Cersei send you? I wonder how much gold she has bestowed upon you. Jaqen replied, all mortals face death. Once a name is uttered, death draws near. Perhaps tomorrow. Perhaps a month hence, perhaps a year, but death will remain ever close. In an instant, the torch in Jaqen's hand extinguished, and darkness enveloped Aldair, rendering him unable to see anything. Jaqen, hailing from Braavos and trained from a young age in the House of Black and White, had long since adapted to killing in the shadows. Enveloped in the darkness of the secret passage, one finds oneself bereft of sight, yet, Jaqen, relying on his auditory, gustatory, olfactory, and tactile senses, adeptly navigates the obscurity to discern the enemy's position. Add, a formidable warrior, shone brilliantly at the tournament held by the king in King's Landing, securing victories in spear combat, team battles, and archery. Such a formidable adversary naturally warranted Jaqen's meticulous study. He surmised that a frontal assassination of Ed bore the risk of retaliation, prompting him to select the shadowy passage as his battleground. Within this dim corridor, even the mightiest of warriors, deprived of their sight, would find themselves no match for the faceless man. The assassin's blade in Jokun's hand sliced through the air with a lethal arc. Ed endeavored to evade, yet, in the gloom, he was still struck by the faceless man's sword, piercing his arm. This assassin's dagger, only slightly thicker than Arya's needle, possessed an exceedingly sharp tip. Ed felt the warm blood gushing from his arm, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, Jokun struck again, this time piercing his thigh, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Was he destined to perish in this passage? Isolated from the outside world, Ed found himself unable to absorb negative emotions, sensing that his magical reserves had dwindled. However, the wounds on his body continued to bleed, and as he focused, he felt the surge of magic within him. It was due to Sansa. In the courtyard, the sorrowful Sansa had confided in Ed, her negative emotions having been absorbed by him. The heartbroken young woman, devastated by Lord Eddard's decision, experienced a crescendo of anger, sadness, and despair, her silent negativity unwittingly providing Ed with magical energy. From the darkness, Jokun's voice echoed ominously. Today is your day of reckoning. Ed summoned his beast mastery skills, channeling the powers of a true sorcerer. A wave of healing energy surged into his body, and his wounds began to mend almost instantaneously. Regrettably, it is you who shall meet your demise today, Ed declared defiantly. Jokun lunged toward the source of the voice in the darkness, this time aiming for the heart. He awaited the sound of his blade piercing flesh. Yet it met only air. How could this be? Jokun was engulfed in profound self-doubt. For the first time in the dark, he questioned his hearing, touch, and sixth sense. In that fleeting moment, as the sword approached, Ed effortlessly evaded the strike, empowered by the magic coursing through him, granting him the agility and keen senses akin to those of a demon hunter, enabling him to deftly sidestep his foe's assault. The demon hunters are legendary heroes among the night elves, with Illidan being a paragon among them. Though blind, they can still vanquish their enemies in darkness, relying on their formidable sixth sense and acute sensory perceptions. Jokun unleashed a flurry of free strikes, all of which Ed evaded with ease. Faceless man, it appears your sword has lost its potency. Now, it is my turn, Ed proclaimed, as his magical energy began to ignite, enveloping him in a cloak of flames, radiating an orange glow that left Jokun momentarily stunned. What sorcery is this? He marveled, as the temperature around them began to rise. Ed's long sword shattered, transforming into two battle blades, which he wielded as he charged toward Jokun with fervor. Jaqen deftly evaded Adu's onslaught, pivoting to launch a sweeping strike aimed at Adu, only to find his blade firmly parried by Adu's weapon. Flames erupted from Adu's blade, licking up the length of Jaqen's assassin sword, which became searing to the touch. The faceless man possessed an extraordinary tolerance for pain. Despite the agony coursing through his palm, Jaqen maintained a steady grip on his sword. His strikes were as swift as lightning, yet Adu effortlessly dodged each one unscathed, the burning arcane energy emanating from Adu becoming increasingly unbearable for Jaqen. As the magical flames surrounding Adu disappeared, Jaqen thrust his sword towards Adu's neck. A radiant shield of holy light appeared before Adu, illuminating the dark corridor. Within this sanctified glow, the ancient and modern deities of Westeros, the three-headed god of Tyrosh, the love god of Lys, the black goat of Kor, the supreme shepherd of the Lazarim, the red god Roller, the drowned god, and the night lion of Essos flickered in and out of view. Jaqen was left astounded, his sword clattering to the ground. Could it be that you are the embodiment of the many-faced god? Chapter 62 Prelude to War in a Tower of the Red Keep. Cersei summoned Jaime and Tyrion. Tyrion inquired, "What do you require of us? Have you concocted yet another scheme to deal with Adol?" Cersei displayed a gentle smile. "The fool Mandon is dead. We need no longer fret over Adol." Jaime and Tyrion exchanged astonished glances, with Jaime exclaiming, "Impossible. I saw him just this morning." Cersei coolly replied, "Adol is now a corpse." Tyrion pressed, "What have you done?" Cersei recounted, "I contacted an assassin from Braavos months ago, today. That assassin lured Adol into the secret passages of the Red Keep, and now he lies dead within." Jaime remarked, "The faceless man of Braavos? That must have cost a fortune." Cersei scoffed. "The crown owes our Lannisters 600,000 gold dragons. Do you believe father would hesitate to pay for a faceless man? As long as Adol is eliminated, it is all worth it." Tyrion felt a chill. The little imp was not only a rival in the small council but also a dear friend to Adol. With Adol slain by a faceless man, Lord Eddard would undoubtedly seek retribution, and Robert would investigate thoroughly. Cersei revealed a venomous smile. Without Adol, Eddard and Robert pose no threat. I have Robert firmly in my grasp, and as for Eddard, He wears honor as armor, yet it binds him. Suddenly, Lancel entered in a state of panic. Cersei remarked, Lancel, you too have a share in Adol's demise. Lancel offered an awkward smile. Your Grace, Adol is not dead. He has returned to the Hand's Tower. Cersei was taken aback. How can this be? Did you not see the faceless man lead Adol into the passage? Jaime frowned, while Tyrion erupted in laughter. Cersei! Is Adol truly dead or not? I thought you had seen the body with your own eyes. Lancel explained. The faceless man brought Adol to the passage and claimed he would strike in the depths. Adol was surely doomed. Tyrion chuckled. It appears the one who met his end was the faceless man. Tell me, Cersei, where did you procure this faceless man? In these times, impostors even deceive the Red Keep. Jaime added, that is no faceless man, it is simply a faceless wretch. Cersei glared at Lancel. Where is the faceless man? Lancel replied. I did not see the faceless man. He is likely dead within the secret passages of the Red Keep. Or perhaps Adol has captured him and imprisoned him in the dungeons. A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Tyrion's mismatched eyes. It seems we have acquired yet another witness to accuse us. The faceless man of Braavos infiltrating the Red Keep to assassinate Adol. I dare say Adol will be beseeching Robert in the small council to seize the entire gold cloak of King's Landing. Cersei ceded, that faceless man must have been a fraud. I cannot believe I was tricked out of so many gold dragons. I must persuade Robert to lead the royal fleet on an expedition to Braavos to unearth that impostor of a faceless man. Tyrion remarked, use your intellect. Cersei. The bulk of the royal fleet has accompanied Stannis back to Dragonstone. Will Stannis aid you? The crux of the matter is that, since this faceless man may indeed be a counterfeit, he could originate from Meereen, Norvos, Valyria, or even the Seven Kingdoms. Why should Braavos be held accountable for a mere impostor? Lancel stated. This faceless man claims to be from Loreth and was trained in the House of Black and White in Braavos to become a faceless man. Jaime interjected. Would a true faceless man falter in assassinating a Adu? This is merely an impostor. I suspect he is in league with Adu. Adu surrounds himself with individuals from the Free Cities and the Summer Isles, including the dark-skinned Jalabasol, the Soros from Meereen, and the dance instructor from Braavos. Cersei nodded vigorously. It must be so. It is undoubtedly Adu who has dispatched this counterfeit faceless man to deceive me of my riches, and subsequently to have the impostor testify against me. Tyrion chuckled. I hardly believe Adu needs to hire someone to fabricate evidence. Does he not possess enough proof already? The most pressing concern now is to ascertain whether that faceless man is still alive. If so, he is likely imprisoned in the Black Cells. We can inquire with Eileen Payne. Hodor has seized control of the dungeons, and currently, Eileen Payne is the only remaining Lannister in the depths. The King's Justice, Eileen Payne, has served as Robert's executioner. The Payne family has long been vassals to the Lannisters. During the reign of the Mad King, Eileen served as the captain of the guards for the hand of the king, Lord Tywin. The Mad King, ever paranoid, acted upon a denunciation that claimed Eileen asserted Lord Tywin was the true ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, resulting in the Mad King searing off his tongue with red-hot pincers. In the dungeon, Tyrion learned through Eileen's gestures that no new prisoners had been admitted today, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Upon returning to the royal chambers, he encountered Cersei. The faceless man had not appeared in the dungeon and might already be dead. Cersei declared, Hodor must have concealed Jaqen in the Hand's Tower. He will exploit Jaqen to launch a new wave of slander. Slander? Tyrion smirked, accusing our esteemed Queen Cersei of sending a faceless man to assassinate Hodor. Cersei. With all due respect, stating the truth hardly constitutes slander. It is merely an accusation. Cersei, irate, retorted, are we to remain idle? Tyrion replied, you need not worry. Hodor is scarcely in want of this single witness. Besides, Hodor interrogates prisoners in the Hand's Tower, and any accusation lacks persuasive power. Having witnessed the divine manifestations of the Mother, Father, Warrior, Stranger, Maiden, Crone, Smith, Old God, Drowned God, High Septon, and the Black Goat within Hodor's holy light, Jaqen has come to believe that Hodor is the manifest God incarnate on earth. Hodor forgave Jaqen and brought him to the Prime Minister's tower. That evening, Arya encountered Jaqen. Who is this man? She inquired. He is my newly recruited mercenary, a Braavosi by the name of Jaqen Hagar, Hodor replied. Later that night, after dinner, Jaqen observed as Arya practiced swordsmanship under the tutelage of Syrio, occasionally offering her guidance. Arya took a great liking to Jaqen. In fact, She got along splendidly with every servant and guard in the Prime Minister's tower. Arya frequently trained in archery with Angui, practiced swordplay with the Red Priest Thuras, assisted Jorah Mormont in arranging his feathered cloak, and taught Gendry the art of wielding a longsword. Sometimes, she would bask in the sun alongside Robert's illegitimate daughter, Bara, while Nymeria and the lady kept watch nearby. When Romy, Mike, and Jane arrived at the Prime Minister's tower with news, Arya would sneak bread and jerky from the kitchen to share with them. To Cersei's surprise, Hodor did not bring forth accusations regarding the faceless man's assassination attempt during the council meeting, alleviating a weight from her mind. One day, Jane and Romy visited the Prime Minister's tower to meet with Hodor. Sir Hodor, Jane began. Rumors are circulating in the port of King's Landing that Lord Tywin is gathering an army in the Westlands. Although Tywin was far away in Casterly Rock, he was acutely aware of the situation in King's Landing. Hodor had long anticipated that Tywin would eventually summon his forces to contend for the Iron Throne on behalf of Joffrey. To provide a legitimate reason for the army from the Westlands to march towards King's Landing, the imp devised a cunning plan. He claimed that Tywin was preparing to cross the sea to confront the Beggar King, Viserys, and Daenerys, requesting the forces of the Westlands to assemble in King's Landing and set sail. Once tens of thousands of troops arrived at the gates of the city, they would seize the opportunity to take control. Hodor saw through the imp's scheme and immediately proposed that the Northern Army depart from White Harbor to gather in King's Landing, participating in the expedition against Daenerys. Ultimately, the so-called expedition against Daenerys devolved into a farce, thwarting Tyrion's machinations. However, the forces of the Westlands would inevitably arrive. Romy remarked, Lannister has been extensively recruiting mercenaries through Osmond Kettleblack, even enlisting young men who have never seen battle. It appears Cersei is indeed growing desperate. Unfortunately, the mercenaries recruited through Osmond will likely be ineffectual and utterly devoid of loyalty. Hodor rewarded Jane and Romy with 2 silver stacks. Continue to keep watch on the streets. If you receive any news, be sure to inform me. After Romy and Jane departed, Hodor promptly relayed the information to Lord Eddard. Lord Tywin is amassing an army, and the Tallus of the Riverlands are at the forefront. I must inform Edmure at once. Regrettably, Lord Hosting Tully has long been bedridden. If he were in good health, the situation in the Riverlands would be considerably more stable. Edmure is certainly no match for Tywin. He is the younger brother of Catelyn Tully, and his military and administrative capabilities are rather mediocre. Hoster Tully was quite different. In his time, he arranged the marriages of his daughters, Catelyn and Lysa, to Eddard Stark and Jon Arryn respectively, thereby solidifying the alliances of the Stormlands, the North, the Vale, and the Riverlands. During the War of Usurpation, Hoster Tully faced numerous trials of fire, gaining invaluable experience. Edmure suggested, we should immediately send a raven to Riverrun to inform Edmure to bolster our defenses. Additionally, dispatch another raven to Winterfell to notify Robb and Catelyn, instructing them to muster 500 archers from Deepwood Mount and Torrance Square to march south to the Weeping Bay. Coupled with the Men of the Neck, 500 archers stationed at the Weeping Bay will suffice to repel the enemy's advance. Chapter 63, The Conspiracy of the Littlefinger Duke Edric released 2 ravens, one soaring towards the bustling city of Riverrun and the other to Winterfell, urging them to prepare for battle. Harlan of the Alchemists Guild continued to load the wildfire discovered in King's Landing onto ships bound for White Harbor. Adro had already established a branch of the Alchemists Guild in White Harbor, where he set up a factory for the production of wildfire. In the dead of night, Adro lay in his bedroom, inscribing Bran's name with a spell. This was a dreamwalker skill. By writing the name of his target, Adro could enter their dreams. He found himself within Bran's dream. Following his fall, Bran had lost sensation in his legs and could no longer walk. Fortunately, Adro had crafted a mechanical chair for him, a contraption resembling a spider, with 8 legs capable of traversing uneven terrain and climbing stairs. Bran could now move about freely, as any other person would. In the dream, Bran encountered Adro, seated in his mechanical chair, adorned with a teleportation stone gifted by Adro on his wrist. Upon seeing Adro, Bran's face lit up with surprise. Adro, when did you return to Winterfell? He exclaimed. Adro replied, I have not returned to Winterfell. We are within a dream. Bran felt a pang of disappointment. Ah, it is merely a dream. I wish it would never end. Adro, I miss you greatly in Winterfell, along with Sansa, Arya, our father, and Jon. Adro reassured him, in Winterfell, you have Robb, Lady Catelyn, Maester Luwin, and Sir Roderick to keep you company. Are you not content? Bran recounted. A few days ago, while riding in the woods, they secured me to the saddle with a special harness. A band of deserters from the Night's Watch and wildlings attacked me. Thankfully, my wolf Sommer, along with Rob's wolf Grey Wind, dispatched them. Theon shot down one wildling, leaving only a woman named Osha, whom we captured and brought to Winterfell. Rob wishes to execute her, but Maester Luwin believes she might provide valuable information about the king beyond the wall. Rob is uncertain whether to kill her. Adro advised, let Osha remain. She is a woman in dire straits. Her presence in Winterfell may prove beneficial in the future. I have come to convey an important message. Inform Rob and Lady Catelyn that Lord Tywin is gathering a great army in the Westlands and requires them to muster 500 crossbowmen to bolster the defenses of the Weeping Bay. Bran, puzzled, asked, do matters spoken of in dreams hold any weight? Adro affirmed, indeed they do. The ravens still wing their way to Winterfell and will arrive in a few days. When they do, you shall find the contents of the letter mirror precisely what I have shared with you in this dream. With that, Adro departed from Bran's dream and entered Rob's, relaying the message regarding the strengthening of the Weeping Bay's defenses. The following morning, as Rob and Bran dined in the Great Hall, Bran recounted, Rob, I had a peculiar dream last night. Adro informed me to dispatch 500 crossbowmen to fortify the defenses at Weeping Bay. Rob replied, Adro visited my dream last night as well, speaking of the need to enhance the defenses at Weeping Bay. Adu also suggested that we spare the life of the wild woman Osha, allowing her to remain in Winterfell as a servant. Bran felt a mixture of astonishment and joy. It appeared to be true. Adu informed me that a raven was en route to Winterfell. Rob immediately requested Sir Roderick to muster the troops. After Lord Eddard departed Winterfell and journeyed south to King's Landing, Sir Roderick assumed the role of acting lord of the castle. Roderick furrowed his brow. You wish to mobilize the army based on a dream? That is sheer madness. Both Bran and I dreamt of Adu, who spoke of the same matter, Rob insisted. Beside them, Maester Luwin remarked, how can one take dreams seriously? You two brothers are merely friends of Adu. Dreaming of him together is quite normal. Everyone dreams daily, experiencing a myriad of bizarre visions. If we were to assemble the cavalry based on dreams, would we then be on the brink of war? Rob, you have matured. You are no longer a child. Do not act foolishly. Bran interjected, you may not believe, but when the raven reaches Winterfell, you shall see that Rob and I did not deceive you in our dreams. Days later, a raven indeed returned to Winterfell, bearing a message that detailed the gathering of 500 archers to bolster the defenses of the Bay of Crack. Sir Roderick stroked his beard, realizing that dreams could indeed foretell the future. Maester Luwin murmured, this is truly peculiar. Catelyn believed it to be a miracle of the seven. A divine warning sent through Adu. Rob promptly summoned 500 archers from Deepwood Mount and Torrance Square, moving south along the King's Road to reinforce the defenses at the Bay of Crack. Admiral Tully of Riverrun also began rallying troops in response to the gathering forces in the Westlands. The kingdoms of the West, the Riverlands, and the North were on edge. As the storm clouds gathered, rumors of impending war spread among the populace of King's Landing. Tyrion and Jaime stood upon the battlements of Maeder's Holdfast. The dry moat below was littered with sharpened blades, glinting in the sunlight. Tyrion mused, Father is assembling an army, and Riverrun is also mustering forces. Are we truly on the brink of war? Jaime replied, Adu and Lord Eddard leave us no alternatives. Tyrion lamented, if this continues, the seven kingdoms will be drenched in blood. I wish to speak with Adu. Everything for the sake of peace. Jaime flashed a smile as sharp as a blade. What is there to discuss? Only swords and blood forge peace. Tyrion replied, one must at least attempt. He expressed his intention to invite Adu outside for a conversation. Jaime questioned, why must you meet outside, when you can see each other at the council meetings? Tyrion surveyed the surroundings. Because this place is riddled with the watchful eyes of Varys, Cersei, and Littlefinger. Engaging in clandestine discussions here would be akin to delivering a public address. Jaime cautioned, be careful, Adu is a dangerous fellow. Tyrion chuckled, fear not, I do not intend to engage Adu in combat. Tyrion dispatched Podrick to the Hen S Tower. Podrick stood before Adu. Adu, Tyrion wishes to meet you this evening at the Beehive Tavern in Flea Bottom. Adu had passed by that tavern several times. It is a dilapidated establishment. Why choose this location? Baelon chuckled, you must inquire with the imp himself. In a dim corner of the Flea Bottom Inn, Peter Baelish and Russell Bland sat together. Russell Bland had garnered attention at the tournament celebrating Duke Eddard's ascension to the position of Prime Minister, leading Peter to employ him. Peter took a sip of his drink. Astonishingly, the lion and the wolf had yet to clash. The imp was planning to confer with Adu, seemingly intent on transforming into a harbinger of justice to advocate for peace within the realm. Russell Bland remarked, I have heard that Lord Tywin's cavalry has assembled at the Golden Tooth, poised to strike at the Riverlands. Peter responded, however, if the imp presents terms to Adu and he acquiesces, it may very well defuse the crisis and usher in peace for the Seven Kingdoms. Chaos is but a ladder, and I shall not permit the imp to thwart my designs. At present, he awaits Adu in the Beehive Tavern. You must abduct him and confine him in the cellar. Russell Bland expressed some trepidation. The imp's associate, a mercenary by the name of Beon, is not to be underestimated. Peter offered a sly smile. Fear not. The one who betrayed the imp's rendezvous with Adu is Osmond Kettleborn. Osmond has been recruiting mercenaries for the Lannisters. He extracted the information from Beon. Mercenaries are of such ilk that, as long as the gold is sufficient, they are more than willing to betray their masters. According to Osmond, Beon will be present at the gambling den tonight, and accompanying the imp will be his attendant, Jack. Once we confine the imp in the cellar for a few days, when he finally emerges, it is likely that King's Landing will be awash in blood. Chapter 64. The assault on the little demon the Flea Bottom was unusually lively that night, with Tyrion seated in a secluded corner of the Bee and Honey Tavern. Where has Bran gone? Tyrion inquired of his attendant, Jack. Bran has gone to gamble at the casino, Jack replied. A flicker of irritation crossed Tyrion's face. Is the mercenary not satisfied with the sum I provided him? The tavern was renowned for its honeyed wine, albeit of dismal quality, exuding a foul odor that deterred patrons. It was precisely this lack of clientele and the tavern's remote location that made it a suitable venue for Tyrion's clandestine discussions, ensuring a measure of safety. Yet, Tyrion's distinctive appearance rendered him conspicuous. Anyone in King's Landing, unless blind, would recognize him as the dwarf brother of Queen Cersei. Without Boran's protective presence, Tyrion felt increasingly vulnerable. He trusted that Adol would not attempt to harm him, but he remained wary of seemingly benign adversaries like Varys and Peter Baelish. As the minutes dragged on without Adol's arrival, doubt crept into Tyrion's mind regarding the prudence of this meeting. A few blocks away lay Adol's northern giant's kitchen, where the impoverished residents of Flea Bottom could receive free bread and soup. Adol had many acquaintances in Flea Bottom, gamblers, rogues, prostitutes, and petty vendors, all of whom frequented his establishment. Historically, only Prince Darren of Flea Bottom could rival Adol's popularity in this enclave. Rumors circulated throughout the streets of King's Landing regarding Duke Tywin amassing troops, the northern forces gathering at the Bay of Crabs, and the Tully family of Riverrun summoning their vessels. The denizens of Flea Bottom were well aware that Adol was an enemy of the Lannisters. Should Tyrion be recognized, he risked an attack. After all, the reputation of the little demon was far from favorable on the streets, overshadowed by that of the northern giants. Tyrion gazed out at the street. If Adol does not arrive soon, we shall take our leave. At that moment, a group entered the tavern. Tyrion initially believed it to be Adol, but soon realized it was not. Dressed in black cloaks that obscured their faces, 4 figures approached, each armed with a sword, advancing toward Tyrion and Jack. Instinctively, Tyrion grew alert, and Jack drew his sword with urgency. Who are you? Tyrion interjected hastily. Jack, where has your courtesy gone? These gentlemen may merely seek a drink. Though brave, Jack stood no chance against 4 swordsmen. Tyrion forced a smile and asked, Gentlemen, would you care for some wine? The leader of the group replied, Little demon, we have been sent to kill you. Lord Adol has placed a bounty of 10,000 gold dragons on your head. Jack unsheathed his sword once more, aiming a strike at the leader of the black-clad men. The black-clad man drew his sword with the swiftness of lightning, and in mere moments, he pierced Jack's chest. A bloom of crimson erupting before him. Warm droplets of blood rained upon the little demon, and one of the assassins delivered a kick, sending Tyrion into a dizzying spiral, until darkness enveloped him. Meanwhile, on the streets of Flea Bottom, Adol strolled alongside Ungai and the Red Priest, Soros, making their way to the Bee and Honey Tavern. Soros gazed into the tavern's enveloping darkness, raising an eyebrow. Surely, the tavern could not have closed for the night, as all the lights were extinguished. Truly, a devotee of the Lord of Light, Ungai chuckled, to discern from such a distance that this establishment lacks even a solitary candle. Soros grasped the wine jug and took a sip. I am not blind, he retorted. Aldair remarked, Strange, has the little demon not arrived? As Aldair, Anga, and Soros entered the dimly lit tavern, the gloom was palpable. Soros, Ungai said, It is too dark here. Summon your Lord of Light to illuminate our path. Drawing his sword, Soros wiped its blade, and it ignited in flames. It was then that Hodor noticed a figure slumped in the corner, blood pooling around him. He approached to inspect the scene. It was Jack, Tyrion's servant, lifeless. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside as a squad of city guards burst in. Led by a man in golden robes brandishing a torch. The squad leader recognized Hodor. Sir Hodor, what brings you here? We received reports of a stabbing at the tavern. Hodor replied, a man has died here. I recognized him as Tyrion's servant. Upon hearing that the deceased was a Lannister servant, the squad leader grew tense. Who killed him? That remains unclear. He was already dead when we entered, Hodor explained. I had arranged to meet Tyrion here, but alas, his servant lies dead, and Tyrion is nowhere to be found. Doubt crept into Hodor's mind had Tyrion truly come. Given the fate of his servant, Tyrion likely faced peril as well. Being Cersei's brother heightened the urgency. The patrol leader, upon learning of Tyrion's disappearance, dispatched a rider to inform Commander Slint of the city watch. Hodor attempted to leave but was stopped by the patrol leader. Sir Hodor, with Tyrion missing, his servant slain, and the tavern owner unaccounted for, you cannot depart. Soros interjected, we have not seen Tyrion. Do you seek to implicate Hodor? Remember, he is a trusted advisor. The patrol leader replied, we certainly do not wish to cast aspersions, but with Tyrion's fate uncertain, we must await Commander Slint's arrival before allowing you to leave. Ongai, agitated, declared, even Slint lacks the authority to detain Hodor. Ongai, refrain from arguing with them. Hodor urged, quickly return to the Prime Minister's tower and inform Duke Eddard. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Ongai mounted his horse and rode swiftly towards the Red Keep. Upon learning that Hodor was detained at the Flea Bottom by the Golden Rope Guards, Duke Eddard commanded Ser Tame to secure the Prime Minister's tower. He, along with Jorah Mormont, Bran, and over 100 men, made haste to the Flea Bottom. By the time they arrived, Slint had already encircled the tavern with 100 men. Sir Hodor, Janos announced, Tyrion is missing. His subordinate, Bran, has confirmed that Tyrion arranged to meet you here, yet he has fallen victim to an attack. Can you not first surrender Lord Tyrion? Addo stated, when I arrived, Tyrion was already gone, and his attendant had perished. I have no knowledge of Tyrion's whereabouts. The bald head of Slint glimmered under the moonlight. Sir Addo, your words can only be corroborated by your subordinates and lack persuasive power. I fear we must trouble you to accompany us. The voice of Duke Ed echoed. Who dares to lay a hand on Addo? Duke Ed, Jarlabaso, Jory, and Gendry rode in with haste. Upon witnessing over 100 cavalry and infantry approaching, Slint was momentarily taken aback. Addo remarked, Lord Slint, should your golden robe be capable of vanquishing the Prime Minister's guard, I would gladly accompany you. Slint forced a smile. How could I dare confront the Prime Minister's guard? Sir Addo, we merely wish for your cooperation. Once we locate Tyrion, we shall certainly release you. Addo retorted, if you seek Tyrion, you ought not to waste time on me, for I have not laid eyes upon him. As the city garrison arrived, an ever-growing crowd of common folk gathered in Flea Bottom, including Mike, Romy, and Hot Pie. Slint had no choice but to release him. Just as the distant sound of thundering hoofs approached, Sir Jaime, clad in gilded armor with a white cloak billowing behind him, led the charge, blocking their path. Followed by hundreds of Lannister guards in red cloaks. It turned out that upon receiving word, Slint had promptly dispatched messengers to the Red Keep to inform Cersei and Jaime. Addo inquired, what is your purpose, Sir Jaime? Jaime replied with pride, Addo, I had always considered you a man of integrity, yet I am astonished to learn that you have kidnapped my brother. You must know Tyrion, yes? He is of short stature and not particularly handsome. Addo insisted, I have not seen Tyrion. Jaime continued, Tyrion mentioned to me this morning that he intended to meet you. I cautioned him to be wary of your treachery, and alas, he has encountered trouble. You have slain his attendant. Where have you concealed Tyrion? Duke Ed interjected, regicide. Do not slander falsely. Addo is unaware of Tyrion's location. Jaime scoffed, the Westlands are mustering their forces, and your North and Riverlands are summoning vessels. You surely intend to seize Tyrion as a hostage. Do you think in a place like Flea Bottom, you can operate in murky waters? Whether you have imprisoned Tyrion or taken his life, you shall pay the price. Jaime drew his sword, and the Lannister soldiers behind him followed suit, their blades gleaming ominously in the moonlight. Chapter 65, The Battle of Flea Bottom. Jaime, alongside the crimson-cloaked Lannister knight, unsheathed their blades. Adro and Duke Eddard, refusing to yield, drew their swords as well, while the Prime Minister's guards followed suit. Commander Janos Slynt of the City Watch, with a scornful smile, stepped aside. His golden-robed men pushed the crowd of onlookers away from Flea Bottom. Since arriving in King's Landing, Adro had continually expanded his retinue, recruiting skilled individuals, all in anticipation of this moment of impending conflict. Surrounding Adro were the Red Priest Soros, Ungai, and Jalabasaur, all formidable warriors from the Prime Minister's guard. Apart from Jaime, the Lannister side lacked any renowned fighters. The Hound was absent from their ranks, currently stationed at the Red Keep to protect Joffrey. Although the Lannister contingent was outnumbered by the Prime Minister's soldiers, the presence of the surrounding gold cloaks tipped the scales in favor of the Lannisters. Commander Janos Slynt had long since become a sycophant to the Lannisters, and Adro had no doubt that, should a conflict erupt between the Starks and Lannisters, the gold cloaks would side with the latter. Jaime, should blood be shed, you will find it too late for regrets. I suspect Tyrion's disappearance is a conspiracy aimed at inciting conflict between the Lannisters and the Prime Minister, Adro declared. Jaime retorted coldly. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? You have kidnapped Tyrion yet dare not admit it. Foolish squire, I must slay you today, allowing my golden sword to drink deeply of blood. And you too, Duke Eddard. From the crowd, a voice shouted, the Kingslayer. You are no match for the giants of the north. It was a woman's voice. Indeed, Adro is the nightmare of the Kingslayer, an elder responded. Kill the Kingslayer. Suddenly, the crowd in Flea Bottom erupted, fervently chanting the name of the giants of the north. Adro had garnered the goodwill of the impoverished populace through his charitable actions at the Free Kitchen, earning the title of Sir of Flea Bottom and the affection of the common folk. In stark contrast, the reputation of House Lannister among the citizens of King's Landing had soured significantly. They would not forget how Lord Tywin had opened the gates of the city, allowing his men to pillage, resulting in the deaths of many innocents at the hands of Lannister blades. Help Sir Adro defeat the Lannisters. A voice cried out among the crowd. Yes, kill them. More and more commoners joined in the uproar, their voices rising from the streets, the second-floor windows, and the alleys, threatening to overturn all of Flea Bottom. The citizens surged forward recklessly, forcing the gold cloaks to form a human wall to push them back. Janos Slynt's balding head flushed with anger as he unsheathed his sword. Who dares take another step forward, I will cleave him in two. Although Slynt was subservient and obsequious before the Lannisters, behaving like a docile sheep in front of the common folk, he was the embodiment of a ravenous wolf. This was an opportunity to ingratiate himself with the Lannisters, and Janos Slynt was determined not to allow this rabble of commoners to spoil it. His subordinate, Yariel Dim, along with others, frequently assaulted the townsfolk in Flea Bottom, instilling fear of Janos Slynt within the hearts of the common people. As Janos spoke, the crowd began to quiet. He felt a swell of pride. Soldiers, any who dare to cause a ruckus shall be executed, he declared. These wretched peasants believed that their numbers could shield them from the kingdom's loss. Janos Slynt was not one to be intimidated. Suddenly, Green-Hand Romy hurled a rotten egg at Janos, the yolk splattering over his head and cascading down his face. The denizens of Flea Bottom erupted into laughter. Enraged, Janos searched the crowd for the culprit. Bring me the scoundrel who threw that egg, I will have his head. Before he could finish, tomatoes and rotten vegetables were flung at him, even bricks. It seemed the situation had spiraled into chaos, with the peasants of Flea Bottom seizing whatever they could find to hurl at the gilded guard stones, moldy bread, chicken bones. Seeing the turmoil unfold, Jaime raised his gilded sword and charged towards Adar. The Lannister gold cloaks clashed with the guards of the hand. Duke Eddard felled a Lannister attendant, while Ser Jorah wielded his flaming sword, cleaving through enemy ranks like a tempest of fire. Jander swung his warhammer, toppling a Lannister cavalryman from his mount. The cavalryman cursed as he struggled to rise, only to be slain by Jorah's swift blade. Ungai, lurking at the rear, picked off Lannister servants with his bow and arrow. The commoners continued their assault, launching projectiles at the gilded guards. A stone struck Janos Slynt on the brow, drawing blood. He was forced to shield his face and, aided by his comrades, retreated through the narrow streets. Once the commander of the city guard departed, the gold cloaks began to scatter, vanishing into the shadows of the night. Some commoners turned their ire toward the red cloaks of the Lannisters, and soon, Jaime's men were either slain or moaning on the ground. Jaime, mounted and wielding his golden sword, struck at Adar, yet failed to land a fatal blow. At that moment, the red cloak Soros and Jorah charged in to besiege him. Jaime could not fend them off. He spurred his horse and galloped westward, disappearing into the darkness. Duke Eddard proclaimed, "We must capture the Kingslayer." "He has fled toward the Lion's Gate or the Gate of the Gods," Adar replied. "The gold cloaks there are loyal to Yonoslind. It would be unwise to pursue." Duke Eddard took stock of the casualties. 7 of the hand had perished, with a dozen more injured. Over 30 Lannisters had fallen, and more than 20 were gravely wounded. As the battle subsided, the commoners of Flea Bottom melted away like summer snow, retreating to their alleys, taverns, inns, and dilapidated homes, leaving not a single candle lit. The entirety of Flea Bottom seemed to fall into a sudden slumber. Early the next morning, Queen Cersei stepped out of her chamber and encountered Lancel. With a sense of urgency, Lancel exclaimed, "Your Grace, the imp has gone missing while on his way to meet with Adar, and his servant, Jack, has been slain." Sir Jaime, accompanied by Lannister guards, ventured into the Flea Bottom to apprehend Adar, but encountered the forces of the Prime Minister's tower. Jaime demanded that Adar surrender the imp. Yet Adar claimed he had never seen Tyrion, which led to a confrontation. A frown creased Cersei's brow. "Is this true? Why was I not informed?" Lancel replied, "I only learned of this in the latter part of the night, by which time you had already retired." "And Jaime?" Cersei's primary concern was for Jaime. The fate of the imp seemed to weigh little on her mind. Lancel responded, "Jaime has fled. I overheard a Goldcloak mention that he departed from the Lion's Gate in the dead of night, heading west along the Golden Road, presumably to reunite with Lord Tywin." Jaime had initially led a substantial contingent of Lannister guards, yet soon after, Lord Edmure arrived with a greater number of soldiers from the Prime Minister's tower. Over 30 Lannister guards perished, and more than 20 sustained severe injuries, while casualties on the side of the Prime Minister's tower were fewer in number. The Lannister guards, recruited from Lannisport, were fiercely loyal to the Lannister family, and the loss of so many struck Cersei deeply. "How could so many have perished?" Lancel explained, "At the time, Yonoslind's gold cloaks were also present in Flea Bottom, and when the commoners began to assault them, Yonoslind was wounded and fled with his men." The situation quickly spiraled out of control, leading to a clash between the Lannisters and the Prime Minister's tower. Fury flickered in Cersei's emerald eyes. The deaths of so many for the sake of an imp seemed utterly disproportionate. Nevertheless, he was, after all, a member of their family. The Lannisters had debts to settle. And Adar, alongside the Starks, must pay the price. Chapter 66. Cersei's accusations. Duke Eddard and Ser Eddard stood before the window of the Prime Minister's tower. In the courtyard, the Silent Sisters were loading the bodies of the fallen soldiers from the tower onto carts, destined for cremation at the docks before being shipped back to Winterfell. Eddard clenched his fists, determined to make Robert pursue the regicide responsible for the deaths of so many innocent soldiers. Eddard remarked, "More Lannisters have perished. Cersei will surely accuse us, claiming we are the true murderers." Eddard responded, "It was Jaime who struck first. Robert will undoubtedly support our cause." Eddard chuckled. "Let us hope Robert does not disappoint us. I am quite curious about who has kidnapped the imp." Clearly, the assailant had abducted Tyrion at the tavern where they were to meet, slaying his attendant in the process. Intending to frame me and incite conflict between the Lannisters and the Prime Minister's tower. Eddard speculated, perhaps it is a jest by the imp himself. He could be feigning disappearance to provide Jaime with a reason to attack us. Eddard countered, "Unthinkable. The imp would not toy with the life of his own servant. Someone must have abducted him." In the courtyard, Syrio Farrell and Jack King Hagar practiced swordplay with Arya, while Sansa observed from the balcony above. The Red Priest Thuras, Prince Jorah Mormont of the Summer Isles, Gendry, and Angry stood guard in the yard. Seeing so many skilled protectors safeguarding the Prime Minister's tower eased Eddard's concerns. "Eddard, thanks to your recruitment of these guards," Eddard remarked. "When we first arrived in King's Landing, we had but 50 men from Winterfell. If we had relied solely on them to face the Lannister guards, we would have surely met with disaster." It was with the aid of Syrio, Jorah, and angry that the guards of the Prime Minister's tower triumphed over the Lannister forces at the Flea Bottom, forcing the regicide to flee. The royal steward arrived at the Prime Minister's tower. "Duke Eddard, Ser Eddard, King Robert requests your presence in the council chamber for a royal meeting." Eddard smirked. It seems Cersei is the first to play the victim. In the Red Keep's council chamber, the Master of Laws, Renly, the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, Maester Pycelle, the Master of Whisperers, Varys, and the Captain of the King's Guard, Barristan Selmy, were all present. King Robert sat upon his chair, with Cersei standing beside him. Her face contorted with anger. "Eddard, you have kidnapped Tyrion and dared to assault Jaime." Eddard replied, "Your Grace, you must be mistaken. I went to Flea Bottom to meet Tyrion, but he was not there. Eddard added, and then the regicides surrounded Eddard with Lannister guards. Cersei declared, it is clearly you who, with the guards of the Prime Minister's tower, besieged Jaime. You incited the rebel of Flea Bottom to attack him. Robert, filled with impatience, closed his mouth, exclaiming, you foul woman, are you here to resolve issues or merely to argue? Cersei's eyes blazed with fury. Eddard and Eddard have kidnapped your wife's brother and driven another away, and you choose to side with outsiders. Robert stated, the situation will undoubtedly be resolved. Cersei turned and exited the council chamber. Varys exuded the fragrance of lilacs. It was truly dreadful. Word had it that last night, the Flea Bottom ran red with blood, with casualties among both the Lannisters and the warriors of the Hand. Eddard remarked, Jaime and the Lannisters struck first. We had no choice but to retaliate. Peter Baelish wore his characteristic sly smile. The retaliation was rather severe, resulting in the death of over 20 Lannister guards. Maester Pycelle declared, Lord Tywin will not tolerate such a grave humiliation, your majesty. I fear we must demand that Lord Eddard hand over the perpetrator. Lord Eddard coldly replied, Maester Pycelle, the true culprit is the regicide, who has fled in fear of retribution. He turned to Robert. Robert, I urge you to issue an immediate warrant for the capture of the regicide. Robert sighed deeply. Eddard, let it go. Even if Jaime struck first, he killed your man. And you in turn killed his. Eddard was taken aback. So many lives lost, and we simply let it go. Robert asserted. I want you to reconcile with the Lannisters and cherish peace. The utmost priority now is to locate the imp. Renly remarked. To find someone in King's Landing is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, especially someone of Tyrion's stature, which makes it exceedingly difficult. Robert replied. I have already dispatched the City Watch to search for him. Eddard, you may also send the guards from the Hand to assist. Maester Pycelle interjected, Your Majesty. The mob from Flea Bottom attacked the Gold Cloaks and the Lannister guards last night. They must be severely punished. Eddard countered, at that time, it was dark, and only a few were involved in the brawl, while the majority of the common folk in Flea Bottom are innocent. Maester Pycelle blinked sleepily. A few? Sir Eddard. I have heard the roars of the mob echoing even to the great September of Baelor. They even injured Commander Yonos Slint of the City Watch. Eddard chuckled. The good people of Flea Bottom fear Yonos Slint. There must be some misunderstanding. Besides, there are thousands in Flea Bottom. Are they all to be labeled as rebel? With all due respect, if we were to imprison them all, the Red Keep would not suffice to contain them. Robert grew somewhat impatient. What malice could the common folk harbor? This matter ends here. Impose a curfew in Flea Bottom. No one is to be seen on the streets after supper. A few days of regulation will restore peace. Lord Eddard said, Robert, Jaime must be held accountable for all this. So many have perished. Robert replied, let it be. This matter ends here. Eddard and Eddard returned to the Hand's tower, with Eddard wearing a troubled expression. I had thought Robert would seek justice for our fallen soldiers. Yet he seems utterly unconcerned. Eddard remarked, I have long maintained that Robert may not heed your golden counsel. Duke Ed stated, yet Cersei is exceedingly arrogant. She is indeed the queen, but her children are all bastards. If I were to reveal the truth to Robert, the heads of Cersei, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen would be displayed on the walls of King's Landing for all to witness. Eddard replied, Duke Ed, now is not the moment for confrontation. Unless we can secure victory without relying on Robert, we should not act rashly. Eddard dispatched guards from the tower to begin the search for Tyrion. In the vast expanse of King's Landing, locating Tyrion is no simple task, as both the City Watch and the mercenaries of Boran are in pursuit of him. Eddard also sent alchemists under Harlin's command, along with apprentices and assistants from the Alchemists Guild, who have recently been scouring King's Landing for the hidden caches of wildfire from the reign of the Mad King, often frequenting numerous abandoned yards and warehouses. For several days, no one found Tyrion. The news of his disappearance reached the Westerlands, prompting Duke Tywin to send the Mountain and Amory Lords to commence raids on the villages near the Riverlands. The situation across the Seven Kingdoms began to escalate rapidly. Duke Ed received a raven from Riverrun, swiftly closing the door to confer with Eddard in his study. As expected, Duke Tywin initiated his attacks on the Riverlands, dispatching his men disguised as bandits to assault the villages therein. It is likely that the Kingslayer has aligned himself with Duke Tywin. Eddard inquired, What do you plan to do? Duke Ed replied, Naturally, I shall implore Robert to sanction Duke Tywin. If Tywin dares to resist, Robert will surely take to the field himself. Eddard cautioned, Robert is likely to disappoint you. He is no longer the man who slayed Rhaegar, and may not be inclined to act, for Tywin is his father-in-law. Duke Ed lowered his voice. Once Robert learns that Cersei's children are bastards, his marriage to her will inevitably crumble. However, I fear that Robert's wrath may cloud his judgment, leading him to slaughter Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen's innocent children. Back when I and Robert overthrew the Mad King, Tywin's hounds, the Mountain and Amory Lorch, heinously murdered Prince Rhaegar's children, Princess Rhaenys and Prince Aegon. I vow that such a tragedy must not befall King's Landing again. Thus, I have resolved to warn Cersei and urge her to flee with the children. Adu chuckled. Duke Ed, you truly value honor. While protecting women and children is commendable, showing mercy to our enemies is cruelty to ourselves. Before warning Cersei, you ought to swiftly eliminate Sansa and Arya, lest Cersei take matters into her own hands. Furthermore, prepare coffins for Lady Catelyn, Robb, Bran, and Little Rickon. Duke Ed frowned. Are you suggesting that Cersei will resist to the end? Adu replied, it is not merely a matter of resistance. She intends to have us all slain. Have you forgotten how the Lannisters treated Rhaegar's children? Should you fail, not only shall your children accompany you to the grave, following in the footsteps of your rotund Tom, Desmond, Ellen, Jory, the steward Vainpool, as well as the stablemaster Holland, and also Soros, Celio, and Gendry, all destined to meet their demise alongside you. Moreover, the 7 kingdoms will be drenched in blood due to your misplaced mercy. How many innocent children will perish? Do you deem this worth it? Duke Eddard suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. It appears that I must devote all my efforts to countering Cersei. Adair remarked, Cersei's children may not necessarily face death. My lord Eddard, if you believe it to tarnish your honor, perhaps it would be better entrusted to me. Chapter 67, The Royal Hunt in the Red Keep. Cersei handed a flask of wine to Lancel. As Lancel toyed with the vessel, he inquired, what is this? Cersei revealed a malicious smile. This is a farewell drink for Robert, a toast to send him to hell. Lancel shuddered in fear. Is this wine poisoned? My queen, do you truly intend to kill the king? Cersei reassured him, rest assured, this wine is not poisoned, yet it is capable of bringing about Robert's demise. Robert has always dreamed of hunting a white stag. I shall inform him that one has appeared in the Kingswood. When he ventures out to hunt, he will undoubtedly consume this wine. It is a potent spirit, 3 times stronger than what he usually drinks. And I hope it will lead to an unfortunate accident in the woods. Cersei then produced a packet of sedative and handed it to Lancel. The Kingswood is rife with venomous snakes, wild boars, cougars, and wolves. If the wine is exhausted and Robert remains unharmed, you shall have to introduce this sedative into the next flask. Lancel expressed his trepidation. Must we truly slay the king? Cersei replied, Lord Eddard and Renly have discovered Robert's illegitimate son, along with the noble lineage of Maegor the Cruel, and they may expose him at any moment. When that time comes, my children and I will face death. Robert's continued existence poses the greatest threat. He must be eliminated. But if I kill the king, Lancel protested, Eddard and Renly will surely send me to the gallows. Cersei flashed a sunny smile. Are you so foolish? With Robert dead, Joffrey will ascend to the Iron Throne, and you shall be celebrated as a hero. It will be Eddard and Renly who meet the executioner's blade. Lancel felt somewhat reassured. Perhaps we should wait until we find the imp before we act. Tyrion remained missing, and Cersei showed no concern for his fate. The imp is likely dead. Even half a man is of no use to us. I had initially planned to join forces with Jaime to eliminate Robert, Eddard, and Renly. But now that Jaime is gone, I must assume the role of regicide myself. In the courtyard of the Hand's Tower, Syriel Farrell and Jaqen Hagar were instructing Arya in the art of swordplay. Arya was increasingly resembling a water dancer, and Jaqen took a liking to her, intending to train her as a faceless man. Sansa languished in her chamber, seething with frustration. Her betrothal to Joffrey had become a mere formality. Joffrey, in her eyes, was a dashing prince, and she had persistently requested to visit him, only to be firmly denied by Eddard. Renly had ordered Gendry, Jenny's father, and sister Maldon to accompany Sansa daily, ensuring that any attempts to sneak away and see Joffrey were thwarted. Outside the Hand's Tower, guards including Angui, the Red Priest Thoros, and Jory Castle stood vigilant at the gates. Following a confrontation with the Lannister guards at Flea Bottom, Renly had fortified the security of the Hand's Tower. The Direwolves, Nymeria and Lady, had become steadfast companions to the guards, growing increasingly formidable. Renly conversed with Jorah Mormont, Beric Dondarrion, and Eddard outside the Hand's Tower. Barry Tandilian inquired, Has the imp not yet been located? To which Hodor responded, no. I suspect the imp has been abducted and taken elsewhere, possibly beyond King's Landing. Duke Eddard remarked. I fear this may merely be a cruel jest by the imp. He may be feigning his abduction as a ruse to escape King's Landing. Perhaps he is already within the ranks of the Lannisters. The imp's disappearance serves as a pretext for the Lannisters' declaration of war. The Lannister forces are currently ravaging the Riverlands, using their passage through the region to reach King's Landing. Rejected by the town of Riverrun, they commenced their assault, setting many villages ablaze. Barry Tandilian furrowed his brow. What says King Robert? Duke Eddard replied. Robert will convene a council this afternoon to deliberate on how to address the situation. I believe, should Tywin Lannister remain obstinate, Robert will lead his men into battle himself. Hodor chuckled. Duke Eddard, it would be wise not to harbor excessive hopes for Robert. Without expectation, one cannot experience disappointment. At that moment, Robert appeared on horseback, the banner of the crown stack billowing above him. Sir Barristan Selmy, Boros Blunt, and Ser Meryn Trant, among others, followed closely behind. Joffrey was seen in the procession, accompanied by his sworn sword, Sandor Clegane, alongside notable figures such as Bronze Yohn, Bolong Swan, the Red Keep's instructor, Alan Santega, and Halber Redwine. Duke Eddard, curious, asked, is Robert truly preparing to lead the charge? Hodor, Duke Eddard, Barry Tandilian, and Jorah Mormont approached Robert. Eddard inquired, Robert, where are you headed? Robert replied, I have heard tell of a white stag in the Kingswood, Eddard. The sigil of House Baratheon is the crown stag. I must personally hunt this creature and bring it back to the Red Keep. Eddard looked perplexed. Robert, the forces of Tywin Lannister are assaulting the Riverlands. You still find time for hunting? Robert laughed. The realm has maintained peace for many years. A minor conflict is to be expected. The affairs in the Riverlands are yours to manage. At hand of the king, you are to relieve me of such burdens while I pursue my hunt. Hodor interjected, Robert, I have a request. Robert, displaying impatience, responded, Hodor, if you wish to impede my plans, do not waste your breath. It has been far too long since I last hunted. Upon my return from the Kingswood, what issue cannot be resolved? Hodor smiled, Robert, you misunderstand. My request is to accompany you on your hunt. Beside them, Lancel felt a cold sweat break out as Robert smiled. At last, someone understands me. Hodor, you shall ride with me. The guards led forth Hodor's steed, and Duke Eddard grumbled, it is one thing not to dissuade Robert, but to accompany him on a hunt is quite another. Hodor lowered his voice, I shall return promptly. As he departed, he took with him Nymeria and Lady, his two direwolves. Hodor mounted his horse and joined the king's entourage as they left King's Landing, heading towards the Kingswood. The royal forest, located near the palace, serves as the king's exclusive hunting ground. However, it is also plagued by poachers, as commoners resort to hunting within its bounds to satiate their hunger. Along the way, Eder, accompanied by hunting dogs and companions such as Baron Swan and Robert, engaged in light-hearted banter, while Joffrey and Lancelot kept their distance. Since the conflict at Flea Bottom, tensions between the Lannisters and the Prime Minister's faction have escalated. Upon arriving at the royal forest, the attendants set up camp, and the king's guard commenced their search for the elusive white stag. Robert rode through the woods, soon succumbing to thirst. Bring me some wine. Lancelot handed him a flask. What kind of wine is this? Inquired Hodor, noticing Lancelot's forehead glistening with sweat. It is merely ordinary spirits. Lancelot replied. Hodor chuckled, Robert, I have a fondness for strong liquor. Might I claim this flask as a gift? Robert laughed. The attendants have brought several barrels of golden wine from the arbor. Dornish red, Tyrell plum brandy, and Mills Andalusian sour wine. Are you worried about not having enough to drink? Tossing the flask to Hodor, Robert said, I shall drink under the shade of the trees. Hodor retreated behind a grand tree, pouring out all the strong liquor prepared by Lancelot for Robert. With Lancelot's carefully curated spirits now gone, he begrudgingly poured Robert a jug of Dornish summer red, laced with a hint of a sleeping draught. Joffrey unleashed the hunting dogs, which began to bark furiously at Hodor. Hodor, do be cautious not to run amok. My dogs might just tear you apart, Joffrey sneered. With a sharp whistle, Hodor summoned Nymeria and Lady, who appeared at his side. The pack of hounds recoiled in fear, leaving Joffrey dumbfounded, while two direwolves had grown to the size of calves. Hodor laughed, Joffrey, do be careful not to wander too close. My direwolves might mistake you for a dog. He bent down to stroke Nymeria and Lady. There is a white stag somewhere in this forest. You two must find it for me. Whoever succeeds first shall be crowned the Wolf King. With a howl, Nymeria and Lady vanished into the woods. After indulging in drink, Robert felt a slight intoxication. Adair, your hunting prowess is quite impressive, while others rely on hounds. You employ direwolves. Yet, where lies the enjoyment in hunting if one must depend on wolves to slay the white stag? Lancelot interjected. Your Majesty. Sir Marlin Trent has spotted an enormous wild boar over there. The other knights are too intimidated to pursue it, he added. Robert's face lit up with a thunderous grin. That boar is mine. None shall contest it. Let them all step aside. Chapter 68. The rescue of Robert. Robert mounted his steed, reeking of alcohol. Lancel had surreptitiously laced his drink with a potent sedative, leaving Robert dizzy yet obstinately determined to personally hunt a wild boar. Hand me a spear. Lancel promptly complied. But Sir Bollistan interjected. Your Majesty, you are inebriated. Allow me to hunt the boar on your behalf. Robert retorted gruffly. I have only consumed a modest amount of drink. How could I be intoxicated? I shall slay this boar myself. Sir Bollistan cautioned. Your Majesty, this boar is of considerable size, twice that of a typical wild boar. It is exceedingly perilous for you to hunt it alone. Unfazed, Robert replied, I have hunted countless boars since my youth. This one shall be no exception. Adol interjected, Robert. A giant boar can easily rend a man apart. Should you fall victim to the beast, it would be a laughingstock. Robert laughed heartily. Will a king be slain by a wild boar? Once I have dispatched it, I shall pursue the white stag. You all wait here. Despite the protests of Adol and Sir Bollistan, Robert remained resolute, commanding that Boros, Lysa, Bollistan, Marlin, Bronze Yorn, and Baron Swan remained behind while he ventured forth alone to hunt the boar. Adol, resigned, placed his fingers to his lips and whistled, summoning the icy wolf Nymeria and the lady to his side. In critical moments, the icy wolf could assist Adol in confronting the boar. At this juncture, the wild boar had retreated into a cave. Lysa and Bollistan set fire to its entrance, driving the creature out with smoke. A wild boar, the size of a calf, emerged, its tusks resembling sharp lances. At first glance, Adol thought it was a celestial general descended to earth. Robert, astride his steed, brandished his spear at the boar. Cursing it, the boar emitted a furious roar, causing the entire royal forest to tremble as it charged toward Robert. Steadying his spear, Robert aimed for the boar. But the potent liquor clouded his senses, rendering the boar a mere illusion amidst the swirling chaos. Intending to pierce the boar's neck for a swift kill, he miscalculated. Striking its back instead, blood gushing forth and inciting the beast's wrath. The boar, akin to a moving fortress, collided with Robert's steed, sending both horse and rider tumbling to the ground. With its maw wide open, the boar lunged at Robert, only to be intercepted by two figures that sprang forth to grapple with the beast. Nymeria and the lady, one before the other, seized the boar, with Nymeria gripping its throat while the lady clamped onto its back. The boar let out a muffled grunt, thrashing violently before breaking free, crashing into a sentinel tree, and vanishing into the depths of the royal forest. Adol and Sir Bollistan hastened to assist Robert to his feet. Disheartened, Robert could scarcely believe he had been toppled by a wild boar. Adol remarked, Robert, you were nearly bitten by the boar just now. Sir Bollistan was filled with trepidation. Your Majesty, the tusks of a wild boar can easily slay an adult, and you are no exception, even as a man of your stature, he remarked. Ser Aldair added, it was the wolves of Arya and Sansa that saved you. The direwolves, Nymeria and Lady, stood quietly nearby. Robert looked at the young wolves and chuckled. Hunting with direwolves certainly brings prestige. Who would have thought they could save the hunter in a moment of peril? After Robert departed, Bollistan Selmy removed his helmet. Ser Aldair, had it not been for your direwolves, Robert would have nearly been gored by the wild boar. The king's guard would have been too late to rescue the king. Aldair replied, no matter how loyal the king's guard, they cannot prevent the king from courting his own demise. Robert chose to confront the boar himself, and inebriated at that. Such actions are tantamount to suicide. Among the king's guard, only Sir Bollistan remained steadfast in his duty. The others had either allied with the Lannisters or were simply biding their time. Bollistan remarked, there are far too many beasts here. The sooner King Robert returns to King's Landing, the safer he shall be. Having failed to hunt the boar, Robert shifted his focus entirely onto the white stag. Lancel continually offered Robert fine wines, hoping that the beasts of the Kingswood would conspire to end his life. Lancel believed that the Kingswood was vast, and it would take Robert several days to locate the elusive white stag. Aldair, discerning Lancel's intentions, dispatched the direwolves to search for the stag. The direwolves, masters of the hunt, could track their quarry by scent. By evening, Nymeria and Lady had found the white stag, and after dispatching it, they brought it before Robert. Satisfied, Robert exclaimed, with the aid of the Direwolves, I had not anticipated this white stag would be so easily acquired. We should return. Lancel, feeling discontent, suggested, Your Majesty, there may be other white stags in the forest. It is now dark. Perhaps we should spend the night in the woods and return to King's Landing in the morning. Adair interjected, Where are there so many white stags, Lancel? If you believe there are more, why not join me for a stroll through the Kingswood to search? The forest was a natural slaughterhouse, and Lancel dared not remain alone with Adair. He promptly replied, I must serve the king. I cannot accompany you. Adair said, In that case, let us hasten back to King's Landing. King Robert's entourage returned to King's Landing through the night, arriving as dawn broke. Cersei stood before the mirror, trying on a black morning gown, convinced that Robert would not survive the Kingswood. Gazing at her reflection, she murmured, Cersei the Queen, are you ready to rule the Seven Kingdoms? As the royal party returned to the Red Keep, Cersei stood on the balcony, watching the king's procession. Robert rode a magnificent steed, his crown adorned with the sigil of the stag fluttering in the breeze. In her mind, Cersei envisioned countless scenarios of Robert lying blooded in the Kingswood, yet to her astonishment, he returned to the Red Keep unscathed. Observing Robert and Adair sharing laughter, a wave of fury washed over her. Upon arriving at the Maid's Holdfast, Lancel swiftly made his way to Cersei's chamber. Cersei's expression was dark as she demanded, I instructed you to eliminate Robert in the Kingswood. Why is he still alive? Lancel replied, I slipped a potion into Robert's wine flask. After drinking it, he became instantly inebriated and insisted on hunting boar alone. That boar could have easily aided us in slaying Robert, but alas, the Direwolves chased it away, those being the two wolves kept by Arya and Sansa in the Hand's Tower. Cersei ceded, Is that fool, but he cannot shadow Robert every day. We may have failed this time, yet there will be other opportunities. Alda returned to the Hand's Tower with the Direwolves Nymeria and Lady. While hunting in the Kingswood, both wolves emerged covered in dirt. Alda ordered Ser Hugh and Gendry to fetch 2 buckets of water and personally attended to the grooming of Nymeria and Lady. Duke Eddard approached, stating, Lord Tywin has dispatched a great army from the Westlands disguised as bandits to pillage the Riverlands. The kingdom is at war. And yet you are here baiting direwolves. The conflict in the Riverlands weighed heavily on Duke Eddard, as it was the ancestral home of Catelyn Tully. Should the situation worsen, the North would be compelled to intervene. Alda responded, Duke Eddard, the direwolves have rendered a service to the kingdom today. They saved Robert. He recounted how the direwolves intervened to rescue Robert from the boar, causing Eddard's countenance to darken further. Robert was nearly slain by a boar. This is madness, Alda explained. Cersei's cousin Lancel tampered with Robert's wine, hoping an accident would befall him during the hunt. Even if the boar failed to kill him, there are shadowcats, wolves, and venomous snakes lurking. The forest is a natural arena for assassination. In such a place, accidents are commonplace. A missed arrow could send Robert to his grave. Duke Eddard inquired, now that Robert has returned, will Cersei continue her attempts on his life? Alda asserted, certainly, unless Robert is dead. Eddard declared, we must confront this matter directly, inform Robert that Cersei's children are bastards, and Joffrey has no claim to the throne. Alda chuckled, our evidence is indeed substantial. But will Robert listen? With the conflict in the Riverlands and the Westlands, he has sought refuge in the Kingswood, showing little inclination to concern himself with such matters. Cersei's children are bastards, yet Varys, Littlefinger, and Lancel in the court remain willfully ignorant. Why have they not exposed this? Because they lack certainty when facing the Lannisters. Eddard insisted, we cannot allow Cersei to bring about Robert's demise. Alda replied, it is time for action, not to seek Robert's ear for denunciation, but to imprison Cersei and her children directly. With the regicide having escaped King's Landing and the imp missing, Cersei is no longer our adversary. Alda had complete control over the gold cloaks and the dungeons within the Red Keep, ensuring his position was secure. Eddard was taken aback, to imprison Cersei directly. Is that not treason? Ador remarked, once we assert control over the situation, we can present evidence to Robert. With Cersei as our hostage, the regicide and Tywin will have no choice but to withdraw their forces from the Riverlands, thus resolving the crisis effortlessly. Eddard shook his head, declaring, this is utterly insane. Unless Cersei initiates an assault, I shall never stoop to the disgraceful act of imprisoning women and children. Ador retorted, very well, Duke Eddard, you have made your choice. Be prepared to face the consequences. Ready the coffins for your Robert. Chapter 69. the petitioners of Riverlands within the Red Keep, Cersei donned a gown of purple linen, adorned with intricate patterns of lions crafted from rubies, sapphires, and tiger's eye. Cersei inquired, "Are the Silent Sisters prepared?" Lancel replied, "Everything is in readiness. There are 7 of them, and they will strike at the Smith's Square, where the circus has brought a giraffe. Robert intends to view the giraffe, providing the perfect opportunity for action. This time, the King's Guard assigned to protect Robert will be Boros Blunt and Meryn Trant, both of whom are loyal to us." Cersei smiled. "My sole concern is with Baelish. Though aged, he is no ordinary assassin, and typical foes would stand no chance against him. Have you prepared the deadly nightshade?" Lancel assured her, "Rest easy, all is set. I shall lace Baelish's wine with a sufficient dose of it. By the time Robert is attacked, Baelish will likely be incapacitated." "Writhing in agony," Cersei declared, "once Robert is slain, I want Yono Slyn to immediately lead the Gold Cloaks to seize the Red Keep, capturing both Edwine and Duke Eddard, and proclaim my son Joffrey as king." Lancel offered a sycophantic smile. "Your Majesty, this plan is truly impeccable." Cersei, with a touch of pride, responded, "Lord Tywin has always favored Jaime, overlooking his own daughter. Now that Jaime has fled King's Landing, and the Imp's fate remains uncertain, it is I, his daughter, who shall uphold our legacy here." In the throne room, Robert stood beneath the fearsome Iron Throne. Duke Eddard remarked, "Robert, a delegation from the Riverlands has arrived. Sent by Lord Hosting Fry, they are survivors of the Lannisters' blade." Robert, somewhat impatient, noted that the ravens sent by Lord Tywin claimed the ravaged villages were merely the work of bandits, unrelated to the Lannisters. Both Riverrun and Casterly Rock present conflicting accounts. "It is quite vexing," Edwine interjected. "Tywin is lying, Robert. If you were to question the commoners and nobles within the delegation, the truth would become apparent." Robert commanded, "You shall host the petitioners. I hear there is a circus at Smith's Square today, with a giraffe among their attractions. I must go see." Duke Eddard was visibly disappointed. "Robert, the Riverlands are embroiled in conflict, yet you wish to attend a circus." Robert chuckled, "It is merely a minor skirmish, Eddard. You and Edwine can meet with the petitioners in the throne room. If it turns out that Tywin has sent forces while lying to me, rest assured, I shall personally wield my warhammer to make the Lannisters pay." Eddard wore a satisfied expression as Robert exited with enthusiasm, followed by Lancel, Sir Meryn, and Sir Boros. Eddard remarked, "Though Robert indulges in frivolity and drink, his true passion lies in the battlefield." Edwine was unconvinced, provided he lives to see it. "The circus is filled with many eyes. It is a suitable setting for an assassination." "I have yet to see Lord Baelish," Eddard responded. "It is said that Baelish is unwell, but fortunately, there are other Kingsguard to protect the king." Addo chuckled, "My Lord Eddard, you are undoubtedly aware that both Marlin and Boros are mere lackeys of the Lannisters. If we do not act decisively, Robert's life may soon be in jeopardy." Eddard lowered his voice. "Once Robert returns, I shall beseech him to publicly trial Cersei. Her illegitimate children possess no claim to the Iron Throne. At that juncture, both Renly and Stannis will align themselves with us." Addo sighed, "Then we can only implore the gods to safeguard Robert." Within the throne room, Duke Eddard seated himself upon the Iron Throne. In the absence of the king, the hand of the king may assume the throne's authority, proclaiming royal edicts. Surrounding the Iron Throne were Ser Gendry, Ser Hoff, Jorah Mormont, and the Red Priestess, Melisandre. The esteemed advisors, Peter Baelish, Varys, Maester Pycelle, Addo, and Duke Renly, congregated at the council table. Other nobles, such as Loras Tyrell, Balon Swan, and Beric Dondarrion, stood among the crowd. The king's justice, Ser Eilen Payne, loomed in a corner, casting a watchful gaze upon all present. Sandor Clegane, the Hound, stood opposite the Iron Throne, unusually unaccompanied by Joffrey, who was in the gardens of the Red Keep, hunting rabbits with a crossbow. A delegation from the Riverlands, led by Duke Hosting Fry, entered the throne room. Sir Raymond Derry, Carlin Vance, and Marco Paper represented the petitioners, with a dozen commoners standing behind them. Clad in silver armor, Marco bore the emblem of a dancing maiden, the sigil of House Paper of Pintytown, and was a close companion of Edmure Tully, the young lord of Riverrun. Marco Paper proclaimed, "Duke Eddard, the Lannisters' minions have assaulted the Actors' Strand at Shell Village, slaughtering all in sight. These commoners are the survivors." Maester Pycelle blinked awake. "Sir Marco, what evidence do you possess to substantiate that the assailants were Lannisters?" "Such grave accusations warrant caution. Allow me to remind you that Lord Tywin is the father of the current queen." Duke Eddard replied with a cold smile. Thank you for your reminder, Maester Pycelle. Without it, we might have overlooked such a detail. Varys interjected. It is said that the raiders in the Riverlands were mere bandits. Sir Raymond Derry countered, bandits disguised as Lannisters. Their steeds, weapons, and tactics reveal their true identity. Villagers can attest that the leader was a hulking figure clad in an iron mask, undoubtedly Gregor Clegane. Maester Pycelle responded, there are many large men across the Seven Kingdoms. One cannot conclude that a bandit leader is Gregor Clegane solely based on his size. Carlan Van scoffed, while that may be true. Have you ever encountered anyone of his stature? Standing alongside Gregor, Sandor appears but a pup. The Hound retorted gruffly, even a pup can easily slay you, Carlan. Mind your words. Addo stated, Duke Eddard, it appears we must dispatch someone to bring the mountain to justice. A ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd as Ser Loras stepped forward. My Lord Ed, I implore you to entrust this task to me. I am certain I can vanquish the mountain. Renly instantly tensed. It was common knowledge that facing an adversary like the mountain could lead to certain death. The Hound let out a laugh reminiscent of a wolf's. Loras, you are no match for the mountain. Moreover, he is my sworn enemy. Only I can slay him. At the Hands tournament, Loras had previously fallen victim to the mountain's assault, and thoughts of vengeance still lingered in his mind. Lord Ed replied, Ser Loras, you are ill-suited for this. Today is a matter of state for the Seven Kingdoms, yet you are preoccupied with personal vendettas. He then addressed Ser Barristan Selmy. You shall accompany my guardsman, Ser Sandor. I will allocate 50 men to your cause. Chapter 70. Mobilizing forces and confronting the Mountain of Madness. Eddard dispatched his guards to the Riverlands, a decision fraught with folly, for Cersei could incite rebellion at any moment. At such a time, every member of the King's Guard would be of paramount importance. Aldair swiftly interjected, My Lord Eddard, I believe Ser Loras is the most suitable choice. He hails from the Reach, adjacent to the Riverlands, and is undoubtedly well acquainted with the region. He continued, Consider our Ser Barrick, who comes from the Dornish borders, and Soros from the Vale. They are entirely unfamiliar with the Riverlands. Should they encounter the Mountain of Madness, it is likely they would face utter annihilation. Duke Eddard furrowed his brow, questioning, Does the mountain dare to attack the royal banner? Aldair replied, Rob's royal banner holds sway in the Crownlands, certainly, but in the Riverlands its efficacy is uncertain. Furthermore, if the mountain is intent on masquerading as a brigand, such outlaws will have little regard for whose banner they fight under. Eddard inquired, Whom do you suggest we send? Aldair surveyed the room. I find Ser Loras to be the most fitting choice, coupled with Sandor Clegane, though they are brothers. It is well known that the Hound harbors a deep-seated hatred for the mountain. I believe only he possesses the right to confront and perhaps slay the mountain. The Hound snorted in acknowledgement, At least you have some discernment. Aldair then turned his gaze to Ser Ilan Payne. Let us not forget our esteemed Ser Ilan Payne, the King's Justice. Sending him to enforce the King's law and deliver the mountain to the headsman's block would be most fitting. Renly cleared his throat. I believe the Hound and Ser Ilan Payne would suffice to deal with the mountain. There is no need for the Knight of Flowers to accompany them. Aldair chuckled. My Lord Renly, we have not commissioned Ser Loras. He has volunteered for this endeavor. I must go, declared Loras. I must defeat the mountain and redeem my honor. How many cavalry will I command? Aldair glanced at Janos Slynt, the commander of the City Watch, who wore a grey cloak adorned with ivory and red garnet. Ser Loras, the Hound, and Ser Ilan Payne, you shall ride under the King's banner to claim the mountain's head. The gold cloaks will provide you with 300 cavalry. Indeed, Aldair could not command the gold cloaks beyond the Red Keep, as they were loyal to Cersei. Removing 300 cavalry would serve to diminish her influence. Janos Slynt was taken aback. My Lord Aldair, only the King has the authority to mobilize the City Watch. Aldair responded, Duke Eddard sits upon the Iron Throne, executing the King's laws. Robert has granted me the authority to handle this matter. Should you refuse to comply, await Robert's return to see you dismissed. Janos ceded. I shall lodge a protest with King Robert. Aldair smiled, You are welcome to protest, but these 300 cavalry must be provided by the City Watch. He surveyed the nobles, their gazes fixed upon him. Robert has tasked both Eddard and myself with resolving the disputes in the Riverlands. Thus, in the name of King Robert, I command Sandor Clegane, Loras, and Ilan Payne. The Knight of Flowers, the Hound, and Ser Ilan Payne knelt before the Iron Throne after the call of King Adu. Adu continued, In the name of King Robert I of House Baratheon, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, I hereby declare that Gregor Clegane, the mountain, has committed heinous acts, tarnishing the honor of knighthood. I strip him of his title, his lands, and all privileges. Knights of Flowers, the Hound, and Sir Island Tame, I command you to ride under the king's banner at full speed to Clegane's keep, to execute the hypocritical knight Gregor Clegane. Should there be any resistance, show no mercy. Littlefinger gazed at Loras, Sandor, and Island Tame, chuckling. The tales of the Knight of Flowers, the Hound, and Sir Island Tame hunting the mountain may soon become a reality. Varys rubbed his powdered hands. With the mountain as demise, the Hound would inherit his family's castle and lands. After the meeting, Maester Pycelle was the first to slip away. Adu knew he would report to Cersei. The Hound, Loras, and Island Tame, accompanied by 300 gold-cloaked knights, departed the Red Keep, raising the stag banner of King Robert. Duke Eddard and Adu returned to the Prime Minister's tower. Adu remarked, "My Lord Eddard, you are quite mad. Cersei could rebel at any moment. And you intend to send your own guard against the mountain." Duke Eddard replied, "They are our own men, I trust them. Yet I worry about your choices. Island Tame and the Hound are vassals of the Lannisters. I fear they might let the mountain escape." Adu countered, "Do you really expect the mountain to surrender upon seeing the king's banner? You are naive. I worry that Tywin has already set a trap in the Riverlands, waiting for our men." Duke Eddard responded, "If the Hound, Island Tame, and Loras can kill the mountain, it would be ideal. If not, it poses no significant loss to us." Eddard added, "Lord Renly seems quite opposed to sending Loras." Adu laughed. Sir Loras was once Renly's squire. Their bond transcends ordinary friendship, so it is natural for Renly to worry for him. Sir Loras is the son of Mace Tyrell of Highgarden. The rich is prosperous and populous. To confront the Lannisters, we must win over the Tyrells, and sending Loras is indeed appropriate. Duke Eddard remarked, "Sending the Knight of Flowers makes sense, but dispatching Island Tame is a blunder. He once served as Tywin's captain of the guard and is a vassal of the Lannisters." Adu replied, "True, but Island Tame also serves as the king's justice. He has been loyal to Robert for over a decade and relishes his role as an executioner. Sending Island Tame to deal with the mountain may effectively sow discord among the Lannister vassals. During their time in the Red Keep, Adu often drank with the Hound and Island Tame, forming a friendship, while Duke Eddard remained unwilling to engage with them." Adu remarked, "After the usurper fled from King's Landing, the Hound became the most formidable warrior of House Lannister. With the Hound's departure from the capital, Cersei found herself bereft of a crucial asset." Within the chambers of the Red Keep, Maester Pycelle, panting heavily, reported to Cersei. Thus, Ador dispatched Loras, Sandor, and Euron Greyjoy to execute Gregor Clegane. Cersei, infuriated, exclaimed, "Did the Hound accompany them? What authority does Ador possess to command Lannister men? With Sandor gone, who shall safeguard my son Joffrey?" Maester Pycelle stroked his chain. "Your Grace." The Hound initially had no intention of going. However, the thought of someone seeking to slay the mountain compelled him to act. It is well known that the Hound's singular desire is to exact vengeance upon the mountain. Fury flickered in Cersei's emerald green eyes. "You allowed Ador to reassign 300 knights of the City Watch. What right does he have to mobilize the gold cloaks? Only the king possesses such authority." Pycelle replied, "While that may be true, Ador claims he has received Robert's sanction." Cersei demanded, "Why did you not voice your objections at the small council?" Pycelle responded, "I did protest, but alas, my objections fell on deaf ears. Had Tyrion been present, I would have had an ally at the council. Unfortunately, with his disappearance, I stood utterly alone." Varys and Peter Baelish observed the spectacle, with only Lord Renly opposing, though his dissent was solely against Loras's participation. Cersei scoffed, recognizing that Renly feared for his beloved's fate before the mountain. Rumor has it that Renly intends to offer Loras's sister to Robert, hoping to win his affection and usurp my position. A delusion indeed. Chapter 71. The assassination of Robert. In the bustling square of King's Landing, a circus from Lys presented an array of exotic animals, including zebras and a giraffe, captivating the attention of both commoners and nobles alike. Among the throng, Robert chose to disguise himself, mingling incognito with the populace, accompanied by Ser Marlin, Ser Boros, and Lancel. Sir Bolestan, the captain of the King's Guard, was incapacitated by a dose of poison administered by Lancel, leaving him confined to the Red Keep due to relentless bouts of diarrhea. The removal of Bolestan was a strategic element of Cersei's plot to assassinate Robert, for the seasoned Bolestan was capable of vanquishing any would-be assassin. Several jesters pranced about on stilts, surrounded by a herd of zebras, with a solitary giraffe standing out amidst the striped creatures. Robert erupted into a thunderous guffaw when a group of Silent Sisters approached the gathering. The Silent Sisters, a sect devoted to the faith of the Seven, served the stranger, living lives of chastity and silence, never uttering a word. Their solemn duty encompassed handling the deceased and conducting burials, earning them the moniker Wives of the Stranger. Clad in black garments with hoods obscuring their faces, revealing only their eyes, they pushed a cart bearing an urn, upon which sat a dwarf. Lancel tugged at Robert's sleeve, whispering, "Your Grace, that dwarf resembles Tyrion." Robert squinted through the crowd, and indeed, the cart bore a golden-haired dwarf, though turned away from him, rendering his features indistinguishable. Tyrion had been missing for several days, his fate uncertain. Could it truly be Tyrion? Robert, despite their mediocre relationship, felt compelled to investigate, making his way through the throng. Marlon, Boros, and Lancel followed closely behind. "Stop!" Robert bellowed. The Silent Sisters ceased their advance as Robert approached the cart. The dwarf, however, was not Tyrion. He bore yellow teeth and a face marred by scars. Disappointment washed over Robert. "You may go," he commanded. The dwarf, grinning maliciously, seized the urn and hurled it at Robert's head, the ashes engulfing Robert's face and stinging his eyes. A chorus of screams erupted from the crowd as the king was attacked. The king's guard should have rushed to defend him, yet Sir Marlon and Sir Boros joined the panicked masses, retreating to safety. Marlon Trelane and Boros Blunt had long been in the employ of the Lannisters, ostensibly sworn to protect the king. They were, in truth, mere pawns of Cersei. By dismissing Bolestan, Cersei ensured that Marlon and Boros would be there to safeguard Robert, facilitating the success of this assassination plot. Robert rubbed his eyes, regaining some vision, only to see the dwarf grinning wickedly. In a fit of rage, Robert struck the dwarf with a powerful blow, throwing him aside. The dwarf's head collided with a cobbler's statue, splitting open like a rotten melon. Surrounding the scene, the 7 Silent Sisters brandished daggers, lunging towards Robert with deadly intent. The 7 Silent Sisters are imposters, assassins disguised as women. Robert's eyes were injured by lime, and defenseless, he could only confront his assailants with his robust arms. Before long, a dagger grazed his arm. Robert seized one of the assassins, twisting his neck, and appropriating his dagger, he dispatched a second. However, another assassin plunged a dagger into his neck from behind, and Robert collapsed into a pool of blood. In the chaotic square of the shoemakers, zebras and giraffes scurried with the crowd, while some stilt-walking jesters were knocked over. Lancel stared at Robert's lifeless body, revealing a sinister smile. When the true Silent Sisters transported Robert's corpse back to the Red Keep, Duke Eddard was taken aback, while Peter remained composed, having anticipated that Robert would eventually fall to Cersei's hand. Lancel and Marlon discreetly lingered outside, leaving only Eddard and Peter in the hall. Duke Eddard gazed at Robert's body. The wound on his neck had been treated, yet remained distinctly visible, causing Eddard to clench his fists. "I never imagined Robert would be assassinated. I had intended to inform him about Cersei upon his return." Peter remarked, "Duke Eddard, it was precisely your plan to inform him that led Robert to the scaffold. Had you acted sooner to apprehend Cersei and Joffrey, Robert might have been spared." Duke Eddard, in agony, covered his face, pleading for divine forgiveness. Peter placed a reassuring hand on Eddard's shoulder. "There is no time for regret. We must act swiftly. With Robert's assassination, and no will left behind, the bastard Joffrey ascends to the throne." Eddard stubbornly asserted, "Stannis is the rightful king. We must notify him immediately." Peter replied, "While that may be true, Stannis is far away on Dragonstone. We must first secure King's Landing and control Cersei and Joffrey. Otherwise, even if Stannis arrives with a great army, we may find ourselves annihilated by Cersei. Shall we wait until our heads adorn the city walls to welcome Stannis?" Soon, the lords of the court began to arrive. Varys, emanating the scent of lilacs and floral water, approached with a sly smile, adorned in magnificent attire, his crystal robe embossed with 12 crown stacks. The drowsy Pycelle encircled Robert's corpse. Sir Bolon finally arrived, clutching his stomach, his complexion pallid. "I cannot believe the king has been assassinated. Marlon and Bolon have truly failed. Alas, I have been ill since early this morning. Otherwise, I could have protected Robert and averted this calamity. Where have Bolon and Marlon gone?" Peter gestured. "Our Sir Marlon and Sir Bolon must be eager to safeguard the new king." Grand Maester Pycelle stroked the chain around his neck. "With the unfortunate passing of King Robert, a realm cannot remain without a ruler. Now Joffrey must ascend the throne. My lords, We should proceed to the throne room and pledge our allegiance to Joffrey before the Iron Throne. Duke Eddard interjected. Joffrey is not prepared. Joffrey is unfit to be king, Peter interrupted Eddard's words. Therefore, my lords, I implore you to seek out Joffrey and assist him in his ascension to the throne. Traditionally, Duke Eddard serves as the hand of the king and ought to act as regent. However, Eddard and I must first prepare for Robert's final arrangements. Lord Pycelle believed this to be true, revealing a satisfied smile. My lords, I must attend to King Joffrey, Sir Barristan remarked. We must identify the assassin of the king and bring them to justice. The perpetrator has long since fled. Nevertheless, Eddard responded, we shall uncover the culprit. Surely. The gold cloaks have been ordered to impose a lockdown at the city gates. The gold cloaks outside the Red Keep do not fall under Eddard's command. He was aware that Cersei would immediately seal the ports and gates to seize the Iron Throne. Sir Barristan departed, leaving Varys to observe Eddard. Sir Eddard, you do not intend to support Joffrey's ascension, do you? I suspect you and Lord Eddard have another candidate in mind. Eddard chuckled. Varys, your words are tantamount to treason. Littlefinger interjected. In truth, does it truly matter which king we serve? Cersei hopes for Joffrey to be a good ruler. Those who dare not support him shall surely suffer. Littlefinger and Varys exited, leaving only Renly behind. Renly approached Eddard and Eddard. Duke Eddard, I command 100 knights and can muster another 100. If you lead the gold cloaks of the Red Keep, with my 200 men, we can seize control of the Red Keep. Duke Eddard furrowed his brow. What purpose would there be in controlling the Red Keep? Renly replied, Lord Eddard, whether you are the hand of the king or the regent is of little consequence. The key is to keep Joffrey under our control. Have you not heard the rumors? Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen bear no resemblance to my elder brother. They have golden hair. Children of House Baratheon, yet they do not share such a hue. Eddard stated, I understand the implications of your words. Do you also aspire to claim the Iron Throne? Renly answered, why not? I am beloved by the people and the soldiers in King's Landing. Robert's children are bastards. I am his brother. His younger brother. Do not forget you have an older brother, Stannis, Eddard reminded him. Eddard said, Lord Eddard, you are far too serious. The matter of who sits upon the Iron Throne can be discussed at length. However, we truly require Lord Renly's 200 men. With the turmoil in King's Landing, Renly, as the Duke of Storm's End, commands forces close to the Crownlands and can provide timely aid. Renly remarked, once we resolve the issues with Joffrey and Cersei, I hope to take the Iron Throne for myself. I cannot endure Stannis any longer. Eddard leaned closer to Renly, lowering his voice. Lord Renly, do comport yourself well. I know you and your brother Stannis have never gotten along, but this is your family's Iron Throne. Renly smiled, rest assured, once I am crowned, I wish for you to serve as my hand of the king. What shall we do with my brother's corpse? It should be cremated, otherwise, it will begin to rot. Eddard gazed at Robert's body. There is no need to rush the cremation. I shall ensure that everything is handled with care. Chapter 72. Mobilization. Before the Great War, Adro and Duke Ed returned to the Prime Minister's tower. Barry Tandilian, Baron Swan, Bronze Young, and Duke Lisa arrived at the Prime Minister's tower in response to Adro's invitation, accompanied by their retinues. Adro had extended invitations to numerous others, including Sir Tontos, the Earl of Garrett from Rosby, Lady Tanda of Strickworth, and the twin brothers Hodor and Horace Redwine from the Isle of Tears. The influx of court nobles continued to grow, and even the esteemed Varys made an appearance. However, Maester Pycelle was absent, attending to Joffrey. The Storm King, Earl Barry, and Baron Swan had always been steadfast allies of Adro, while Bronze Young Royce, a noble from the Vale, had long harbored discontent towards Lisa Arryn's rule in the area. Recently, Robert had hosted a tournament in honor of Ed, but Lisa had demanded that all knights from the Vale remain within its borders, forbidding participation in the tournament at King's Landing. Bronze Young led the descent, bringing in several of his sons to partake in the tournament, where they lingered in King's Landing. The Royce family was among the few houses in the Vale to possess ancient bloodlines, devout followers of the old gods. Bronze Young sought to ally with House Stark to counterbalance Lisa, hence his recent close ties with the Prime Minister's tower. Adro commanded the Iron Hand, Sir James Baelish, to bring his men in their gold cloaks and secure every gate of the Red Keep. Jory Castle led 100 men from the Prime Minister's guard, bolstered by 200 provided by Duke Lisa, to assist Baelish in fortifying their defenses and encircling Maegor's Holdfast. Maegor's Holdfast was under the control of Cersei's Lannister guards, with the Kingsguard having completely sided with her, including Ser Tame, who remained ignorant of Joffrey's true lineage, believing him to be the legitimate king. Bronze Young, Baron Swan. And Earl Barry sensed that something was amiss. Bronze Young turned to Duke Ed and Adril. My lords, with King Robert assassinated, should we not proceed to the throne room and pledge our loyalty to Joffrey? Adril smiled. The assassination of King Robert was undoubtedly orchestrated by Cersei, who was eager to place Joffrey upon the Iron Throne. Baron Swan, Bronze Young, and Earl Barry were taken aback. Varys gaped, as if hearing of Joffrey's lineage for the first time. Sir Adril, that is a most serious accusation, he remarked. Adril chuckled. My lord Varys, do not feign shock. You are well aware of Joffrey's parentage. Surely, you have heard the whispers on the streets of King's Landing and within the court. Joffrey is not Robert's son. Robert's bastards all possess dark hair, as does the Baratheon lineage, yet Joffrey is golden-haired. Duke Ed interjected. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are all bastards. No doubt sired by Cersei and a handsome, golden-haired man, who must have shared an intimate bond with her. Littlefinger displayed a sly smile. This is indeed intriguing. But mere hair color seems insufficient as evidence. Good sirs, Adair proclaimed, clear your eyes. Joffrey is not Joffrey Baratheon. His true name ought to be Joffrey Waters. This is a falsehood. The crowd echoed with Sansa's voice as she pushed through, her direwolf lady trailing closely behind. Joffrey is my Prince Charming. How could he possibly be a bastard? Tears brimmed in Sansa's eyes. Robert is dead, the drunken king is dead, and Joffrey is the king. I shall marry young Joffrey, become his queen, and bear him a multitude of children. Sister Molden interjected. Sansa, you ought not to question Sir Adair and your father in the presence of so many adults. A well-bred girl should not speak so boldly. Adair gazed at Sansa. Sansa, I understand this is difficult for you to accept. Your fairy tale of a prince has crumbled, but the truth remains unchanged. Arya squeezed through, clutching a sewing needle. So Joffrey is a bastard. No wonder he bears no resemblance to Robert. Bronze Young furrowed his brow. I have indeed heard whispers of such rumors. Yet words are like the wind. Do you possess evidence to support this claim against Joffrey? With a wave of his hand, Adair summoned Gendry, who appeared holding Robert's illegitimate daughter, Bara. Gendry had long served as a guard in the Hand's Tower, and Bara had been raised there by Adair. Both were Robert's bastards. Their hair thick and dark. Adair had already disclosed Gendry's lineage to him. Initially shocked, Gendry gradually accepted his identity as the king's illegitimate son. Adair pointed towards Gendry and the child in his arms. Ladies and gentlemen, here stands Robert's bastard child, Gendry, once a blacksmith of Flea Bottom, and Bara, born in a brothel, where her mother can attest to her parentage. Duke Eddard remarked, Robert's first illegitimate daughter was born in the Vale. I was with him at the Eyrie, serving as John Arryn's ward. Her name is Mia Stone, and she still resides in the Eyrie. Ser Young Royce. As a vessel of the Eyrie, you must be acquainted with her. Bronze Young nodded. Indeed, Mia Stone serves the Eyrie now. She guides nobles and commoners alike up the mountains, her skills at night climbing unmatched. I have heard whispers that Mia may indeed be Robert's child. She bears dark hair, reminiscent of the king. Duke Lancel, clad in a blue velvet long robe, declared loudly, the only acknowledged bastard of Robert is Edric Storm, who resides at Storm's End. Raised by my steward. Edric's mother hails from House Florent, being a cousin of my brother Stannis' wife. Robert fathered this child on Stannis' wedding night. And given that the mother is of noble birth, he could not deny it. Edric Storm also possesses dark hair, strikingly similar to Robert. Adair lifted the lineage of the Seven Kingdoms compiled by Maester Melian. Esteemed lords and ladies, this tome meticulously chronicles the unions between the Baratheon and Lannister families. Each time the golden hue of the Lannisters encounters the inky blackness of the Baratheons, submission is the only outcome. For centuries, the offspring of these two houses have borne dark hair. Lady Tanda and Horace Redwine began to whisper conspiratorially, while Lord Garrys coughed incessantly. Balon Swan and Baron Tondarian pointed discreetly at Gendry amidst the crowd. Peter Baelish caressed his little finger. Admittedly, if your accusations hold true, then Joffrey has no claim to the throne. Who, then, should be king? Stannis. Stannis, cold-hearted and unforgiving, surely, my lords, you have all, to some extent, incurred his wrath during his tenure as master of ships in King A's Landing. Not to mention the nobles who once supported the Targaryens during the war to overthrow the Mad King, including the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands. Stannis has not forgotten the Iron Islands rebellion, and should he ascend the throne, we might all face annihilation. Littlefinger's gaze lingered upon the Redwine brothers. Horace, Hodor, your father. Lord Paxton Redwine, once led the fleet of the Arbor alongside Duke Mace Tyrell of Highgarden to besiege Storm's End. At that time, countless soldiers perished under Stannis' command. And he himself was on the brink of starvation, resorting to gnawing on leather and tree bark. Were it not for the Onion Knight, Stannis would have perished long ago. Do you believe he would forget? Horace Redwine's expression darkened. My father merely acted as duty demanded. Stannis will not harm us. Admittedly, my Lord Peter. What course of action do you propose? Littlefinger replied, Joffrey is but a child. We should crown him king, with Lord Eddard serving as regent. Joffrey's ascension is still several years away, granting us the opportunity to mold him into a wise ruler. The crowd erupted in tumult. Duke Eddard, incensed, declared, the bastard is unworthy of the Iron Throne. Cersei has likely caused the death of Robert and may have even orchestrated Jon Arryn's demise. I will not permit Joffrey to ascend the Iron Throne. Edro placed a calming hand on Duke Eddard's shoulder. My Lord Eddard, please, do not be agitated. I believe Littlefinger's proposal is worth considering. Littlefinger, go forth and inform Cersei that we are willing to support Joffrey, on the condition that Duke Eddard is appointed regent and I become hand of the king. Littlefinger smiled. A splendid proposition. I shall convey your sentiments to Cersei forthwith. He deftly navigated through the crowd and departed, followed by Lord Garrys, Lady Tenda, and the Redwine brothers, leaving the hall considerably less populated. Let us depart. Those who exit the Prime Minister's tower will disseminate these tidings. When the nobles discuss Cersei's illegitimate offspring in the hall, their attendants, grooms, and maids will eavesdrop. And thus the rumors of Cersei's bastards will spread throughout King's Landing. Varys approached. Sir Adair, you are deceiving Littlefinger. You have no intention of supporting Joffrey. Our esteemed Littlefinger will only find his efforts in vain. With a slight hum, Adair acknowledged the truth. Yet, Littlefinger willingly undertook the journey, indulging in his game, perhaps hoping for a delightful outcome. The eunuch Varys departed. Duke Eddard inquired, shall we take action? The Red Keep lies within our grasp. I must avenge Robert by slaying Cersei and Lannister. Adair gazed at Varys's retreating figure. It would be premature to declare victory, for outside the Red Keep, thousands of gold cloaks remain under Cersei's command, and the city guard commander, Yonel Slint, is her loyal hound. Inform Jorah Mormont, Ser Jorah, and Ser Vardis Egen to don their armor and prepare for action. Additionally, have Desmond and Alyn secure the river gate and instruct them to alert the ships in White Harbor to be ready for rendezvous. The river gate is the only entrance under Adair's control, with the gold cloaks directly commanded by him. Originally, the captain of the river gate was Jacelyn Bywater. But after his transfer to the Red Keep to oversee the gold cloaks, Adair seized the opportunity to replace him with his loyal guards from Winterfell. Gendry, you and Ser Cleos Fry, along with Jaqen H'ghar, shall guard the Hand's Tower and attend to Sansa and Arya. Adair understood that Varys posed a potential threat. A master of intelligence, he was well versed in the secret passages of the Red Keep. I must first attend to Robert's final arrangements, lest he decay slowly, Adair stated. Soros, come with me. The Red Priest Soros followed Adair into the dark dungeon, where several craftsmen awaited. Soros surveyed the shadows of the dungeon, the flames of his burning sword flickering. Sir Adair, why have you summoned me here? He asked. Adair replied, I require you to construct an altar for King Robert, a monument to his heroism. Chapter 73, King of Meghar. Within the chambers of the Meghar royal family, Cersei adorned Joffrey with a crown of pure gold. Dressed in a golden robe, intricately etched with 12 lions and 12 crown stacks, Joffrey gazed at his reflection in the mirror, pride swelling within him. Of course, from this day forth, I shall reign supreme, he declared. Beside them, Myrcella and Tommen stood, their eyes red from weeping for King Robert. Father is dead. Why do we not attend his funeral? Tommen inquired. In truth, Robert was not the father of Tommen, Joffrey, and Myrcella. Yet the three children remained oblivious to their true lineage. Cersei responded, the traitors, Eddard and Renly, have withheld your father's body. A funeral is simply not feasible. The death of Robert brought Cersei great delight. She cared little for his funeral, even if his body were discarded in the wilderness to decay. Myrcella questioned. Why did Eddard and Renly rebel? Renly was a knight of the songs, was he not? They were all close friends of father. Cersei replied. Your father met his demise due to misplaced trust in those two traitors. The silent sisters who assassinated your father were sent by Eddard and Renly. Children, remember this, in the game of power, if you are not the victor, You face only death. There is no middle ground. Joffrey proclaimed, with father gone. I shall uphold the realm. I demand to go to the throne room for my coronation. I want all the nobles to kneel before me in fealty. The Lord of Whispers, Pycelle, interjected, Your Grace, Renly commands the gold clothes of the Red Keep. If you leave Maghar to go to the throne room, you will surely be captured by him. Fuming, Joffrey retorted, Renly is merely a foolish squire from Winterfell. How dare he raise arms against me? I shall lead the King's Guard myself and slay him. Pycelle, with a fawning smile, cautioned, without a doubt, Your Grace, you could easily vanquish Renly. But do not act in haste. Myrcella murmured, Father always sat upon the Iron Throne, issuing commands. Now that Joffrey is king, yet dares not enter the throne room. Can he truly be considered a king? Joffrey's expression darkened. Of course I am. Yet, you are right, if I do not possess that fearsome iron seat. What kind of king am I? Rising, Joffrey retrieved a crossbow from the wall and gestured to Tame, Meryn, Boros, and Mendon, the King's Guard. You shall accompany me to the throne room. I demand to sit upon the Iron Throne and have Renly and Eddard, along with Uncle Lancel, bow to me in allegiance. Cersei warned, leaving Maghar is perilous. Joffrey fiddled with the crossbow, knocking an arrow. Whoever dares to impede me shall face my wrath without mercy. Following Robert's death, Cersei ordered the Lannister guards in their crimson armor to raise the drawbridge of Maghar and to stand vigilant upon the castle walls. The Red Keep served as the royal palace of King S Landing, while Maghar, a city within a city, was surrounded by a dried moat and festooned with spikes. Currently, the Red Keep is under the control of Hodor, while Cersei governs Maeder's Holdfast. The forces of Hodor, including the Prime Minister and the King's Guard, vastly outnumber the Lannister guards. Outside the Red Keep, the King's Guard that supports Cersei has aligned with Yonoslind, the commander of the city's garrison, who has defected to the Lannisters. Commanding approximately 5,000 men, far exceeding Hodor's military strength. However, these King's Guard remain barred beyond the walls of the Red Keep, leaving Cersei feeling more helpless than ever. She has dispatched ravens seeking aid from Lord Tywin and Jaime, who are likely traversing the riverlands at this moment. With Tywin and Jaime 1,000 leagues away, Cersei cannot help but reminisce about the imp. She wonders if he still lives, for if he does, he might possess the means to extricate her from this dire predicament. Joffrey, in a fit of frustration, set down his crossbow. Am I, the king, to remain cooped up in Maeder's Holdfast? I ought to be in the throne room, receiving the fealty of my lords, before departing the Red Keep to be hailed by the people in the streets of King S Landing, and then proceeding to the Great September of Baelor for the blessings of the High Septon and the Seven. He lamented, Now, I feel like a mere mouse, trapped within these walls. What sort of king is this? Cersei replied, Once Yonoslind captures the Red Keep and apprehends Hodor and Eddard, along with those traitors, you shall be free to enter the throne room. Your Grace, Sir Bolonswam interjected, both Duke Eddard and Hodor are men of reason. They would not seek power without cause. We should engage them in dialogue. Cersei scoffed at his words. It is easy for you to speak so. Hodor and Eddard have not sworn fealty to the new king, but rather have encircled Maeder's Holdfast with the King's Guard. How am I to negotiate with traitors? At that moment, Lancel entered. Your Grace, Peter Baelish and Varys have arrived. Peter brings terms of peace from Hodor. Following the death of Robert and Joffrey's ascension to the throne, Cersei has been elevated from Queen to Queen Regent. A title that feels somewhat peculiar to her at such a young age. Let Peter enter, she commanded. Peter and Varys approached Joffrey and knelt before him, paying homage to the new king of the Seven Kingdoms. Peter declared, From this day forth, the Seven Kingdoms welcome a wise and great king, heralding a new era. Cersei coldly interjected, Spare me the pleasantries. What are Hodor's terms? With a smile, Peter responded, Hodor is willing to recognize Joffrey as king, provided that Duke Eddard serves as regent, and Hodor himself becomes the hand of the king. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Cersei's emerald eyes. That is acceptable. Let them come to Maeder's Holdfast to swear their loyalty. Varys, hands clasped behind his back, noted, Hodor insists upon the throne room as the site for the oath. Your Grace, pardon me, esteemed Queen Regent, Hodor does not trust you, and he and Eddard will not easily come to Maeder's Holdfast. Cersei retorted angrily. If he does not trust me, then I trust him even less. If my son and I leave Maeder's Holdfast, we will surely be surrounded by the Prime Minister's guards and the King's Guard. Peter glanced around and suggested, Your Grace, I would like to speak with you privately. Cersei and Peter stepped out onto the balcony, where she gazed across the moat to see the Prime Minister's guards and the King's Guard patrolling the Red Keep. The 7 sacred bells of the Great September of Baelor resound, their sonorous toll echoing throughout King's Landing, heralding the demise of King Robert. Even reaching the Red Keep atop Aegon's Hill. Peter Baelish remarked, "Today, Lord Peter has convened the court nobles at the Tower of the Hand, where he and Duke Eddard have proclaimed that Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are not Robert's true progeny. Thus Joffrey lacks any claim to the throne." Cersei's expression darkened. "This is slander." Peter responded with a smile. "Undoubtedly, it is slander. Yet, the troubling reality is that some are inclined to believe it, such as Sir Lancel. If your children are deemed illegitimate, then Sir Lancel's claim to succession significantly improves. I cannot speak for others like Lord Giles, Lady Tanda, or Lord Varys. Their beliefs remain unknown to me." Cersei retorted, "These rumors cannot undermine Joffrey's claim to the throne. He is the king now. Do you not see the crown upon his head and the king's guard at his side?" Peter gestured towards the throne room. "Your Grace, the king ought to occupy the Iron Throne within that hall. While Joffrey is indeed the king, I must express my reservations. His dominion appears limited to the confines of Maeder's Holdfast. A king who dares not enter the throne room cannot govern an entire realm. With Lord Peter now spreading word of Joffrey's illegitimacy, it is only a matter of time before he turns his attention towards Maeder's Holdfast." Cersei declared, "Janos Slynt will soon assault the Red Keep. I have already dispatched ravens." Peter chuckled, "I fear your ravens may not even reach the Red Keep. Lord Peter's men have done several of them. Even if the ravens deliver the message to Janos Slynt, what then? You are well aware of Janos Slynt's character. He preys upon the common folk, embezzles military pay, and flatters those in power. Does he possess any skill in warfare? The Red Keep, situated atop Aegon's Hill, is no easy conquest. Beyond its walls, Peter has numerous allies. Do not forget his standing among the Golden Company, where he holds considerable influence as the Knight of Flea Bottom. When the usurper clashed with Peter at Flea Bottom, did not the Lannister guards suffer at the hands of the common folk? Your Grace, I advise you to seek peace. Visit the throne room. Duke Eddard is a man of honor and would never strike against you." Cersei appeared contemplative. "I shall consider it." In the dungeons of the Red Keep, artisans began to construct an altar for the heroes, as the body of King Robert lay before it. The Red Priest, Melisandre, stroked his beard thoughtfully. "I do not understand why the altar must be situated in the dungeons." Peter replied, "To practice sorcery, one must remain discreet." Melisandre inquired, "Is this an altar for blessing Robert?" Peter answered, "In a manner, yes. If it pleases you, you may call it the altar of the Lord of Light." Melisandre laughed. "In this darkness, how could it possibly be the altar of the Lord of Light?" Having witnessed Peter transform into a being of flame during the assault on the Wildfire Cellar, Melisandre firmly believed that Peter was the earthly representative of the Lord of Light, convinced of his magical prowess. However, Soros failed to comprehend why Adu sought to construct this altar. Chapter 74. The ambition of Renly. The conference hall outside the Maiden Vault remained firmly under the control of Hodor, as Cersei repurposed a room within the Maiden Vault for their meeting. She summoned Varys and Maester Pycelle, while Littlefinger had already departed to return to his chambers as the Master of Coin to assess expenditures. Cersei remarked, "We find ourselves encircled. Janos Slynt has yet to launch an assault on the Red Keep. I believe this impasse is untenable. I have resolved to negotiate with Hodor." Master Pycelle stroked his neck chain thoughtfully. "Hodor refuses to come to the Maiden Vault," he replied. Cersei declared, "Then I shall go to the throne room." Varys, with his powdered hands, caressed his cheek. "Is this Littlefinger's design? My queen, it seems he intends to sell you to Hodor." Cersei raised her chin and tossed her golden hair. "I shall not endanger my son. I will go alone. I concede that venturing to the throne room is perilous. But what choice do I have? The Lannister guards at the Maiden Vault are too few, and worse still, our supplies of food and water are dwindling. The warehouses within the Red Keep lie outside the Maiden Vault. If the siege continues and we remain at a standstill, Hodor's men could endure for a year and a half, while we can last at most 10 days to a fortnight." Cersei continued, "Robert is dead, and I fear Stannis may crown himself king on Dragonstone, while Hodor might also seek to crown Renly. The common folk require a king. Should Joffrey fail to assert control over King S Landing in time, Stannis and Renly may usurp Joffrey's throne." Master Pycelle pondered for a moment. "However, what if in the throne room, Lord Eddard and Hodor seize you? Hodor claims you dispatched an assassin to slay King Robert." Cersei replied, "They assure me of my safety. Lord Eddard is a man of honor." Varys interjected, "Undoubtedly. Lord Eddard has never tarnished his reputation, save for that bastard. My queen, do not wager your life on Lord Eddard's honor. I have no doubt that upon your arrival in the throne room, Lord Eddard would convene a public trial, a fair trial, before declaring you guilty. True to Lord Eddard's character, he would listen to your final words, gaze into your eyes, and then personally carry out the execution with ice, severing your beautiful head in retribution for his friend Robert. Lord Eddard is convinced you murdered Robert. He would not spare you. As for Hodor, his intentions elude me, but I suspect he mostly desires to capture you. Cersei felt a chill of dread. Littlefinger urged me to go to the throne room. Could he be colluding with Eddard and Hodor? Varys responded, Littlefinger is indeed a schemer. Yet he could not conspire with Eddard and Hodor. Eddard harbors a genuine disdain for Littlefinger, while Hodor regards him with suspicion. My queen, you may allow Littlefinger to assist you in amassing wealth, but heed not his ill-conceived counsel. Suddenly, an arrow fell within the maiden vault, its tip bound with a letter. Lancel delivered the missive to Cersei, which summoned her to the battlements for a meeting with Joffrey. In the evening, Cersei appeared atop the city walls. The Maegers Holdfast bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Clad in a sea-green robe adorned with rubies, Cersei looked down at Adon, who stood across the moat accompanied by the Iron-Hand Seer Jane Baelish and Ungai. A sense of satisfaction washed over Cersei as she observed Adon. Foolish Maegor! You swore fealty to Robert, yet conspired with Eddard in rebellion, surrounding Maegor's Holdfast. Adon retorted, It is precisely because I pledged loyalty to Robert that I act thus. You assassinated Robert, naturally, I must seek vengeance for him. Cersei scoffed, Slander. Do you possess any evidence? Adon responded. The evidence lies in the fact that Joffrey is a bastard, as are Myrcella and Tommen. You fear the revelation of your bastards. Robert would slay you and your children. So you acted preemptively, leading to Robert's demise. Cersei ceded, Slander. Foolish Maegor, you harbor treasonous intentions. Joffrey is king, and I am the queen mother. Dare you defame me? Adon countered, What makes Joffrey a king? If he were truly legitimate, why does he not dare to enter the throne room for his coronation? Cersei replied, You control the Red Keep. If I were to enter the throne room, I would be at your mercy. Adon sneered, Cersei, do you think I wish to kill you? If that were my intent, I would not need to go to the throne room. Anga! Ungai drew an arrow, knocking it to the bowstring, prompting the Lannister archers atop the walls to follow suit. Adon chuckled, You may put on a show, but none possess Ungai's marksmanship. Ungai aimed at the soldier to Cersei's right, piercing his left hand. The arrow, akin to a shooting star, struck the red-robed Kingsguard's left hand, pinning it to a pillar as he let out a cry of agony. Lancel, Cersei exclaimed in terror. Adon remained unfazed. Cersei, if your archers dare to retaliate, Ungai could swiftly end your life. Ungai aimed at Cersei, My queen, please do not make any sudden movements, lest my hand trembles, and this arrow finds its way to your skull. Cersei concealed her fear with a faint smile. You are nothing but bullies preying on women. Adon declared. I could eliminate you right now, yet I refrain. Thus you may rest assured to approach the throne room. Cersei, with a scornful expression, replied. To go to the throne room for a so-called trial? I appreciate your kindness, but I shall await the golden robes of Yonoslint and the Western armies led by Jaime and Tywin. Cersei and Lancel descended from the ramparts, leaving Ungai's range. Finally exhaling in relief, Cersei remarked, How could Ungai possess such remarkable archery skills? Lancel answered, Adon is even more formidable. Ungai was the runner-up in the tournament, while Adon was the champion. Cersei, filled with apprehension, lamented, No wonder Adon insisted on negotiating atop the walls. He could slay me at any moment. If Jaime were by my side, I would never endure such intimidation. The Prime Minister Tyrion, Adon, Eddard Stark, and Lancel conferred on the final assault. Adon stated, Cersei refuses to negotiate. She will not leave Maegor's Holdfast. Duke Ed remarked, It appears we must launch a direct assault on Maegor's Holdfast. The Ironborn in the guard proposed a stealthy approach, using grappling hooks to scale the walls. Renly chuckled, Unless the Lannister guards are blind. The walls of Maegor's Holdfast are exceedingly smooth, and the moat is lined with spikes. A fall would surely mean death. Adolf interjected, If we do not attack soon, Genos Slint may very well assault the Red Keep. The number of gold cloths outside surpasses our own. Renly suggested, Perhaps we could sway Genos Slint to our side. Duke Ed replied, The gold from the Lannisters is more enticing. I hear that Lord Tywin's army is crossing the Riverlands. Edmure stands no chance against him. As the northern forces are already assembling at Winterfell, preparing to march to the Riverlands, it is likely we cannot prevent Tywin from advancing on King's Landing. While Genos is indeed greedy, under these circumstances, he would not dare betray the Lannisters. Adolf looked at Renly. My Lord Renly, you are the key to our success. As the Lord of Storm's End, adjacent to King's Landing, if you muster more than 5,000 cavalry from Storm's End to aid the capital, Genos will surely capitulate. And we can swiftly deal with Cersei. Renly stroked his beard. Though Joffrey is a bastard, he remains the nominal king. Should the forces from Storm's End reach King's Landing, they would be seen as rebels. If you all support me as king, I can rightfully gather an army. And I believe the forces of Storm's End can seize control of King's Landing. Duke Ed sighed. Renly, I understand your ambition for the Iron Throne. But according to the laws of the realm, your brother Stannis is the rightful heir. Renly looked bored. Very well. Then invite Stannis to gather his bannermen to come to King's Landing for assistance. Dragonstone is quite close, and he controls a significant portion of the seas near the capital. Duke Ed has indeed written to Stannis multiple times, yet his letters have met with silence. With the forces from Storm's End so near, Adolf understood that Renly was pivotal to their plans. My Lord Renly, as long as you lead your army and take control of King's Landing, we cannot impede your claim to the throne. Ultimately, this matter lies between you and Stannis. Duke Ed and I only seek vengeance for Robert. We want Lannister and Cersei to face justice. Renly smiled. Ah, Adolf, you are quite reasonable. In truth, I have already devised a plan. I intend to send a raven to Highgarden. Adolf widened his eyes. Highgarden. Renly nodded. Once the response from Lord Mace Tyrell arrives, he will march with his army from Highgarden to join forces with my troops from Storm's End, ensuring victory. Adolf lamented, this will only delay us. To confront the gold cloaks of King's Landing, you need not the forces of Highgarden. The cavalry from Storm's End suffices. Renly meticulously arranged his resplendent crystal-hued robe, adorned with cat's eye stones and a ruby-engraved crown depicting a majestic stag that shimmered with brilliance. I felt a sense of reassurance with the arrival of the armies of the Stormlands. Ador remarked, are you concerned about Duke Tywin? His forces remain in the Riverlands. And even Edmure, at his worst, can delay the advance of the Western armies. Renly's eyes sparkled. Apart from Tywin, I harbor greater apprehension for Stannis. My coronation in King's Landing will be perceived by my elder brother as an act of rebellion. He will strive with all his might to see my demise. Thus, I must await the forces of the Riverlands, and I must also await my Knights of Flowers. Once Loras returns, together we shall lead the Knights of the Riverlands and Stormlands into King's Landing. Then, neither Stannis nor Tywin will pose a significant threat. Ador suggested, in truth, you could seize control of King's Landing first and then wait for the Riverlands army. Renly shrugged. I prefer to make thorough preparations before taking action. Upon Renly's departure, Duke Edric commented, Renly is far too inferior to Stannis. He is suited only for courtly engagements and tournaments, indecisive and ostentatious. Ador chuckled. No wonder it is said that Stannis is the iron gauntlet, unyielding and resolute, while Renly is the lace glove, showy yet insubstantial, bending without even being forced. Chapter 75. The little demon escapes my Lord Ed. We must seize Maegor's Holdfast at once, or it will be too late. Adro warned Duke Ed within the confines of the study. Duke Ed replied, you intend to launch a direct assault. Yet Maegor's Holdfast is surrounded by a moat filled with menacing spikes, and we lack the siege ladders and catapults necessary for such an endeavor. Cersei and Joffrey are resolute in their defiance. The fortifications are formidable. A frontal assault would surely result in heavy casualties. Adro countered, we need not siege engines. I propose to set Maegor's Holdfast ablaze. Duke Ed scoffed, the walls of Maegor's Holdfast are made of stone, impervious to fire. With a smirk, Adro replied, but wildfire is a different matter entirely. We can ignite the parched moat, and the choking smoke will seep into Maegor's Holdfast. Cersei and the Lannister guards will be unable to withstand it and may surrender. Ed's brow furrowed deeply, resembling a rugged canyon. But what if Cersei refuses to capitulate? Would she not perish from the smoke of the wildfire? There are many maidservants and attendants trapped within, as well as Myrcella, Tommen, and Joffrey. The children are innocent. Adro anticipated Ed's opposition to the plan to burn Maegor's Holdfast. Then what do you propose, my Lord Ed? We are encircling Maegor's Holdfast. Yet we find ourselves besieged within the Red Keep. Sir Genos Slint and his gold cloaks may attack at any moment. Last night, Genos Slint rode outside the Red Keep, demanding that you and I surrender immediately. Genos Slint's lieutenant brandished the royal banner, hurling insults from beneath the walls of the Red Keep, while thousands of gold cloaks formed a phalanx that stretched to Steel Street. Adro commanded Jalaba sore and angry to fire, successfully killing Genos' lieutenant. While Genos himself was struck by an arrow and fled, cursing. Ed pondered, within the Red Keep, we possess ample provisions and water. While Cersei and Joffrey are confined in Maegor's Holdfast, which lacks any storerooms. They cannot endure for long and will inevitably surrender. Maegor's Holdfast, a citadel within the Red Keep, is encircled by a dry moat and crowned with spikes. It serves as the royal residence but holds no supplies. The cellars and granaries of the Red Keep are overflowing with grains, honeyed wine, fine vintages, Dornish red, jerky, flour, and other sustenance. However, all of this is at Adro's disposal. The Prime Minister and his men want for nothing, while Cersei, within Maegor's Holdfast, can only fret from across the moat. Adro remarked. Do you intend to rely on starvation to defeat Cersei? Such a strategy is perilous, as Genos may attack at any moment. Ed chuckled softly. Ser Genos' Slynt is but a sycophant, and the city guard was established to protect the realm and maintain order. The gold cloaks are inept at siege warfare. The walls of the Red Keep are robust. Even if the gold cloaks were to devote a year to the task, they would achieve nothing. Adro leaned closer. Lowering his voice, what if the gold cloaks have no intention of assaulting the keep? Do not forget, the Red Keep conceals secret passages, and Varys, the spider, is well acquainted with them. Should he betray us to the gold cloaks, our fate would be sealed. Duke Eddard remarked. Varys has repeatedly expressed his desire for peace in the Seven Kingdoms. He has shared intelligence with us on numerous occasions. Why would he assist Genos' Slynt? Adil chuckled. Varys longs for peace. Those are mere words, my lord Eddard. Do not place your trust in Varys. A single word from the spider is not to be trusted. In the dimly lit cellar, Varys held a torch, with Podrick trailing behind him. Tyrion lay upon a soft feather bed, surrounded by barrels of wine, a chamber pot, and provisions. He had been trapped in the cellar for many days, his eyes accustomed to the darkness, yet the sudden brightness was a shock to his senses. Podrick gazed at the imp, a wolfish grin spreading across his face. Tyrion, I thought you had perished. Tyrion's chin was obscured by a thick beard, and his body emanated an odor of sweat from days without bathing. Curse those mercenaries. I am confined here, and you did not come to rescue me. Podrick shrugged. I scoured Flea Bottom, the Cobbler S Square, and Flower Street. I even paid Osman Kettleblack to dispatch his mercenaries to the villages outside King's Landing in search of you. How could we know you were here? If it weren't he for the eunuch. Podrick realized he had spoken out of turn, and Varys chuckled lightly. No offense taken, Podrick. It is common knowledge in King's Landing that Varys is a eunuch. Stating the obvious is not an affront. Podrick forced a smile. Had it not been for Lord Varys' assistance, I would still be searching for you, little imp. We owe this to Varys. Tyrion clenched his fists in anger. Tell me where I am. Varys inserted the torch into a wall. My lord Tyrion, do you not even know where you are? Tyrion replied, how could I? I was at Flea Bottom, meeting with Ser Jorah, when a group of cloaked figures emerged, killing Jaqen and rendering me unconscious. When I awoke, I found myself in this dismal chamber, with servants delivering food daily, plenty of wine and meat, but they do not speak to me, and I have no idea where I am. Podrick exclaimed, you are right next to the Shai estate. During your absence, we searched everywhere for you. How could we have guessed you were in the cellar next door? Shai was a lavish estate nestled beneath the Rhaenys Hills, where Tyrion often stayed. After Tyrion's disappearance, Podrick had scoured all of King's Landing, unaware that Tyrion was merely next door. Tyrion ceded, if I discover who abducted me, I shall see them dismembered. Varys replied, it is evident that your captor hails from the court, a friend who delights in chaos, adorned with a sly smile. Tyrion remarked, are you suggesting Littlefinger? He certainly holds considerable suspicion. Varys exaggeratedly retreated, my lord, that is your assertion, not mine. Tyrion turned his gaze to Bran. Mercenary, you have performed admirably. Even after my prolonged absence, you managed to seek me out. Bran chuckled, that is because you still have some gold left for me. Once the funds are depleted, I shall have no choice but to depart, and before I leave, I will sell Shay. Tyrion regarded him with an approving eye. Bran, you truly are a scoundrel. Have none besides you been searching for me? What of my sister and King Robert? Do they not care for my well-being? Bran grimaced. I fear King Robert can no longer concern himself with you. Tyrion immediately sensed something amiss. What has transpired? Varys stated, King Robert is dead, now among the gods. May the Father judge him justly. Persuaded by Lancel, He went to the shoemaker's square to witness a circus featuring a giraffe, only to be ambushed by a host of silent sisters and a dwarf. Tyrion frowned. A dwarf? Varys nodded. According to Lancel, Robert mistook the dwarf for you and approached, only to be beset by the dwarf and the silent sisters. Nevertheless, before succumbing, Robert managed to slay several of his attackers, including the dwarf. Your sister, Queen Cersei. Oh, pardon me. Now the Dowager Queen exhibited remarkable fortitude. Not a tear did she shed upon Robert's demise, and she swiftly crowned Joffrey. Tyrion comprehended at once that Cersei had orchestrated Robert's assassination. Lord Eddard and Renly must be greatly displeased by Robert's death. Varys concurred. Indeed. Cersei has elevated Joffrey to the throne, yet she dares not step outside the Red Keep, nor even approach the throne room. Eddard and Renly, accompanied by the Kingsguard and the Gold Cloaks, have surrounded the Red Keep. Meanwhile, Lord Yonoslind, with the Gold Cloaks, has encircled the Red Keep. Thus our Joffrey finds himself ensnared in a web of siege and counter-siege as he begins his reign. Tyrion rotated his mismatched eyes. Have Stannis and Renly not contemplated avenging their dear brother Robert? Varys replied. Renly remains within the Red Keep, visiting the throne room daily to gaze upon the Iron Throne up close. He seems to be biding his time, awaiting his coronation at the Red Keep. As for Stannis, he is still on Dragonstone. It is rumored he has recruited a band of Lyseni pirates and is constructing warships, poised to land his formidable army in King's Landing at any moment. Tyrion stated, it appears both Renly and Stannis are plotting treason. Bran remarked. Eddard and the Duke of Arryn insist that Cersei's children are bastards, and Joffrey has no claim to the throne. Cersei, fearing the secret of her children's lineage will be revealed, orchestrated Robert's assassination. Varys added, Renly and Stannis surely share the same sentiment. Eddard is disseminating the notion throughout the court that Joffrey is a baseborn child. The news has likely spread throughout King's Landing. Tyrion was acutely aware that Joffrey was not the offspring of Robert. In fact, the whispers regarding Joffrey's lineage had long circulated throughout the court. Joffrey, Tame, and Myrcella bore the golden hair and blue eyes of the Lannisters, yet lacked the dark hair and grey eyes characteristic of House Baratheon. Varys lowered his voice, stating, My lord, the threat from Adon to Mage Tower is imminent. Stannis is poised on Dragonstone, and the forces of Gendry from Storm's End may soon begin to muster. Cersei cannot contend with such formidable foes. The Lannister family must rely on you. Chapter 76. Tyrion's golden robe upon his return to Shae's courtyard. Tyrion was greeted by her radiant smile. My Lannister giant, I thought you were dead. I was even contemplating seeking refuge with a new patron at the brothel. Tyrion replied. I found myself trapped in the cellar next door, Shae. Did you miss me? She responded, I thought of you every single day. Shae assisted Tyrion in washing his face and shaving off his beard. Once he was refreshed, he donned a clean set of velvet attire. As the diminutive tyrant ambled into the hall with his deformed legs, Podrick was already there, awaiting him. I intend to meet the commander of the city watch, Tyrion declared. Podrick rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. Lord Yonoslind is rather arrogant. I once approached him, hoping he would send some gold cloaks to assist in your search, but he was convinced you had perished. He stated that it was not worth wasting men on a dead man. With Cersei and Joffrey cornered in Maeder's holdfast, Yonos, now commanding the city watch, is certainly filled with hubris. My little imp, I advise against wasting your time on Yonos. He will not heed your words. Whenever Yonos encountered Jaime, Cersei, or even Joffrey, he was all deference, yet he regarded Tyrion with disdain. Tyrion, accompanied by Podrick, made his way to the western encampment of the city watch, where Yonoslind awaited him in his study. The room was stuffed with books, though Tyrion suspected Yonos could not read many of them. Yonos sat regally in a mahogany chair, a goblet of golden wine resting on the table before him. There were no chairs opposite his desk, compelling Tyrion and Podrick to stand. Yonos lifted his silver goblet and took a sip of wine. My lord Tyrion, I am genuinely pleased to see you alive. I thought you had met your end. Tyrion replied, I fear I may disappoint you. I am very much alive. Yonos, now that you command the city watch, why do you not storm the Red Keep to protect Queen Cersei and King Joffrey? Yonos chuckled dismissively. The Duke of Edmure and Lord Tyrell control the Red Keep. It is not as though I have not dispatched troops. I sent gold cloaks to the gates of the Red Keep, demanding that Edmure surrender immediately. Regrettably, he refused. One of Edmure's Dornish archers, the runner-up in the archery contest, shot me in the shoulder. Had it not been for my armor, I fear I would have met my demise on the battlefield. What are your next steps? Tyrion inquired. Janos leisurely poured more wine into his goblet. Why should I divulge that to you? Tyrion, his expression darkening, asserted, because I am a member of the Privy Council and a Lannister. Janos shrugged. The Duke of Edmure and Lord Tyrell are also members of the Privy Council. With Robert dead, they have all become traitors. Tyrion. You were a member of Robert's council, that much is true, but Robert lies in the grave, and your relationship with Queen Cersei is strained. While your rapport with King Joffrey is even worse. Frankly, I am uncertain of your standing. Janos raised his goblet and began to drink, while Tyrion kicked the table, causing Janos to spill wine all over himself. You little imp, do you dare to cause a ruckus in my camp? Janos stood up. Someone! Seize him! Bran drew his long sword, and the guards rushed in. Tyrion calmly remarked, Janos, should you lay hands on me, prepare to face the wrath of my father, Lord Tywin. He commands an army of 20,000 and is traversing the riverlands. According to intelligence, Duke Hastert Tully of Riverrun is gravely ill. And his son Edmure is no match for Jaime and my father. Defy me at your peril, my father's forces will be at your gates. And you shall find heads mounted on pikes, displayed for the crows. Your family will accompany you to the grave. Janos' bald head flushed crimson with rage. Resembling an egg. Do you dare to threaten me? Tyrion replied, this is not a threat, it is a truth. The children of Prince Rhaegar have already met their demise at the hands of the Lannister forces. What makes you think you are exempt? You are merely the son of a butcher. Offending the Lannisters will leave you unable to even butcher pigs. Janos was struck by fear. He waved his hand. And the guards exited the study. Tyrion approached the table, and Janos, sensing the shift in power, stepped outside. Tyrion seated himself in the commander's chair, with Bran standing beside him. The tables had turned dramatically between Janos and Tyrion. I am parched, Tyrion declared, raising a cup. Janos forced a smile, pouring wine from a flagon for Tyrion. Janos, should you serve me diligently, I shall certainly speak to my father on your behalf. In due course, you will find a place at Joffrey's council. Dealing with a boorish man like Janos required not only intimidation but also enticement. Janos, born of humble beginnings and possessing mediocre abilities, was insatiably greedy. Such a man was unworthy of council chambers, thus making Tyrion's proposition exceedingly alluring. Janos fell for it. My lord Tyrion, I have always been steadfastly loyal to King Joffrey. If you could facilitate my entry into the council and grant me a fief, I would be eternally grateful. Tyrion replied, your performance will determine that. I require you to don the gold cloak and immediately seal the gates of King's Landing. Declaring a curfew. Janos was puzzled. Should we not launch an immediate assault on the Red Keep? Tyrion drank deeply from his goblet. Yes, we shall besiege the Red Keep. But I will be in command. I ask that you dispatch 2,000 gold cloaks under my authority. The rest shall guard the city gates and maintain order within the city. In Tyrion's view, Stannis of Dragonstone and the Bannerman of Storms End posed a far greater threat than the meager forces of the Red Keep. Admittedly, Aiden's men consisted solely of the gold cloaks and the guards of the hand, numbering only in the hundreds. However, Storms End could muster tens of thousands in a short span, and Dragonstone could rally thousands as well. Should the Knights of Storms End and Stannis easily breach King's Landing, Tyrion knew the gold cloaks would swiftly turn against them. Janos remarked, I can comply with your instructions. But the river gate is not under our control. It is held by the Northerners at the Prime Minister's Tower, with Edo stationed there. Poland frowned, just a few days ago. I passed by the river gate, and there were barely 20 Northerners and mercenaries combined. Seizing it would be quite simple, Janos smiled courteously. We have not received orders from King Joffrey or Queen Cersei. And dare not act without permission, Tyrion interjected. The river gate is temporarily guarded by the Northerners. Their numbers are so few they pose no significant threat. Tyrion dispatched mercenaries to Rosby and Struckworth, commanding the local lords to send troops to reinforce King's Landing. These were the closest lords to the capital. Originally, Count Garrys of Rosby and Lady Tenda of Struckworth were at court, but at this moment, they were trapped within the Red Keep and could not emerge. Tyrion issued the orders, though he was uncertain whether these lords would heed them. The Storm Knights of House Baratheon and Stannis' army could appear at any moment. Tyrion hoped for additional reinforcements, even if only a few dozen. Janos gathered 2,000 gold cloaks and handed them over to Tyrion. By the time the gold cloaks assembled outside the western camp, night had fallen. Varys appeared before Tyrion. Hands clasped, my lord Tyrion, I fear your hopes of the gold cloaks seizing the Red Keep may be overly ambitious. The Red Keep is most formidable. And Duke Eddard is a seasoned warrior. Tyrion lowered his voice. We shall not approach the walls. that is the solution. Varys widened his eyes, not approach the walls. Where? Then? Tyrion chuckled. You know precisely where we should go. Lady Tenda, Count Garrus, the twins of House Redwine, and a host of other nobles are all trapped within the Red Keep. You, however, come and go freely, dear Spider. You are familiar with the secret passages of the Red Keep. Lead me there at once. When you brought Poland to find me, I knew you intended to betray Edo and Eddard to me. Varys sighed. Everything I do is for the peace of the realm. I do not wish to see the kingdom fracture and descend into chaos. Chapter 77. Preparations for retreat on the ramparts of the Red Keep under the night sky. Ser Adon and Duke Ed stand resolutely. A knight as watchman approaches them. He introduces himself as Yoren, a recruiter for the Night's Watch. Angevin suggests that he may be a spy sent by Janos Slynt, intending to assassinate him, yet Yoren claims to be acquainted with Duke Ed, stating that he is a close friend of the Duke's brother and wishes to meet him. Duke Ed acknowledges the Night's Watch as long-standing allies of House Stark. Recognizing Yoren as a wandering crow who often finds refuge in Winterfell, he expresses, since he is alone, let him enter. Duke Ed's brother, Benjen, and his illegitimate son, Jon Snow, both serve at the wall. In the study of the Hand S Tower, Duke Ed and Ser Adon encounter Yoren. The man emits a pungent odor. Clad in tattered black garments and worn black boots, he bears a slight hunch, a mane of thick black hair, and a beard reminiscent of an oak thicket. Ser Adon offers him a cup of golden wine, which Yoren gratefully accepts. Duke Ed inquires about Benjen and Jon. Yoren replies, both reside at the wall. When I departed, Jon had become a significant concern for Ser Alliser Thorne, the leader among the new recruits, often clashing with the instructors. Ser Adon then asks, Yoren, what brings you to King's Landing? Yoren places the wine cup upon the table, responding, what else could it be? I came to petition the king. Initially, I intended to seek an audience with King Robert, hoping for his support for the Night's Watch, to provide us with reinforcements. However, upon reaching the city of Lannisport, I learned of King Robert's demise. The Riverlands are engulfed in conflict, which delayed my journey. Upon my arrival in King's Landing, I discovered that King Joffrey is besieged in Mader's Holdfast, while you find yourself surrounded by the gold cloaks within the Red Keep. Yoren lowers his voice. I am a brother of the Night's Watch. I have traveled across the 7 kingdoms to recruit for our order. Each time I passed through Winterfell, your hospitality was never forgotten. My lords, I do not comprehend the happenings in King's Landing. The Night's Watch swore to remain uninvolved in the realm's disputes. However, out of personal concern, I feel compelled to share a critical piece of information. Duke Ed's demeanor shifts to one of tension. What news do you bear? Yoren reveals. The gold cloaks and the mercenaries of the Imp are poised to assault the Red Keep. Duke Ed furrows his brow. You must be mistaken. The Imp has been missing for many days. Yoren chuckles. As I traversed the streets, I beheld the Imp himself, mounted on horseback, accompanied by the commander of the City Watch and that eunuch, Varys. Ser Adon remarks nonchalantly, it seems Tyrion has escaped, and Varys has allied with the Imp. Duke Ed's anger begins to simmer. During the day, Varys was still present in the Red Keep. How did he manage to leave? Edward remarked with a smile. My lord Eddard, you may have forgotten that Varys holds the secrets of the hidden passages within the Red Keep. I had warned you long ago that the eunuch might betray us, and now he has indeed colluded with the Imp. Yoren added. The Imp has assembled a force of gold cloaks, numbering in the thousands. It is said that he has also sent envoys to Rosby and Storm's End to muster troops from those regions. Concern washed over Lord Eddard. Our numbers are simply insufficient to contend with the Imp. Had I known, I should have sent Sansa and Arya away first. Lord Eddard had always believed that while Jaime was valiant and Cersei was cruel, Tyrion posed the least threat among the Lannisters. Now, Tyrion's threat had grown considerably. Edward reassured him, My lord Eddard, there is no need for excessive worry. The gold cloaks lack skilled fighters. Furthermore, the spirit of Robert will protect us. In the dungeons of the Red Keep, Edward had constructed a hero's altar, where Robert lay, everything prepared. He commanded Gendry to take Yoren down for drinks and feasting, arranging a comfortable chamber for the Night's Watch brothers to rest. Lord Eddard's face was clouded with worry as he gazed suspiciously at the walls of the Hand S Tower. Rumor had it that there were exits to the hidden passages throughout the Red Keep. Perhaps the Hand's Tower had one as well. Now, even the walls of the Red Keep could not safeguard us, and he worried for Sansa and Arya. Edward said, with Ser Jorah Mormont and Jaqen H'ghar to protect them, Sansa and Arya will be safe. Within the Hand's Tower, apart from Edward, No one knew of Jack King's true identity as the Faceless Man. People merely perceived him as a quiet individual, unaware of his lethal skills. Lord Eddard covered his face with his hand. I should have heeded your counsel to set fire to the parched moat with wildfire, forcing Cersei and Joffrey out of Maegor's hold. But now it is too late for such thoughts. I was solely focused on avenging Robert, once Cersei and Lancel were executed. We could have departed from this place of strife and returned to Winterfell. Now, we find ourselves trapped within the Red Keep, unable to escape. Edward replied. Leaving is not insurmountable. We control the river gate. Do not forget, there are merchant vessels from White Harbor in Blackwater Bay. Since tensions had escalated in King's Landing, Edward had summoned several merchant ships from White Harbor, ensuring that at least 2 vessels remained in Blackwater Bay. All of this was in preparation for their exodus from King's Landing. Eddard pondered, perhaps we should flee to Dragonstone and aid Stannis in his coronation. He is the rightful king. Edward remarked, regrettably, Stannis may not appreciate our efforts. We have sent him numerous letters, yet he has ignored us entirely. King's Landing is too distant from the north, and the ancient deities revered by our forebears hold no power here. If we remain in King's Landing until Storm's End falls and the lords of the Riverlands are vanquished by Lord Tywin, it will be too late for regret. We must return to Winterfell at once, rally the northern forces, and march to the Riverlands to engage in battle. Lord Eddard nodded slightly. At that time, Lysa will undoubtedly bring the Canyonites to join us. We have already seized 3 of the 7 kingdoms, and the Westerlands shall surely prove no match for us. Aldair smiled. One must not harbor expectations of Lysa, for such hopes lead only to disappointment. Ed remarked, Lysa is the daughter of Duke Horst Tully of Riverrun, the sister of Catelyn. The Lannisters have slain her husband and are mercilessly slaughtering her kin. She will certainly rally the forces of the Vale to our cause. Aldair replied. I hope so. In the Prime Minister's hall, Aldair summoned Ungai, Sir Shelf, Sir Viriwold, Jalaba Sor, and Jory Kiesel. Tonight, the 8-legged spider and the imp will launch a surprise attack on the Red Keep through the secret passages. Ungai caressed the bowstring. Is it yet again the spider and the imp? Are they to perform some sorcery? Aldair said sternly, I am not jesting with you. The number of gold cloaks in King S Landing is overwhelming. We have resolved to abandon the Red Keep and break through. I shall lead the charge alongside a mysterious knight from Storm's End. Ungai, Jalaba Sor, you shall bring the crossbowmen and follow closely behind me. Jory Kiesel, you are to safeguard the servants and their families with the men of Winterfell. Sir Viriwold, clear the dungeons and transport the prisoners in wagons. Euron will accompany you. Sir Shelf, ensure the safety of the court nobles and compel them to follow us. Sir Shelf looked perplexed. Which court nobles? All of them, Aldair replied, including Bronze Young. The twins of House Redwine, Balon Swan, Beric Dondarrion, Ser Dontos, Lady Tenda and her daughter, and Lord Jerrys.